has that spirit as well? Or do you think they are very much of a snowbally kind of rotation, winning lanes?
I think we're a little bit greedier than we were before. I mean, understatement. We're
Yeah.
the greediest team in the world. And I think that, look, when we see the draft here, the fun thing that I can add, you always start thinking, oh no, this is for sure the carry player, the
Right.
carry hero. In OG, you don't know.
Right.
But we don't know, they don't know, and BCM definitely doesn't know. He's like, okay, what am I going to get stuck playing, you know?
Who's the person that decides how everything works together at the end? Is that Misha or is that Chubash?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Light69 for the 7. Anonymous, thank you for the sub gift, man. Last day of Riyadh Masters.
But I think everybody gets a feeling of what's happening, you know? We practice so much, you know, you've seen already the iterations,
Right.
and we know what kind of hero pool
Oh
everybody
god,
feels
these picks
comfortable
already.
And when you flex a pick, when does the Amar test happen? Is that after when they're deciding it or before?
Okay, so the Amar test is that Amar will check
Oh,
your
BRB.
level in Dota buff of a hero. And if he doesn't like it, he will just disregard anything you say. So there was like a moment on the major where Seb was like, oh, I think this is a good AA pick. And Amar went to Dota buff, and he clicked Wind Ranger. He didn't say, no, I think, no, but no, you're playing Wind Ranger.
Yeah, last day of free content. I'm getting pretty bored of it, to be honest.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but if you don't pass it, you're not playing the hero.
I was pretty
I think
hyped to
Seb
see
and
the tournament and its prize pool and everything.
First they would check
But then
win
most of the
rate,
games
then
were
last
kinda,
few games, right?
you
Yes,
know,
yes, yes.
That was it, and
stomps
of
from
course
like
the
5
level
minutes
was the first thing. I
onwards.
think it was like level 10 or above when you're not playing it, right?
Yeah.
Really high standards for him. LGD also has high standards, but those are decided by the director, as we like to call him, right? He,
Lots and
whenever
lots
he
of
has a
stomp
plan,
games.
he tells his players to
I
practice
think
this
except Bionic for the
beforehand.
90
That's
months
why
of tier
they're
2.
always right. That's why
Got
they're so
cheated on
versatile.
last month.
Well, keep telling, but
Shit,
despite what
dude.
we're seeing right now, actually, we're
I
gonna
wish
see
you
a
the
little bit
best.
of the RNG lineups we saw with this.
Take care, my man.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just... Viper is one of those heroes that is not very mobile. That's its big weakness. You want to stand there, you want to be a turret, you want to force down towers, objectives, be a beast in a lot of these team fights. If indeed it is a core Viper. We
Gotta
still
be
don't know.
careful with your boyfriend
But,
selection.
we've got this Furion, of course,
And hope you don't
very
get unlucky.
mobile, able to move around the map, and they are kind of single target focused as well on OG at this point in time. So that's why it's really important for them to take away a few of those easier opportunities to be able to dominate the lane. Of course, a Warlock Bristleback against an off-lane Nature's Prophet is a fantastic lane. Bristleback, once you hit level 25, honestly,
It's
you
really
level
hard to come
20,
back
level
in
18, these
Dota
big
in
power
general.
spikes, all that physical damage from the Quill Spray is just going to be amped up by the corrosive haze from the Slardar. It just means that you can continue balling on forward. And ooh, new hero Pog Champ. We've got a Dazzle.
Any new
coming
content
out
planned
here.
soon?
Again, it's all about
I
the
think I'll
burst
play
damage
for
and
No
it's all
Man's
about the
Sky
single target
after
burst damage that
this,
OG have
which
right now.
is gonna be
Something like
tomorrow. It's not
Dazzle's
gonna be
pretty
today.
good, but
I watched
it's kind of just like delaying the inevitable, you know? It's not actually going to save you.
the
unless
Dance
you have
Gaming
way
played
to
a bit. Looked kinda
disengage,
fun actually.
be able to come back
Looks like they
after
really added a
team
lot of
fight.
stuff
So
since I
right now,
played
they
it.
don't exactly have that. Like the tiny.
Oh, a
if he's
Dazzle
the one
pick.
getting gone on, then probably you don't have a way to be able
And
to
then
follow
Dominic,
up on
of
that.
course.
And it's fascinating as well because we've seen
No favorite
LGD
team
as a
or
team
rooting
always
for anyone
runs
in this,
team
no.
fight fives, right? That's been the big thing they've been doing this
I'm
tournament.
just here
Last
for some
match,
good
you see
Dota,
they go
that's
to
all.
the Enchanter's more lane oriented, and the Dazzle is also lane oriented, right? Do you think it's a shift in their strategy to adapt to the OG?
Possibly. I mean, Dazzle Nature's
Fine.
Prophet is a really strong lane together. Like,
Okay.
I know they're two range, which isn't
I kinda
typically
like
the way to
Secret
go
Jab,
about it,
but
if it's going
it's
to
not
be,
like
you know, a
I
Viper
care
or
enough
if
for
it's
them
going
to
be a Slardar,
wanting
that's
for
exactly
them
what
to
you
win or
want. And
anything, you
this
know.
is what I was thinking. Illusion
I'm really
heroes
just here to
against
watch
this
some
very
top tier
single
players do some
target
top tier
focused
plays.
lineup. It's going to be great. You know, Naga Siren, Phantom Lancer was potentially an option as well, but yeah, I don't hate this Naga.
I'm curious now, but because I'm sure you've seen them play, right? And you just like witnessed
Sometimes,
it. Yeah. When you get to, they're going for strong lanes now in LGD, right? So it's not going to be the usual destroying Amar lane. What happens when the lanes don't go their way? Like, what is the recovery like? How's
No
the attitude
talking
of
of
OG? Do
Monster
they
Hunter here just
concentrate a
now, man.
lot? Do they
It's time for
maybe
Dota 2.
try to have a lighter atmosphere?
I think that
Yeah,
he
we're gonna have a
always-
TI watch
if you
party
watch
as
all the
well.
MR games, you see that he's gonna try to find
It's a nice thing
balance
about
between
Valve
makes him
tournaments.
feel
You can
the
just
bias
kind
of
of
the game.
watch.
Right.
And
Although,
most
I'm not sure what the
interesting
rules are
now
for
is
the
all these
stream.
heroes can be very
I should
easy,
ask,
but who will
because it's
explain
kind of
why?
nice to watch like the
My 2K pubs, you
in
know,
between
all these are
sections
core
of the
players.
players.
Core heroes
I like the
are-
interviews and
What
stuff
better way
like
to
that.
scale? You know, if it gets to 50 minutes, they're like, we got this. We have that late game potential, but
That is the OG strat though until now. I'm pretty sure it's all carry.
I
you
think
know?
that's it, like the open AI, you know? Okay, how about we play like this? We all buy Midas, you know? We all get cores and we just have to make an hour. An
On
hour
the
game,
rate in
you
the
know?
OG
And we'll be
roster,
ready.
I
That's where
can't
Kyle
really
comes
tell
in
you,
more about his
man.
experience and his ability at cutting
I've
lanes.
watched like
That's
max
where he has
5
shined,
games per
and
team
that's
at most,
where
and that is not enough to
and he
form
has been
any
able
opinion.
To, kind of delay the games for OG to scale as they want to.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think what OG are looking to go for with this.
Toy
last
game be
pick of the
live at
overall
TI.
draft. I
Good
wouldn't
luck
hate
there,
something
man.
like a Death Prophet,
Enjoy.
For example. You've got some percentage damage.
It's
you
a
get
very
that
nice
Spirit
first time
Siphon
experience to
onto
be
the
there.
Naga Siren, even if you're gonna use
Absolutely
your
fantastic
image, it's still
for
gonna be able to follow you.
dollar
Some
content.
extra tower push. Roshan just melts even faster. You probably don't even need to pop the Exorcism for it. I really wouldn't hate to see something like that. And again, it is still kind of flexible, right? You can toss it into multiple different lanes.
Was it me clapping a streamer in Tekken off stream the other day? Of course it was me, dude. I'm known for fighting games, of course.
Yeah.
Are they the only team that's also played the Viper 4, I believe? Like, they're one of the few teams that actually wants to flex it as 4, at least in the tournament.
Yeah, you don't really often see
Who
it
the
as
fuck
a
is
4
all
because
playing as
obviously
me
4 is
being
what you
players in
rotate
fighting
towards and
game?
making sure that you're able to
Oh
assist
shit.
with those water runes, those power runes, because, you know, I guess maybe that's a little bit less
pretty
of
funny.
a factor now, considering we're seeing the heroes that like to go for those power runes drop off a little bit. Not so much Ember Spirit, not so much Storm Spirit. Those are the big two. Obviously,
Naga Siren,
a
oh!
little bit, yeah, for sure.
I'm telling you guys, Naga Siren, Arc Warden, Terrorblade, Alchemist.
So maybe OG just aren't
The closer you get to TI, the more these heroes appear.
Focus on dominating the lanes.
Right.
Every
Now,
single
you
year.
currently have an
It's
issue with
always the
this Naga,
same.
right? You have a lot of minus armor, which is fine, but Naga also known for having one of the highest base armors in the game, great agility gain, you have the help from the Dazzle as well in that regard. What is the final pick, or what do you think they need for this to answer them?
So you can see
Really
right now
are the
it's actually
safest
two
picks, yeah.
Amar that are drafting right now
Oh, interesting.
together. So Amar has the papers, which are also a staple for us.
Yes.
So he's drafting right now.
I'm
Yeah, it's a
curious.
little bit different, right? Obviously, Misha's like the captain of the team.
Thank
and
you, Bell
by the way,
TV,
just
for
a
the
little bit of extra info,
3 months, man.
24th birthday for
I don't know if
Misha,
it's the
so
first
happy
Naga pick.
birthday to him, but maybe
First
that
Naga I
helps,
see.
You know, obviously Amar has a lot of addition to the draft, but they're just like, you know what? Take it easy this time, Misha. We're going to let you sit back and relax.
There's the magic damage we were talking about, right? To deal with
Yep.
the high armor and the
We are in accord.
Does the Tiny go mid now for LGD? Then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think you
Oh my
absolutely
god,
wanna be
dude.
doing this.
PSG LGD. Look at that
I mean,
lineup.
Nature's Prophet is able to rotate through,
Oh
right,
my
and the
god,
Winter
dude.
Wyvern comes
Naga
in, okay.
Siren, Furion.
I mean, up against a Dawnbreaker,
Team
it's a really
fights,
solid
no.
lineup. I was
Creeps,
thinking,
yes.
this is what I
Towers,
wanted
yes.
with that
Buildings,
turnaround
yes.
potential, right? Dazzle can
But
do the
team
initial
fights,
save,
no.
But it's what you do after that that's going to be the big turnaround potential. So
The whole
against
gameplay
Warriors,
relies on
Minus Armor,
outnumbering
Wyvern,
enemies
of
by
course,
split pushing
playing
and
against
forcing them
physical
around the
damage.
map and
If you're
spot where they
looking
don't
to
want to
warm up
be.
and just go with the Dawnbreaker, fantastic too. So two really different styles.
If
of
LGD
lineups.
wins
I'm
laning
wondering if they
phase-
might be just going a little bit too defensive on LGD.
Wait, let me
side. I
see.
think
Let me see the
outside
other
of this
cores of the
Tiny,
other
they don't
team.
have the greatest ways to be able to make plays.
Does OG have ways to make plays?
Oh, they
Are you
have a
excited
TA
about
though.
this game?
It's pretty good against split push and puck.
know who's gonna play what.
Yeah, sure. We
You guys
never
wanna
find
No,
out
it's
in the
manageable.
finals, so
Even
you
if
know,
LGD wins
it's
laning
been a-
phase,
it's
it's
been a staple
manageable.
of this. Yeah, sure.
The
you
split
wanna
push.
guess let me just give me one. Like, what is Amar or BZM play?
It's not too shabby.
Amar plays
Good
the-
catch on
I think Tiger's gonna play Viper.
Okay.
And obviously TA.
whatever the other team is.
Misha
So
plays
OG?
Dawnbreaker.
And then Amar 3, and then BZM on the Amar
On the puck.
Slaughter and BZM on the puck.
Yep.
Classic BZM.
Good
puck,
spells
that
for
was the
BKB.
hero
Good
with
catch
defensive
before
block, going
BKB.
back on creep wave. That's always very exciting to see.
Good
Oh,
damage for BKB as well. Split pushing is gonna be hard.
Anyway, what about as we get into this first
OG has late game.
Will LGD's
Slaughter is
more
decent
defensive
late
play
game.
be able to
TA is
work?
good
Will
late
the
game.
Dazzle strategy be successful, or will this scary Viper that takes over the panel take over the
I
lane as
didn't
well?
see the
We're gonna have to
supports.
find
Was
out
it
after
Dawnbreaker
going
and
to
something
game
else?
number 1 between OG and PSG LGD.
Thank you, Alva. Right, here we are, game 1, OG, a classic for them, right? Lots of brawling, lots of team fight and catch, but LGD with more reset tools than I've ever seen in a
Slaughter is
Dota
the
game.
core. Or was it Viper 5? I didn't see. I only caught a glimpse of the lineup.
Prophet deeping back, you have Dazzle with the heal, Song, Winter Wyvern with the curse
Yeah.
to the heal. This is gonna be a very, very difficult game to just like, because I mean,
That's
if
a
you
nice
look at the
jacket.
OG's lineup, they do
The one
have
that roses.
explosiveness, they do have what it takes to isolate and bring down the hero, especially with Slaughter and TA. This is a lineup that's
Thank you, Kazuka, for the 24. Banana Fink with 57, man.
I'm a little worried that this
Oh, it was Puck. The other was Puck, yeah.
Off guard, because
OG has good late game.
AoE control and damage. Once Nagasaki
If
gets
they
to
keep
1,
up
2,
in
3
that
items,
dwarf,
it's gonna
OG
be
has
very
better late game.
difficult, but yeah, we can
But they
hear the
have to
crowd
play
laughing. It's not
mind
OG
games. They have to
against
catch
PSG
the Furion and
on
Naga
the
Siren.
stage,
It's not too hard, honestly, with
TA,
TA,
Dota,
Aghanim, if they get it. Trap Vision and
Yeah, absolutely.
Puck going around.
It's like TI Grand Finals quality of teams and players at this point. As we get ourselves
I
into the
kind of
first
prefer
game of
OG's
this
lineup.
series. What kind of
But it's
build
so
do you expect
reliant
from
on how good they are on
Nagasaki? She's
catching
trying to be
split
in and
push.
out of of the meta.
If they're bad at catching split push, this game is hopeless.
Move away from Diffusal into that kind of Manta Skadi, early scaling. Do we go back to the Diffusal now? It's buffed?
Definitely a good Scotty game we're talking about, especially against the Templar Assassin. So Manta style gonna be your.
It's not just puck bias. It is a free puck game.
One more item.
Freest puck game you ever see.
Aghanim Scepter to be able to deal with the BKB. Also laning stage. I'm looking at Naga Siren plus Dazzle. So
Like a Gecko game for the 35.
Something that has been popular
with the illusions.
5 teams left. 4 teams, I think.
Super potent. A lot of healing coming out, and they want.
I think it's 4 teams, but I might be wrong.
Viper, something that he has done before a couple of times. I remember a few games where he like just went full tank mode and went for a Crimson Guard, but also more utility, going for Raid Pact, Force Staff, whatever the team is needed. And yeah, they do have.
Axe Naga help catch the puck? Not really.
As I said, they do have like.
The Axe on Naga doesn't actually stop puck from phase shifting. Well, it stops him from getting out of phase shift afterwards, I guess. But even so, I don't think it's worth.
The fights are gonna be very difficult. PSG LGD, they are.
You could get it for the Slaughter and TA though. It's very good.
Saving supports on top of your core, also having a save. Even a toss back, that's also a save.
Yeah, you've got so many layers to that, don't you? You keep looking at this and it develops further and further as you think more about it.
Everyone still has leash on skill 1, yeah. But that doesn't work on puck if he phase shifts properly.
See how they're doing these lanes,
it's not a good catch. It's only a good catch if you forget as a puck, which can happen.
Damage from the Shadow Wave and minus armor from Riptide.
Guy, personally I've died to it before, because it doesn't give a good visual when you're leashed to that fucking 3-end thingy. He gets me like once or twice a game at most.
Aggression and the potential to dominate a lane of their own. Great ways.
It is a lot of healing.
Puck can blink off it from phase shifts. I think it can orb and phase shift if I remember. I tested it, but I don't remember all the interactions. I just remember it wasn't a big deal, if you're aware of it.
Also, value from Dawnbreaker, they do have like good ways to reset the fight with Naga Siren ulti. We've seen Wyvern as a counter to Dawnbreaker. You just ulti.
It really should have a visual. You know, like how Stun has a little tornado above the head.
You know, you have like a pretty good setup overall.
And there are quite a few counters out there, right? You're talking about the Wyvern against
Ember chains, see like a giant red thing around you. There definitely should be something for how impactful it is at least.
And also the mid-game counter with the nuke damage you have.
Yeah, you're always going to be able to threaten kill on Puck with Tiny. They don't have that much lockdown on the other heroes. The other one that Puck is going to be afraid of is Winter Curse. Other than that, he should be okay. I also want to see
Puck afraid of Winter's Curse.
Beyond's going to be, but we're talking about the Orchid, which is not that popular. But if they
yeah. What are we listening to here?
You should go for it. Usually we see the Maelstrom into Gleipnir Shard build to be able to scale, and also, I mean, this also a root mechanics are really good against the Puck.
Yeah, more disables, more pushing power, always helpful for you. As we do get.
This is the freest game of Puck I've ever seen in my life.
Tiger there with the follow Alan Cook, Bonkers, one of their managers of OG.
There's 2 potential catches for Puck. It's Furion if he has Shadow Blade, plus Hex, plus Orchid. And the other one is Naga Siren, Shadow Blade, Hex, plus Orchid. Like these are the main catches. Everything else is predictable if you're not AFK in the brain.
This time around, he's gonna be going for
Avalanche is not a catch. Blink Toss might be if you blink right on top of him. But that's not something that happens randomly. You simply are aware that the Tiny exists. Dazzle Hex is not a thing. Dazzle has to get close first, and it's also a projectile.
Double ranged up against double melee basically. Templar Assassin before she gets levels up in side blades.
And neither is Blink Wyvern, because Wyvern's also a backline hero, and if he comes to the front, Puck will see him first. It is not easy. They're all in Puck's favor.
Throwing that Celestial Hammer to make sure they aren't chipping away at the TA and
the net lasts for 8 seconds, but it's dispellable. You can have Condom, Mules, and whatever fuck else you want.
A lot of damage gonna be coming out from Nature's Prophet and the Treants.
You can phase shift off Avalanche if you get hit, but Avalanche is delayed, so you can react to it. So the only other catch is Blink Toss if you're literally on top of the Puck.
Yeah, I was just looking in there because we know that this Tiny can.
It's not a bad initiate. Blink Toss is actually pretty good, especially when Puck doesn't have his like 1 or 2 HP items yet. You know, like you're hovering on his 1400 HP or so, like 1000 to 1400. Well, like once you hit the 2k HP plus parts, then it's a non-factor.
Probably we're talking about like 4 minutes to rune rotation.
Yeah, spell leeches, who fucking cares?
Whether he needs some kind of a help.
Or phase shift out, phase shift blink out, no cares.
Decide to move around, that means that potentially he's not going to be able to pick up one of the water runes. Tiny already has his bottle, and so does VCM.
I need to double check which ones work actually, I'm not sure.
They are deciding who goes
I just remember something works that was really easy to pull off against the Sprouts.
VCM was right indeed.
I do get their water runes to themselves. Yeah, very, very laning focus from both teams. All the supports not
Dawn's a very good plus 5.
Or gankers. As Tiger looks for the Curious Knight bot, gonna miss out on it.
I mean, Dawn's a position everything hero.
Back white. But it looks like so far LGD coming out.
The hero just has insanely high stats. And with the shard she got, she now also skills through all of mid and late game.
Having a little bit of a struggle, but now we're level 3, we're gonna have the potential for the kill threat and aggression from LGD if Viper ever oversteps his bounds.
Slardar going.
I don't even think she's a wasted mid. It's doable.
Just a casual one bracer power treads.
Like in pop, she could easily get away with Dawnbreaker mid, I'm sure. In pro games, I think the regen is a bit too high, and playing defensive will make the Dawnbreaker just kind of be useless.
Only to work with, so gotta be a little bit more careful.
You're not gonna get solo kills mid as a Dawnbreaker in pro games.
I should leave a couple of creeps to come back towards OG, but this is gonna drag the wave back for Arme.
Oh my god, what's this item build?
Give him that safety he requires. And
Must have just
looks
been
like
a
he's
ton
gonna
of
go deny
regen.
himself to the tier 2 tower. He's expended all of his resources. Drops the voice line.
But the TP
what the fuck?
Gets the first blood. He saw that coming. Well deserved tip. Misha thought he was just going to be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
To deny himself there.
That's big. Getting solo XP and getting
Oh, my brain is so messed up. I thought he was walking base. He was suiciding the tower. I was like, where did that damage come from? It wasn't his tower. I need to fucking wake up.
Why is Amar back? Tiger really struggling to deal with these illusions though. Every time Arme pops them out,
I thought I lagged out in my brain or something for a second. Like the damage, he just hit like 3 times or something for that kill.
And it gets more difficult as you get levels on Naga Siren, because the cooldown goes down by 5 seconds.
If you suicide to Ancients, you get the 30-second timer versus like the, what is it, like 5 or 6 or something at level 1 normally.
Yeah, and the wave also dragged back by LGD top. Nice cold embrace there. But
hey, you see this guy went cold embrace against the Dawnbreaker. That other fucking Wyvern from the other day, he went 2-2. And then Dawnbreaker fucking clapped his ass.
It seems LGD having the better end of the stick in terms of controlling the wave and
I fucking knew that build was wrong. There's no way you go 2-2 instead of getting 1 point E against Dawnbreaker.
Not being allowed to be as greedy as they wanted to. As JMO was saying on the panel, right, they are much greedier than the previous iterations of OG.
You just completely negate like one full skill of Dawnbreaker.
He's one from the off lane, no doubt about it. Taiga.
Oh, nothing to say. Tiger.
BZM getting old mid, but it's kind of normal on this patch. Tiny's just stupid like that. Oh look, they're losing to illusions.
They don't have AoE to deal with that, and
I think if you go Dola buff and you check like win rate of Viper versus Naga Siren, it's probably like -5% for Viper.
Yeah, we see it quite a lot, right?
Naga probably dominates this shit, right? No cares.
We've seen a couple of mid players by the Falcon Blade as well. I think it was Somnus by.
Yeah, it's not pretty, I bet.
Yeah, I didn't see other heroes.
Same for Slardar, by the way. I think it's a terrible win rate against Slardar.
Whenever he plays Lina, because he wants to
oh jeez, that Dawnbreaker lane's not even doing good.
Get those stacks up, you know, have that permanent 7 on Lina, and yeah, both of OG members on bottom lane very low.
Actually, the continual victory.
Would the break apply to Illusion Riptide? Yes, it should. No reason it shouldn't. Or it wouldn't.
32 and Naga Siren at 26, but as time goes by, it's just gonna get easier for Ahmed to play the lane.
Man, you keep looking back at that Tiny though, 45 and 17.
It's a free puck game in mid game. His laning phase is hard though. But I don't think he should be this far behind, even with the hard lane. I think he's missing last hits with his orb.
6.5 minutes in from LGD. A cold embrace and the glyph.
Do I see that correctly? 6 minutes in, forcing a glyph, and Nothing to say, does have invis, but there is sentry plays by Misha.
Well, this is very aggressive, isn't it? What's the plan here for LGD?
Not both teams lose with Naga in game.
Usually
Usually the team with the Naga wins the game. And then the viewers lose, and the other team that's facing the Naga. But we'll see. It looks like they're fairly aggressive, despite having Naga Siren.
Half of the HP on the tower gun. Ame feels safe on the bottom. They cannot kill him. They need
Oh god, the Slaughter loses to illusions.
to be able to kill Ame, but might not even get the kill.
Team of Naga should never GG. I mean, you can. Naga Siren can't actually solo carry. Like, the hero is good, but it still needs a lot of help in fights. Especially this game. This game is pure kite. Yeah, trying to gank the Naga Siren. Using mostly physical damage. 13 armor, 8 minutes. Yes, yes, yes.
Missing out on maybe half a creep wave. On the other side, OG didn't overreact. Oh, he's got.
Where are the boys? I kind of just want to watch alone for a bit. We'll see if they join later, maybe.
Having it on tiny means that you're going to be able to play much more aggressive.
Was Zeus good here? Zeus is always good, I think. I don't think there's a bad Zeus game. But yeah, Zeus is good against Naga Siren. Always is. They probably picked their stuff already, though.
I don't know if LGD will go all
now
out.
these heroes gonna be the 6-slotted Naga? It's not hard. 6-slotted Puck, 6-slotted TA both beat it pretty easily. Puck especially.
All about these like small plays that you do. Fate Beyond even gets the last hit. This is gonna be really good timing on Orchid for Fate Beyond.
And he preemptively sent them, right? They were already halfway through their duration.
I think the Vibe was an early pick. It's been very popular in the tournaments.
Professional e-athletes.
Talking.
We heard your comms yesterday.
I'm jungling, I'm jungling, I'm jungling, I'm jungling, I'm pushing, I'm pushing, I'm pushing.
This is not how the professional teams comms.
I had Beak up in my lane. I had to say everything 5 times so he would listen.
It's a very strong laner.
Doesn't have a point.
But I think Naga Siren just happens to be one of the few heroes that doesn't give a fuck about Viper laning. OG, what you drunk, OG? What you doing? Why are they ganking this fucking Naga Siren all the time? You fucking drunk.
Cold embrace just to have some extra damage, just popping on the tower. Nothing to say, he's not done yet.
He's found Tiger.
And that's another one.
Toss him back.
Naga Siren is not about being a strong carry. Naga Siren is more about whether you can clear the illusions or not, or whether you can win a lane or not and pressure at all. Slaughter or Viper does not pressure a Naga Siren. And then they went for that combo too. The Naga Siren Dazzle. You heal bomb for like 300 damage at level 2.
That's nothing. We don't expect Viper to deal any kind of tower damage unless he picks up the shard, which is going to be tough in this game. Siren, she's going to go big. Ame completely free farming in this game, going for the Manta style. Like,
I personally hate this hero. This is one of my most hated heroes of all times. This piece of shit.
Most of their damage is physical. We're talking about Templar Assassin. Slaughter Puck does have
Naga consumes a lot of the map, but in a unique way. She takes enemy camps and pushes lanes further than almost any hero in the game.
Also having the dispel mechanic. We're talking about mirror image, Manta style. PSG LGD, they're gonna hit a really big timing, and if they are able to steal Roshan from OG, because OG's lineup is really good at taking it, that's gonna
OG has a good blink timing too. Slaughter blink, Puck blink. Maybe TA BKB or something. They have a good chance to take winnable fights.
Into your TA so she can accelerate faster than her opponents. Well, yeah, the Viper with no zero. I mean, his building damage is a square root of negative.
I don't think I ever played Naga in tournaments. It's not my style of hero.
BZM gonna need a lot of outplays in this. We've seen how well he can do on the Puck when it comes to these scrappy team fights. And he's gonna need a little bit more time to maneuver on this map, though, as it gets smaller and smaller.
Is this still winnable? Yes.
OG's not gonna even defend this tower. They are getting the farm because net worth hasn't changed that much. You know,
they need core items.
They have 0 kills. Didn't manage.
You gotta get that damage item, blink item on Slaughter, and damage item, blink item on Puck.
Yeah, absolutely. They
I
lost.
wonder what the Puck's build is. I'm assuming Witchblade blink, but maybe he feels pressure to go blink first.
Where are they heading? I mean, who would
I would feel pressure to go blink first in this game.
Is it the TA, I guess?
It's Puck, I would
They
say.
don't really need damage in early game fights. They just need to catch them initially.
Puck is gonna be food.
The smoke pops. Amar was up on the high ground, aggressively jungling. They'll find him and then stun him with the avalanche from nothing to say. Slardar caught. And how many, Lacoste? Can you count them again?
1, 2, 3, 4. Ame is in the enemy triangle. He wants to be able to steal some of the farm from Templar.
That's what I mean with Naga Siren. It's one of the few heroes in the game that can just do this.
Every time they move, it is as 3 or 4 or 5.
With 4 heroes alive.
Rotation. It's not one hero left alone. It's Ohana. Ohana means family, and family
Ohana?
means no one gets left behind. They are a tight-knit group.
Ohana means flower, and Hana means nose.
Moving to the mid lane, getting the numbers, securing the runes for their tiny.
And a curse. It's in there onto the 2 supports. Misha being hit down by his Viper, and nothing to say arrives, blows them up.
Fucking, I call it, dude. Even if it's winnable, even if it's not that bad, 3k gold only, 4k now.
What do we say about that?
I think they're taking mental damage, emotional damage.
It's looking really rough for OG in this game. They don't have like heroes that can make aggressive moves, because Dawnbreaker as a 5 is much
fantasy
more
points.
like counter
No,
defensive.
fantasy points. Oh, yeah, 14. Nature's Prophet, right out there at the front.
And Fabian
Doesn't matter how free of a puck game it is if you're not playing the game at all.
Puck, even Templar Assassin, going for a Witchblade to have some extra overtime damage against the Templar Assassin.
OG is one of the teams that never takes mental damage? Why are you fucking lying to me? I'm looking at them right now. This is mental damage in your face. Look at this shit.
Has a Witchblade. Right now they're smoked. They're trying to make something happen.
Every play they've made so far is desperate as shit.
I don't think I've ever
everywhere.
Oh, here we go. Smoke gang top, but someone's not smoked. That's going top anyway. What's it's TA?
They're not static.
Like maybe 60 minutes in, but 13 minutes in, he's everywhere. Faith behind gets the Psalms onto the door. Jinkyu is nearby as well.
Oh, he caught the Wyvern.
It looks like the Prophet will be slain by
Good kill,
Uragi's
good
TA.
kill.
A nice streak to be grabbed, and the Wyvern's been left alone.
What's the puck build, man? Please, click the puck.
Has broken down a little bit. They've
Click the
spread the
puck.
map wide, and they weren't
Click it.
all
The
together
puck.
this time.
It's very
The
important.
puck items, it's gonna dictate whether they get to play mid game or not.
Zero, if you look at the top of the screen, like it can potentially affect you. So getting a 1 or 2 is pretty big. Nothing to say so far. Pretty much a perfect game. Has a haste rune in the bottle, going for the Echo Saber, so they should, like, they could easily also outnumber OG with the global teleport, Tiny with the haste, and seems like they want to make something done.
Yeah, it's a good point by JJ there.
It's not that he doesn't check items enough. He doesn't check the correct items that dictate what happens in the game. Like a blink puck is, for example, a game changer.
This is a valuable one. Amar will get the crush out. Nothing to say, looking to finish him off, but the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian arriving, and Amar needed to be cursed up. Dawnbreaker will whack him down though, and Misha's arrived onto the scene
Healthy
to
for
be
this.
netted up by the Naga Siren and finished off by the Illusions.
And nothing to say, still not done. Getting
Big
another
touch
one.
back.
Fucking destroyed.
LGD realizing,
Oh,
right, we
Jesus.
can't have these heroes being 2 up top and 2 down bottom. We'll
Can
group them
Viper
again.
second
That's
wave
4 or
Tiny
5
ulti?
and show OG
No,
what
I
they're made
think.
of.
Tiny ulti is weird. It's
So
a
much
unique
aggression
passive.
From PSG LGD. Every single
I don't
time
think it
they
breaks
get,
anything
like,
of it.
Another small item, they decide to go in and get another kill. Ame completely free farming on top of the net worth, going Scotty next after finishing the Manta style. Once you get to that Scotty timing, that means that Templar Assassin.
Never actually thought about it.
I don't think she's gonna be able to do.
Yeah, it's a unique
things
passive.
I mentioned the Deso timing on Templar Assassin. I think they should try to go and potentially get a kill
Oh,
turn
wow.
that into Roche,
Close.
because it takes you like 20-25 seconds to kill Roche with TA and Slaughter.
What do you think looked the strongest at tournaments?
Incredibly quickly.
Probably Secret, right? Spirit looks really good too.
Amar looking to finish off his blink.
I think Spirits, if they don't have dog shit laning phase, they just win like any 5 vs 5 game. On even gold, they just fucking win. No cares.
LGD just wandering into the
It's
darkness,
pure
though.
skill and team play.
Mate, deep.
I still haven't seen Puck's item. Did I miss it? I don't know.
Q and Y turning around on Misha. Getting a D ward while the Dawnbreaker dies inside the Sprout. Y has his priorities right. Kill the Vision before the heroes. Make sure OG didn't have any recourse, no turnaround potential. And nothing to say again. Just drops
I think Puck has no
straight into
blink
the
yet.
middle of them. Amar tossed
60
back
minutes,
into
huh?
the Wyvern. Sprout is there as well. And nothing to say is Tiny on the run back. Arme will guard him while they kill the Slardar simply.
Please.
There's too much
Please.
pain from PSG LGD. They can't go like way too deep, something that Nothing to Say just did, and he knows that he can rely on one of the two supports to be able to bail him out, whether we're talking about the Cold Embrace or the Grave.
He's not going for blink over Yules.
Like,
Allah, tell me he's not going Yules.
And damage spread very evenly across all 5 of LGD.
Not Yules.
Really stick on a target and get
it has to be blink. It's the only way to play the game.
Gary, that none of the cores died on side of OG, and I see MR with 0, 5, and 0.
None of the important ones. No, I was specifically talking about the TA and the puck, the ones that are trying to get a little bit more room. But is this LGD focusing Amar? Like we said, he's kind of the position 1 from the off lane, right?
He is. Every single time Amar is shut down, I feel like OG's having a much tougher game. Nothing to Say was looking for an opening, but could not get it done.
You do not win this game by going with defensive Yules.
Driving force of OG, Amar. So good.
I think he clicked every hero but the puck for like the last 10 minutes.
That's only when he has it. Right now, sat just under 6k net worth, bottom of all the cores. 500 away from Blink, so not too far, but Misha jumped in the mid lane. Sent backwards in towards White.
Oh,
and another kill for LGD, 16-2. Tiger found and netted up. He gets the top of Toya towards the high ground, but Arme will chase him to the ends of the earth if need be on a killing spree for the Naga Siren.
Pain.
Well, Templar Assassin finishes
Look
off
at TA's formation, the Ancients, and now it's time for Starvation again for a minute. It's okay, he has another Ancient spot in 40 seconds.
Can you check the tower damage done by the teams? I don't think... we still might be at 0. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. He's going Yules. Oh no, dude. Oh. I understand there is an Orchid in the game, but if you play for the Orchid defensively at this point, isn't it just an auto loss? Like you're just stalling your loss.
There's way too much sustain on their side, and also
you're only stalling your loss. He has to blink in, catch people, silence the backline, and then hope the teamfight goes well from there and onwards.
He's gonna get caught out here though. Sprout is there with the Tiger, Cold Embrace to keep Nothing to Say alive, and they've got the curse, allowing the Tiny to maybe slip away. Oh, he's going up aggressively. He wants to try and finish them off, blowing up BZM. The Dawnbreaker, Solar Guardian comes in.
Oh, they got a Tiny here at least. Or do they? Oh, wait, what?
He wants to fight.
He wants to fight.
Blow up Amar now. One by one, OG will fall with a Cold Embrace as well. They just can't kill anybody. OG are struggling. LGD are dominating.
They managed to completely dominate the laning stage with their heroes, and now you're up to a point where
these guys look like they're playing unranked Dota.
One core being able to save
please show OG camps. Show them now.
They're gonna go for the high ground push. And OG just doesn't have what it takes to deal. Like, they can't even deal with 2 supports. Naga completely untouched. They know that they cannot kill her.
This reminds me of like old OG, where they still had Fly, and they would build up these drafts where they had Io and Dazzle and Huskar, and they have Wyvern, multi-layers of support. You go on one that saves the other, and right now, Nothing to Say. He knows he
what
has
a
so
Naga Siren pick. What if they save this for the playoffs?
Turn and fight, because he's still got the Shadow Wave, the heal, the Grave, everything on top of him to keep him alive. They've killed Misha. Tiger, he's not going to survive. Naga Siren will dive in behind the barracks. They finish off the buildings.
I'm sure at some point the team's gonna pick like Bounty Hunter or something, and then just get counter-picked by Naga Siren. Oh, oh, yeah, Zega still 3 minutes. Oh, Dazzle, what you doing, boy?
Why is dropped, but the Winter's Curse straight onto Amar. Take the Slardar down. Has Arme stands his ground, healed up by the Cold Embrace, but this time
he's griefing the Naga Siren. He griefed himself. If he just let the Naga Siren die, he would have come back with full HP and full HP illusions after.
Nothing to Say will arrive back in, and Tiny punches down the TA. I don't believe this. Arme's still alive.
This might be. They were not able to take down Aegis, and there's GG. What a beautiful performance from PSG LGD in game.
Thank you, Hypnomo for the 5. Magic Potato for the 6. Fadava for the 28. Vera, thank you for the 9. 1 month until your child? What should you name it? Just name him Bob. If it's a girl, name it Bob too.
of saves coming out from two supports, and also Ame having a perfect game, nothing to say, controlling every single rune for himself. I think OG will need to go for this.
Holy shit, that looked easy.
They're not going to be allowed to play like as defensive. This position for Viper, not too much impact. They definitely got countered in the laning stage with Naga Siren plus Dazzle. They were not allowed to get the aggression done.
Yeah, I think they're going to go back to
Absolute outdraft.
Reconsider that Viper first pick, right? Because
Almost all the games are stomps in this tournament. I think this was the stompiest game I've seen.
Didn't look particularly good at this
Thank you, Ximix, for the 17.
I think you were right, honestly. We talked about that Naga Siren, the
Bob
answer
a male,
to
Boo by a
OG's
female?
aggression.
No, no, no.
Completely
Both
off
just
guard.
Bob.
That second phase from LGD was spot on, perfect.
They will need to shift things around in game number 2 because this was one-sided. They got dismantled.
Systematic destruction of OG from drafting stage.
OG was so bad in the laning phase. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. They kept trying to gank that Naga Siren with 2 heroes and then sometimes 3 heroes. And LGD bought 5.
And try to deny himself. Fate Beyond gets the first blood off to a really good start in the laning.
I don't know, looked like a shitty pub game.
Really never threatened. Then he TP's mid. You see 4 heroes of PSG LGD trying to take down the tower. Then Fate Beyond farming on the top lane, sending the Treants to the mid lane just to be able to help out and scout things out where OG members are positioned.
Holy shit, I can count the pixels.
So we can now head back to the panel to think about what OG have to do differently coming into game 2.
Did Furin predict this?
Yes, we will be doing a lot of thinking as
No, he just showed up in vision.
Highlights brought to you by Aramco. JMR, you know, last panel, you talked about around 16-20, that was their average age, but it turns out it's their average game time.
Oh, nice. You wrote that on the break.
I did.
That's what I saw you like, oh, what can I say? Well, I would say, boys, welcome to Chinese Dota, you know?
Yes, indeed.
This is what happens, you know?
It's a myth. Chinese Dota is not slow.
If anyone said that in the past, like 6 years, you've been wrong, but I think this game is the one to prove that the most. I mean, dead on. I just want you to rave about this. Dazzle, Naga, Winter Wyvern, my man.
Love it. I mean, it's just so many opportunities for the disengage. The lane even is really solid. You were talking about in our little green room, Marvo, that this combination of just the Naga and the Dazzle, right? You're able to get on top of someone with the ensnare. You got 1 point into it, I think at level 4 or 5 on the Naga Siren. Poison Touch, Shadow Wave. Very, very easy to dish out a ton of damage, and it really felt like Amar was not enabled at all. 1, 7, and 0, as we can see. The big issue for mine, even though he's a fantastic player, Tiger felt like he didn't have any impact on the Viper, and that just goes back to the draft. We saw against TSM, OG wanted to flex the Viper a little bit. They wanted it to be the option of the position 3.
Witchblade Yule's
but
puck.
they picked it together with a Dragon Knight that doesn't have to be in the off lane.
Puke in my mouth looking at it.
It's a rare game where you can put it into a position 1 and still have a lot of impact.
Exactly. And PSG figured that out. As you said, the Naga, we talked about the high armor. They also got the good lane of the Tiny versus Puck. It was an interesting bait by OG, right? Forced a Tiny mid. It didn't look like the best Tiny mid game, but that lane went so well, it was difficult to beat. As we have the score.
He had to go blink this game. I think even before Witchblade. Just so they can start the fight.
But one person maybe a little bit more than others.
He just passed on the initiate to Slaughter.
When they're facing a loss. What's the
look at Slaughter 107.
Look, I think when you look at the scoreboard, you cannot really get too jaded because there's.
It was fucked anyway by the draft.
And they were like, oh my god.
But they could have had less emotional damage.
The whole draft was disabled. I think now they have to go back and just think, how can we gain the game?
Right.
How can we bring it to them so they feel the pressure that we just felt? Because we do this to every team. Wait, they did
Could my puck turn his game around? No.
And they've maybe.
I think that Naga Siren matchup was too much to spare, and they also lost the other lane, right? The Furion one.
Confident about what they pick, and hopefully think about we're gonna crush you.
Right.
What is the draft that allows you to crush you?
Who's usually the person on the team who takes the reins for that kind of line of thought?
I think that look in all the teams is like.
Thank you, Blitz for the 12.
Like, oh, I felt completely disabled here. I felt like this, and I want not to feel like that, you know?
Sure.
Because Dota in many points is a feeling. How does it feel when you're playing it?
Right.
So for us, obviously, my 2K Dota knowledge is not going to allow me to elaborate much. I just want them to feel confident.
The hardest lane in mid when I was pro.
You feel the pressure.
It's always Arteezy.
Money on the line. You just play
Arteezy is the best lane I've ever played against.
To you because they do it to everybody else.
Arteezy Shadow Fiend. Oh my fucking god, dudes. What a nightmare. It's one of the few matchups in my whole life I lost with Potom.
Historically speaking, I think we get to see it again. This draft, Enigma Galaxy's last draft in the best of 3, and the first draft of that series, literally all complete different in what they're attempting to do. How do you stop a team that has this many strategies?
You don't. It's as simple as that. I mean,
let them run over you.
Okay, well, thank you so much.
No worries.
And that was the OP Potom too, with the 150 damage, 1 second stun arrow at point blank.
You just could not prepare against them. No two strats were the same, and it really feels like they're bringing that to the front. I mean, Faith Beyond played the Nature's Prophet. It's nothing like revolutionary that he's doing here, but just the little plays that he was able to make, you know, making sure that he could TP so that you weren't able to, sorry, he was actually able to claim the first blood as we get a nice little close-up on the trophy there, what they're playing for in addition to the prize pool. But I think, again, it's going to sound like I'm a little bit of the fanboy of the second pick.
A little bit of a fanboy.
Arteezy was a mid player at first, yeah.
I think
Dude, he was the
that's
fucking
where
best.
LGD won this draft. They were able to
But he got
respond
pushed
to
towards
everything
carry in
that
some
OG
other
had.
team
You
at some
know, they had
points.
the Naga Siren, which was good against the heavy
I always
single
thought he was a
target
better
focus
mid
that
player
they
than
were
a carry
doing
player
with the last
at
pick
every
of
point
the
of his
second
career.
phase, and then ending the draft out with a Winter Wyvern against Slaughter, who is all physical damage, against a Dawnbreaker that we saw. You just ulti whenever Dawnbreaker is ulting as well. Easy cleanup. You know, you have multiple ways to disengage, start the fights. I was a little worried that they would have to be a little too passive and reactionary, but big kudos to the way that Faith.
Yeah, Miracle too, right? I also feel Miracle is better mid.
Playing so aggressively, almost never playing on their side of the map after the laning stage.
Now we might get to see OG on the second pick, right? And they get to be the ones that are reactive. And I'm interested now when that happens. Chuvash and Misha, I think they're the, well, also Amar, right? But they're strategists, Chuvash and Misha. I know in the Stockholm Major they were a big deal. They were always on Discord on Johan's phone.
Yeah.
How does this process work with the rest of the team? When do they reveal those strats? Does everyone
Dandy
know
was pretty
how the
good.
best of three is gonna go in the beginning?
But he
Or
stopped
It's really
spamming
Amar
the
the
game
one
at some
they were
point.
drafting.
He
Is
just
it
stopped playing.
Amar entirely?
So the whole idea is like they have prepare, and you prepare a lot of things during the scrims and
Sure.
all that.
And he never learned the meta
Amar's the
heroes.
one I think, okay, how you guys feel about this? And I think that
Wow.
him being selecting.
I don't
the
know how he
heroes
is
and
now.
clicking that, it also allows Misha to just be able to communicate. Because you know there is an element of I have to find the hero, where do I click? And Misha is constantly talking. We're doing this, how about we do this, how about we do this? Hey, they're gonna be doing this and they're gonna be doing that. So
I wonder if there's ever been
Back
a
in
younger
Federative
player that's been
28.
put into that role, because that is a lot of
Ramses.
responsibility to take on. Was he 16?
Yeah, I think he started drafting fully for, was 17, 18?
I think 17,
But still, like, I don't know Amar's age. I think he's 17 right now.
he
as well.
dropped it on the major as well.
Exactly. Like, it's wild. And I do want to exacerbate this point because I know it seems dumb, like you think all clicking buttons is just so easy, find the hero. But I have talked to so many teams that tell me that it's such a high-pressure situation. You see the timer constantly. You're like, I need to pick the right hero. I mean, we've seen misclicks happening in the big stage before.
In TI.
Yeah, exactly.
I was doing it in the show match. It was stressful.
It is, right? You see the timer, and there's something about visualizing the fact that you're losing time little by little that really affects them. But Amar seems like someone that would be unfazed by that, right?
Yeah, I think also Amar has a really good feeling for the game. He feels, okay, this is how we're gonna win, this is how we're gonna do it.
Oh, who is this guy?
Well, Misha can do a little bit more of the, let's say, mad scientist behind him.
Okay.
He's like, okay, I think we can do this and this and this. And Amar, I think it helps clear the communication.
No. That's fair enough. Well,
OG
get ready for the red
CEO,
team.
what the
Alright,
hell?
Misha will be standing in his pose here,
The
ready.
commanding pose.
That commanding
Like
pose,
he gets
ready for
interviews,
game
like,
2.
we're going that way.
Commander Misha, can he bring us to a third game, or will LGD show us their prowess as we get into game 2? Before that, though, we will take a small break and come back with the second game of the series.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Fuck high speed driving. Holy shit. Thank you, Severia, for the 7. I'm sure some of you have seen that video of the motorcyclists. Like a group of them going almost 300 on the highway. And then one dude, he tripped or whatever. And then another dude rammed right into him as he tripped. those pictures of the aftermath, oh my fucking god, dude. The Turkish one, yeah. I didn't know a body could fall apart like that. They didn't melt into concrete, no. No, no, they didn't melt at all. I think it was an instant death. Dude, it was just fucking random body parts everywhere. Leg here, hand there, head here. It's fucking insane. A link in Discord? I think it's easy to Google. Motorcycle accident Turkey. It's a recent one. Thank you, Voss, for the 27. 123 Inc. for the free. Best Meeple player in the peak? It's not Nota. It's Weeha for sure. Weeha is way better Meeple than me. It's not even close. I didn't have many Meeple games when I played Meeple at TI. It was a surprise pick.
Ready for game 2 between OG and PSGLGD, and we've made a slight change to our panel. We decided, you know, it's nice to have experts and teams, but it's also nice to have experts in Dota in general.
Oh, I just saw it recently then.
To the panel.
Thank you very much.
Never seen before.
For some reason, been living under a rock. You don't know Misery. You know, long history of being a player, and also now currently coaching TSM FTX.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So you guys also got to fight against OG. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Was actually one of the. I mean, all your seeds were like surprisingly close, right? Particularly in the drafts. I think you guys were the ones that were giving most people trouble in your drafts. Never really got outdrafted. What do you feel with OG as a team when you got to play them?
I think OG is a bit predictable in the sense that you can always expect them to pick up Razor, Timbers, or Viper.
Sure.
Right? And everyone bans 2 of the 3. Against us, we kind of did the same as LDD. We banned out Razor and Timbersaw and gave them Viper. Game 1 was really close, and but they managed to still snatch the win in the end, right? I think the problem for OG right now is that they just showed their first pick Viper strategy a little bit against us, right? So LDD has probably been looking at that quite a bit and formulated up kind of a plan against this first pick Viper, and we saw the Naga pick being really strong in this last game. That being said though, I think the Viper is still good for them, and I think they would pick it again if given the chance. It's just a matter of like maybe mixing up some of the next heroes, right? Like the Slaughter and the TA. Like the problem that game was that they ended up locking themselves quite a bit when they picked the Slaughter. They're like kind of not really a flexible hero.
Yep.
Same with TA. It's those 2 heroes gets countered by a lot of the same stuff, like Winter Wyvern, like the Naga Siren in this case, right? And then that leaves Viper kind of on an island where he's like also not really having a place in the game. So I think like if you take last game as an example, I think if you pick the Slaughter, then you cannot pick the TA as well. Then you need to pick the Puck on 17 so that the Naga pick is not as strong, because yeah, their draft is so locked at that point after the 4 first heroes.
I want to ask you how you feel about first pick versus second and Dire versus Radiant. Like, is there any clear advantage that you see having coached not just the NA scene, but also how it works internationally?
I think second pick is probably what most teams favor, just because you have the 2 counter picks. You have the absolute last pick and you have the 18 pick, right? And that's really strong. I think that outweighs what first pick has, which is the 1 counter pick in the first phase, you would say. And as for Radiant Dire, I think Dire has a slight win rate right now, advantage.
Everything except C and SA, yeah.
Yeah, I mean the sides is always kind of hard to judge. Why is this, right? Might be some you know, it might be because some of the heroes that are being played right now. It might be like the Roshan is
not as valuable.
It is valuable, but it's maybe harder to take early on. And even if you do take it, it does require a lot of resources to take it. So if the team has a lot of emphasis on taking Roshan, the other team can be like, okay, we just give it away and we farm the map, right? So that's kind of what the Radiant advantage was about for a while, like for a long time, really. But if Roshan is the first Roshan is kind of nerfed, then it's maybe not as important.
It really does feel like a lot of the decisions that you're making are farming feels like the better option than a lot of other decisions, right? You know, going and stealing away stacks or doing this. It's just splitting up the map, getting not only the net worth, but also an experience lead so that when those team fights happen, you're in a much more advantageous spot. Like, even if one person dies on one side of the map, as long as two
OG's out if they lose
and
this,
maybe a support,
this game is the last chance.
on the winning end of it a lot of the time.
Yes, I also think that speaking of OG, especially, it's like one of the best teams that actually like having 3 cores farming at all times, right?
Right.
They even have a voice line saying like, I don't care, I'm just gonna hit creeps, right?
Yes.
And that is, you know, one of the absolute strengths of this hero, this team.
We get right into the draft. This time, PSG LGD will get rid of the Viper and the Timbersaw because OG gets rid of the Razor, as LGD has first pick, and Chinese teams, they love that first pick Razor.
I think everyone loves first pick Razor. Like, there are so few ways to be able to...
First pick Zeus, fuck it.
Win rate, though,
They're done this
Chinese
bullshit.
Teams, and Secret, which is now an official Chinese team as well, due to the first picking of Razor.
It's time to counter the Zeus
I mean,
with first pick
another
Nyx.
one of those heroes that
Let's
provides
go.
you that versatility, right? Like, LGD haven't revealed anything with being able to pick this one up, being able to run it. 2, 4, 5, it's totally viable in any of those roles. So I like this opening. Again, it gives a little bit more strength to that 8th pick, the last pick of the first phase. I'm assuming that OG probably went for the 2nd pick this time around because it really felt like they just got crushed in the overall game strategy.
What makes
in
Tiny
game
good?
because of how LGD were able
Tiny
to
is
respond.
a very good level 1 and 2 laner.
I'm curious, Misery.
They
when
nerfed
you
his
talk about the
nukes,
strength
but
of
then
second
they
pick, right? There's still some
gave
strength to
20
first pick.
damage
For
or
example,
whatever.
we
Is it
saw
20
there's slightly
damage?
broken heroes, the 8th pick became kinda like
oh, I'm not in
crucial,
game.
so was
Fuck.
first pick. Well, how do you think the 8th pick right now is
It's
best
like 20
utilized
damage
for
on the E.
I think the 8th pick can be strong, but it can also kind of be not strong. That sounds maybe a bit redundant, but like in a way, I think first pick is a lot about trying to
Tiny
pick
rolling
as many
in.
flexible heroes as you can to confuse your
20
opponents
fucking
not
bonus
having
damage on
valuable
E on a hero with like
valuable
60
like
base
4 picks,
damage.
right? If the enemy don't really know where
Yeah.
you're going, if they have
You see
like
support
4 or 5
Tinies that just
flexible heroes,
they
it's
take this
very
level
hard
1
to pick
sometimes
1 or 2
and they
heroes
just
that
harass
counter
and get all the
that.
denies with it.
Because you can adjust
Because there's
which
almost no
heroes
hero in the
which
game they
lane,
can
which heroes
contest.
core, things like that.
It secures
So
the
I
range
think
could deny too if
first
you're
pick is a
position
lot more
4
about
or 5
maybe
and 2
confusing your enemy
and
or
1.
throwing out a curveball
And sometimes
or
3 as well.
disguising some of your core heroes with potential supports and so on. A bit like we see with the Viper from OG, right?
Right.
They're able to play it both 4 and 5 and also on MR. So
We haven't seen a game, I believe, at least that I've been covering here on the panel, where when you're picking a support in this 8th pick, it is what wins you the game, right? We've seen some Nyx Assassins, we've seen like even a Crystal Maiden occasionally, and it just feels less impactful, right? Because it's not that, ooh, we're going to be able to protect.
I kind of like the new build people do, the Echo Saber eggs.
But you do get that flexibility.
It's a lot
still,
more
right?
fun
So
than
it's
that
like I said
stupid
before, can play 3
Moonshard
different lanes,
one.
Clockwork 2.5, I guess.
Unless you're 9.
Unless you're 9, but I don't think we're going to be seeing Nothing to Say play a mid-Clockwork this game.
I am curious though, because you have been hyping this pick up the whole tournament. Every time they pick Warlock, you go, they need something going with the backlines. You always mention Clockwork, so is that enough to justify this pick?
I think it's good just to be able to disrupt the Clockwork a little bit, but it's not just what you're able to do to them. You're providing a lot of assistance to the Zeus, right? You're disrupting the team fight. You're creating this barrier that Zeus has to play around in addition to the Heavenly Jump. Like, it becomes a lot easier game for the Zeus if you're just able to sit back and freely cast your spells. So I think what OG need to focus on, obviously they've already got the Tiny that could fulfill the role.
Stonebird against
need a way
Zeus?
to be
No
able
cares,
to
I think.
have vision, but also punish the Zeus on the backline.
One of the hardest counters of Zeus was Storm Spirit.
It was a staple of a
But Storm Spirit is fucking chest high into a dumpster right now.
Overwhelmingly strong.
I mean, he's a really
So,
strong laner, right? He can
Zeus
bring
is,
the lane to carry, and he's very flexible.
he
in
gets
terms
3
of
games.
what he lanes
Another
against.
count was like, what,
It's pretty hard
Spectre,
to
I
counter you in
guess?
lane. And then on top of that, he has like some of the best team fight you can find in Dota, right? So it's a very stable hero, I think.
It's a lot of the
It makes sure that
like
you
the
have
BAM
all
jumper
team
kind of
fight in
heroes,
the
you know?
draft, and
The hard to
that
escape
secures
jumper
the carry,
heroes.
basically. I do like the
And
Clockwork
all
pick
kind of
and something
dumpster
you
that
guys
is
didn't
in this
mention is the
patch.
fact that, I mean, with Zeus, it's like
Void Spirit is pretty good
Zeus
against
also
Zeus,
has
I'd
that
say.
extra damage that isn't they-
Lane
like
can be
makes
annoying,
Clockwork
though.
that much stronger and potentially sets him up for a better game.
Even just the Nimbus, right, inside the cogs.
Yeah,
a
that's
little
true.
bit extra.
But also like Clockwork is one of those heroes that one of those 4s that does not need any items to be effective, right? His 6 is really strong, but he doesn't need, like for example, Tiny kind of needs a Blink Dagger when played as a 4, right? But Clock needs no items. And I think we see more of these heroes that has a really strong 6 but doesn't need items, more popular right now. Clock, Earth Spirit, for example, Tusk as well. Even Nyx Assassin, right? Their 6 is really strong and they don't need items to actually make stuff happen on the map. They don't need a downtime to start farming Blink Dagger. Whereas Tiny...
Mirana pick? Yeah, soon. Soon.
OG's
A team will pick
Tiny,
Mirana.
But just like comparing fours here, like that's why...
Mirana's also decent against Zeus.
Because
Triple E,
there's more
BKB.
emphasis on
Not something Zeus
cores
can escape.
having, you know, space to farm. You can't have
Just
the
kill the
support need,
fucker.
like, oh, I need 4 minutes, guys, then I'm ready. There's no time for that.
I'm sure they'll pick it mid.
There's the potential for them to still run the Tiny as a 4 and then pick up something like a Puck for themselves again. You know, BZM plays it really well. Also, you're going to get enabled by that Fatal Bond so heavily, right? Where Puck kind of needs that little bit of extra spike in damage in the early game just to make sure he's having that impact.
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible, right? Like, one of the strengths of Tiny as a pick is obviously the hero is really strong, both mid and 4 too, but it's like the flexibility of the hero is strong, and that's probably why we see it from second pick being good as well, in this case.
I'm also curious about how this strategy, these faster supports, do you feel like it's also been an answer to this tricore that we've been seeing from a lot of teams? You know, OG started that in Stockholm Major, or they perfected that perhaps. Do these fours, these faster fours, don't need items, put more pressure onto these tricore strategies?
I mean,
or do they enable them instead?
They enable them in both in, like we see a lot of range cores nowadays, like they enable them in the laning phase, but then also in mid game when you kind of like farming all 3 lanes, like OG style, right?
You can play mid on that position 1.
It's
it's really good for your enemy.
Cores, right? And those heroes that don't need items, that are kind of, it's kind of annoying to run into a Clock, you know? He might hook away, he might put cogs down. Same with the Nyx Assassin, right? He's running back and forth. Even Tusk, like these heroes are, even if you run into them smoked, you might not be able to kill them. And if you do kill them, it doesn't really matter, right?
Sure.
So I think that's also some of the strength of the heroes.
Oh, well, there's a way to be able to get in onto the back lines if you get, you know, the Blink Dagger into the shackles. Certainly gives you that follow-up potential.
That's a Zeus killer.
So that'd be interesting. I didn't know Seb had something.
A core Wind Ranger.
Being able to come into this one, but just even with the Clockwork as well, one more point that I want to touch
you just
on
BKB and jump the fucker.
That you can now do to
and hope for the best.
Battery assault, so that if you are out there blocking creeps, trying to hunt around a little bit, you have the potential to like shove in a more dangerous lane a little bit more effectively, right? You can get that farm if you need to, just to
play support.
relieve a little bit of map
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely like covered some of the heroes.
I don't like Wind Ranger support against Clock.
As for the bans,
You don't really have the gold to go
like,
BKB.
I think
And you don't really have the gold to go
it's
4
kinda a lot
staff,
of the
because you
same
also
bans
need
we see
shard
nowadays.
and
It's
support
always like
items.
these
But he's
bristle
4,
backs
right?
and,
So
like,
maybe he does
doesn't
have gold.
profit, you know.
Particularly with a Warlock, the Bristle is just like so devastating in the lane.
Yeah.
Like Cool Spray is going to hit everything. You bully them out of the lane. You've got insane sustain with the Shadow Word.
Fatal Bonds, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know why
So
Nyx
what I'm really
Assassins
thinking
pick so
of is
much.
how is
It's a
LGD
mystery
going
to me
be
as
able
well.
to this? Because they've obviously
Every
got
time
a
I've
good
seen
team
heroes so
right
far,
now
it
who's
looked
got a
like
good
shit.
kickoff as well with the Wind Ranger. So which one do you choose to focus on? I feel like Dawnbreaker is pretty good, right? Because you can go for that pickoff. You have
It gives
strong
good
lane,
vision, I
you've got
guess.
That ability to respond to like you know,
good
a Tiny
stunts,
initiating onto
but
some
then
of
the
these
laning
fatal
phase makes the
bonds,
game
and
so
kinda
hard.
Like I was talking about with the Clockwork, if this Dawnbreaker goes into a support role, not to say it has to, you can also play that more dangerous role. You know, free up a lot of space on the map for the cores to continue to farm.
There's another aspect of this draft that we've been seeing a lot this tournament as well, which is the global aspect as Dawnbreaker came into the meta. With Zeus, Clockwork, and Dawnbreaker, there's a lot of global potential here. How do you feel about that strength of a lineup? Is that
These
ever a
lanes
factor
are
with
already
the
so
mobility around the
insanely
map?
strong.
Yeah, I think these global heroes, like we see
Just
a lot of
those
them
4
being played
heroes,
right now,
like they don't have to add
and
anything anymore. It looks so
Dawnbreaker,
shit
Zeus,
already for
Furion
OG.
especially right now, like these heroes are. I mean, they
Watch
add an
party
extra
call?
kinda
Nah, I think I'll
dynamic
watch
to
a
your
bit
lineup,
alone
right?
today.
That makes it easier to play. But we see here LDD, they have. I was gonna mention like how they are still flexible in the sense that they can put the Dawnbreaker mid, off lane, and carry, and the Zeus can still be support. They end up picking the Jakiro here, which kind of locks their draft a bit more. But at the same time, they're able to put the Dawnbreaker carry as well as off lane. Knowing them, I think it's probably more likely to be off lane, because I mean maybe Amir can play it, but I strike LDD more as being you know, they want him to be on an actual like hard carry, right?
Faces Void.
And they go with Void here.
Seems a
One other
bit
thing I wanna point
dangerous.
out as well, with LGD's draft, one thing I really
I
like
worry
about
for
it, we
OG
talked a
safe
little bit
lane.
about that global
That's a
presence
Warlock
coming through
faceless
with the
Void.
Zeus and the Dawnbreaker, And it feels
against
to me like this Jakiro
Dawnbreaker
and Clockwork,
Clock?
once you hit level 6 on Jakiro, on both of them honestly, they can just roam on their own and look to pick off kills, right? You get the hook shot, you get the
It might be Jakiro maybe on the offlane. I would put Jakiro on the offlane instead of Clock. Just because it's a better lane.
You're able to drop that Thunder
But maybe that
Goldrath
fucks their
and
safe lane
Solar
too much.
Guardian to be able to convert onto a really valuable kill. So it allows something like the Dawn and the Zeus to just...
But yeah, Dawnbreaker
and let the
Jakiro,
support team
Dawnbreaker
wants to
Clock.
take the onus on being
That's not an easy lane for Void.
There is no chance of Jakiro going offlane here, right? Because it is a...
And if that's a Wind Ranger position
I mean,
4,
that could be
that
really cool if they
offlane
just
is
go
not gonna dominate anything.
And the other point for the Void I'm questioning is Void into Dawnbreaker.
We'll see, I guess. I don't like the lanes for OG.
How do you
They
feel
look
about that
squishy
matchup
and
goes?
weak.
I mean, I think
They would have to make very good
Dawnbreaker is a super
post-laning
strong laner,
phase
but
decisions
Void Warlock will be
while
really
being
handy
behind like
going
3 or
against
4k
Clockwork
golds.
Dawnbreaker. They're gonna be, so that's why I kind of like the idea of doing Jakiro offlane with a Clock and then having Dawnbreaker either played as 5 or as the carry here, right? I think that could be putting a lot of pressure on OG. I wonder if it's a little bit of a drastic kind of
Change.
move, change, but so I feel like they're not gonna do that. They could put the Jakiro in the offlane as a support though, together with the Dawnbreaker and play Clock into the Tiny 4.
Wouldn't hate that. I mean,
Actually, it's Wind Runner 4, so they know that it's a Tiny mid now.
Yeah.
That's also something to note.
Wow,
and a
Spectre.
coming out. Okay, really doubling down on that global potential, right? 3 different heroes. Again, Clockwork, I guess you could say Rocket Flare is that a little bit as well.
Yeah.
I just want to touch on
I
the
wonder
Void
if they
really
feel the
quickly,
Spectre is
though.
okay
It
in
feels
this
like
game
that time
because they
dilation is
picked a
gonna
Wind
have a lot
Ranger
of
as
value in this
position
game.
4,
Dawnbreaker,
assuming
one of
it's
those
4.
heroes that likes to weave in and
Because
out of fights,
that's so
use the
weak.
spells, they've got similar-ish
You
cooldowns,
can just
same
farm
sort
like,
of thing
fuck
with
is
the Zeus,
a Wind
right?
Ranger gonna do against Spectre?
Casting, even the Jakiro to some extent, so I feel like maybe an early Ag Shard is the way that they're going.
I wonder.
The Maelstrom on the Faceless Void this game,
If
just to
I
be
were
able
OG
to
here, I'd feel
dominate
like
a few
shit.
of those early skirmishes and look to cement the control
Because
on
our
that
safe
map, really
lane
like LGD's
looks
draft
like
so
death. Mid lane looks okay, but you're facing a Zeus who's gonna have a better global presence than your mid tiny if it's a mid tiny. And then off lane,
They might pick something
well,
like
it's gonna
Underlord
get
or
decided now
those
maybe,
guys.
unless Tiny's
Stand.
position 3.
Band Underlord,
Okay.
Slaughter,
Maybe Tidehunter.
I doubt it though.
They just
I
need
hope
something
not.
that goes up against the Spectre and just chills there, right? Because it's a pretty free
What
lane
about a
for a lot of
Necro?
offlaners.
How do you feel
Necrophos?
Alright, the
I mean,
fuck?
Husker.
Oh, OG, you
that is
drunk.
the Mars special.
You
Hello.
drunk, but I like it.
Don't hate that. We get to see something else coming out, and there's all smiles with the OG boys as well. I was thinking, like, what's going to provide break? Because, I mean, Tiny eventually, I suppose, can look to go into
That
it, but
could
that's
be
gonna
a potential lane win.
a little bit of a menace, unless the lane gets dominated by
But
Arm.
not against Dawnbreaker, I
Every
think.
time I see
Against
the
Spectre, it might
Husker,
fuck the shit out of
still
her.
remember this one pub chat I saw, Ramar, where he picked a Razor for the 15th game in a row, and someone else chats, I forgot who it was, Razor again, and he goes, do you want me to do Husker instead?
Oh, I
that's
like
the
this
threat
pick.
from Ramar.
So, like right now, I think the pick is cool and everything.
Oh, he
but I
must feel
like
bad about
there's a
picking the
bit of a
Spectre now.
weakness
He's like,
if
ah,
OG
Wind Ranger off lane
Jelly
together or
chooses to
something.
try lane safe,
How
right?
bad could it be?
'Cause they can
And
actually
then there's a
just throw the
fucking
Dawnbreaker
Husker in his
offlane
lane.
alone against Warlock, and he should be able to get a lot of stuff, right?
Get something.
By himself, yeah, something. Meanwhile, Husker is a hero that's pretty reliant on having a good lane, right? Getting that armlet on early on. If he's shut down, it can be a real problem for their draft, I think so.
Is it not Husker
don't know if
mid?
they can do that,
I
but
mean,
I
then
think
it's
that's
Tiny
something that they
offlane, but
can
I think
punish OG with.
Tiny mid is
Well,
better.
as you guys saw, the
Needs the
draft
levels
here,
more than
Lucio
Husker
is,
does.
like, kind of about to disappear, and so will we. We will also disappear.
Husker is more of a
and
gold
give way to
hero.
the casters for this game 2 between OG and
But it could be.
LG.
It could be Tiny offlane. I just think it's worse.
Amar the Husker, that last pick coming out, Lacoste. That's a dirty one, isn't it? OG really flipping the script on that.
It really is, but this global presence, we've seen it so many times in this patch over the DPC in this tournament. Teams do prioritize a couple of these heroes. We're talking about the Zeus, we're talking about the Dawnbreaker especially, and now we're gonna have a full combo: Clockwork, Dawnbreaker, Zeus, and Spectre on one team. Maybe they could have had, Ancient Apparition to have 5 out of 5.
Husker is
Jakiro
such a
bit
dangerous last
sluggish,
pick.
But we'll see.
They don't have
I
good
like the
counters
point that,
against them either. Dawnbreaker is
Mr.
pretty
made
fucking
on
good
panel
actually.
about the potential
Against
tri
Husker.
lane to be able to just get this
Good physical burst damage.
good
Good
start
save
to
too.
because Huskar doesn't deal well with the tri-lane, and the Dawnbreaker could potentially be like
Clock's alright too.
left alone. I would
Jakiro
say for
Axe
a couple
counters
of
it?
minutes, maybe 2-3, and then she will need help.
Oh, you mean the
it's not a
shard?
killer lane. We're talking
Yeah,
about
well.
plus Faceless Void.
Passive.
It's very passive. It's
Jakiro
about
getting
securing your
shards.
Safe lane farm, pretty much.
He's gonna be stars by
That
buying
Void
sentries.
Popped up on his HP. Not really any aggression or kill threat from them. Uragi gonna walk up on the high ground to try and.
Yeah, the scary part is the safe lane. This Void Warlock.
So
if
cool
they don't get
how
stomped in the
these
safe lane,
concepts develop, right? The
they're
first time we
safe.
saw these
This
heroes
is good.
going into that mid-tower
But
gate,
it's gonna be difficult though, because it's Dawnbreaker +1.
you
Like,
see people
they're gonna
reacting, putting a
fucking
player there, so you
butt
can't
clapped.
give away that information. And now it's always someone sat there to scout out. As LGD hold the high ground near the top rune.
Dude, safe lane is never safe anymore.
From behind,
Safe
they're
lane
waiting
in
with nothing
this
to
patch is
say, and
just
OG,
announced
they had
sex.
no idea this was coming.
They want Amar.
Huge dual breath in onto Amar and Misha. Focus the Husker on with the battery assault. Jinkyu body blocking here.
Well.
Amar about to die as your first
Well.
blood spilt out by LGD Zeus. Nothing to say, your mid laner grabbing that extra gold is
I hacking love playing against first blood mid laners
Perfect
before they keep
execution from
spawn.
LGD for that first blood. They did not allow them to see them. And look at 2 observer boards scouting things out. One in the triangle and one behind tier 1 and tier 2 tower.
I was tiny mid in the end, yeah.
I see everything coming. And it looks like Misery was absolutely spot on. 3 heroes from LGD up top. The tri-lane has been assembled.
Aha, the tri-laning.
I think he's realized what's coming. He sits away. They focus Tiger, forcing both supports
That
back
means
as
the
Misha
Void
has
gets
also
a free game.
traversed his way up top. Tri-lane versus tri-lane.
Does have a fairy fire.
What year is it? Tiger is dual breathed up. The fairy fire popped. He's alive and safe under the tier 1.
Yep. I saw the post on Reddit about old E-Home from 2008 or 2010. These are the guys like
oh, where is your bottle?
SWC, they invented the tri-lane.
The old Visage, the Undying.
Oh, that is not a free lane for Void. Holy shit, it's a Dawnbreaker solo.
The Clockwork Jakiro and Tiger is in trouble again.
Yes.
Trying to tank the battery assault for him.
Yes.
But you've got so much harassment coming out of these LGD heroes that OG have been buckled.
It's not that bad though, because Husker wins the lane against Spectre, and they're kind of like 1v1 right now. The supports are duking it out there 2v2.
Build, because they knew, they already know, like PSG LGD, they're prepared in every single segment.
No mana left on Jakiro. I think he has 1 kill left on the clock. Oh no, he cleared it up even.
Be a little bit more kills, a bit more
hey, it's kind of nice for OG.
From Earn is gonna be
it's pretty nice.
Also,
I didn't expect a tri-lane.
One more time, getting the first blood,
now,
that bottle.
That
so
said,
he's gonna have rune to be secured, and also
it's nice assuming the Void doesn't get pegged by the Dawnbreaker.
Leaps and bounds ahead already. And will the Spectre, you reckon, finish that into Spirit Vessel against the Husker, or is it just an Earn for laning
it's
stage?
just for the laning stage. It gives you like decent amount of stats, a bit of mana regen, and yeah, exactly what you need.
Yeah, the C is not looking good on Void right now, and it's only gonna get worse by levels. Especially when that Soul Wind comes out on Dawnbreaker. He might be a level 4 jungler.
So this top lane looking
Dawnbreaker has to pull the lane back somehow, but I don't think she can.
Called Sage. It's, carries are pretty happy to buy the item.
They are.
Ah,
bot lane,
my sound is delayed again.
So that's not too bad for the Dawnbreaker, right?
No, Dawnbreaker's gonna do okay, because she does like every single time.
Dawnbreaker does okay.
He's going for a point in luminosity.
Just okay.
Just to have some extra sustain, a bit of more.
This is a now sex lane.
Here comes the harassment because he just used the time walk.
Tiger turning onto Jinkyu. Why is that? To hold them back. It's triple range from OG, so they've got the ability to position themselves and do good damage into the Spectre and the Clockwork if they are
What's Spectre CS?
able to put themselves in that
Oh my
spot.
god, that's Spectre. I thought it was Shadow Fiend picture.
Couple of burning spears.
It's good CS, 11-1.
Down by Tiger. So revenge for OG incoming. No way for Jakiro to slip away from that. Finish him off with the
they want to get a return kill.
God, I love this Oscar pick. It's so good. Hey, you don't win this on clock, I think. What the fuck am I looking at?
OG used the opportunity because Clockwork was trying to pull the lane back. Lane was very close to tier 1 tower of OG, and they needed to pull it back, and instant aggression coming out. You mentioned the 3 range heroes, especially against Spectre. Ame actually has Spirit Vessel queued up.
Ooh. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. Against the Husker, it kind of makes sense, but
First
you
item
have
earn.
the worry that he's not going to scale if he buys this item. It's quite expensive.
You should get 1 earn charge for your teammates dying, if you have 0.
In that mid lane, top rune spot, BZM trapped inside the cogs. Jinkyu, he sets it up for nothing to say here to get a bit more.
What a fucking rotation.
And Zeus finding another kill and accelerating his own game.
He still might change his mind about the Spirit Vessel, but yeah, thinking outside of the box.
Spectre though,
maybe
he's suffering now.
A bit more.
They're getting full denied wave.
Like carry-oriented build on Dawnbreaker, and
I want to see what the creep status is like, but they never look. Is it pushing? I think it's pushing.
Zeus is not the one
oh, they did a half pull.
Yeah,
I think it's 1 minute keep, 1 range keep going forwards.
We'll see what he does. Yeah, we'll give him that little bit of a window there. It's a nice stop.
Yeah, did a half pull. Nice.
The early game.
OG will need to be careful. Zeus is going to be level 6 very soon after the next creep wave. So then having that extra damage on 3 heroes against the tri-lane, that's going to be massive. This is when LGD will try to get a kill or 2.
Is Zeus 6 yet? No, still not.
On the pull.
It should be soon.
SingSing getting shackled, but he's got Tiger inside the cogs now. Dagger across from Arme. Close the gap onto the Wind Ranger. She'll try and get out.
Oh no, Clark, go back already.
In, but the Solar Guardian is coming in, landing
or not, fuck it.
And Huskar, the quick change
yes, there's another level 6 soon, right? The Zeus? Oh, it doesn't even matter. Already dead.
Clockwork, the only casualty for LGD. Zeus, yeah,
so here's the downside of that tri-lane, right? Your solo laner is a void who's gonna be AFK for 100 years, and the other solo laner is one of the best global heroes in the whole game.
Refilling the bottle, ganking the mid lane, he's securing nothing to
and they have another global skill already now.
And yeah, in terms of levels, not doing so hot, level 2.5 on Clockwork. Shackle doesn't connect. Taiga steals Invis.
Snags it under the nose. I have nothing to say.
That's a lot of global shit. Spectre, Dawnbreaker, Zeus, what the fuck?
Would have liked a bottle refill, but not a massive deal. Tiger coming in from behind. The avalanche was there, but no toss available for BZM. Couldn't get on top of the Zeus. While back up the top.
Awkward flare. I mean, fuck me that skill. That's not notable.
Clockwork, he is there, trapping someone inside cogs.
Look at that, baiting that fight, knowing they have Zeus ult. Oh, I think they could even fight this. Or not, because Zeus is dead. Maybe. What the f— No, no, that is not a shackle. No fucking way.
Blows up the Wind Ranger and survives on a sliver of HP.
Raindrop plus the Fairy Fire, even a full magic one. Usually you don't see that item on Zeus, but this is what keeps him alive.
Tiny gets ganked, dies. Zeus gets ganked, kills the ganker.
Man, look at the Fate Beyond 43 and 13 against 29. So he's gonna have another ulti in 15 seconds. Is he bringing a couple of mangoes?
Just keep that game flowing for LGD.
Jinq, another refill.
Oh, he's all over the place, isn't he?
Oh, jungle void.
I don't think he's come down bottom yet, so he's got one of those maps. He wants to travel the world.
He can't lane anymore.
Cross the bottom jungle off his list.
Oh, when your safe laner is pulling creeps to the small camp to get the lane back because he can't touch the creeps otherwise.
Kind of ping-ponging from top to mid, bouncing around.
Dawnbreaker ulti available.
A little bit of despair.
Not ready, but they're waiting.
Oh,
no, on the high ground.
They were waiting for him. They know that rotation was coming, but the Solar
yes.
down. Nothing to say. He's fine. BZM spent
yes.
His
Global saves.
Cancelled by Tiger. Good shackle shot. Stops the Starbreaker.
Oh, Void is here.
He's here with Chrono ready.
Here.
To it for the time being and blown up completely.
He was here.
Well, Amar, yes, he'll kill off Y, but Spectre chasing him down under the tier 1 tower top. The avalanche toss, not finishing off the clock. LGD yet again winning a battle where it looked like OG had the setup on them.
Yeah, nothing to say was keeping the distance on Zeus, using Arc Lightning like, I don't know, 10-15 times, and they just couldn't get stuff done. Even if he lands a Chronosphere, I don't think
you ever seen a Spectre in laning phase getting chasing away a Huskar?
We're talking about like
in your whole life?
Avalanche, power shot, but other than that, yeah, it's gonna be very, very limited. Yeah. And now Spectre has ulti, so they don't necessarily need to play the top lane. They can shift position to potentially bottom lane. Zeus will have ulti available in 3 seconds, plus Arcane Rune. Like this global strat.
The fuck?
Like they can play anywhere. They're not locked into any potential, real part of the map. They've got the potential to go wherever they want to. If they know there's a target they can kill quickly, they'll find him.
Oh, what a he messed up. Oh my god, and the fucking lightning went on the creep.
So Misha will retreat back behind his tower. They'll see Uragi bottom though in a second. I think that dire ward
Did you check for ward on the Zeus?
might just have... maybe it didn't. The trees were there, right?
I think he did,
I
right?
don't think they knew exactly where he was going.
Ah man, what a player. Going for Spirit Vessel, no boots, Magic Wand.
I hacking love watching my carry by Midas
gold.
when you're already
I
behind.
guess he understands that this Huskar could potentially get out of control if he's not countered. All they have is like magical damage. There's gonna be some physical coming out from Fate Beyond because he's going for Deso.
Oh, from the offlane, yeah, he is.
This is what I mentioned, just him scaling a little bit more.
Oh, he's not going on. Oh, he is. Never mind, it's on the courier already.
Different item, and in terms of tower damage, they don't have as much, so this Deso is gonna help.
Well, that's a decent timing to fight.
Shackle on him.
That Huskar armlet. Oh my god, every time they want to do anything, this fucking Dawnbreaker is there.
Nothing to say, looking to get damage in from the sideline. The Tiny was trapped inside the Chrono, now Ice Path and caught out. BZM in trouble, the Spectre horns back in towards Uragi. Chasing the Faceless Void, a good shackle shot comes. But Uragi, that time up to the low ground, I don't think that's enough to give him the space he needs.
One more Zap.
He's fucking saving ult on Zeus. He's just saving it, man. Who cares? Just beat him to death.
Once again. BZM, pick off the Jakiro.
Oh, the slows on the attack speed.
So
nothing
difficult.
to say. Has another chain and we'll get it.
He's gonna get the double here, isn't he? I mean, Amar is arriving.
A de-warding, fuck it. He's dead actually.
Fuck
it, buyback ulti.
They kill the Zeus.
That's a big one. Amar on top of the net worth right now. He was in the triangle, getting a couple of stacks, and very close to just a casual Sand right now. Having that armlet, it's gonna be a bit difficult to go in and kill Roshan because of all the global presence that they have. Like even one rocket could change things, one Zeus ulti. So they need to take a fight before they can go inside a bit with the Huskar.
Also, alternative for Midas? Usually just damage items. Maelstrom, Mask of Manos, or whatever. Don't know.
11 minutes.
It's hard to say in this game.
No surprises whatsoever. Spectre finishes the Spirit Vessel.
LGD doesn't have good push. So maybe the Midas is not a bad choice. It's gonna be
what the stats are on like a Crystal Maiden Rapier.
Somewhat of a slow game. Or should be a slow game. I don't know, LGD doesn't give a fuck. Last time they finished the game with Nagasaki at 20 minutes, so what the fuck do I know?
Some, lower brackets definitely happened. Zeus ulti is available. He used the previous one with your Cane Rune, so that means it's gonna be up again. BZM on Tiny. Shut down a little bit. Also, he decided to go for power treads.
He is okay push, but he supports. They don't really have any core that can hit buildings.
And both of the big cores. Well, I guess
no good skills either to kill buildings. Only the Jakiro E.
We come back to the point about Amar being that position 1 from the offlane. He is the highest farmed hero in the game at over 6,000. A lot rests on his shoulders.
Even Jakiro is not that good for damage.
Oh, Radiant using the scan, wrong side.
For reducing damage to the tower.
Wraparound, it's only
holy fuck, he turned out fast.
They can find. Should be an easy one.
Ah, shit.
Could we check the rune control again for this particular game? Because in the previous one, Zeus
even Jakiro Shaw is not that good, man.
Clockwork 5.
Like, it's okay at best. If you want to look at good tower pushers, you look at heroes like Lycan, Tiny, or whatever. Buildings will melt in a matter of seconds. Like, Jakiro spells are just barely okay.
It's a 1k lead. So on the other side, you can say OG doing a pretty good job at keeping the farm rate itself and actually hitting creeps. Much better. 107 last hits compared to 69 on the Faceless Void.
Nice. Faceless Void going for head of Midas is going to have it right now. Pops it immediately.
Who wins late game? Void or Spectre? It's not really a hero matchup thing.
Playing 1 versus 1, so you don't
this
need
is
that much sustain. It's still slower. I believe like
the
one
team
of the
matchup thing.
One was an EU DPC.
I mean, Void obviously beats Spectre.
5 minutes, 5-minute Midas.
But Spectre will kill your supports quite easily.
Low skill, I believe, is the one who got it.
7 minutes
it's a bit easier for LGD to play, I'd say. Because OG doesn't have good initiates. Like, it has to come from the Void almost, or Tiny. Tiny jumping in first against this, it feels so fucking bad. There isn't a single hero you can burst. And there's good saves.
he is picking up the power
It's a hard
runes.
game to initiate on for OG.
All over the place with his clockwork, moving around the map in the triangles, cutting things out. What's happening now near the outpost?
They have Rock. Rock is not a good initiate.
In their face, and they have this global presence. They don't even need it to pop the Warlock.
No, they don't. Straight onto the Warlock, and LGD is so good at
LGD has very good initiate on the other hand with Clock. It's one of the best ones in the whole game. Especially since Storm is not popular now. And they have Spectre initiate, or well, it's like a half initiate.
Getting some wards down of their own, scouting Ame in the jungle.
Ame still more farm
Spectre
than
basically makes all supports useless. Warlock cannot play with a Spectre in the game in mid game. So yeah, I'd say LGD's Nav is a bit easier to play. Unless the Void is a God of War and just gets a perfect corner without any help.
Don't overextend, just keep this calm, natural farm rate.
That's also a thing, they don't have good follow-up for Kono. Like Fatal Bonds and maybe Huskar hitting, it's not... Oh, maybe Tiny Axe. That's really good. But it's late. Alright. Kind of feels like they miscommunicated here. But it still looks pretty damn good, no? It looked really good. Oh, they got the Zeus!
The turnaround for OG, they kept Tiger alive, and now they're on the Spectre. 5 heroes about to die, LGD getting wiped.
Oh, what a
pretty fucking good.
OG, very patient with the golem.
Did he never hook on the clock?
They did not want to commit immediately. They also have like.
It looks like he never initiated.
Yeah, look at some of these numbers. Is that 3,000 damage done?
Yeah, it's pretty bad for them if Clock doesn't get the jump first.
Huskar, yeah, those fatal bonds, and finally OG about to pick up one rune. Oh, Misha gets it.
An arcane rune for him.
Yeah, because Tiny was not close. Usually you would want to give it to Tiny, but Tiny does not have a TP. Hook shot.
In. Why? Trying to catch up here to Tiger, but the shackle shot keeps him at bay. And Huskar straight back in with the life break in a fire.
Oh, I love this Huskar pick. It's so good.
And it looks like he should get away.
OG doesn't rely, like, even without.
Well, this is the time to fight for LGD. No Chronosphere, no Rock.
Take a fight, because you have Huskar. On the other side, PSG LGD, they want to have Zeus ulti, they want to have Spectre. We're going to see that again. Like, Rock drop and Yuragi managed to get
out,
like,
the clock was fucking walking in.
Shackle, so he manages to get
instead of just hooking.
And look at this life break with the fatal bond.
Yeah, I mean, everyone had fatal bonds on them.
As soon as the Huskar spots the guy he wants to go on, Faith Beyond just immediately.
I think that hook would have changed everything. Looking at the HPs right now.
It was a nicely placed Chronosphere on the edge, catching 2 heroes.
It looked decent for LGD with that global presence and the Spectre joining in, but beautifully done by OG to execute, and they'll continue. Their steamroller don't stop.
Oh, nice pick off. Killing the clock is so free. Like the whole map just opens up when the clock is dead.
Build on Yuragi this time around, going for the Fusel Blade to be able to have like another form of slow. Just to be able to kill supports, slow down Zeus potentially, like even Spectre burning the mana, and now
yeah, it looked like Spectre went on the Void too, right? Instead of jumping the Huskar together with Dawnbreaker. And the other one too, the Windrunner. Doing 2 easy kills. Bit of
holding out in that mid lane, and the rest of
fuck
OG
up there.
Wanting to fight while Amar can basically just solo Roshan.
Oh dude, he went Desolator first item. And he's going Blink next. What the fuck? Oh no! Not like this! Tiny got the Aegis, but he's just losing it right away. Still pretty good though. Better than not having it, obviously. Oh, perfect Ono. Gets the Zeus. Oh my god, even with that
got a good initiation, they found
that hook
angle for Huskar to be able to kill him. Rock drops and the beautiful Chronosphere 2 times in a row.
What is Spectre's build? Big Urn and something else, I guess.
Absolutely beautiful, and Tiny finally gets to get his couple of combos off in a team fight.
So
I'm not sure if Spectre ulti was not available. Yeah, it looked like it wasn't, so
still on CD.
They connected, maybe like allowing too much.
Oh, instinct got cancelled on the Dawnbreaker.
And, yeah, 4-man Kronos here.
These fatal bonds as well, again, across 4 heroes, spreading this damage.
Jesus.
So beautifully pushed out.
Was the Void hasted?
Spawning after grabbing the Aegis. Just turns it back onto Arme. Focus everybody else, leave the Spectre till last. And wipe LGD off the face of the map. Amar looks a little uncomfortable that he died around Roshan. He's not too happy about that.
He wanted that Aegis, you know.
Hey, what is this guy doing?
He absolutely would have loved to have it. As Yuragi picks up yet another one. One in that top jungle. LGD still trying to play into their vision there with nothing to say in Jin Q. Look at that damage spread, 10.7k from the Warlock, and that's majority from the Fatal Bonds.
The Zeus.
In from Arme. They're hunting though, OG are in on to Zeus, nothing to say, can't help
Oh, what a good catch.
And a time walk out by the Faceless
Oh my god, that damage.
Creates the gap he needs, allowing LGD to pick up the pieces, clear up Tiger,
Yes,
but now
Blade slowing them down.
Dilation, the Diffusal Blade slow, and BZM with the gap closed. Oh, they toss him back into Amar, who's got the damage to wreck the Dawnbreaker, limb from limb.
If this is a Maelstrom, they don't have enough. You don't have this another slow to be able to set things up for your Tiny to toss him back into Amar. And yeah, Tiny's getting pretty massive. Now they are the ones controlling the runes. Yuragi is going to pick up Region, refill the bottle for BZM. And BZM on Tiny. Echo Saber done, Blink Dagger as well. Thinking about getting a Force Staff.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
There is 1 Force Staff on a Wind
Gotta keep that Zeus alive.
It's gonna be done in 100 gold. Warlock probably thinking
It's
about
such a good
getting
game for
more
Void now
after finishing
suddenly.
the pipe. They're gonna hit a big timing with this pipe. A lot of damage will be negated by pipe because most of the damage that they got is magical. Besides Dawnbreaker, a couple of clicks, you know, here and there, getting scouted.
Can Force Staff over Axe?
I saw BZM for a second, but it was Jin Q and Y, the 2 supports, not wanting to stick
Spectre
around.
looks
Yeah,
like
look
shit.
there. He's caught up now, BZM.
Absolute
Not
garbage
just that,
hero.
but they've overtaken in terms of bounty rune gold as well.
Well, there's the reason why people don't pick Spectre anymore.
More of that money.
Hero just takes too long to be useful.
Why very
Really needs that
aggressively
Manta
farming
Diffusal
his
Blade or
bottom
whatever
lane jungle.
to start doing
OG
damage.
is spam picking them. Don't let them get away with this. Get straight onto that Jakiro. Jin Q with the hook shot, the 4 staff across. But Y is focused down.
I don't think it's that bad of a hero.
Staff and TP home.
But it definitely needs more time than others.
What was that? What was the idea
we'll
there
see.
for LGD? Putting 2 supports bottom. Is that trying to just drag OG away from the rest of their cores?
They freshly placed 2 Observer Wards, so this is where they're gonna be playing.
I think LGD had this game until they fucked up in that mid fight with the clock.
Zeus having a bit of a rough game this time.
But if
around.
you're,
4 deaths, they did manage to find him.
but if you really lose so much from just one team fight loss, maybe the draft isn't that good.
Maybe I need a Ghost Scepter on top of that, and now going for Eon this wants to be able to protect himself. And they also have Seb, you know, even though that he's not in the game, but a couple of voice lines. He's there. They can feel the presence. He's in the same building.
He's there in spirit. OG smoked up. They've got great ways of catching and killing any number of these LGD heroes. BZM. Just going to clear out the mid wave rather than going into the darkness of the dire triangle. And yet again, they're going to want to play into their vision. 2 Radiant Observer Wards. And 1 up towards the top jungle and 1 on the... Basically, the
Remember me from laning phase? This fucking bitch.
Shot, Yuragi chases. Shackle shot and the avalanche there, and this Faceless Void now unstoppable.
Value from this Diffusal Blade. I already mentioned it a couple of times, but yeah,
more.
got him like 4 kills already. Level 18 on Faceless Void. That Hand of Midas really paying off. Ame, level 15. Getting Manta Stall done, still not that much damage. Like they,
he's skipping Diffusal altogether.
Go in and burst Faceless Void, especially when Warlock is sitting behind him.
I guess it's a bit late for it.
It's incredibly difficult. Yeah, look at that. The Spectre was a little bit ahead.
Yeah, that one fight near the Roche pit is where everything skyrocketed for OG.
Couple of fights like that. OG in a great spot. Avalanche misses, and Y with a Glimmer Cape gonna get himself down into the tree line.
Oof.
Can't TP out straight away, and the 4 staff there is allowing BZM to play aggressively into the Jakiro. Solar Guardian and the hook shot though. LGD not letting OG having any freebies.
God damn, that punish.
These are the type of fights that PSG LGD
They didn't think they would save a Jakiro.
Was showing top lane.
They thought it was a position 5 live pop game.
That they can go for this kind of a play. They're trying to split the map and then take them by surprise.
I thought so too, to be honest, when I saw him get caught there. Oh, might have the chrono way to live. Or just kill Zeus with the chrono, fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, it's condom, blad. Oh, he didn't check items.
And they will pick off Misha with Jinkyu's cogs. Faith beyond. Careful, buddy. Coming over this hill, it's a monster. It's Amar.
Random courier, okay. No biggie, 500 gold swing, 1 hit.
Splitting out the map, and then trying to go for Faceless Void, baiting the Chronosphere, assembling Eon Disc on Zeus. And also,
this is the best game of the whole tournament so far.
It's all about these
little
things
for sure.
that did add up in this fight. Do you have any big items on side of PSG LGD? It's still far away from Spectres, Scotty, and Zeus going for Aghanim Scepter. That's gonna take a while. No BKB. Like PSG
the
LGD
sound keeps desyncing, man.
For another, like,
Twitch, please.
To get another set of items on their side.
Yeah, I mean, forcing the chrono, the BKB is nice. Do you think OG are still happy with the way that all went? Because with no Haunt, Thunder God's Wrath...
Hosko's last pick if I recall, yeah.
Yeah, you've got Hookshot, but can OG go for another fight? Or with Golem and Chrono being down, are they going to have to wait it out just like LGD will have to do?
I don't know if they want to force a fight without a Chronosphere. Maybe if the fight comes
I don't think force is necessary on Tiny. I think it's too much.
They feel much more comfortable just waiting for Chrono, waiting for that rock.
But he's going for it, so I guess it is what it is.
Get that farm going.
I'd say Aghanim would have been the item here, especially when you have a Void on your team. It's 3 damage, really.
OG there with a Tinker Ward. Setting things up to maybe push out the top tier 2. And of course, we are now looking towards that second Roshan. A minute and a half until the big man spawns up again. GQ down in the bottom jungle. We'll find him. Oh,
he found the angle, still gonna die.
Hook shot to the creeps, but 3 heroes, 3 cores. Tracking back on him as they snap smoke. Aghanim Scepter delivered for the Huskar now, so he's got that upgraded life break, forcing the duel basically.
Yeah, pretty much. 3-second duration taunt. That's gonna be big. Locking down hero if he can find an opening on Zeus. He does have an E on this, but let's see this one. Ame, up and down, up and down.
Trying to juke it all around, but
double BKB.
Focusing the Spectre and the Chrono.
Oh, he didn't have 2 sides.
Uragi diving deeper. Tiger dies. Ame somehow. He's still alive.
And he wastes a chrono. There's a buyback Spectre ulti. They might go for this. Oh, but that was too early. They needed the engage first. Oh, doesn't matter. His Blink Dagger. Even without the engage.
He needs backup and he needs it fast. He'll life break down.
Amar the fucker.
They've got his number. Amar's in the cog.
He's gonna get a kill.
Oh, nice try there. He almost got the Tiny. It was super close.
Trying to keep him alive with the Glimmer Cape, but it's not gonna be enough. Roshan is being
that was such a close hook. Fucking hell.
Yeah, they need to get this Rosh, because it was a relatively early buyback from Ahmed. He wanted to join the fight. 10 seconds. In terms of Rosh damage, not the greatest. They do have like Manta style Spectre with the Desolate and Deso on Dawnbreaker, but I don't know if they want to go in. 40 seconds until.
Oh no, they just stopped checking. Check again.
So much in these
fucking
fights.
noob support. Check again.
Like really, it is no joke when you've got fatal bombs on 4 or 5 heroes.
30 seconds for Husk. Oh my god, he didn't double check it. Report the fucking AFK Jakio right now. Report him. Oh, you check now? It's too late now. 20 seconds. I don't think they get it in 20. They had 40 seconds there in total, I think, when they respawned.
New neutral items are dropping. Anything big? Not on their side. Spectre with the Paladin sword. That's not going to keep her alive in these fights. Clockwork with the Cloak of Flames.
Huskar has one of those cloaks as well.
Yeah, he's called Clockwork when he picks
no
it up.
chrono for a while still.
Yes,
all the abilities are going to be ready in 20 seconds for OG.
Oh, a Blink Dagger for Tiger now. Even more maneuverability to get on top of the Zeus, which Has been his primary
30
focus.
seconds for Hunt.
Finally, shackle shot angles.
I guess it's about the same for Chronosphere.
It's been very good.
Oh, well, that's free Roche. Maybe. He fucked up on the void. What the fuck is this clock doing? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Yes, buyback.
Repositioning himself perfectly. And clock dead for 40.
Buyback and rocket that Roche right now.
Yeah, I feel like they will. 40 seconds, more than enough. And
Yeah, you better rock that Roshan right now.
And look at OG.
There we go.
As soon as that buyback happens, they're ready to move out of the pit, reposition, think about their options, go to the high ground. It's always the safest move. But which high ground do they want? They're like, do we go triangle? No,
The OG
no.
thinks they're coming.
That's too far back.
LG doesn't
We'll
give a
go
shit, dude. They're farming the whole map. What the fuck?
Move to their
Except
top
for
lane,
this guy.
find an avalanche toss onto their Jakiro and pick off white.
Taiga has been on point.
Yeah, buyback too.
Playing
Fuck it.
with Tiny this time around, and just follows up on stun from Tiny. And I love itemization.
They smoked for it.
BZM going for a 4-staff.
They have the outpost too still.
Also,
Oh, it's gonna be a buyback. It's gotta be. Like right now. Do it already. Fucking now he's so slow.
Clock works in. A hook shots and cogs. The goaler in onto Faith Beyond's hit. Faceless Void. Yoragi BKB's up.
Oh, going on 2 cores. No, looking for the Zeus. Did he find him?
Oh, doesn't get a bash. No, he just TP's home. He's perfectly fine.
Where is the Zeus?
Dawnbreaker slamming into them. BZM about to dive a blade.
He's in base now. Oh, he's on TP out.
Army down in the river. Looking to slip away from Yoragi and Amar, but another life break comes on forward. Solar Guardian is there from Faith Beyond, and they turn it into
Oh my god, 1700 damage!
Big DD slamming.
1700 damage, what the fuck?
They've got the clockwork sure, but Yoragi needs to do so much more. Faith Beyond will be a big pick-off for them. And
Now the question is, can they Roche off this? He still has Chrono.
Could still go into the pit.
yeah, they could potentially buy back on Huskar if they feel like they don't have enough. Golem is there to tank Roshan. They have sustain from Misha.
No?
But still respecting, forcing nothing to save DP out of the fight.
Is this
Like,
a bit too much
is
respect?
majority of their damage.
I feel it
And one
is.
more time, the Fusel Blade trying to set things up.
I think they should have gone for
that's
Roche
the
here.
fight without a Chronosphere, because Yoragi wanted to land a 2-man Chrono, but canceled it last second. And they will have it. They will have it. 15 seconds for a BKB, so they... Ooh, that's a lot of damage. 25,000 damage.
Wait, what the fuck? Down they go?
On Faceless Void.
Alright.
Look at the Zeus, Spectre, and Dawnbreaker doing about the same amount as well. But LGD not in position to go and contest this.
Alright, free Roche, I think.
OG gonna get it for free, it looks like. Yeah, nothing to say, sat in the mid lane. Arme down bottom. No ultis for LGD, and no way they can get into this pit to stop OG.
That seems like they're gonna bail. Not gonna go for Roche. Yoragi thinking about going in. Jumps to high ground just to use Hand of Midas.
He's got Chrono, they got Shackle Shot, and it looks like they're gonna get
Oh,
an
this is so
easy
nice.
kill. Find the pick off yet again.
The clock
after
is
the
paid
GG
off in this
clockwork.
game. It's gotta be.
Amar getting both of these trades from Roshan, Aegis and the Shard. So now he has Aghanim Scepter plus the Shard, Sange on top of it, going for Satanic next. This Huskar is massive. They need to deal with him twice. Last fight they had double damage on Dawnbreaker and did manage to blow him up. But this time around, I feel like it's going to be much more difficult.
Way, way harder. Oh, we still really haven't seen the scaling potential of Arme, right? Going back to the discussion about the Spirit Vessel, it's been a slow, steady game for this Arme Spectre to get to the
You think they won on the Husk?
He's gone,
That's a pretty good
Soul
choice.
Band to Aghanims, and then
Makes sense.
later into the Skadi. Is he going to struggle to do the damage required from that carry?
It's more going to be about trying to kill the 2 supports on OG and then deal with the rest, because locking down Faceless Void with status resistance, with Warlock behind him.
Bash?
Oh my god.
Difficult.
What the fuck?
Amar
He's stuck in the air.
not in range to use
Free
it
game.
immediately.
Oh, our favorite
Taunt
animation.
would stop it.
The Huskar midlife break animation gets stuck for a few seconds. And he's back.
I think you should follow. Go inside the base.
Yeah. I mean, it used to, right? There are a bunch of those things, maybe Dota 1, I don't know about early Dota 2, but there's things like if you Omni Slash the TPing target, there were chances that if it was on a certain frame, your TP back to the base.
Breaker charge. You could not cancel it at one point. It was pretty grief ability.
Life break back into Fountain. Faith Beyond being found and immediately first hit bashed. Cancel the TP.
Can't get a blink.
They're into the trees. He BKBs up. The blink is coming. The hook
What
shot
the
forward. They'll save
what?
SingSing's move. Uragi trapped in the cogs. Or is the Clockwork trapped with him? The bashes and stones. Uragi just turns and faces against
Spectre ulti?
Clockwork.
Clock jump in?
LGD spend a fair amount there to save Faith Beyond.
Hey,
who is
OG.
still stuck
You
in
saw
the
him
forest.
TP?
They should know that he's there because he tried to TP out.
Yeah.
That means he's there.
Maybe they
somewhere,
didn't see the
but they're
TP.
not gonna waste any time. And now faces Void with Scotty.
It was a pretty fast bash. It was like instantly when he TP'd. Maybe they didn't know this.
21,000 net worth on him. Huskar not too far behind. Yeah, Faith Beyond has kind of transitioned into that carry from the off lane that we're seeing more and more often.
Spectre ulti for that.
Uragi, where are you heading off to? Top jungle, hunting white. It's just very oppressive from OG. Push bot tier 1, move up to top. There is no room
Yeah,
to
so
breathe here for
yeah, I
LGD.
could have ulted out, I
Being
guess.
Suffocated.
Still would have checked, I think.
A little surprised that the Wind Ranger did not buy Shard. Because we have Blink Dagger, Force Staff, which is kind of okay, but I would love to see a Shard somewhere.
I did it just now, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, the Gale Force always seems so impressive when it's used.
That might have paid off hard. It's a good choice, recognizing they didn't have good tower push. Easy Midas, really.
Picking forward. He wants to keep this one going. Clears that creep wave, gets his own creeps up to tier 3. LGD going to quickly realize that they have to deal with this one way or the other. A team fight is imminent. Nothing to stop this Huskar just yet. Zeus's Nimbus quickly cleared out. Alright, does LGD want to try and wrap around? Do they just face off in front of their tier 3s? They glyph. And they hold OG back, but I don't think that's going to stop the War Machine from moving. Yeah, Uragi time walks up, reverses it back.
OG understands where the real threat is coming from. If you look at the itemization, Huskar does have extra magic
Chance to catch maybe at the
have
Ancients.
Tiny with the Mage Slayer and
But they seem to
Warlock
be
full pipe.
just farming instead.
Huskar's just finished off a Satanic, I think.
You're right.
Coming on Courier, full
They still have
Satanic
decent
for
damage against
to
Husk.
MR.
I think it's more the Void. The Void's a big problem. He can just kind of pick whoever he wants to kill at this point of the game.
And now he is just impossible.
And they don't have good lockdown to kill the Void either.
It's one of
Unless the
these
Zeus gets
games
hexed,
where-
maybe? I don't know.
I don't know, like who do you focus? You go on Huskar, you got to kill him twice, basically 3 times without how tanky he is in the Satanic. Faceless Void has BKB Time Walk, he's difficult to kill once.
It feels like they need an extra set of items. We're talking about Scotty on Spectre, potentially Basher, that goes through BKB, because they have a very hard time locking down the target. There are some BKB piercing abilities with the hook shot, but I don't think that's enough. And
So
now new neutral items are dropping. I see Spell Prism.
Down to items, not like, you know, think about Dota and team fights, how we start them, the order operations. Is there some way they can think about hookshot Nimbus onto a Warlock, kill him first and then move on? Or is it just they need these items to actually contend with OG?
They'll need those items, but advantage
Backtrack
for
the OP
OG
talent.
keeps on rising. 2.5 minutes for a potential roast spawn. There is Basher on Dawnbreaker.
Catch on white. Arme wants to force a fight. Nimbus there, Tiger hook shot it up. They've lost their Jakiro, but Uragi
nice
with
kill if the
BKB
Spectre gets
and
out.
having Chrono ready, looking for Jinkyu.
Where'd he
The
go?
bashes don't come.
Top. No, mid.
LGD disappear as quickly as they arrive, getting a 1-for-1.
Right in and out. They're buying time. We mentioned the next set of items. There is AC queued up on a Dawnbreaker. We're getting closer to level 25 for Dawnbreaker.
Perfect
especially.
kill. I mean, it's a
Fabian
good
had
kill,
a
but
really good game.
that was
We're
Spectre
talking
ulti.
about
2 minutes on
Dawnbreaker
Spectre ulti
charges
now.
with,
And Zeus
Bastion
ulti too.
ability, then a BKB on top of that.
Where'd it go wrong for LGD? I think it was around the time when Clock fucked up, and then
Yeah.
Zeus also got caught in Chrono like 3 times.
just
Well, not Chrono.
positioning. I'm
It
looking
was
at
2
the
times
neutral
Chrono,
items.
and 1 time
Zeus
just
found the
randomly.
Timeless Relic. Extra 15% spell damage and debuff duration.
And we saw that as Spell Prism on the Void.
Oh, the Ange is not fine.
Even more time walks.
Spectre needs his ulti in this game to catch the supports in team fights.
OG planting themselves up top, knowing that Arme was in that northern tree line, but he's already TP'd away. OG just going to reclaim the outpost up top. Looks like LGD will go for the mirror movement. Get some of that safer farm in the bottom right-hand corner of the map. Maybe get some vision going as well. And knowing there's at
Tiny
least a
build.
minute
What
until
the
next
fuck am I looking at?
Roshan will be available.
Oh my eyes!
We didn't mention that Faceless Void did hit level 25, having the backtrack ability. It's a big one. This is like, this can turn the whole fight around, especially if you try to burst him down. They don't have anyone who builds into Silver Edge, which that talent is breakable.
Yeah.
So no one has it, so gonna be very difficult.
You could
for
even just
PSG
get Hanks to
just
clear the
walk
Spectre
onto
illusions,
Yuragi
man.
and try to kill him.
The checklist just keeps
Oh,
getting longer
Jesus.
and longer, doesn't it? It feels like they need Scythe Voice, they need Silver Edge, they need this item, that item. Like how do you deal with this? It's so damn difficult.
Oh, does he have it now?
Tiny has
I hope so.
an Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, he has it.
To add
Perfect.
to the worries of
No,
LGD.
perfect. I really think you should have
This
gone
is
it before the
Samuel's
Mage
echo,
Slayer
of
and
course.
Force Staff, but
The Mage
sure,
Slayer
it is what it
Aghanim
is.
Amar. They jump the Huskar, but look at that golem. They drop him with the Fatal Bonds on them, and Amar is still healthy to battle Faith Beyond. Brings the Dawnbreaker down. BZM in the back line takes down Jinkyu.
Yeah, zero spells going off.
Running up that high ground.
It seems like PSG LGD, they're running out of steam. They cannot match with the damage, healing, sustain that OG has at the moment. Again, this is a fight without the Chronosphere being used. Faceless Void, he is the carry, but so is Amar. They have like 3 good scaling cores. Amar is massive. Having Satanic, level 24, has 3,000 gold saved up. There's going to be a couple of buybacks coming in. Fate Beyond does have one, and so does Y.
Yeah, they might have to spend all 3. That tier 3 tower broken down by Amar and BZM. All they need are those couple of kills to shake the foundations of LGD's base. Nothing to say behind his tier 4s. He is at a safe distance here, just trying to shove out the wave as best he can. But
Spectre's useless this game. It's not just what you feel. That hero did nothing this game.
Nimbus there and Yuragi. Oh, he's lost a lot of HP by the time walk out. Tiger diving deep in towards, nothing to say Zeus, but they've got the damage to bring him down. And a Solar Guardian launching Faith Beyond forward.
Oh, that's a big kill if they get it. The Tiny.
Amar's gonna life break back. BZM looks safe. He's managed to disengage. Amar on the run back, but Yuragi, he's got the Chrono
Oh,
still.
hold on, Zeus.
It's not there. Doesn't have it available. Zeus gone. Faith Beyond.
5 versus 3. 5 versus 4. 3 versus 4.
Amar and Yuragi.
Amar's isolated. He's gonna go down.
He's got the inner fire. He's got the ability to stand his ground.
Oh, why is he almost winning this?
Fall and hit the ground.
And Roshan respawned a lot of commitment from PSG LGD. They did buy
Carry
back
difference
on
really
Dawnbreaker.
is.
They did buy back on Clockwork, so that means 1.5 minutes without him. Like they
He had a
need
terrible
to
lane.
have these buybacks to be able to win the
His
fight.
Oscar is in his face non-stop.
They've got
His lane still went kind of okay.
protect this Roshan. I mean, OG got a mid lane of barracks.
He got away with that
Damage
laning
to
phase
the
against
top tier
Husk.
3. But LGD showing no slouches. A couple of buybacks. And now trying to sprint across the map towards the pit.
Yuragi still wants to get something done. There's the silence.
Stances him up, but Yuragi time walking a little deeper and then back out again as BZM chucks the trees at them. Army loses a third of his HP and the Zeus getting whacked around. The damage is incoming from OG. Yuragi jumps back across and in again. The Zeus about to die. Arme stuck here.
Feels like I'm watching a puck, not a void.
What a play from Yuragi. In and out with the time walks, and PSG LGD, they know they have no business left in this one. So we're gonna go to the full distance. We're going to game 3.
OG showing
They're over-reliant on the clock to get any lockdown.
The mental fortitude to go up against one of the best teams in the world. Hey, you see the confidence.
That was such a good call.
Amar, the Husker.
Pretend to go for Roche,
I don't know, do you feel
lure them
good
out,
about
and then
yourself
fought them in the
picking
jungle
Husker
instead.
last pick in a game like
Oh,
this?
they definitely do. I mean, he gets heavily targeted every single game OG plays. They try to ban him out.
How did Zeus have such a shit game? He had a perfect start, and then he just faded away.
And sometimes it happens. It's like, yeah, he doesn't have a hero to play. He brought out Void Spirit in one of those games on the off lane, stayed on top of their net worth as he always does. And in this one, like
I'm gonna watch all the
ran a
games
tri-lane
today,
against
yeah.
the tri-lane. Dawnbreaker did good. A lot of good early rotations, like in terms of execution of this global
Is Zeus
strat
trash
from
versus
PSG
Voids?
LGD.
It's pretty trash
But
versus
yeah,
Voids.
I want to mention Yuragi. He had
But you
pretty
still don't
amazing
get
game.
Chrono that much.
Going for this Diffusal Blade and of Midas that we mentioned a couple of times to be able to lock them down even more. The the slows, and when they decided to go for these fights, like they knew exactly, like there was some good aggression from PSG LGD when they tried to split up the fight, but seems like PSG LGD got
They didn't have 4 BKBs at the time he was getting caught.
We'll pass it back to Arvo on the desk to break this one down a little bit more.
Thank you, Gareth. We're here watching the highlights brought to you by Aramco.
He was just getting caught.
OG. Some questionable parts about LGD, but still, I think we can highlight one player from OG that stood out for all of us. Yuragi, particularly incredible. Proving once again that the biggest obstacle for Dota players is hair. Misery, what are your thoughts on that?
I think you're right on that one. No, but yeah, I mean, impressive game from OG. I think LGD played really well. I think we had some questionable item choices that made this game very weird to watch.
I mean, we saw it, like, first time picked up this entire patch on the Spectre. You know, I think it was 11-minute Spirit Festival.
Yeah, like we talked on backstage, maybe even ever, you know.
Yeah.
Like maybe, okay, 7 years ago somebody played Spectre and picked up Vessel, but maybe Vessel didn't exist back then, I don't even know. But like,
we just saw a few of those Roche fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was on the Warlock for legitimately, we were counting it out loud, 5 seconds, and he just wasn't able to kill the enemy position 5, who didn't even have a Shadow Word on himself. Like, it was pretty devastating. And then we also were in this situation where Yuragi, he played a fantastic game. He played this Faceless Void, he itemized just normally how a Faceless Void would, and that meant that he had the ability to scale and farm, whereas you can't really farm that effectively when you've got a Spirit Vessel and an Aghanim Scepter on a Spectre.
yeah.
Which we can see here on the score brought to you by STC. That Spirit Vessel lasted the whole game, unfortunately. But even though we talked about Void itemizing normally, I mean, yes, compared to a Spirit Vessel, sure. But Diffusal Blade, not the most common build we see on Voids these days. What were your thoughts on that, Don? Do you like it?
I mean, I liked it. It meant that you were able to get in onto the Dawnbreaker pre-Aghanim Shard, pre-BKB, and just look to take away a lot of her effectiveness, right? We saw in a couple of team fights, that was the difference between getting off that Starbreaker that would have actually enabled LGD to connect into a next Roshan. So, yeah, I liked it. It let you also commit without, like, fully using your Q a lot of the time, just for that little bit of a gap close. It feels a little bit nice.
I think another point about the Diffusal is that it allows you to fight more effectively than, for example, Maelstrom.
Sure.
Like, Maelstrom is more used to perhaps farm more, but they have a Huskar on the offlane this game, right? So he kind of, you know, sacrifices his item progression perhaps to play around the Huskar a bit more and win those fights.
You were spot on as well about the tri-lane eventually coming out, just to make sure that you were able to put pressure onto the Huskar, but it felt a little weird to me by LGD as well, because the 2 supports were doing a good job of zoning out the other 2 supports, but I feel like if you've got a Huskar just 1v1ing a Spectre up near the tower, Huskar's pretty happy with that, right?
Maybe the first few waves they could have done it differently, like focusing the Huskar and not the supports, but I think actually it worked out really well for LGD. If you remember the beginning of the game when Dawnbreaker hit level 6 at like 5 minutes,
True.
TB top killed all 3 heroes, TB back bottom, right? Spectre had complete free farm. I really think that Ame kind of griefed this game by buying Vessel first item. Like, he didn't even go Treads first, you know, he didn't. He had naked Spirit Vessel, and like.
And they had a Clockwork in the game who could very easily.
I mean, the Clock had a good game. He could have just bought the Vessel, right? And then it's also like a psychological thing, right? You imagine you're LGD, you click on your Spectre, and he has a naked Vessel at like minute 12, and you just trial in for him, and then you click on the enemy Void, and he has a Midas, right? It puts pressure on you mentally, honestly. Like, you feel like now we have to fight, you know, we have to get Vessel charges to punish this Huskar. Same with OG. Imagine how they feel, right? Amar is like, I don't care about this Vessel. Like, maybe if Clock had it early, it would be a problem, but this is their enemy carry, right, who buys this item. On top of that, it's also a Spectre who farms incredibly slow in the first place. Like, a lot of the farm Spectre he gets from the first 10 minutes, ideally, right? So he can ramp up his farm. He buys Yasha or Treads or something like that.
Even
Midas.
Blade Mail.
Maybe even Midas. I think he could have gone for Midas this game to match the Void Midas, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I really think that this game's outcome is very much decided on the Spectre buying this Vessel.
Because yeah, like Faith Beyond played like amazing.
I think LGD played amazing this game, honestly. Like, considering it was more or less 4-5, you know, and yeah.
It's a shame. How many times can you say that about Ame, right? Like, he is.
Yeah, it's
one of the
not
most
like him really.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I think his decision making is usually very on point, right?
Not this time. I mean, even the greats are able to stumble once or twice.
But I'm curious though, because like when these things happen, you're right. Sometimes you make one decision, that decision decides the game, and it's unfortunate. But what do you think was the thought process behind the decision? So I want to know.
So I think it might be a bit of one of those things where you don't play much against offlane Huskar, right? And you think, oh, if I buy Spirit Vessel, this Huskar can't really play, right? He can heal. We just kill him a couple of times, and then you know we take over the game. I get a lot of charges. I can fight my way to items, right? But you know, you play against an experienced Huskar, he's not gonna fight. You know, he's just gonna hit creeps.
Yeah, and like we were talking,
Tamar loves,
get his BKB, right? Get his Sange, and then suddenly the Spirit Vessel has like no impact at all.
And like we were talking about before the series even started, a lot of people say, oh, this is going to be such a valuable experience for OG, you know, the young kids playing against this big Chinese team, but clearly this game is going to be a really valuable experience for LGD, right? They get to experience a completely different meta. They say, okay, well, this really can't work, so let's see if Xiao8's able to make them adjust a few things and bounce back.
Yeah, I wonder if Xiao8 approves of the vessel, or if it's like an army. Yeah, I doubt it was like a team decision. I think it was like okay, I'm gonna try vessel this game. It looks pretty good, you know.
That quick chuckle is from someone who's seen CL8 with any team behind the backs. Very different kind of coaching, I think, from the Chinese teams. A lot of more decision making is on the coach, right? Misery, if you compare, like when you, for example, talk to TSM, FTX, sorry, to your team, just a little sponsor shout out. What is the coaching like for you guys? Like, do you decide a lot of the things within the game? Are you a helping hand? Like, how does that work instead?
I mean, with some things, you know, like, I think it's a lot up to the players as well, like to make decisions, right? I'll say what I think, but I can't really say much in game, right? That's why if Xiao8 was in game, you know, he would maybe have a word or two with Ahmed there, because I know in Xiao8 he's like he's not a big risk taker, right?
Yeah,
he likes something that's solid and that works, right? And I feel like going vessel here is a big risk instead of just going normal items and like scaling.
So let's say post game, this was Tomato doing it instead. What would you be saying to him?
Why?
I mean, I don't think Tomato would buy a vessel, but if he did, I would say, hey, dude, did you like your vessel this game, maybe?
Did you have fun? Did you have fun this game?
How was the vessel? Was it good?
Yeah.
Did it feel good?
Oh, interesting. Sarcasm. That is something I thought you would use.
No, just honest. What do you think, you know?
Okay,
like,
okay.
Let's see.
It's a learning experience.
I have noticed that a lot of the Western teams, it seems like the coach is always a rebound post. Like they throw ideas your way. It's like someone to talk to about Dota in general, like a sixth voice in the team, which is very useful. But again, CL8, not famously not that. RTK was another coach that was known for not doing that. Like he would watch all the replays, he'd tell them exactly where to ward, how the drafts would work. So it's a very different style. Because Chinese teams were the first team to formalize when it came to coaches, right?
Absolutely.
I am interested though in Game 3, right? We talked about how PSG is a very adaptable team, right? Do you think you learned from this experience, Danog? Do you feel like you do the same thing what you've been doing, just no vessel on Spectre?
Pretty much, honestly. I think they're just... Even that game, they were a few fights that they baited really effectively. Down on that bottom side with the ward inside the bottom lane, Jakira was being chased by 10 seconds, for 10 seconds, and then it was a complete turnaround. They got a really valuable kill onto, I want to say it was Yuragi.
Tiny and
Tiny.
+1.
Tiny plus...
Warlock, maybe?
Warlock, sure. But it was a kill where they really needed to be able to make that space because Tiny was still the main playmaker that they had at that time, although Yuragi filled a lot of that role. I mean, how many times did we see him just, like, run up into the enemy faces because he knew that his team was there to back him up a lot of the time?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like, Midas as an item right now feels... It's in a better place than it's been in a long time. Like, you actually see more Midases successfully than... than maybe a few years, honestly. And you could also see the Midas paying off in the end for Yuragi, right? He was almost like 25 towards the end there, or like 30, I think.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is? Do you think it's like...
No, the Midas paid off for everyone, Danog, because we get a third game. And that's what we're waiting for right now, which is why we're going to go to a small break, and then third game will be on your screen. So stay tuned and stay with us, please.
Thank you, TempZ, for the 20 subgifts, dude. Thank you very much. My Jam Boy, thank you for the 61. Hinarino for the 13. Elaventi, thank you for the 17. Mystic PHSCH for the 26. Satori Maiden, thank you for the 9. And Fixed Version, thank you for the 19. Yalapesa, thank you for the 21. I take the offer being a coach? Why the fuck would I ever be a coach? To help people win TI. They can't afford me, and I can't fucking help them enough. Because coaching means I wouldn't be able to stream. It's a full-time job by all means. How can I ever be a coach? I barely watch Pro Dota. It's like the first tournament I've watched since DI. What, casting? Pretty same concept, isn't it? Why would I ever be a caster when I can just stream? Same thing too. I'm also not a caster. Not good at casting. I'd have to give up streaming to go casting? Like, what the fuck? I'm just chilling and watching some games. Sometimes with the boys, sometimes alone. Casting? I'm barely casting, dude. I'm just watching the game, really. Just chilling. Casting is a very different setup. It's more deliberate, especially the roles involved. Caster, co-caster, play-by-play, and analyst, of course. I have no focus on anything, just chilling.
Back with game 3, final game of the series. It's something that we've been seeing every single playoff game. This game is a decider.
I don't want to be a panel, I guess.
Bracket. What team's gonna go home? What team will
like it always comes down to the same thing.
What we're sure of though is
whatever
not gonna see a spirit vessel. I think that's
they would have to offer would have to be more than what I make on stream.
Misery. When you have a game like this, I've noticed this a couple of times. So a team has a really
and there's no way I can perform for that amount of money anyway.
It makes the game go wrong, right? How do you?
I get offered very often for stuff. Not anymore. In the past, yes. I think I said no too much.
On the specific scenario, right? Like I felt like LTD actually played their chance pretty well.
But I don't want to go.
The situation they
I don't want to travel with these kind of things.
Like, tried his best to carry this game, right? And I think that they may have overreacted to this Husker. I think the Husker pick was probably a bit questionable.
It's not worth it.
Saw how the lanes played out, and you could see that. I said that the stuff about the tri lane, but you could see both teams already had it in mind as well. Right. Like going into laning phase, Warlock was already angling towards top, and LTD was starting tri lane, right? We even saw that like smoke before the creep spawn to put this high ground ward. So they were definitely intending to do this, and if the game played out normally with Spectre,
I don't like a lot of the people there.
For OG early on,
you get a free holiday.
A little bit the same grace that,
why do I care?
I think.
I can just stream and go on my own paid holiday instead.
Same idea of like the stronger supports on lanes, trying to put OG on the back foot, being more the aggressive one.
Yeah, I mean I agree with Misery. I think they were in a really good spot. I was strongly favoring LGD in that draft. So if they're able to turn it around, I think they're in still a good spot to be able to take this. But just on the point of how do you respond to a game like that, I think it depends on the players' personalities as well, right? Some people are going to have like. I think it's a little less so with more experienced players, but some might need a stern talking to. Some might need like, a kick up the butt to say, what were you doing? But some might need to the softer touch, the nurturing, saying, don't worry about it. You played well.
I wouldn't say this is kind of like a holiday.
Right. You mean going on to game
I find streaming stuff like this, rewatching another tournament, somehow I feel it's more effort than playing games myself.
I'm sure OG gained a lot of confidence.
Not sure why, but it just is. Maybe it's more talking.
Like how do they decide to,
I'm doing more hours too, I guess.
Because like,
but I'm used to that though.
We see this item choice and everything, but maybe they have an idea that it wasn't about that. Maybe it's about something else, right, for them.
Do you put any importance onto, like, if you can just glance over and see the enemy team standing there, body language and stuff like that, just seeing how they're feeling and then use that to hype your own team up, or do you stay very focused on your own guys?
I mean, you can do that. I think in this particular venue, it can be a bit hard to see because the border is like pretty high, but I think that can be a tool to use, right?
Yeah, because it seems like OG are still very, like, they're on a high.
Thank you,
right?
Pistol Dave with the 24. Mo Big, thank you with the 5, man.
Whereas, you know, LGD, they're kind of off in pairs a little bit. You know, you saw Y standing behind Ame there, obviously lane partners. Zhao Wei was just in his mind, basically, about, okay, how are we going to be able to combat this? So maybe that's going to play a factor, but I really don't see these bans changing up all that much. Timbersaw.
Lots of stomp games, yeah. A
And
lot of
it
bad
looks like
games.
LGD has first pick this
I don't
time,
like
right?
sitting for bad games, especially when you know they're over at 5 minutes.
Chooses what? Because I guess
Luckily,
us,
this
OG
series
took
is
first
different.
pick.
It is
Now
one of the
it's
better ones in the whole tournament so far.
He might be favoring second pick
Yeah, it seems like it.
just because
Maybe not
the-
that first game.
Yeah, it seems like their
Second game was good.
Viper first pick is like a little bit figured out, so it might be better to choose second pick as it's the more stable way to get a good draft. And we see LDD pick up Tiny here first pick.
LGD has seemingly been the team most comfortable with first pick though. Like they have strong 8th pick in general. Their draft starts to work in with the synergy during the second phase as well. So we haven't seen too much issues with that either. I know second pick is favored, but
Yep, something a little bit different though. We get to see
Yeah.
a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness. I really like this from both teams. I think we're going to see a lot of like team fights that are going to come down to
motherfucker,
a couple of
DK.
clutch moves rather than just an instant pickoff.
Yeah, a DK Phoenix is an opening that OG has played before. I think it's a very solid opening that can go, is like has a lot of team fight and instant stun, can go a lot of ways. I think it's good against Tiny in particular. Phoenix, like he can't really kill the egg. You have the Sunray to chop his, you know, high HP pool, and DP like a strong hero into DK, but into Phoenix not particularly. So I think it's pretty even. I think both heroes kind of like both teams have heroes that counter each other and also not. So I think very even opening here. DP probably gonna be the offlaner here, right? And then they once again have this option of putting Tiny 4 and Tiny mid.
Yeah.
And for OG, it's like the DK has been Amar's hero in the past, but I've also seen them play it on BCM mid and going Midas on the DK.
And that's the thing with
Interesting,
LGD, like we
awkward
were
and
saying
bad.
before, they have first pick, so they're not going to be able to round out the draft exactly how they want to set up these lanes. So I think if, for example, like you mentioned, BZM ends up being the one playing the DK, then you might want to lane the Death Prophet into him, but you probably don't have that choice, right? Because you have to reveal your hand first before OG does.
Yeah.
So it's a real bounty or benefit of having that second pick. By the way, it was OG that won the selection coin flip.
Choosing
so,
second pick.
Yeah, they chose second pick, and then
That's what I
LGD
thought.
chose Dire.
Okay.
We've even seen Tiger play the Dragon Knight as a position 4, right?
Right.
So they've even got a little bit of extra flexibility on top of everything else.
I don't think we're gonna see that here though. I think that is very much a Viper specific strategy because it makes your enemy guessing. I think here it's most likely gonna be just a core hero.
And you've got a Phoenix to enable you, so you want to make sure you're getting the most out of that core. We've even seen a couple of DK position 1s, mostly in the Southeast Asian region. Probably not going to happen this time around, but
DK plus
any core
1?
position, it feels like this is gonna be really strong.
Sounds so shit.
Yeah, Bloodseeker actually like super good against Death Prophet. You don't really get ruptured, but it would actually be good for both teams because it's also a very potent hero against the Phoenix.
Yep.
But you see LDD ban it out, and then Arc Warden again is a hero that I mean,
flexed.
yeah, I guess we played it once, but it's pretty much only OG who has had success with this hero. But it is really strong, and it's a really annoying to deal with.
Faces void ban. Never again.
So you can't counter either because Arc Warden's so used to playing against counters. It's almost like a staple, right?
Yeah, it's also there's like the new build is also kind of hard to measure because it's like the Octarine Core Aghanims, right? It's not the usual bots Arc Warden that like split pushes. It's like this weird kind of hybrid team fight. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit hard to understand where this hero is at, so I can understand the ban.
What do you think LGD are leaning more towards with regards to their position 1? We've seen in response to Phoenix and even to a lesser extent the DK, something like a Juggernaut who you know you can just spin with a new Aghanim Shard with your Maelstrom, have a lot of attack speed and movement to be able to deal with both heroes. Lifestealer as well, kind of in the same boat. It's one of the big reasons, like with the Bloodseeker ban, the Aghanim Shard's effective. Open wounds, kind of similar as well.
I think it's less likely than AX. I think Juggernaut and Ursa both look pretty good here for LGD. Ursa being super strong against both these heroes. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see either of those.
Yeah,
if they don't end up taking the carry though here in the second phase, I could see those heroes getting banned last phase. So
they're kind of forced into doing something like picking up their lane pairing, what's going to make them feel the most confident.
Banned out Io, huh?
Io,
interesting ban.
That is interesting.
Wonder what they are expecting the Io combo to be, Io Luna or something. I'm not sure. Don't see the hero that much.
Good amount of mixed damage, right? For the DK, obviously you need some magic to be able to deal with him. You can just hit the egg, have the glaives bouncing around. It's not too bad. I'm just trying to think what position 5 they might try and pair together with the
Snapfire on LGD.
Down that route.
So well, the Bane, they've actually done these 3 heroes together 2 other times in this tournament.
Yes.
With the Bane here. No, it was.
It's a pretty fucking good Snapfire game.
They had these 3 heroes, and there's also a combo that like Bane gives you the catch and the single target disable, strong laner, whereas Phoenix gives you the team fight and the damage, right? So it's a very good support duo combo.
And it kind of forces the Tiny into being a position 4 now, right? Because you've got that minus damage, that damage reduction component. Level 2
they look worried.
DK, you go into the talent that gives you an extra 55%. Level 1 Enfeeble, 45% additive. Tiny does 0 right-click damage. So that's something that they really tried to emphasize last time they played it, and it wouldn't surprise me to see if they did it again.
I think also you don't talk about this much about the Dragon Knight, but the fact that he gets at 10 he gets the damage reduction talent, and it's like you just mentioned, like that's a really big factor of Dragon Knight.
It's such a strong timing, right? You've got obviously the Elder Dragon form to be able to push. If they try and respond to it, you just turn around and say, well, you probably don't have BKBs. You have no way of getting rid of Breathe Fire or Enfeeble. Do you think LGD might consider going something that has a Dispel component just to make sure that isn't going to be as big of a factor?
I mean something like Abaddon actually looks really powerful here for LGD now that you mention it. So I would not be surprised to see Abaddon plus something.
Abba plus Jug, just because you can be a Manta builder as well. I mean, I know it's a little awkward doing 2 melee heroes.
Yeah, I mean it could work, but
Warlock Monkey.
All right.
Okay.
It's a strong one. Good against the DK if it is going to be a position 3. But now, of course, like we were saying, there's nothing stopping them putting the DK mid. I suppose they could flex the DP, but yeah.
No, I think it's a nice 2 picks in a sense that you know you're still kind of flexing the Tiny and the Monkey King. The Monkey can be 4, Tiny can be mid, Monkey can be carry. So you leave OG guessing a little bit. So I like that, but I think the Warlock matches the team fight, which is nice. In a way, it's good against Bane too, because you can cancel Fiend Script. Secures the safe lane. It's just a good hero in a lot of ways. Although I do think the Abaddon would have been really strong in this spot. Like I think I would have liked that more.
When do you think this Monkey King
it's not DP mid, DP off lane usually.
Looking to pick up the BKB, like second item, really try and get super aggressive and consistently fight into the relatively long cooldowns that OG has?
Yeah, I guess the Monkey King build. Yeah, I mean, we've seen different builds. I think this is also why this hero is coming back a bit as a carrier, is because you can build it multiple ways, right? You can do the Echo Saber or even the Fusel Blade, like we've seen Miracle do. Or you can build like the Battle Fury. You can even buy like Desolator. You can even buy the Midas. So it has a lot of ways to build. And I think right now you might not know exactly what he's gonna buy. You're gonna have to wait and see how greedy does OG get, right? If they go really greedy, then probably. Well, then you have 2 ways. You can try to punish it with the Echo Saber or whatever, or you can try to out-greed it with the Battle Fury. Potentially the Vessel.
Nice.
You know?
Yeah, that's always a great idea.
No Vessel Monkey King, please.
The Batrider, though, I'm interested in. Yes. Is this a Batrider mid that we're looking at, or perhaps?
Yeah. No, it's definitely mid. I don't see Amar playing this hero. I think Batrider is kind of a weird hero right now. There's so often where Batrider looks like an amazing pick, like here as well. Traditionally, Batrider is super strong against Monkey King. Death Prophet, you know, they have no way of removing Napalm, they have no way of cancelling Lasso. But sometimes this hero can be a bit of a debate because the item build is very slow. Like the travels into BKB, it's actually a lot of gold before you're online. Lasso has a very long cooldown. Firefly has a pretty long cooldown too, so this hero can be very hard to actually play, I think. I'm interested to see somebody like BCM, you know, like rank 1 player play this hero, because like it can be a debate sometimes.
I'm curious because LGD has been the team that's been banning Batrider the most. They've actually had, especially as last phase, they always ban the Batrider, or you tend to. Why do you think they are afraid of Batrider?
I find that OG is lacking damage at this point.
Kind of, well, disrupting the tempo a little bit, going for those.
Like laning phase they'll be fine, but past laning phase in mid game.
LGD is to come out on top in that
It's
lane
real
stage
lacking.
to prevent Arme to be able to transition into being able to
Well, now they're gonna salvage that with one more
what I'm
pick.
looking at now with OG as well is I feel like DK is their only tower push, so I'm going to want to see something really strong for Riyadh.
OGD's draft is pretty well rounded.
Not only have a good one-to-one core matchup against these really tanky position 1 heroes, core heroes that you've got on LGD, but also how are you going to enable that to
TA looks
progress
pretty good.
into the next parts of the map? Because I feel like Phoenix,
Decent
if you
lane
give
too,
Tiger
maybe.
the potential to scale, he is a fantastic Phoenix player. So many times I see him as having the same net worth as the enemy offlaner.
But like I think OG's pick is a very much. I mean, they obviously have heroes in mind right now, but I think that it's dependent on what LGD picks as well, right? They do have the last pick. They want to counter that as hard as they can. And right now, I'm looking at something like Puck. Can be a good hero for LGD right now. It's pretty good.
Puck?
Traditionally,
It's a free Puck game, honestly. Only DK Sun's kind of dangerous.
The Aghanims changed, so before the Aghanims stun through BKB, it doesn't anymore. So that's
He's
a
right.
little bit
Free
nerfed
Puck game.
in that particular matchup, but.
Do you think you could even Storm Spirit on LGD's side right now? It's one of those heroes that doesn't hate going against the wall.
Bane? No, you don't give a fuck about Bane as Puck.
You're gonna be spamming out your remnants, and it's a great way of being able to get in onto those backlines to deal with the Phoenix and the Bane.
Yeah, I could see that working. Storm Spirit is also kind of a hero that's not. It's not really. I don't think people.
You
really
don't give
know
a fuck
how
about
strong
last
hero
one
is,
either.
After the nerfs and everything, like.
Only DK
seen
Sun.
it being played a
Oh
couple of times,
no!
And it looks. It looks
Cheats.
strong, you know. when
They're
it's played.
cheating. Look at that. Xiao's like, fuck this bullshit. What the fuck? They're listening.
No Puck gonna be
How do they
coming
know
out, but
Chinese?
Again, I still feel like it's a pretty good Storm game right now.
Okay. Most of the other Spirit Bros don't feel great because the Battle Rider kind of crushes those lanes.
Beastmaster.
Okay, so mid DP.
He was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, that's actually
That's
in
really
a way
good.
a really cool pick because this hero is also really good against Bat Rider in the game. It's really good against Bane in lane. You get the aura against the Phoenix egg, right? And
They
now
got a ton of vision, right?
maybe they're even flexing the DP to 4 potentially on SingQ and having the potential of putting Tiny mid. I'm not sure, but like the option, it's definitely something that they could consider.
Sorry, I just can't get over that not like this.
I think it's a
from
mid
Lamar
tiny,
coming
not
through.
carry
I mean,
tiny.
also the Bane,
Carry
the
Monkey
Phoenix,
King mid tiny
really
offlane
terrible at dealing with, like,
DP.
split position
Ah,
enemies,
chot
so
mate.
big
There's a
No,
problem
Spink
there.
is
What the
very
fuck is
good,
BM then?
actually.
Don't clear out waves at all, and you have to
4
commit
DP
so much
maybe?
as a Bat Rider. Like you have to commit your body to be able to do it, and you know, with the Hawk, with potentially Monkey King just dancing around the trees, you're gonna
4
find that you're
tiny?
gonna be able to pick
Mid
them off. So,
DP?
yeah, really solid pick, and well, PA, one of the stronger heroes into the Beastmaster with being able to clear out the boars, at least in the laning stage.
We'll
but,
see. No need
really
to
solid, even from
speculate.
The first pick, being able to get that
We'll simply see
Beastmaster
from
in the
picks
very
anyway.
early draft.
There's a lot of strength to the PA, right? Like you said, the Beastmaster also bursts down DP. Usually that's what she's weak to. At one point that's going to be an issue. But PA versus Monkey King, that can be an issue sometimes, right? The extra armor, PA jumps into the ring. PA does not get out of the ring.
It's a little challenging for sure.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking as well, like we were always talking about the attack speed as well. So
Why
that's
is he
something
so
else that Beastmaster is going to be providing for dealing with the egg, just providing that inner beast aura, 40 extra attack speed. Suddenly, even these heroes that don't normally deal with it can actually contribute towards the team fight.
I'm
It's a
very
good PA
excited to see
game.
this game
If they
through.
survive
Only one of these
the first
teams
25
will
minutes.
Remain, and I really wish we could
Scary
just keep
though.
on watching this best of 3 over
Lots and
over
lots of
over
building
again, but
damage on
unfortunately
LGD.
That is not going to be the case. So let's go to the final game with Gareth and McCall.
Not fantastic counter push either on OG.
Yeah, we all wish for Groundhog Day to be Dota 2 style, just repeating, you know, TI finals over and over again. But one game separates these two teams from the grand finals Lacoste with a.
But yeah, looks free if the PA gets to play the game.
Absolutely.
And gets his
Looking at
BKB 2
both
damage
these
items.
drafts, they wanted to make a little bit of more change in the end. It feels like
I
they,
like Gareth's suits.
I'm talking about PSG LGD.
Looks
that they
nice.
needed to have a bit more attack speed to be able to deal with the Phoenix egg, because like none of their heroes, like Monkey King's job is not to go inside the fight and just deal with.
I
the
listen a
egg,
little bit to
also with this
commentators.
Monkey into Phoenix. A lot of the times it's the
I
other way
read the
around,
Moxie
where you
stuff
wanna
too.
match up the
I think it's
team
too
fight that
much.
they have and, like,
Too much
drop
hate
that
for such an average
Phoenix ulti
issue.
inside the Wukong's command as well, potentially.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into it. It's all whatever.
We're talking about the Dragonite stun, 2 BKB piercing abilities with Lasso and Fiend's Grip, so I feel like it's a pretty good Phoenix game when we talk about that one. In terms of the laning
Oi.
stage, Monkey plus
Show the regular
Warlock,
screen.
he shifted that Prophet to the mid lane. Nothing to say against the Bat Rider from BZM. Bat Rider does consume a lot of mana. Like
God,
he needs to
I
get
want to
stuff
see the
done early
warding
on.
process.
looking at
I always miss it because of this.
rotations, that could be rotation from Taiga.
Oh, Tiny, please camera to the right.
Prophet, they might be able to burst her down. I want to see.
He's not getting sleep level 1. He got sleep level 1.
Trying to set up on JinQ.
Yeah, it's a Bane with sleep level 1.
Tiny out of danger. And nothing to say has already scouted up onto Radiant High Ground, and I think they've got a very good idea of where this OG Observer Ward is. They were pinging out where it could potentially be. In fact, OG are the ones to place a sentry down, expecting the opposite. The Dire Ward is not there. They will just move back around to get the bounty runes. LGD.
Oh, Misha.
Oh my god. He's out of mana and he has sleep level 1.
In the game, 165 mana.
That is one of the worst scaling, not scaling, mana to damage efficiency spell in the whole fucking game. It's one of the worst.
So you watch Faith Bian and JinQ down bottom, Beastmaster Tiny against a PA Bane. And Misha, his main job here is just going to be tank spells for Yuragi, get that farm rate going as quickly as you can. Well, the potential for Faith Bian and JinQ here to get kills pretty high once they get a couple of levels under their belt.
I love
Time to cast sleep.
With the 3 grab and
Oh
using a
my
nightmare trying to
fucking
harass
god,
JinQ.
dude.
Not very efficiently here. I would prefer if
Oh,
this is a brain set,
Jesus.
because there's going to be a lot of harassment. He needs to get in, soak up some of the damage, as you mentioned. With the nightmare, he's not going to able to do that.
Fucking keep his
Has
own
a
lane.
lot of tangos though. He started with 9 tangos, going to be sharing tangos to Phantom
Oh, does he
Assassin,
make
who
it?
does have a
Yeah.
healing salve. Going for
Oh,
Ring of
I hate that they
Combat.
don't show if he made it or not to
It's one
the
of those
block, but I
things
think he
where
did.
You can change things around, especially if you like get a first blood on Phantom Assassin, then Orb of Corrosion or just Orb of Venom feels nice. But it does delay your Battle Fury timing.
Oh, 20 HP.
He's gonna go for it.
He's diving.
He's asleep
Cutting
in
into the
140
tree,
mana,
JinQ
it's fine.
in behind tier 1, but realizes that Misha has got himself out of reach. And up top, Tiger near death as well, as Y follows him back. Has the level 1 Fatal Bonds to clear out Creep Wave and of course do damage back to the DK.
Man, who was right? The level 1 Fatal Bonds is sick.
But a dead even lane with a DP and the Batrider sharing farm.
I didn't know they
I'm
buffed
mostly
it so
looking at
much.
this bottom lane.
It used to
Phantom
be like
Assassin, 5
3 or 4
CS,
targets level 1.
Beastmaster on
Now it's 6.
7 has a point in a bore. I don't think Phantom Assassin deals that well, especially when paired up with Bane. Once you get the
damage.
level 3, we're talking about the boars versus Phantom Assassin matchup, then it's gonna get a little bit more difficult because they have a lot of
There's
HP
less
on those
damage.
boars, and
Still pretty
Fabian's
high
gonna put
damage.
Another point in it once he reaches level 3.
I think the main, even if it's less damage, I think the main change is more that it always takes heroes.
JinQ stacks as well, but it's the bonds that will take him down. First blood for Y.
So it's way more consistent than before.
It's not looking good for OG in these side lanes. JinQ battling with Misha as well. And like you said, Faith Bian just having a completely free time down here under no pressure whatsoever. Even has the magic stick. Both of them, in fact, to deal with that dagger and the damage. Has nothing to say.
Oh my
TP's back to
god.
his tier 1. Firefly with a napalm on him. It's a scary prospect.
It is.
If he had one more stack before I win, it was just a kill.
Magic wand and boots of speed, then going for bottle.
Is that the Massas TP?
Tiger's
A
in,
fucking Massas
driving
TP.
forward. Flame break, pushing nothing to say back, and a sticky napalm charges on him. We're gonna find the kill.
That's such a bad death.
Understanding that if they kill that
You
Prophet,
should
will need
assume
to
that there's a
walk back
TP
to the
available
lane.
after someone
And
dies.
also, he's going for the rune.
Like that's
Once they
completely
pick
on
up,
him.
3-minute, bounty rune.
You predict that
Over from
TP.
Dire side, stealing it away from LGD. Yuragi and Misha turned on by Faith Bian. Nightmare is there, but the Bane just getting tagged up by the axes of the Beastmaster, and it looks like JinQ is all right as Yuragi had the Nightmare put back on him.
Also, the thing about Beastmaster against Phantom Assassin matchup is if you're trying to go for the boars, if you try to kill him, that means you're committing with your daggers, which is free mana.
Nobody
for the
saw
enemy team,
shit.
Especially heroes who do consume a lot of mana in the laning stage, like Beastmaster and this Tiny.
Sleep is a good skill.
And it also means it's less damage on your opponents, right? You're not trading
Yes.
regen with them, you're giving them regen. Wise doing a pretty good job here keeping Amar at bay, but now he's at level 3.
1.3k gold already spent
nice
by
jump.
Bane for consumables.
DK
Full
stunning
charge.
back on the monkey.
Hey, hey, this
Halting
fucking
their
Phoenix.
progress
Oh,
forwards.
I thought still it's still a monkey game. Guess not.
Pops a fairy fire very early. Avalanche there on the 2. Faith Bian will keep on whacking the PA as they try to bring Yuragi down.
Oh,
but
please click the tiny. I want to see the spells.
Body blocks. Misha doesn't quite get in front of Faith Bian well enough. Oh, the blur.
Miss!
The evasion, but
If he got another miss there.
Beastmaster in the end.
Faith Bian Beastmaster, this was always
that sound desynced again.
something that teams 5.5, 4 minutes at 40 seconds. So it's going to be very difficult. We're talking about the Helm of the Dominator 5-6 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Oh god,
And
Bane's
their
net
heroes, they
worth.
don't deal
Because he
well
has to
with creeps,
compensate for that
maybe
sleep level
Batrider
1.
can
He's
kill
buying
him,
mass
but he needs to
regen.
commit with the Firefly. So that's going to be very difficult. Allowing Fate
Oh,
Beyond to
Jesus
off to a good
Christ.
start, might be a bit too tricky. And now we see these 2 boards that he has in the lane. They can't deal with it. Misha constantly low on mana.
Yeah, so is that the reason Yuragi here, you know, Ring of Health, with a Band of Elven Skin, you mentioned the Orb of Corrosion, it can be a little bit weird,
you can't
right?
afford to go for Orb of Corrosion. You can get it on Phantom Assassin
If
when
you're winning.
Yes, if you're like off to a really good start. and then
Another
you're
clarity,
snowballing.
Milord.
Otherwise, it's a 1,000 gold commitment, delaying your Battle Fury, so most of the time you don't want to go for it. And
Sleep
help
worth
you
the
out
first
really
blood? Barely.
You need a bit of regen.
But they didn't even
no
get the
damage.
first blood, so.
Orb of Corrosion, more of a laning item. As Y, tracked back by Tiger's Phoenix. He's got Shadow Word and he'll be under tier 1 soon. Gets through the damage over time.
Oh,
They are there. They're
That's
eyeing
CS
this
advantage
DP
mid.
Though. Look at Misha arriving as well.
still
Both
plus 10.
supports coming in towards mid, and LGD looking to try and defend the DP as best they can.
2 level advantage. Well, 1.
Batrider just hit level 7, has 1 level advantage on that Prophet, saving a point for potential lasso
Why do
play.
Tiny go third skill first? Because it's a
Everyone
very
in the mid
cost efficient
lane.
skill to
These
go
side
for.
lanes a little more open.
It's very simple math. Tiny stun level 1 is now what?
Traverse back to base just
80
yet.
damage or something?
BZM.
The E is 5 hits of 20. It's at least 100 already. And then you get the range and everything else too.
Get the roar out, so the lasso is gonna stun him up, but finally,
This is a very good skill.
stuns back into
But
them.
even if it's not the
And to get
damage,
the
it's the
finish.
curious last
Thank
hits.
you, and nothing to say
Specifically
now,
the
looking to play aggressively.
range deny.
It feels like a bit of a failed rotation from the Death Prophet.
Getting that roar off, not enough control. Had 10 stick charges, gets roar, extra move speed, gets out of the trouble, and has a full helm coming next to him. Nothing to say. Now with the exorcism, this is a
How
dead
the
tower,
fuck did he
because
walk
they
to put
used
that ward?
everything.
What?
They used Beastmaster, sorry, Batrider.
Oh, he must have walked through Rune Spot and then left and then down.
Oh, you're right. They've got Catapult Wave there. Hit away at that tower. He's not
Nothing
using
to say,
Exo.
still holding on to Exo. I think that's pretty
Oh
smart.
my god,
If they
don't get
can,
spotted.
skip
Because if he
away,
gets
kill
spotted,
the
they're gonna look
tower,
for D-ward.
potentially
Oh, what?
use
He
that
D-warded
Exo
anyway.
to go to the mid lane.
Maybe
And
walk past the
Beastmaster
void
will
for
be
it.
over
Not
the
sure.
bottom.
That's very clever. They'll glyph it up, OG, but Faith Bian arrives back here. Jinkyu looks like he's gonna TP back across with Y to defend the mid
That's
lane
why I
as
put
well.
2 wards.
So a free tier 1 objective claimed by LGD very early on.
This is what you call objective-based gaming, right?
It absolutely is.
You don't understand why Bane didn't rush mana boots? Well, it's very simple because he doesn't have 1400 gold. And he's never getting 1400 gold. As you can see, he's on 700 net worth right now, 8 minutes in.
And he's thinking about, you know, Dragonite has a high armor. I need that extra magic damage. I'll hold that thought.
Man, they toss the bat into the monkey. I don't know if Arme's going to be happy about that. Goes for the TP, doesn't
He's
get
rushing
cancelled. Now nothing
Wind
to say
Blaze
Exo, but the
at some
nightmare
point. Oh, he is. Yeah, he
holds
just
it
got it
back,
now.
transferred to Tiny,
8 minute
and the
Wind Blaze
TP will
rush.
kill off Tiger. BZM Fireflies away from these LGD heroes, and he will get out of the reach of Faith Bian, who was sliding into that aggressive position. But straight onto the tier 1.
Yeah, pretty similar to what happened in game 1, where they brought extra people. Faith Bian was moving to the mid lane with Nature's Prophet, and now
No, there's no way you're getting that gold on the plus 5 unless you have a perfect game.
This is gonna be a tower.
And you get like all these kills, maybe like neutral assets.
So 2 towers already
Or the
gone.
way of
You need to
Yabzor,
go back
where you
to
just
my
wait for your
point
carry
about
to
the
die
optimization.
and then you counter kill.
Maelstrom pierces through evasion every single time it procs, so like double the value. You're playing against Dragonite, high armor. Amar on the top lane didn't talk.
Now, there's some
about
scenarios
him.
we can get
The
farm on
Amar
the plus
stun,
5,
farm
whether it's a
up
Bane or not.
until he reaches a critical point.
But they're all
The
extraordinary.
item build, thinking about going that Octarine like Etherland's Manta style.
In a normal game, you are just suffering. It's pain all the way through.
Amar can't stun him as the TP's out. BZM very focused on clearing out the stacks that OG have made for themselves in their own triangle, so a lot of money will be coming in towards the Bat Rider there. Yeah, Phoenix and the Bat making 7 stacks between them. Ancients and that large camp, so a nice influx.
Scary game for OG. They're falling behind against push lineup.
Let's see, does he want to use Trusty Shovel, dig stuff out? Way too many items. Not gonna try to refill his bottle.
What's he going? Blink first. I always have a bad feeling about Bat Riders that go Blink item first. It's like when that first gank with Blink doesn't work out, and then you reveal it too, it's just so... you know, like... everything just goes to shit that you can't farm, your map price is low because you don't have the travels. Oh, you went travels. Never mind. Okay. Thank fuck. I just saw the blink on the quick buy. Oh yeah, he has travels right now.
Had his piece of the pie, got his bots.
Thank fuck.
By the Hawk.
Smoke pop. Level 5Y doesn't have the golem, but upheaval.
No shouts? No, he has shouts. Doesn't want to do it.
Pretending that he's level
the missing
6,
heroes.
Being there, bought the tome.
The threat of the non-existent golem.
I mean, you can check the levels, but yeah, you might be afraid that he might use the courier, bring the tome, turn the fight around. Y is gonna bring the tome, so he's gonna be level 6 after using it.
I don't know how Yapsu is doing. I heard he fell ill.
Also need to get level 6. Both of those very level.
But no updates. Let's hope he's doing well.
They're just planting themselves, stopping any.
If not, Blink what's the other option? Usually the good Bat Rider games, they go travels into like a bunch of speed items, like into BKB. And if they're really rich, they go Octarine even. But that might be too much of a pop thing.
Nothing to say. Y and Faith Beyond.
This sentry near tier 2 tower on the mid lane. This is something that PSG LGD that they have been abusing quite a lot, planting observer ward behind the tower and also keeping it for a little later. So this sentry ward seems like OG already made an adjustment. Yeah, because it does provide you with a lot of like.
Bat chart is barely touched, I think, in this patch. It was good in that one patch when Manta worked on it and Radiance and everything. But Radiance were good? No, it was just Manta, I think.
Sending hawks all over the place.
But yeah, it doesn't anymore, so...
Sitting just on the triangle. Scouts BZM. That's what LGD want to angle towards. GQ from the south side. The rest of them...
Bane? Oh my god, how is he still walking up there?
Staircase. And GQ will toss back the Bane. Exorcism comes out of nothing to say. And yeah, they want to...
186 gold kill.
Sure. They steal away gold from OG. They don't want to fight. OG want to keep this PA safely farming back in these deeper pockets, hidden away from LGD. So for quite some time, going to be without one of their heroes. You know,
then Bane stack this? I think Bane stack this, probably.
Commitment in terms of using Exo. Will not have it for 2 minutes, but yeah, big stacks being taken.
Pushes the DP closer and closer to this BKB rush. Treads wand. Of course, has the bottle, the wind lace, a few little stopgap items there to build up towards that massive team fight ability.
Oh, was it bad? Yeah.
Monkey King doing a similar thing,
still,
right?
nice rotation.
There's the timing on it. 46 seconds faster than the patch fastest. That's not average, that is fastest.
That actually is the fastest. It says new record.
I should read the top thing first.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a farming tool for Monkey King. And also, like when I talk about the carry to carry, how they match up against each other. Monkey King having extra armor.
Sleep. Oh, please watch bottom, Jesus!
No,
oh my god.
And the smoke from the rest of LGD. Oh, they see Tiger. Nice avalanche. Stops in mid-dive. The toss is there and a kill on the Phoenix. A nice pick by LGD. Unfortunately, not much they can do in terms of objectives, bot or mid. They've already got the towers, but they'll put them in good stead to maybe get some of these wards replaced as they
I'm so good on Bat Rider. Don't know. Might want to get more heals as skill with drum if you go for drums. Just heals that benefit from attack speed. PA is okay with it, I suppose. But he's going blink, it seems.
Couple of hits from the golem, but Y a bit too far away. And to go back to like carry, like Ame is gonna be fight ready in the next 2-3 minutes, while Phantom Assassin still needs to farm up Battle Fury into BKB. And look at where Ame was. This is his pattern on the top lane, and now switching back to bottom lane after Beastmaster took the tower.
Yeah, it's primarily lane creeps, right? Ame has been safe. No real threat from him. He's been in the lane while we saw that PA get kicked out of her bot lane quite early and had to move into that jungle. A massive gap, right? 900 gold difference in the lane creeps. Monkey King, of course, having a lot of farm on the neutrals and ancients. He's 7.4k. Having a perfect game so far. Q getting jumped.
Wait, what?
The creep, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, Amar, uncharacteristic.
Amar, what the fuck?
The upheaval. Roar comes out from Faith Beyond as they want to try and focus the Bane at the same time. Flame Break and the Nightmare. Golem drop.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Why? Not messing around, just the big old cooldown ulti. Straight for that Dragon Knight. I can help them push, of course.
I think they're gonna go rogue.
Even if he didn't stun the creep. What the fuck was that?
And team fight from OG is
Nobody was ready to do anything.
Like
Like Bane was a screen away. His other heroes are on the other side of the map. What the fuck was that?
Since they got it, so 5 minutes without 2 supports being able to use their ultis.
The micro mistake is one thing, but that was just a strategic shit mistake.
PA doesn't want to join just yet. So OG is still, you know, a 3v5 in effect. An easy Roshan for LGD, grabbed up by Ame, and you were saying he's going to be fighting soon. This makes him even more.
The push thread is coming online soon.
To these team fights, use that Wukongs aggressively.
Next exercise.
I think it's like one more big item on every hero, so like the next 4 minutes or so, and it's gonna start.
With Aegis and the BKB, so their timing is gonna be pretty big. You're also gonna have BKB on Dead Prophet, so they're gonna feel very comfortable coming into the fight.
Little item difference.
With Tumblr's toy actually manages to get out of trouble.
Upheaval's so good against heroes like Batrider.
Oh yes, well, this is why is maxing it out. He's an experienced Warlock player, one of the best ones. Put only 2 points in the Shadow Word, maxed out Upheaval, and now going for the Fatal Bonds.
And Batrider, one of those heroes that wants to keep chasing people. You can't do that when you're turned into a slug. Trying to play top now with Amar showing on the wave, BZM being a little bit sneakier.
This goes pretty hard into the level 1 sleep. But they would have lost the lane anyway. They would just lost less.
Come down and farm very efficiently through mid down towards bottom lane. And they are protecting Ame by having their bodies in this bottom jungle very forward. So if OG wanted to smoke and try and catch the Monkey King, who would be one of their primary targets, even though he has Aegis, you could think about killing him twice with Grip.
Oh, they're just pushing with this. Okay.
To break through the barrier
even before the BKB and stuff.
Up front.
Team fights are going to be very difficult for OG because we're talking about Exo, Beastmaster Roar, Vision provided from the Hawk, so Bane doesn't get to play the game. You know that he's gonna get stunned. Initiation from the Batrider also gonna be very limited. We're talking about
my god.
Travel, BKB, no blink dagger yet.
Oh, they didn't pick up the outpost first before going? Oh yeah, he's going. I was about to say.
A lot of value. Did manage to
that outpost early game.
I love the noise it makes as well.
How much XP that steals, it's just
wonderful sound effects from the top.
It changes everything.
Well, there's the tier 2 unlocking the outpost for LGD. They're all grouped up as if they want to smoke.
Oh boy.
Like
what's the big kill here? Batrider. Oh, what about PA? But his team is fucking going for the Bane! Report all 4 of them!
Let Yuragi get out of there.
A bit
the fuck?
Exorcism there. Maybe they thought they're gonna commit. I don't see any vision. They maybe caught Batrider.
He found the fucking PA, dude! Oh, Jesus.
With this Exo. We'll need to wait 2 minutes. Looking at the items on side of PSG LGD, loving the Lincoln.
Hey, why did he BKB?
You're playing into Bane, instant stun from a Dragon Knight, Lasso as well.
Is the PA blurred? Yeah, but he went past him. The blur would have gone away.
Getting some extra armor, going for that.
They could have still switched targets.
Like just a casual plate mail against Phantom Assassin.
I guess you followed the call.
He's jumped the Tiny, but Ame with the Boundless and the Wukong, they're in on Tiger, dive away. He's got the Supernova to come into play. They've killed off Q, and Ame is on the run with his BKB up. They need to bail away from that egg. As Tiger dives in again, the blink back by Amar, focusing nothing to say, the Death Prophet. Cleave through by the PA and Misha's Bane as OG. They'll take the Monkey's Aegis. Why and Faith Beyond were far too
with the Roar here. You have to Roar PA, I think. Oh, he has to Roar the Bane too. Or he just Roar nothing.
The Monkey King, he's they'll turn on the PA. The Dragon whacking into Uragi, but he jumps across to the right. OG.
Oh, what? He still dies off that?
Out of this trade.
They have the outpost advantage too.
Tiger, but another dive away. Keeps himself.
Oh, London, fucking golem coming. Jesus.
Trapped down in this bottom jungle now.
Juke, juke,
They
juke.
don't belong here.
Jinq thinking about going in one more time. Has
Please click the tiny for fuck's sake. Oh.
Get him. Amar.
I want to see the cooldowns.
So these blinks are being constantly cancelled out. They can't make any further jumps. Need to TP home.
Y was not in vicinity to be able to drop the rock immediately. Also, a bit of a mistake there from Ame, using a BKB before Aegis ran out, so he respawns, doesn't have anything, and
good salvage.
A couple of sticking up palm charges,
It really came down to taking that tier 2 bottom.
And, yeah, control coming up
Outpost difference.
There was no EXO in that fight, because I mentioned it, like a bit premature usage there. They got the kill on Bane only.
How this fight ends so well? Well, they had the outpost. So the respawn heroes from the beginning of the fight, they came back. Without that outpost, well, you're TPing to what, tier 1? And then you need another 20 seconds to travel. Instead, they just teleport into the fight right away.
A really good initiation from OG.
You gotta take back that outpost. The XP advantage is growing too.
Getting the jump. Perfect execution gives them that chance to take the Aegis and momentum. And the wind out of the wings of LGD. But we will have some big teamfight ultis coming up. You know, Roar is ready, Exo's ready. They won't have the golem, but Fatal Bonds might be enough. Oh, Amar, so quick.
So quick? The fucker started with Avalanche.
Amar was changing his item belt, thinking whether he needs a Force Staff, but gonna go for Ether Lens.
Started with Toss.
On the Dragon Tail. And yeah, well, you turn that into Octarine Core. You know that Amar, he loves to play greedy. He loves to play for the late game. Then you get Manta, Octarine, Aghanim Scepter. Still, it's a lot of time. We're talking about 40, 45 minutes into the game. But once you
he wasn't even blinking for him, yeah.
Powerful. Yeah, you're looking for the synchronization with PA a little bit later on. She'll have BKB in about 1,000 gold. But even after that, she's got a lot of items to check off her list. And Amar can keep on scaling with her. That makes sense when you've got Batrider, of course, that more magic.
That was a lucky blink, yeah. Wow. Luck. You probably sensed it was kind of off anyway because everyone's missing off the map, right?
Jinq lands the avalanche, gets the toss in towards the dragon. Blur and Phantom Strike away thanks to Misha, and they roar the bait.
Oh, the PA really needs help. Does he have TP? Click PA, please. Yes, TP.
There we go.
But
the toss back not coming. He's running back and forth. Uragi, he's got TP, but there's really no way out of this, is there? Jinq has his number, surrounded by LGD as they come back into the mid lane. Amar, he's just right-clicked down. Didn't even need a stun to stop him from TPing home.
Yeah, this is the fight that I kind of expected the PSG LGD to go for, where like the previous execution.
Oh my god!
Oh, they almost catch Taiga.
So close.
Ame, in the end, going for Mjolnir. There's going to be a lot of procs we're talking about.
I have no idea what happened to DK. I guess he was pushing mid.
Also Batrider Firefly, so you know that's
tried to back to a Dragon form or something, and then Monkey King was there.
New record.
I mean, he did broke a record in the previous game with the Spirit Vessel purchase in the game 2. That didn't end up too well.
There's a Roshan soon again.
This one feels much better.
Spot on timing from him. Oh yes, fantasy points. Warlock. My favorite hero, Warlock. He's been planting a lot of wards, so he's up at 16.8. Net worth down at 4.6, but a big difference between the Dire supports and the Radiant ones. You know, Tiger, yes.
Late game PA is still pretty scary, yeah.
Look at this
for sure.
He's incredibly poor. This comes down to, like you were saying 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, that they've not been able to really latch onto people with these smoke ganks, the grips, the nightmare setups, which we've seen from OG throughout this tournament. You know, Misha's Bane has been flawless. Maybe this smoke will work out for them, though.
The next 4 minutes going to be real scary. Because that's the Roshan. Aegis with a death push. It's the game deciding Roshan. And it spawns in 40 seconds.
There's no one here. They're all sat around mid lane, looking to bunker down, defend tier 1. Keep Arme farming around the Ancients as they stack them up.
I gotta look up how much XP that outpost gives, because I think it's significant. And they're still not taking it back bottom.
Potentially Lotus Orb done on Nothing to Say and the Haste Rune.
He's using it
This is the
preemptively
best
as well.
item that they can get in this game. We're talking about Batrider, Dragonite Stun, Bane, Fiend's Grip. It's going to be very difficult, especially if they prematurely use it, as you mentioned.
LGD now their turn to smoke. I mean, speaking of prematurely, Exo used
What hero was
up,
that?
but the jump in from
DK.
GQ.
I fucking look like PA,
The
man.
avalanche toss on DK.
That's it.
As he's burst down quickly by that percentage base down to the Spirit Siphon.
2 XP per minute, really? Just 2?
He's gonna scout it out. Yes, he will. Dragonite has no buyback.
That doesn't sound right.
Let's go and take a fight because this Roshan drops so quickly. We're talking about the Beastmaster. Exorcism still running for another 15 seconds.
Yeah, the Ancient Black Dragon there helping out as well. Second Roche going LGD's way. And we're still waiting really to see what kind of impact Uragi can have on this Phantom Assassin. Definitely one of those kind of ninja heroes, right, that can come out 25, 30 minutes into the game and suddenly blow up.
Oh, the timer multiplied by 2. And then that comes every minute.
Quiet from the PA, only 3.6k damage dealt.
So it's 50 per minute at this point. That's kind of shit, actually. Never mind, it's garbage.
We're talking about Deso, potentially getting a shard to even have more.
The keep is like what? 40 or something?
It's a difficult game. Uragi still needs to be able to get some farm. The rest of the team will need to protect him.
It adds up, though.
But you never know when that's
If you leave it off for like a good 10 minutes.
Amar, he gets on top of Tiny, he's got Lotus Orb on him, Avalanche in, and Arme straight towards the Phoenix. Nice sleep, you're right. And then we come with a golden drop. Tiger buys back straight off the bat as the Wukong.
And it's also, you gain 250, right? And they lose 250. So yeah, I think it adds up pretty well.
Oh, Hawk stun.
And they tried to catch Misha. BZM on the run. Bane, no way out of there, and Nothing to Say picks up a double kill.
One thing that PSG does extremely well is playing around their heroes, just understanding who needs to stand where, not overlapping any of their abilities, and also protecting each other.
Oh, is it only D9 now? Yeah, maybe you're right.
After Dragonite stun,
So you just denied 250 then.
We'll go for the high ground. Still need to respect Lasso.
Oh, at this point in the game.
Oh, hello. Yeah, they know there's no BKB, don't they? PA dead. The Roar of the Courier. Well,
yeah,
he made sure
well,
he died.
that's
Lasso
PA.
back, Tiny
Don't get to play the game before the game ends. Death push is happening right now, and she needs another 10 minutes.
So LGD just looking for this structural damage. Boundless Strike off the mark, and they've got Lotus in onto Arme as well. Tiger, just a dive and a spam of the Fiery Spirit.
They could have potentially went for another tier 3 tower if that Roar connects on Batrider. They definitely get a kill. They have enough physical damage to be able to bring him down.
That fucking
and
DK skin.
Transitioned. A little bit of uncharacteristic mistake there from Fate Beyond.
You say mistake? He says the Courier's dead for a long time.
Can we see that again? Maybe there was something on the Courier that I'm not aware of.
That's what I'm curious about as well.
Pick up my farms too much? Don't know.
It's
hard to say.
Items that they have queued up.
I mean, whose was it?
It's hard to judge in losing games.
Assassin's Courier. So she's going for Deso anyway.
OG can still win.
Yeah,
Yeah, they can. If DP misclicks BKB and alt, Warlock alts nothing, Monkey goes AFK, and Tiny misses stun, they can still win.
There we go. Look, there's a buckler
Also, they have to kill Monkey King twice.
for the Beastmaster.
There's a couple conditions.
Pinging out the high ground, wanting to keep the wards going. Playing down in this bottom jungle, and man, we see this move time and time again. You know, we know a lot of teams like to smoke from their tier 2s, but LG love to smoke from the enemy high ground ward in their jungle and make the jump and force the BKB. BZM has to play defensively.
Why can you BKB Avalanche?
Whacking away at towers.
Why can't you phase shift it?
On Monkey, and he does have Wukongs plus Aegis.
And why did he start with Avalanche again? Knowing that you can do it, instead of starting with Toss.
A lot of AoE damage, good stun.
Jinkyu's in, the 3-man
Oh, it's a nice
start.
Oh!
TP, but she is BKB. Put her in the fountain. What can they do against her? A lot of damage with the DK stun. They'll find.
Oh my gosh, he's almost healing.
Jump.
Well, got the X.
It was
Worth.
smoke and mirrors. A distraction ploy by LGD to bring the barracks down.
Yeah, no premature Lotus Orb this time around, but it gets the job
Oh,
done. They trade Nothing to Say for 2 barracks. One melee, one range. Another Lotus Orb on Tiny.
And OG, they need something big here to break the rhythm of this game. Uragi.
Fighting is 3 versus 5.
Tiger, but the Monkey King
Buyback. 4 versus 5. They're still missing Warlock.
And an avalanche toss landing onto Amar and
Well, I suppose 70k net worth counts as a hero too.
Focused by this Monkey King.
Yeah, Monkey with full Scotty and Mjolnir has enough damage, and if they are controlling supports, Batrider, he knew that there was no lasso, so he could go in and, oh, another Hawk stun.
Yeah, just a couple more hits and I'll kill off Misha. Assault Cuirass delivered out to
and another record. Dispatch, Fate Beyond popping off on his Beastmaster. We're talking about 29 minutes Assault Curious.
Yeah, it's all
getting an early tier 2 is just devastating. He can't give away early tier 2s.
Nightmare back onto Misha. Silent Stop is
I think that ruined their whole game.
It's going to turn into a dieback as Arme unleashes on him. BKB's up, so the Dragon Knight can't stun him.
Age is just expired. They need to play against Mega Creeps. This is it. We might be, thinking about getting a Divine Rapier for Phantom Assassin.
GG!
But, yeah, they're gonna call it.
There is no way back.
I was thinking, Gary, maybe
Mantle
10 minutes
mantle,
in.
where's the mantle? Someone pinged a mantle of intelligence somewhere. Who's doing it?
There it is. Someone dropped it. Yeah, good performance from PSG LGD in this game 3. All the lanes, like the lane setup that they had, Monkey King plus Warlock did manage.
Becky Jamal Rivera for the 50.
Shutting down Warlock.
Who's the best mid plane today's Dola? I have no idea.
Well.
SH Luffy thing with the 9, Burning Spooky thing with the 70, and Bioillusion thing with the 2.
Yeah, OG, great performance to kind of come back into the series with game 2. But honestly, when LGD look good, they look unstoppable.
Absolutely.
In a game where things are going poorly in laning stage, there's always a way back for them, but when they are up and ahead, it feels like their opponents just have no answer to their snappy, decisive moves. All these smokes coming out from the enemy jungle.
That
they are
fucking sleep level 1.
Heroes. Not only are they bodyguarding their
Why did he go sleep level 1?
Lane all the way towards base, but they're also setting up for these aggressive smokes where they play forward towards the base.
Yeah, very clean execution overall. Roshan understanding when they need to go. The smokes into Exorcism, getting a pick off near the Roche pit. Pretty textbook example, I would say, but LGD, they are on another level right now.
Yeah, well deserved to get themselves towards the grand finals, as OG, sadly, going to be disappointed with this performance.
Next matchup's going to be good.
In the semis. But what do you reckon? Are LGD on
Isn't it Secret Spirits?
They dropped against Secret. Are they on form to win the whole thing, do you reckon?
Yeah, they're in the grand finals. They need to see who they're playing, whether it's
it's going to be good stuff.
Spirit or Team Secret. I think they want to play against Team Secret. They're a very proud team, and they want to show after that stomp that happened in the group stage that they can punch back.
Get their own back on
Absolutely.
Team Secret, yeah.
For OG, it was a good run. They are going back home with $400,000.
It's not bad.
A little bit more, 425, I believe.
Yeah, it's not bad for the semis. Yeah, dropping out and getting almost $500,000 to split between your squad.
Yeah, well, it looks good. They had a pretty good run. I think maybe they got little figured out because everyone is looking at you. You just won the major, and every single team is going to do extra research, see how you've done that, and feels like a lot of preparation came in. One of the strengths of LGD is that they can completely shift their drafts. Like we're talking about full 180. They have variety of the heroes that they can play. It feels like it's some different team playing game 2 whenever they lose. It's like, we just did that, never mind, full reset, and then they're going to go for something different, something that you still haven't seen.
Right, because day 1 it was like Lone Druid. They've not played, LGD as a team hasn't played it in 2 years. Arme's not played it in 2 years. And then day 2, Spectre comes back. There's now Monkey King's there. It's these kind of, the ability to play different styles as well. Because sure, you can swap heroes in and out. You think about, Amar is DK, is Viper, whatever it is. Still, lane dominating heroes, the Slardar. But Arme is able to play Spectre, that late game presence, the threat of him going 40, 50 minutes. And then the shift suddenly to Monkey King, who's like 20 minutes, I'm ready to go. But what's also ready to go is interview on the stage as we head over to KP.
I am now joined on the stage by Jinkyu from PSG LGD. First of all, Jinkyu, congratulations on the win. Yes, there we go. Okay. My first question, walk me through how you prepared for OG. What was your plan coming in? Was there a lot of focus on certain elements of the drafting that they do? What was your game plan to beat OG?
我们是怎样准备和 OG 的比赛的？有什么比较特殊的 focus，特殊的一些关注点在BP 的时候，在 drafting？
他们那个伐木机玩的特别多啊，然后我们决定就把它 ban 掉。
伐木机英文怎么说？懂，伐木机的缩写。啊
？Timber 吧。
Timber, thank you, thank you. So he's saying that they are always banning timber saw for the first as a first banner because it's like they're the best timber saw around the world. Yeah, so they just ban it. Yeah.
Okay, so walk me through these games because I feel like game one might be the most dominant one-sided game we've seen in the tournament so far. When the draft was complete, did you feel like you had that game in the bag?
说说第一局吧，因为第一局非常的一边倒，然后当 BP 结束的时候，你会有这种感觉我们要赢了吗？就是。
没有啊，因为我们就是看过上个Major OG 的比赛，知道他们的韧性特别强，然后大家也就是第一把就是功课做的比较好，然后才拿下，就是显得比较轻松吧。
We don't think we are like automatically win because we saw all the games that OG is playing in the last major and they are doing a fantastic, fabulous job. And we tried our best every minute, every second, and trying to win. So it's not an easy win.
No, it was definitely a very close series. And talk to me a little bit about that second game, because there was a lot of wild things going on. We saw a Huskar pick, we saw some tri-lanes, we even saw a Spectre with a Spirit Vessel. How was that game from your perspective?
说说第二局吧。第二局有很多非常特殊的地方，比如说有哈斯卡的出现，还有一些BP 上的一些出乎意料的地方。你有什么想说？
我觉得他们就是非常出乎我们的意料吧，因为我没有见过3回哈斯卡，然后就细节的处理上就有一些不好的地方，就导致我们输了比赛。
Such a surprise draft because they've never seen Haska as a third position, and so they're unfamiliar with this kind of lane, and they kind of not be able to deal with all the details against Haska. So that's the reason why they lost game 2.
And I would say that you seem like quite a confident position 4. You know, you're not very defensive. You come across as more aggressive. Like, how would you describe yourself? What is it that you find makes you so unique as a position 4 compared to everyone else?
你不是一个非常防守型的那个4号位，你是非常进攻型 aggressive 进攻型的4号位。然后你总是非常有自信，就向前冲。然后请问你是怎么去定义你这个非常独一无二的宇宙，就是 unique 非常特殊的这样的一个4号位位置的？你怎么看自己的？
我建议大家都看一下 RNG 4号位卡卡录像就可以学到了。
So Shinkyu is recommending that please look at recording from the fourth position from RNG. The name of the player is Kaka, and I think he's trying to say that he's learning everything from Kaka. So maybe Kaka is his idol, and so that's the reason why he's playing like this. Yeah.
All right, maybe you can just get Kaka to come in and assist him now that they're watching the sideline. That's all we've got time for, though. Jinkyu, absolute pleasure. Thank you for doing this interview with us. Good luck with the rest of the tournament. I look forward to seeing you guys in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Okay, that is going to be it from us here on this stage.
Oh my god, where's the crowd?
Don't go anywhere. When we return, we are going to have Team Secret versus Team Spirit. You do not want to miss this. Let's see who LGD is going to face in the finals.
I don't speak Mandarin, no. Not even a bit. I'm a Cantonese boy. What's the difference? Well, it's a different language. That's similar words though. But yeah, not enough to understand the other one. I speak Dutch as well. I can't read Chinese. No. Impossible. Fucking impossible to learn. Look at this fucking guy in chat Google translating. Ben je gelukkig? He probably Google translated, are you happy? He got the wrong thing, by the way. Mandarin is impossible language. Actually, reading Chinese is impossible in general. I like how they show this clip like 100 times. It's like the 5th time I've seen it now, I think.
Welcome back. We just finished our first series. As you can see here on the side, PSGL GD just won. A team that we've been praising from the get-go for their versatility, for their adaptability, and once again they adapt to OG, and the winner of the major is gone. Poof. Just like that. Danog, what can you tell me about PSGL GD? Why are they such a strong team?
That game, I thought they just outskilled OG, to be completely honest. You know, the lanes went incredibly well. I think Faith Beyond had an absolute standout performance when, in recent times, he's looked a bit shaky on his visage. Even a couple of times playing the Nature's Prophet hasn't put the perfect game forward. Game 1, he did, and Game 3, he really came in clutch there as well, with that Beastmaster drawing so much attention towards different areas of the map that forced OG to perhaps play a little bit reactionary.
Yeah, Faith Beyond has been kind of a lot of the player of the tournament during the playoffs. You know, first of all, standing up for our people with hair, making sure that we also have a chance. Second of all, bringing us a translator. Like he's been really crucial here. Do you feel like he has been has changed from the group stages? Misery?
I mean, I think LGD has evolved as a team. I think they've
Get
gotten a lot
fucking
better,
Gaben.
like, throughout this event. I think in the beginning they looked pretty shaky, whereas now they're playing really well. Like all of them, they have really good drafts, and I think one of the things that also makes LGD such a strong team is that, I mean, a couple of things. One is their ability to kind of adapt to each team. Like we like. I
And
think
as
like
Valve
Cross was
don't
saying
hire
earlier,
professional
like,
translators,
they look like a
they
different
do.
team,
But this is
every
not
game
Valve.
almost, because they have such different drafts and they just kind of adapt to what they need to, depending on the enemy team. Another thing is, like we talked a bit about in the break between game 2 and 3, is like how are they going to handle this loss that they just had, right? Are they able to reset, or are they going to be emotional going into game 3? But it feels like it didn't impact them at all, you know? They just, you know, reset completely and they play like almost flawlessly game 3, right?
I'm interested in how this evolution goes as we're watching the highlights brought to you by Aramco, because I know you've been on many teams which have evolved throughout tournaments, right, to great success. What kind of player mentality is required for that to happen?
Well, I mean, I think they just seem to be like very confident in each other. They don't seem to have any internal issues really. Like, you know, they're just able to move on. I think a lot of teams can get stuck in mistakes and in like, you know, started feeling a bit shaky now that it's suddenly game 3. You know, or we lost the last one. Are we gonna go out? We had this game. You know, like start thinking about these things, but you know, it doesn't seem to affect them. I mean, obviously they have been in 2 TI finals and, you know, they're like one of the most accomplished teams ever, right? Super experienced coach and players. So, yeah, they have the experience to overcome such things.
And we saw that with SingQ's interview, where he talked about the Vessel particularly, right? He's like, oh, we never played against Huskar in the offlane. We did the Vessel, whatever, you know, like move on. As we see the scoreboard for this last game brought to you by SDC. What do you think of that mentality, and how did it transform that third game, Dano?
Yeah, again, it's just being able to adapt. You know, they've got a lot of these different ways to be able to respond to the enemy team, but they also have their stable things that they pick all the time, like Y on his Warlock. Again, he had such a fantastic game, not dying a single time, always on point with his positioning. When you're going up against a Bat Rider who can be jumping onto you, a DK with a Blink Dagger, a PA that's able to gap close as well, the position needs to be on point, and he was every single time. This is by far LGD's most picked hero, and then they just make the draft work well around that. They oftentimes waste a lot of bans on OG's side as well, just to be able to get rid of some of those big combinations, and even without those, they were still able
Misery is so nice in the panel. Yeah. I like listening to him.
On the OG side, Misery, what is something that they can take away from this final best of 3? What are some things you think they should learn?
I think maybe, like I a bit touched on before, like they played the first pick Viper against us, you know, the last series they played, and maybe going forward, looking at what have you played before, what does the enemy see from you, right?
Right.
And try to like understand that they're gonna come with something, right? You need to come up with maybe something new, or understand that they are gonna try to counter your latest strategy, if that makes sense. So maybe they're a bit too predictable right now, especially against such a team such as LGD, who has so many experienced players, right? And they're able to play such a huge variety of heroes that, yeah, it's not gonna be easy to beat them. You need to keep like evolving your strategies, if that makes sense.
And we were talking about before, like if you want to just build into kind of this one style on the Viper, it just does the same thing, right? It dominates the lane. If you play it as a core, you can obviously assist with the push, be this big tanky turret, but if you're forced to play it as a position 4, suddenly the hero loses all of its identity, whereas some of these other heroes that have the true flexibility, you know, the Zeus can play multiple different roles throughout the game, the Wyvern can play multiple different roles throughout the game, not just the position that it's played, but also what it needs to accomplish throughout the game. So I think that's something that they can bring forward. Have like 1 or 2 games of that during the start of the tournament, and then they need to adapt to something that's a little bit more flexible.
That is something that PSG has done in Rose, right? They've always had the plan A. We talk about plan A, plan B, plan C, right, for LGD. I think one of the most clear ones for basic Dota viewers like myself who don't understand the complexities of the game, right? They started with Marcy, for example, in the tournament. When Marcy got banned, they would go for the Tiny. Tiny was not available. They went for the Earth Spirit. As the tournament progressed, they saw the value in the Tiny, and now the Tiny is their first pick, right? But that ability to always have a tool that does something similar is unlike any other team. Like, very few teams have this idea of, if we get countered, we're okay.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show their strength of being so skilled on so many different heroes that gives you the potential to be able to do that. I mean, we've seen Pucks not in response to the Tiny, but even though Tiny is the only counter to the Puck, they're still able to make the Tiny work in just being a really effective tool, like the Faith Beyond Nature's Prophet when the Orchid, for example. That was the additional tool that they needed to be able to not only deal with that, but also just be an effective tool for pushing, attack speed, all these other aspects of the game.
Yeah. Also wild to me as someone who's been watching Dota for a while, because, you know, you look at the Chinese teams, and post-TI4 Chinese teams, they were always about the optimization, right? I remember Sedek, C-Deck right for TI5, they were a team that had a couple of strategies, but they were really good at them. I remember Burning's last team when he was on IG for the last time before he retired, also the same thing. We play 8 heroes, and we play them really, really well. And now we see LGD, and it's completely different. How do you stop these guys, Misery?
I mean, you gotta do the same thing, right? You gotta also be good at so many things. You gotta also be ready to adapt, and you gotta also be emotionless when it comes to like losses and defeat and everything, right? Like, you gotta actually just match all these things, right? That's the way you can play against them.
Yeah, it's weird, right? They've got these few things that they're always going to draft if it's available to them: Tiny, Warlock, and the Razor. They're the big 3 priorities. So I'd say ban 2 of them. Maybe this is the one where you want to go the first pick and you want to take that 3rd one away from them, and then you just need to react to the draft on its merits. You don't need, you can't prepare for LGD. They can play anything.
I mean, you could also say that like they kind of, like the Huskar pick kind of caught them off guard, right? You could look into some unorthodox type of picks that can maybe make the enemy carry go Vessel, or, you know, whatever. Like, just kind of play with some new ideas that LGD will not see coming, and then Yeah, they don't seem as confident.
Maybe the Arc Warden could come up against
something
them.
Like that, yeah.
They're not quite as used to.
Always fun to see an Arc Warden, or at least for me, it's always fun to see an Arc Warden, but LGD will be waiting for their opponents in that grand final. For now, we have to see the outcome of the second game of today. Team Secret second semi-final. Team Secret versus Team Spirit. What team will come out on top? We're gonna have to see after a quick break.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي تي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق.
7 minutes to game.
على تفاعلك بالتطبيق والجوائز الأسبوعية.
Thank you TMB for the 5, Shakays for the 27, GMB thank you for the 13.
مهما كان جوك.
Is my guys or friends watch my stream frequently? No. I have no friends. No friends. And get the Gully for the 11. No, my offense, they're not gamers. Only Muke maybe? He's the only orphan I have that plays games. Everyone else is just like a non-gamer life. And even Milk I met online. Actually, no, there's one elephant from my town even that plays games. I wonder what he's doing these days. He's a Valorant player. Oh, but he's worse than me somehow and I'm terrible. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm talking about our offense. Especially people I grew up with, but no, they don't play games. It's very rare to find people who play video games in the Netherlands. Mostly because they're probably at home playing video games and nowhere else. You get kinda ashamed for playing video games in the Netherlands. Like people look at you and go kinda like, you play video games? What are you, 5 years old? Where don't you get shamed? Oh, there's some places with more of an esport community. Or culture rather, not community. Like South Korea and stuff. Although, you probably get shamed in South Korea for not being a doctor when you're 7 years old. So what can you do? Lose-lose. No matter where you go. Next generation kids gonna be so well connected with their parents. Can you imagine playing video games with your own kids? Yeah, gonna be fun as fuck, right? I mean, I would stomp him, of course, in every game, but still, it'd be really fun. For me, at least. I might be an outlier though, because I'm a little bit above average in games. Oh man, if I have ever kid, it's just gonna get stomped in every game. Yeah, fuck it, dude. They have to get good somewhere. If it's not me, it's some online asshole anyway. They will hate playing video games and then focus on studying instead. Sure, dude. Yeah, let's pull up a list of all the kids who hate playing video games and love to study instead. Of course. Fucking hell. Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to the second game of the day, the second semi-final. And look at this panel. I was actually trying to form a team, but turns out we're only going to analyze. It's going to work out for me, doesn't matter. We have, on my right, Aoi2000. Nice to have you again.
Hello. Good to be here.
Then over here, it's Nine, also the mid laner from Tundra. Hello, Nine.
Hello. My pleasure to be here.
Yeah. And finally, Seb, who you've already met.
How you are gonna introduce me as what then?
Seb, the two-time TI winner.
I was wondering if you're gonna go for caster, expert. It's fine. Happy to be here too.
He speaks 3 languages. He can do anything for you, honestly. I bet he cooks apparently for his team as well.
I don't. That's a lie.
Okay, well. Anyway, we have a really exciting series in front of us today. It's Team Spirit versus Team Secret. We've already gotten an experience of this, right? In the group stages, they fought against each other. It was a 1-1 series, so it's kind of like the ending wasn't entirely told. Now with this best of 3, we'll see definitely a winner and definitely a loser. Any expectations for today, Aoi?
I think Spirit are gonna win. I think Secret have been looking really good this tournament, but I think Spirit are just a tad stronger.
Really? What is that? Can you elaborate?
I think this tournament, Collapse has really found his hero pool. He's like been playing these bounty hunters, these razors. Like I think in the time after TI, when Spirit started looking like slightly vulnerable, even just a bit, like at the major and stuff, Collapse's hero pool. It didn't feel like he had the same impact as he did on TI with some like Magnuses and what did he play? Mars, Magnus, pretty much anything. He would like win his lane, he'd snowball the game. I think Spirit as a team, they thrive when Collapse is putting on a lot of pressure on the map, and I think he's doing it this tournament.
Okay. Seb, you were praising Team Secret a lot on this panel before, and you were talking about maybe there's one strategy they've been showcasing has been broken. Do you think they have an ace up their sleeve just in case?
I'm sure they have other things to show, but I would tend to agree that they've kind of got away with one strategy right now, more or less, and it's been looking really dominant. But now we're getting into the later stage of the tournament where there's no team here that's not capable of dealing with whatever you have ready. So I feel like Secret, they're going to get tested today. We haven't seen how they react when they get tested. And Spirit is in a shape, back in shape, where they can definitely test Secret.
And one of the biggest storylines we've seen this tournament and before as well was Toronto Tokyo's growth, right? As a mid laner who was being tested and perhaps not in the best form during the EU DPC to a top tier mid laner right now. Nine, how have you seen him progress throughout this tournament?
He definitely improved over the past months. I think he has been lacking a little bit in Team Spirit, but this tournament, I think they're starting to find themselves again. Not sure what it is exactly, but they're definitely improving over each match and each series that they play. So I think this will be a very good series to watch. I think mid lane, Nisha is a very tough enemy, so yeah, we'll see how we will do against them.
We are very curious as we see Secret coming out. We've heard a couple of the storylines for this team as well. You know, Crystallis is the wild horse that cannot be tamed. Puppy has been trying.
Oh, 40 Celsius outside.
Seb, as someone who has 5 wild horses in a team, how do you feel about that?
I mean, yeah, you know, I was praising Secret because I did not expect to look so good and be so dominant getting into the tournament. I mean, obviously Isaac is a very new addition. You know, it comes with a lot of changes. You know, the language also a thing, which I'm sure he did not express himself in English in his other team. Rezo also coming in as a standing for now.
I don't have AC, but I meant them, not me.
To have really picked up, you know, a lot of steam in a very limited amount of time, and that's quite impressive. They also seem very comfortable with the meta. It seemed like something clicked, and that's
it's not 40, it's 45.
They showed what they had to show in the tournament. So I mean, yeah, they look strong, and you know, now I'm kind of second guessing whether or not they have like a second card to play. But I mean, the first card was so nice that you can only assume that they do.
Yeah. Awi, could you explain to me and to the viewers?
Posca looks like he's gonna fuck your ass, Jesus.
So well this tournament.
I mean, we don't really know, right? Like it's between them, but I think Rezo and Zayak have played a long
Same
time
face as the picture.
Past,
oh fuck!
I can't remember what were they on VP together?
I don't remember which team, but
they played a long time together, right?
VP,
yeah. And even on Twitter, I saw them like looking for a team together. So I think they're really comfortable with each other, and that comfort, like, it helps you just play the entire game. Like when your early game is smooth, then everything looks nice and good. And I think Secret's offlane, especially compared to before, has been looking really nice.
Yeah. Do you feel like the lane is just good, or do you think there's a specific style they're using that people haven't caught up on yet?
I don't know. Like, sorry, can you say that again?
Like, do you feel like they're just playing well, or is there something that like they have unlocked a special style, a strategy that we're not seeing yet from other offlane duos?
I don't think they're doing anything like specifically different.
Okay.
Like they're just playing good Dota. They have a good synergy on the Dawnbreaker lanes, and then Zayak's able to like play some techies and stuff, whatever he likes, because they already know how the hero pairings work out. There's also something in Dota, like these two players, they've played too much together so much that they know their matchups better than their opponents. Yeah. So when they break out some Dawnbreaker +1, the other teams don't know how to react to it.
Okay.
And you made a really good point that it also felt like now they go from having like great synergy to maybe not the best in, you know, Ice and Yapzor and then Ice and Zayak. It felt like before there was maybe a little difference in how both kind of players wanted to approach the lane, and that kind of changed. So big gap.
Why is Ice still in Secrets?
Yeah, it is.
Why is he not here?
They're gonna be coming onto the same stage.
I don't know anything about Secret's team right
so
now.
Get ready for the walkouts. Sorry.
A visa problem? Huh.
أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، شاهدنا مباراة النصف النهائي الأول في البلاي أوفز الرياض ماسترز. معنا في جيمرز 8 وعرفنا الفريق LGD راح يكون الفريق الأول اللي ياخذ مقعد الجراند الأول معنا في البطولة، ولكن المباراة نصف النهائي الثانية جدا 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 مميزة. وزي ما احنا عارفين الفريق الأول اللي راح يكون معنا هو الفريق الوحيد اللي قدر يطلع من الجروب ستيج وما خسر إلا مباراة واحدة فقط. وأيضا
I like the one English word that comes out.
قدر إنه يدخل البطولة، وحتى مع تغييرات الراسر حقتهم مستمرين بأفضل أداء، وكلنا بهرنا وش اللي ممكن يسوونه في الستيج. لكن هل بيقدرون إنهم يخلصون المباراة هذه ويروحون لما النهائي ولا لا؟ ما ندري، وكلنا مشوقين للشيء هذا، فخلونا نرحب فيهم على طول على المسرح تيم سيكرت.
Thank you, Potential, for the 11. Ohama SP for the 38. Azaste for the 25. Tim Fake for the 21. That's soon. 322. You're having a baby soon. Should you teach him how to play Dota and pursue a Dota career? Or just old school doctor at 19 years old? I think doctor at 7, lawyer at 15. And then doctor, surgeon, brain surgeon again at 20. 1-2 Fake with a 5. Oh, it's a 55-second TikTok. Sadly, I can't really watch those on stream. Both TikTok and YouTube links.
Team Secret Secret have every reason to feel confident. Their opponents, however, are a team through their own admittance that have said they have struggled to find
Doesn't
their
the guy on the
confidence.
left
But
look
we
like a
heard on
villain
stage yesterday that
for
they feel
action movies?
reinvigorated, that they feel stronger than ever before, and you should fear them because when they are strong,
Like
they
the
can
main
go all
bad
the way to
guy.
the finals. Please join me and welcome to the stage, Team Spirit.
Also bad at being a bad guy. Yeah, a bit. Too much exposition while he's performing his plan.
Teams are assembled, and this is going to be an interesting one. Though Spirit may have a dragon on their shirt, Team Secret are the dragon in this tournament, going 7-1 in the group stage, only dropping a single game so far this tournament, but it was to Team Spirit. If any team can slay them, it's got to be the CIS Giants. But let's find out if they can do it. LGD are waiting in the finals. Who are they going to face off against? Let's head across the panel as we get ready for this best of three.
شاهدنا المباراة هذه في الجروب ستيج.
Look at me push Gas's face. Look at his face. Why is he looking like that?
الخسارة الوحيد من فريق سيكرت، لكن بنفس الوقت المباراة انتهت 1-1، فإلى الآن ما نعرف مين الفريق الأفضل. المباراة هذه راح تثبت لنا أشياء كثيرة، فخلونا على طول نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم عنه، لأن بعدها بيكون عندنا الجراند فاينل معنا في رياض ماسترز.
Oh, don't show it. Yeah, it's the ice. He looked like he smoked a bit before starting.
Indeed, a dragon disguised as a puppy, as Killer Pigeon says. Will they be able to beat Team Spirit? That's the real question here. I have some points here that I'd like to ask my 20k MR panel. 30k at this point?
More than that, more than that? Is that reflecting?
40k? I'm so sorry. I apologize, Seth. Anyway, I would like to ask about Crystallis, particularly from Team Secret. Right? He's been a talking point for a while because he has a hero pool that's been, Bloodseeker, Monkey King, sometimes Phantom Lancer. You praised Collapse. You talked about how he was finding his hero pool. Do you feel like this matchup could go awry a little bit in the lane if Crystallis can't find more heroes to excel on?
I mean, I think it depends on how they can draft, because Seb earlier, he was even mentioning like this Chen from Secret's really strong, but if Crystallis can't find his hero to match with the Chen and Collapse has a good lane, I think the game will also be really hard for Secret. Like once Collapse starts going, if Puppy shut down a bit, I'm not sure.
Okay, because that's a crucial lane for Secret right now, Seb?
Yeah, it is. It's very important. I feel like the side lanes have been going extremely well for Secret, and I mean, this is where I also want to ask Nine, like as a mid laner, how much of a difference does it make when you have side lanes that are kind of crumbling versus when your side lanes are stable?
To be honest, I feel like mid is kind of a low skill lane right now. Like, I think the game is really decided on the side lanes, the early game, but for the most part, like mid can, these days, it's really easy to go even with pretty much almost
I've been saying
matchup.
this.
And yeah, just
all the time.
Factors are like, do you have supports that can come for the runes without the side lanes crumbling too much? Do you have side lane cores that can self-sustain lanes and the subs will be free? Like that's where the early pressure comes from. Yeah, I think it's very important to have the strong side lanes.
So it's a massive impact, right? And
Mid is so
probably
boring in this
why
patch.
We've seen Nisha be so dominant also because he's always set up for success. His side lanes are doing great. His cores don't need the supports. They can look at Nisha, help him out, pressure with him. And it's been a big thing for Secret right now. And if Spirit manages to kind of kick them away from that comfort zone, you could see everything crumble at the same time.
Right. Has Secret been playing this, has Spirit been playing this laning style? Because I know you've talked about them being a little bit slower than other teams in this tournament.
I don't know that they've done it as much this tournament, but definitely at TI, they were doing it a lot. You know, Collapse was, the kind of offlaner to buy the helm every game into the armlet. This year that was really hard to pressure, and then you would see the supports kind of connect.
Does he hate his teammate that much?
Toronto, Tokyo, and try to. So they definitely know. They're aware of that, and they know how to do it. So they have the tools.
Historically, Spirit, when they've done that, it's always been a lot of on the Mira hero as it combines collapse, as you mentioned, right? The IOs, the Snapfires to make sure that lane goes well. But in this tournament, we've seen a lot of deviation, for example, from LGD, where the 5s are the ones that are deciding a lot of the early, right? Either the Enchantresses, sometimes the Warlock to play around the mid-game. Do you find that Spirit will start to imitate that style a bit more, perhaps, Aoi? Put more pressure on that 5, make sure that's the stellar pick here?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I think Spirit, like their team philosophy, the supports are sort of there to enable the cores. Like both Miposhka and Mira, they switch lanes, but both of them play really sacrificial in lane.
Okay.
They'll buy a lot of regen for their core. They'll make sure their core has a good game. And then I think just the Eastern European region in general, like supports always enable cores. Even in a mid-game, you'll see them playing in pairs to tank all the smokes.
Right.
Whereas some other teams, they play more like support-centric. Even like Secret, I think. Puppey gets a
Screenshots
lot
of
farm,
drafts.
and supports can have a lot more impact.
What are the advantages of the second style for Secret?
I mean, honestly, I like that style better. Maybe because I play support, I like to get enabled. But I think like if your cores aren't snowballing, you have a more well-rounded fight capability. Because like the supports supports get a lot of farming EXP now.
Yeah.
So like your levels and your spells are so strong, and all the items you get are really good. But then on the other side, like Spirit, like sometimes they just have this like collapse to your Toro that you just can't stop them. Right. And Toronto Tokyo, like he's really good at pushing all the ways without getting caught. So it makes it really hard to play the map against Spirit.
I think we had a good example also, that style difference, where I think OG supports are maybe more on the sacrificial side of things, whereas LGD supports, you know, they take more space and they really use it, right? So definitely two big styles, you know, that are gonna clash with each other in the upcoming series also.
Right. Do you think there's that series between OG and LGD was significant of the clash of the styles, or do you think there's much more to that and we can't really expect anything from that?
No, there is more to that, but it was to try to add on the point of the support style, which is very important. Like, how often do you see Puppey kind of body block a smoke gank and just die? I feel like it doesn't happen that often. You know, it's more the other way around, if anything.
That's true. Nine, what do you think the mid laner fits into this pool as well, right? You like playing like pretty active mid laners early. How do these two teams like to play?
Oh, he didn't fall on the ground. What is that, toothbrush?
Usually one like more on the passive side, while Nisha, I feel like Nisha can do both. He's very all-rounded player.
Right.
It really depends on what heroes he's playing. I think they should just look out to not give Nisha something like a good Timbersaw game, because then that's when the mid pressure will come by himself already. And I think Team Spirit should not lose their mid tower early, because I think they should, like, they play really well when they have their mid tower alive. Toronto Tokyo can play like safe and farm some camps. Yeah, I think that's what they should do.
Okay.
To add on to what Nine said, like Toronto Tokyo, like he'll come in for the TP ganks, he'll get kills, but I don't think you ever see this guy sort of walk into the enemy jungle and take away their space. Something like people who watch Thompson, like Thompson really likes to do this. I guess Nine really likes to do this. Yeah. I think it's just a stylistic difference from mid. And Dota right now, like I feel like a lot of teams, even the individual players, are approaching the game completely differently. Right. Like even for us, we had like the Hack as a stand-in. Like he's a really good player, and I think we sort of struggled to get on the same page as him because he came with a lot of ideas which I thought were really good, but they're honestly pretty different than what we thought we wanted to do on the map.
Interesting. Do you feel like this is the case now more so than before? Like over time it's evolved, or is it just the current patch?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I think it's very possible that teams have like evolved to become more different, especially like there's less international play because of COVID and like the TPC, you don't play that many games or versus other regions that much. But it feels like each team is pretty unique. Like both, it's not just hero pool anymore. It's like a lot of how you play the game. Like look at like something like OG and Liquid. Like these two teams are like the most opposite teams you can be, in my opinion, and they're in the same region even. Interesting.
We have a draft in front of us now. We're seeing some of these bans. The Razor ban that's been so popular against Chinese team. Secret is the other team who has a 100% win rate with this hero as well.
Avo looks like the listen guy.
Yeah, I mean,
his hands are always moving left and right.
I want to bring up, and I'd like to pick.
Look, see, he's not even saying anything. The hands are moving.
So Secret have been banning Marcy against every team, literally the entire tournament. It seems like I want to call it a little bit of a lazy ban. It seems like that to me, or maybe it's not. Maybe, you know, they're terrified by the hero, but I would only assume, I mean, they've definitely banned Marcy against teams that don't prioritize Marcy as much. And then we also see the Timber ban on Team Spirit. How much, like, do you agree with that much respect being put on the Timber ban from Secret? Is it something that, I mean, obviously we've seen Nisha mostly play it. They have lost with it with SSIs. Now it's Trezzo. We're not sure really if he plays Timber as much. Yourself, you're a mid Timber player, right? Pretty good at it. Like, what do you think? Do you think it's a ban that makes a lot of sense to you?
Yeah, as I said, against Team Secret, I think Timbersaw is like one of the only heroes that can reliably win mid and reliably pressure mid alone. And this is something that they should look out for.
Okay, that's really important for their style.
Yeah.
I feel like it. Don't you think it's sort of sus giving Zeus though?
I mean, it really depends on what their idea is, right? They probably looked at the options and then think they have like a good idea of what to play against the Zeus.
I feel like the Dawnbreaker is a lot of a, you know, they're trying to take
gonna
it
be
away
tiny,
also from
right?
Secret. They have not prioritized it in the first phase for themselves, but that's also, you know, when you find a team that is as versatile as Team Spirit, they can kind of pick their tools, right? And now they play versus Secret that have
Monkey
been looking,
King, okay.
you know, prioritizing Zeus heavily. Then Team Spirit is like, we're just gonna, you know, take the hero from them, basically.
Okay. We see the Warlock coming out from them as well. That's something that we've seen PSG LGD do a lot, Seb, and we've been praised a lot by them. I don't remember Spirit taking it as much or giving us.
I don't think Dawn is 100% ban pick rate,
really.
but it's pretty damn high.
Definitely
it's close to
very
it.
strong hero right now. You also got to think that, you know, when you're second pick and you have to pick these two heroes, you're gonna pick, whatever hero you pick, you're gonna expose them a bit, right? It's not a pick that you can really protect, because as you see, you know, Secret's gonna follow up with the 8th pick, which was the Monkey this time. You don't maybe feel like addressing a Warlock as much as you would have addressed something else, so it's just a solid pick, right? It doesn't really expose your draft, and you move on to the second phase, which is much stronger for the second pick.
Yeah. I'm interested when you said, Ali, about the different styles, versus, like, not just hero pools, but different styles, right? Like you see LGD, for example, they are playing around the Warlock timings to a degree, but you said Team Spirit plays to enable their cores. Is there a different style to be played for Warlock in that way? Is that what we're going to see here, perhaps?
I think they're picking Warlock because they watch the Chinese teams, to be honest. I think this hero is mostly from the Chinese region. I think the other thing they're thinking about is like having some sustain against Zeus is really nice. If you play versus hero without
teams
some
picked
dazzle
Warlock a lot,
or
didn't they?
any sort of sustain, he just keeps poking you down, and it's
Not
really
just
hard to
Chinese
take the
region.
fights.
So about the Dawn pick, I think what makes this hero really strong is that it can be a really good flex. Like it can go on pretty much any lane. And which is why I really like this Monkey King, because it can follow him, it can be safe lane against offlane Dawn, it can be position 4 against the safe lane Dawn, which are both really good matchups, I think.
Nisha even plays it mid. I don't know if that's a matchup you could look at, Monkey versus Dawn. I have not seen it as much, but maybe it is an option.
It should be good, honestly.
Are there any bans to stand out to you guys as well here in the second phase?
I mean, the Viper ban is definitely something that's going to try to protect the Monkey, so you could... Crystal is very known for his Monkey, so now they're trying to, you know, make that option very viable. Obviously, you don't want to lane Monkey into a Dawnbreaker +4 and Vipers +3. That sounds like an impossible lane. So yeah, they're just trying to buff the Monkey pick, basically.
Do you think these are bans for mid Zeus 2-9? Or what would you ban if you had to play the mid Zeus here?
The Ember is definitely annoying for mid Zeus. It has like a lot of harassment for you. You gotta watch out. You'll be on low on resources and it will be easy to rotate on you. So it is a mid Zeus ban. I think they should place it mid Zeus. I think it's superior to the position for Zeus.
So we've seen, actually Ember has the lowest win rate in the entire tournament on all the cores. It has not, I think it's 1-8 or 1-7 right now. Yeah. And the only game that it won was against D-Boosters, which probably is the weaker team here, so it could be 0-win technically. From Team Spirit side, we've seen that they use the Mars against the Zeus very effectively. They also have used, I think, the Kunkka, you know, with the eggs and trying to make sure that the Zeus dies, you know, regardless of the heavenly jump. So yeah, it's for now these kind of angles have not been covered. So I feel like Team Spirit has been one of the teams to deal the best with the Zeus so far in terms of counter picks. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of these heroes kind of, you know, come later down the draft.
What is it that make the Mars and the Kunkka to be good against the Zeus in the mid lane?
It's just that they have Zeus really doesn't want to buy BKB, and Mars Kunkka have like the best catch against these heroes.
Sure.
Like you just X-Mark him and you have so much setup to take the fight how you want it. Or like you put him in the arena, you already make sure that he cannot escape. So I think against Zeus generally you
Let
want one
me
of these
try
heroes to
that.
just catch
Oh,
him.
Waga invited
And
me.
then I can
I'm not playing
already
though.
Okay, yeah, they just banned TA.
I
which
wonder.
I was gonna say it's a really good TA game already. But yeah.
I vaguely remember seeing Zeus jump out of a fucking arena.
I think Toronto Tokyo also really likes this Kunkka.
Yeah, he does.
So they will look on it, I think.
What'd you say, sorry? What, it is a really good TA game.
Yeah, it's just very good against
shit.
both Monkey and
Oh shit.
It has a
I guess not.
free lane against Zeus, and throughout the game, it's really hard for Zeus to play. He gets caught on a trap once. He doesn't buy any armor.
Ah, like this you can. Yeah, I've definitely seen this before.
You really want to think as Zeus as a hero that you have have to kill
It's
him.
100% consistent.
Cannot you know, kind of allow him to dish out all the damage, you know, empty his mana on nukes. Usually that means that you're losing the fight.
You just wait, and that's it. It's super easy to do.
Team Spirit starting to pick a second pick. This
By the way, they were
their
supposed to have
picking phase
fixed
starts to
this.
become a little bit
All
stronger. How
vertical
do you
movement
make
stopped
sure
from
you
Mars
don't
Arena,
15,000?
by the
What
way.
would you pick here?
I think they're just gonna. They need to decide if the Dawn is a core support. They'll probably just put him as core, flex it to a 24 as a 1 or 3. So they're gonna pick their other support here. I'm honestly a little bit surprised by having Phoenix Warlock supports for Team Spirit. I think usually they have a little bit more sacrificial supports, but they have a lot of teamfight right now. Like if they can catch Team Secret's heroes, I'm sure they're already thinking about the Kunkka as Nine mentioned for mid. They can force these fights. I don't know if Team Secret can really stand their ground on anything.
What about the Mars? Do you like it?
Jump is horizontal, of course. Horizontal jump, just like in real life.
Like this team fight, the Dawn wants to come in with ulti, but they have zero catch right now. It will be really hard to fight.
Is it double in game? Yeah, easy, dude. But that's only after you get Spirit,
I
right?
think it's really scary to play
Spirit's still
Phoenix
kinda
Mars
iffy.
Until you need BKB. There's no way around it. Else you're just feeding in all these spells. So it's gonna also make the monkey a much slower hero. Zeus, as we mentioned, is gonna be super scared. He gets caught in arena, he's gonna die. I mean, they have such an overwhelming amount of AoE damage. There's no such thing as surviving. And I think Spirit, they really like this position where they have the superior team fight. I think that's when they play the best. As Nine mentioned earlier, also they get to play passive if they want to. They get to play aggressive when they want to. You know, there's zero pressure whatsoever on their shoulders. They have, you know, whenever you
It's not vertical movement down to get out. No, it's supposed to be all vertical movement. The same reason why you can't go in.
How can we get Secret's response?
There is supposed to be a wall, but there just isn't.
Stop that.
I think they need something to deal with the egg. They went with the Chen. I think Chen should also be sort of hard versus Dawnbreaker, Phoenix, and lane.
Yeah,
like
it should
maybe
be.
you'll have some eventual pressure, like you can get some creeps. Sure. But I feel like you're carrying
Can
my
you
suffer.
jump in? I don't
I
know.
think this monkey will be position 4, right?
Why would you jump in though? But sure. Just for the sake of the argument, I don't fucking know.
For him, he cannot really stay on trees. They have so much to just press
Let's see.
all the T's in the team fight are gone.
So at the same time, I feel like they're also, already for Secret, if they try to
Yeah, well, you can jump in.
fix the team fight problem, it's already too late. I feel like there's no way they're gonna ever be able to
You can't walk it.
into these heroes. So they're maybe
That's supposed to be the block,
could
but
actually be a
you know, it is what it is.
Shaker. I don't think we've seen Rezo Shaker yet. I know Nisha plays Shaker mid, so that's something to keep in mind, but it's maybe a little bit too wild. Zaya quite comfortable on the hero, but the point I was trying to make is Secret, they've been really good at kind of winning their lanes, pressure super early, you know, the Zeus ulti coming in, they're winning their lanes, Puppy gets to greed up a little bit, get the early mech, and then they group up, start taking towers, and the tempo is too quick, you know, your supports are not level 6, they had really bad lanes, you know, so all of a sudden you're gonna look at these Phoenix and Warlock, and you're gonna feel like they're burdens, instead of being these super teamfight heroes that we, you know, fancy during the draft. So I like the fact that Secret, they just commit to what their initial plan was.
This is going to be a monkey can carry though, right?
Is the Chen enough against Dawnbreaker?
You can get through the Fire Spirits or something. I'm not too sure what their plan is for that lane. But I thought
because that's a Dawnbreaker Phoenix lane against Chen Monkey King.
I'm sort of surprised that they went with Chen. When I see Chen, like I like what you said. They have so much teamfight. Oftentimes, how you beat teamfight lineups is you break them
a
down.
bit iffy, I'd say.
Exactly what you said. These supports
There's a chance that the Monkey lane gets crushed.
Warlock goes for like one defensive kill or maybe save someone. It's not good. Right now, I feel like Chen, the hero's
Will
like
this be a regular thing? Depends on the tournament.
You can't really
we'll see, man.
lane or like break down these like vulnerable, greedy heroes.
Yeah.
Spirit go for the Kunkka, which I really like because I think they want to save their 24 to keep this Dawnbreaker a bit more flex. I don't think they would want the Dawnbreaker mid. If they pick the Mars, they would sort of be committed on that carry. I think with the Kunkka, like I just look at Secret's lineup, like anyone who gets axed, I don't know how you save them right now.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about the Dawn? Because I mean, Secret's probably the best Dawn team so far in the tournament. They've stomped every game almost. They had Dawn, and now they're playing versus the first pick Dawn. Do you feel like they have addressed it or not really?
Why is Dawnbreaker so highly picked? It's a good hero. Simple as.
Like they have not addressed it. For now,
good early game, good laning phase, good mid game. Lacking in super late game, but games don't go there, so it's a very good hero.
You know, it won't be easy to dodge them. Like I think they can literally go and start the fight anywhere they want right now. It really depends on Team Secret if they can get to a point where their ball is stronger, which still will be hard.
It's a little bit worrying because Secret also have the last pick.
Yeah.
Right? They're also gonna get to counter the. I mean, for Spirit have the last pick, so it's gonna get even worse for Secret probably, where they were first pick and they're gonna get countered also on their last pick, which is most likely the offlaner.
something else I was thinking is like if you have this Chen and Earthshaker, I think against Team Spirit supports you really want to play the runes, but I'm not too sure Zeus uses the runes the same way that like you can use with your supports. I don't know if this is true or not.
He just mainly uses them for resources, like getting mana back and everything.
You could think of the Kunkka maybe not getting the sustain runes against the Zeus. That maybe hurts more than the Zeus kind of abusing the Kunkka's gonna probably starve.
It's a Toronto-Tokyo Kunkka. Like he's just gonna X himself, go back.
Right, there's the X.
Those resources, he's gonna farm some stacks.
I think they should, what Seb is right, if they should really look to not give this Kunkka a rune, like a haste rune or something. Because if he gets a haste rune and he gets like a good kill and opens up like good game for the Dawn, for example, like I think Secret will struggle.
I mean, I like this opening in the draft, definitely. You know, Chan Shaker versus Warlock Phoenix, definitely night and day in terms of rotating from lanes to lane, fighting for the runes. So this is definitely something really good about Secret's lineup that they can try to abuse. They're also gonna get the Zeus ulti. It's an absolutely stupid spell in my opinion. The level 1 Zeus ulti is so strong. It's so much damage all over the map. So, you know, two strong supports are rotating. They have cores that are quite self-sufficient if they get a good start on their lanes in the Doom and the Monkey. And then you could see how all of a sudden, you
it's
know,
good against
all
Phoenix,
the
I
skirmishes
suppose.
You're going to see around the map early game, they might go in Secret's favor, and it might allow them to kind of snowball and never get into this 5v5 on even economy against Spirit that they really have no business winning in this game, given the drafts.
Dawn too, isn't?
As their final pick is going to be in Ursa, a stronger laner here. Make sure
well,
to push the Doom as well. Make sure to have a little bit more.
That's a hard lane for Doom.
With this, do they have enough to stop the running over from Secret in the lane?
I think any carry that had eventual pressure on the Doom was good there. Like they have a Warlock. I don't think there's any pressure coming in from like a Doom Earthshaker. And then I don't know. I feel like it's really hard for Secret to play this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Ursa can be really scary.
It's a monkey carry, I think, not Doom carry.
Sustain and he can play very aggressively.
So is it fair to say that Secret should look to kind of snowball, whereas Spirit are in the driver's seat?
I think they are in the driver's seat, and I think Secret has to play the map really well in order to dodge the right fights at the right time. But they have some good heroes to push lanes, to shadow push waves. Like Crystal is really good as Monkey King. He finds like waves to push out more than other players on Monkey King would. They have Zeus to give a lot of vision to D-Ward. Like maybe they can still make it happen somehow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've proven to be really good with this kind of style also.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to see as game 1 is upon us. Team Spirit versus Team Secret, the second semi-final about to begin. And we have two casters ready to narrate this great encounter.
I like the word there. Nine was using superior team fight, superior catch, as Team Spirit have somewhat of a superior draft, as the panel was saying. But Team Secret do have some ways back in with the way they can control the map. And you called that last pick Ursa. It was a tasty one, wasn't it?
Looks like a really good pick here. I mean, he's playing into Earthshaker and Doom in the lane with someone who can sustain him. Ursa does struggle with trading region a little bit, but this time around he's going to be putting a little bit more pressure. So Team Secret, they need
that's
to
a good thing though.
Back,
if Black's not casting this game, it means he's getting the grand finals.
Like, I don't think they're ever gonna threaten a kill on Ursa, especially because he's being supported by Warlock. So something definitely to mention. Two supports on side of Spirit. We have Warlock and the Phoenix. These two heroes are very level dependent. We saw in the previous series what can happen if
or they send them home, yes.
Don't get
yes.
enough XP when you pop your ultis first time 15 minutes into the game. I also want to go back to the point that Misery made on the previous panel, where he talked about like these level 6
heroes showmans? No, I didn't see it.
Supports that once they hit level 6, they bring so much to the team fight. And yeah, Phoenix plus Warlock, they are those two heroes compared to, for example, Shaker. Like
they don't need items.
Yeah, Shaker does need an item. Like he definitely needs an item to be able to play the game. Usually we don't see this hero too often. I want to see how Zayas is going to be able to do on Earthshaker.
I hate this game.
You need to farm. Like there's a window where you need.
We always miss the ward placements early game because of this camp.
We're talking about, you know, in the laning stage you might be able to get mana boots, but then there's like 5-6 minutes where you're gonna have a difficult time. You're like pretty much the similar what's in the laning stage, and difficult way for them to start a fight. Like they need some kind of initiation. Whenever you have Doom, you need to have a good catch. Chen doesn't provide you with catch, Zeus neither. So Shaker, he needs to be roaming around and making stuff done with the Fissure. So I expect them to put like more points in Fissure just to lower the cooldown and stun duration.
Yeah, get those blocks going, allow the Chen army or the Monkey King to catch up. and kill off some heroes. They do have the ability, though, to pressure towers and maybe force team fights around them. But Secret are going to have a lot of choices to make in terms of where to take team fights. And like the panel was saying, where to dodge team fights. Going to be very important for them to get away from some of those big team fight ultis.
Me.
Of course.
Reset again. That audio desync.
That top bounty rune. And Team Spirit getting the 3 of them.
Monkey King played by Crystalis, one of his better heroes, if not the best hero. And yeah, supported by Puppy's Chen. I want to see how that lane goes. A lot of kill threat from Team Spirit off lane. We're talking about Dawnbreaker.
The one CS and Warlock is a ward of some kind.
Level 2, once they get to level 3, damage output from Dawnbreaker is pretty nuts. Like she's one of the heroes that can just trade against the Monkey King. Puppy, starting with Headrest, understands that there's going to be a lot of harassment, so they need to have sustain. Pretty similar to what Team Spirit safe lane.
This is not a happy lane for Doom.
With Shadow Word and Zayats. Fisher.
First one of the game. Straight on to 2 of them.
Scary stuff for Secret. It's going to be a farmed Ursa right off the bat.
So Warlock, like you're saying, it's the sustain, but also these Fury swipes against double melee heroes. So we'll have to get these lane drags by Zayats.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Small cap,
he's fucking with the creeps. Of course.
Try and get your levels in gold that way.
Nothing he can do. Too bad.
Can't really do too much to Ursa, and now Yatoro will
whoa, hey, what are you? Why is he not pulling behind the tower?
Get some extra XP while Miposhka is trying to zone out Rezo and deal some damage.
I don't know how 2B does it, but you can definitely pull behind the tower. He put it in the tower.
You don't have to.
Also, one thing to say.
Oh, do they want it in the wave maybe then?
Ursa,
that's odd.
Is he gonna go for the courier? Not really. You can
I think the play was to put it behind the tower.
Pretty good. Because even if you get blocked, you still have something to go for the kill. Right. Looking at the mid lane, Nisha putting a lot of pressure on this Kunkka. 11 CS and 9 on Kunkka. You need to have like advantage. Kunkka's gonna have a free farm, I would say, in this one, but Nisha as a mid laner, he's been pretty amazing.
Stacking the wave now. Okay.
One of the most stable players of all time.
2B better than pro? It's very possible 2B's better at lane shenanigans than some of the pro players. It's not a common strat at all.
Lane is about to be pushed in.
It's not something you just randomly do either. It's a raw practice strat.
I mean, he was already at almost perfect CS, right? Only dropping 1 last hit from the first 3 waves. Gets a small cap now to boost his numbers too. Out towards top, we've got Mira on that Phoenix with the collapsed Dawnbreaker. And this is the lane that the panel reckoned would struggle.
It's the strat where you fuck with the creep wave real badly.
But maybe here with the creep,
you pull it all over the place, you stack it, and you do everything to fuck with it. Oh, he just hit level 2.
Starbreaker there to keep Crystalis back, and he'll dive away on this Phoenix.
It's actually not that situational. It's very simple. You just ask yourself, can you win the lane? If the answer is no, you fuck with the creeps.
1 creep, and that got Phoenix to level 2. Surprised none of the small camps on the mid lane got blocked, because both of these heroes, they farm it very well and extremely quickly.
They surely do. I mean, against the Zeus, are you kind of worried he'll just lightning bolt and deward it immediately?
That's true.
But I guess if you're using it, you'll block 1.
That's true, but he also, like, mid-Zeus, they usually don't get the lightning bolt. They want to go with more points in Heavenly Jump and also to be able to max out Arc Lightning to push out the wave.
Well, this is the issue that the panel are talking about. Crystalis, he's in a lane with a Chen, yes, but Puppy's going to be grabbing creeps, pulling, stacking, so it does become a 1v2 at some point, and that's where he gets bullied by the Phoenix and the Dawnbreaker. I do have the lane under the tower now with a fresh wave arriving. So he should be able to secure some safe CS.
2B is Coomer material. Just Google it. You get your Coomer hand ready for it too.
Harassment once Dawnbreaker hits that level 3. Mira will try to pull the lane back. Never mind, not gonna happen. A lot of these units. Oh,
good Fisher. They had that Infernal Blade on Miposhka as well. But these Fatal Bonds back onto them.
Even with the level advantage.
Stacking forces Earthshaker back, and we can see Resolution dropping very low. But let's push that wave forward.
Shaker as a position forward usually does start with boots of speed.
It's such a boring mid
right now, so he can stay away from Ursa, and Doom also needs to adjust his
right, the person who wins this mid lane is the one who stacks small camp better.
And of course, more move speed.
That's what it comes down to in this.
Tipping Toronto Tokyo. Resolution getting shadow worded, needs the bodyguard to come back in here, bounce the Warlock out of this jungle. Going for the phase boots, probably into the hand of Midas. The regular stuff for the Doom. Blink, BKB, all that good stuff. Yatoro, oh, he's going straight for it. Fisher will hold him back though. Resolution and Zayat making sure that the Ursa doesn't get this completely free lane that he was looking for.
Already used the Earth Shock.
Not too bad still. 20 CS on Doom. That's 10 more than expected in this.
Zeus is level 6, so this could potentially be an easy kill for Nisha if the side lanes start to play a bit more aggressively.
Oh, he got the stack off.
Yeah,
Zeus wins, I guess.
That first jump, chip away at people.
I wonder if he torrent stacked.
HP and regen. Of course, everyone with a lot of resources early days in the laning stage. You've got to make that initial move.
What do I think will win? Hard to say this game. I think both drafts are very equal.
Grabs himself a little baby
Laning phase wise it looks equal too. It's 5 minutes, no advantage yet.
Has that tornado?
Tornadoes, yeah. And Chrysalis, he's just not comfortable facing off.
It's a bit easier to initiate for secrets.
So a good pull across by Puppey will give him a bit of room. While
Oh,
Toronto,
whoa,
Tokyo,
what a rotation.
he's come down
Out of
bottom
nowhere.
with the X-boat, and that'll be the end of the Doom's life in this bottom lane.
Like his game wasn't shit enough.
There, Yatoro given the first blood.
It was all about who's gonna make the first move. Whether Team Secret makes an early move and uses Zeus ulti to try to secure the kill.
Level 25 Monk is good this game, but you don't really play for level 25.
In terms of,
The game's often decided before that.
Yeah, giving away first blood to Yatoro. They want to have him off to a good start. Get that Morbid Mask, even more sustained.
Yeah.
Nisha gets
the lead.
kill.
That's the punishment he deserved, though. We saw the Zoomer versus Boomer clicking reactions. Got the bounty rune under the nose of Puppey, but Puppey brings in his reinforcements. It tells Nisha to punish that naughty Phoenix. Miposhka heading down back towards bottom. Looks like Yatoro is going to get the pull off himself. A carry pulling waves into camps and catching the wave as well. Zaya's going to drag them back to the range creep, so both teams should get a range creep deny there, while Monkey King leaps himself up atop the trees.
Oh,
collapse.
cut the wrong tree.
Was close with the Celestial Hammer, but now the jump back in, the Penitence comes. Jingu stacks building up, and a TP from Nisha, looking to claim the life of Collapse's Dawnbreaker. They'll have it as well. Raindrops, yeah,
they wanted to leave the kill for Chrysalis. Both mid laners
clean back
making
to
a
this.
TP
Well played.
rotation to be able to secure the kill for their safe laners.
Helps them out tremendously. And we see there the net worth of the Monkey and the Doom a little bit further behind their counterparts. Ursa and Zeus racing up towards the top of the board.
Yatoro's massive on Ursa. Usually this doesn't happen. There's a lot of heroes that do tend to just like overpower Ursa in terms of region trade, but pairing him up with Warlock was a pretty smart idea from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Also getting him first blood, phase boots, the chase potential, kill threat here. So every single time like Rezo gets close, he's gonna go and try to deal some damage, get those stacks going.
Yeah, Rezo calling the Ursa is missing there in the chat wheel. And I was gonna ask you, at what point do we think Ursa can or wants to go into Roshan? Like, it's too early now, but the next 3 minutes or so, is that something that...
Yeah, if we were talking about 10-minute rotation, when there's gonna be like people grouping around trying to take the tower,
Ursa be unstoppable?
Tower damage
Don't know.
is pretty low.
It's
Chen
not
needs to have
a free
rotation,
Ursa game,
and they
even
need
if
to
he
play
gets
with the
farms.
catapult if they need to take a tier 1 tower. So it might be a bit too difficult. Usually
Oh,
Ursa
on
would,
even net worth,
go 'cause he has
he
more
doesn't
capacity,
really
so he
kill
can
Monkey
farm
that easily.
and then threaten Roshan.
Doom is pretty scary all game for him. Zeus is impossible for him.
Like you say, play around the catapult waves a little bit with the rest of your team.
And Chen is annoying. Shake is very annoying.
Yeah,
Sorshka's gonna get a D ward.
Yeah, very nice around that mid lane. Some neutrals starting to drop as well. Fairy's Trinket found by the Kunkka. Crystal is still having problems up top. Collapses Dawnbreaker with Phase Soul Ring, incredibly potent.
It was more about stabilizing Monkey King's lane with Chen. Like, you don't have that much kill threat. And now Team Spirit smoked, looking for something. Kunkka, 2 points in the X mark should be enough to close
Not
the
that
gap.
great of a kill.
And with a Chen on Secret, you always expect stacks to be made in the jungle, and you're going to catch him here. As he was trying to build this up, Puppey brought back into the boat that crashes down on top of him.
Of a micro bled. What the fuck, Puppey?
He wants to line up this Fisher. Monkey King also targeting Miposhka. Zeus coming in to zap the Warlock down. And Team Secret responding in kind. You bring 2 heroes here, we'll bring 3, we'll bring 4. Toronto Tokyo has to torrent defensively to try and run away, but the
Yeah,
Monkey and the
I thought
Zeus,
so. Like
they're
it
not letting
really
it
wasn't
get
that
away.
fantastic of a kill.
Usually you want Zeus to get all the last hits, but it feels like Nisha has a really good read how much Crystalis needs to come back into the game. So first rotation, getting him to get the last hit, and now also allowing him to get another one.
Yatoro gonna de-sentry his own camp. Swings westward.
I don't think he could have done ulti there.
Are clearing the jungle.
Well, he could have done it, but
wouldn't
have done it. Wouldn't have changed anything.
Comes to Picnic. He's gonna get doomed.
Gonna get the enrage off.
Zeus is here too. Solar Guardian is gonna get cleared out by that Thunder God
Yeah,
trap.
Ursa's game is always scared with Doom on the line. It's kind of like the whole OD versus throw order situation. You can't just hold ulti for a good time. You know, you're just so forced to use it early on, or you just die like a dog.
It was Nisha. Okay.
Very annoying matchup, even if you're ahead in gold.
Zeus also picked up Region Rune, so that's a big farming tool for him.
Oh, it's incredible for Zeus. And he's going to finish off his Kaya now as well. Mira, level 7, does have the Supernova ready. And they will transfer the Ursa.
It's hard to beat Zeus mid dispatch.
Looking for this push with the catapult wave to try and get onto the tier 1.
You could pick like a Lina or something, but
So
even then Zeus is gonna farm.
Ready to rotate as well. His boat is off cooldown.
Hey, they smoke a vision.
They need one
Not
CS
sure.
from Miposhka to be level 6 and clear the stacks, go for the smoke, potentially give Ursa ability to go inside the pit, because if they smoke him, he can go and
Box okay, it doesn't win the lane though. It's good against him in the game.
buy a little bit more time. We see two big
Can't stop him from farming.
level 6s, one coming out from Chen and a mech, so pretty good timing on Puppy. That's gonna be
That was
a
the
lot of
matchup
heal.
between Monkey and Ursa. Ursa wins against Monkey, but that's only if you have a straight 1v1.
Or if the Ursa jumps them.
They're not gonna smoke, getting scouted out by Observer from Secret. They know exactly where it is. It's being pinged out by
They have
Miposhka.
different purposes as carries.
They know
Ursa's more of an assassin hero.
Secret gonna go
Monkey's
for the
a
mirror.
brawler.
Head down bottom with 5 heroes.
Zone
trying to
controlling
connect it
brawler.
with their Rezo Doom.
He's one of the rare carries with a good stun.
So bringing
And
everybody
most
down
carries
there.
don't have a good stun.
Should be able to claim the objective as they glyph up top to slow and delay the push from Yatoro and collapse.
This is why Ursa on Radiant feels much stronger, because when you do the swap, Dire are playing bottom part of the map and you're playing top part of the map, and then you always threaten a Roshan kill.
Yeah, he's going to have his diffusal delivered soon as well, so fight ready for the Ursa.
CK. CK is also pretty rare, but that stun is not as good as Monkey stun.
Creeps, they can push this tier 1 without giving away
Wraith
any
King
real
stun fucking
information
sucks
to
cock.
team spirit. Well, here's the Roshan play. Straight in. Morbid Mask, Diffuser Blade, pop. That Lincoln's on Roche.
Team Secret will be ready to go in.
5 heroes here.
Svensson is okay.
Secret
The
scouting
DK is
with the lightning
not
bolt.
often a carry, but that's pretty good too.
Wrath gives them full vision
But
as
Monkey
well,
stun
but
is
Zonta
god tier.
He's got the X-boat in towards VV Zayat, so they'll burn him down.
Fast,
with
long
Sunray,
range,
push back the Hurricane.
scaling damage, like
Does
it's
get him
super
out,
good all the way.
dangerous. Mirror gets burst down, the Solar Guardian.
Oh, the Vegas!
Who gets it? Yatoro gets it.
Ursa got it.
Just the Hand of God comes, trying to save up Resolution. He's on the run. Team Secret looking to just try and reset after
Big
spending
kill,
their
Dawnbreaker.
Wukong's. Nisha going up high ground. Once collapsed.
Get your fuck Starbuck out of here.
Still a big W for Team
Get
Spirit.
the fuck out of here.
That Aegis on Ursa, who just finished off the Fusel Blade, and he's gonna be ready to fight. They were not sitting inside the Wukong's command.
Oh, jeez. That reaction from Crystalis.
Also, there is no Doom.
Also, Yatoro. He was so fast on the cuts.
I think they should try to go and make some of the.
And the whole thing happened in like a fifth of a second.
They don't have the rocks. Supernova is still available, and Ursa wants to be able to fight. They could X mark him back. He TPs, refills the mana, but unfortunately, it does not have a TP.
Yeah, Team Spirit going to rally themselves around that mid lane again, just leaving Yatoro.
It really is tier 1 gaming.
Well, the rest of them
For
kind of
real.
expecting here, maybe Secret to push in towards that tier 1 mid tower with a Chen army. That Secret now with all of their ultis, no green lights, everything on cooldown.
Yatoro is not
Can we see
Dutch.
that one
Crystalis
again,
is Dutch.
if possible, where Chen
One of
pulled
us.
him with the Hurricane.
That was good, a little
So,
drag back.
Nice way
Displacement.
to save people.
A mini force staff, basically. Team Spirit pretty happy just to sit back and clear Ancients, even holding that Aegis. They've got everything here with Supernova, Boat, but no Solar Guardian or Golem. Wanting to try and limit what Secret can do on the map. I don't really have any vision to play into. And again, Crystal is so good at this, the ghost push that AUI was talking about on the panel. He's hiding in the trees, not really showing anything, getting a little bit of farm here and there. As they will drag Zayat into the Sunray, get the Earthshaker takedown. And it's just little by little Team Spirit building up small advantages here and there.
Toronto Tokyo trying to go for a play, still has Arcane Rune, but no ship this time.
Glyph that mid-turn one.
No, it surprises me too. The late casting from the E from Zeus.
Trying to reposition himself with Nisha. You can see the synchronization there with the two players. Hurricane dragging Toronto Tokyo back into the Zeus's reach. Half HP remaining. Just a little bit of burst from the
scary
Zeus.
if we
Drops
spill
that
it.
Kunkka so quickly.
Even with Vegas.
Trying to scout with the torrent now as well. Tier 1 tower will eventually fall. Doesn't seem like Secret are able to really demonstrate a full defense of the objective.
Yeah, giving respect to what Team Spirit have in terms of team fight. Egg, Warlock, Golem about to be ready one more time, and since he used the boat with your Arcane Rune, that means he's gonna have it again.
We do still need
Nisha fucked up.
Arcane one more time.
Oh no.
On the run still.
Maybe it's still okay.
In from Crystallis.
I think they cost him the Aegis kill.
Both teams right really on this knife's edge of if we have that one window of opportunity, we see a weakness in your formation, we'll go for it. But if they don't see it, they're perfectly happy just to fall back and continue building to these core items.
And I love Warlock against Zeus, because he does provide you with the sustain, all this poke damage that he's doing from far away.
Full HP again.
Heal and
no cares.
Full HP. Zayat still needs 400 gold to be able to farm his Blink Dagger.
He'll get there, and that's one of those.
That stupid fucking Zeus thing, man. It's almost a 2-second stun.
Secret can utilize to their advantage.
Speaking of the items, new record, because Zeus usually does not buy Yule Scepter anymore.
This is such a dumb stat.
Game, a lot of value from it. We're talking about being able to protect yourselves against Kunkka's combo and also against Enrage from Ursa.
Oh, that's a good point, right? Yule's not affected by that status resist. Toronto Tokyo trying to get into his BKB. A slow and steady game. Do you think this is Team Secret doing very well in terms of weathering the storm that Team Spirit could have brought to them? Or do you think Team Spirit playing too passively this early on?
It's not a dumb stat. Of course it's a dumb stat. Well, it doesn't matter how fast he buys the Yules if the normal build for Zeus is not buying Yules.
Picks up his Blink Dagger. Monkey King, Echo Saber done. So with this item build, like this is not a Battle Fury, so this monkey will definitely join. Finds a really good item on him. Brigand's Blade. Zeus is pretty massive, I would say, and they have sustain from Chen's Puppy. Mech done. 10 minutes in. Hand of God. And here we go. Aegis is just expired, so I expect the Team Secret to try to go for some kind of a play. Hurricane one more time is going to be available.
Oh.
Let's see if they can get him out of there. Ooh, the torrent.
Oh, BKB review.
Multiple axes of direction, but Toronto Tokyo with his
just
BKB
walk away.
Not able to finish off the Earthshaker.
Giga Chen moves by Puppy.
Incredibly good. Yatoro are making this a little bit more worth their while, though.
Oh!
With the Wukongs.
Oh, the fucking save!
Oh, the echo from Zayat too. Collapses dead. Yatoro stuck in the trees. Scouted by the Thunder God's Wrath. Oh, they've destroyed.
Absurd!
It looked like a freebie on Rezo, but Secret so snappy.
Puppy, he was also ready with the Hand of God, so that was not even close to getting a kill.
Team Spirit being punished. Dragged from one edge of the map to the other.
Have we seen Supernova?
I don't believe we have.
It wasn't close. I'm pretty sure Puppy didn't even try. He just thought he was dead.
Or are they looking for a timing?
He's like, fuck not wasting Hand of God for this shit.
Second Roshan, of course, going to be very important for them and their Ursa lineup.
MVP for me so far. Oh, yeah.
There's no way he held it because he thought he was going to survive like that.
I was going to say Puppy.
No, I knew exactly what you were going to say.
Look at his army. Kobold 4-man, extra move speed. You have extra armor from the ice armor and then extra magic resistance from the cloak.
Yeah, beautiful. Nice. Diverse array of neutral creeps for Puppy. Going into that Holy Locket next. So even more heals he can pump into some of his core heroes. You see there, Nisha, top of the net worth, 10,500. And Doom is only going to get fatter and fatter with Devour and his ability to race towards his key items. Kunkka focused on clearing out that mid wave. They've got 3 heroes.
Pushing out wave in front of 4 heroes, yep.
So if he does spot an option to X
normal behavior.
Everyone's ready to strike at the drop of a hat. Team Secret. So very
hard to catch the Zeus now.
It's not really being
he has the Yules for next mark too.
Team Spirit.
Yeah. And look who's farming Triangle.
Need the Ursa jump.
He's the real carry. Every single time he gets to have like free Chen game, like his rotations are really on point, understanding where Team Spirit's gonna strike.
No respect for the next mark anymore.
Ripper, but he also takes a lot of resources. He's more farmed than Earthshaker by 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
Hold the locket done, amplifying all that healing.
And look at how many things he's shoveled up. He's got 3 salves, 2 mangoes.
He's been working real hard. Puppy has like, I don't know, 250 APM at least to be able to control all of these things. Just stacking it up for later.
250 APM. Speedy boy. Tier 1 mid, not really taking too much damage until now. Secret bring in a number of heroes to create that pressure. But they won't commit for it, instead wanting to swing down bottom. The cat spot's already died and collapsed. Well, he's gone and hidden himself in the trees. So now we see that the reverse is true now. Team Spirit making much better use of the wide open map.
Next Roshan gonna
9 APM is actions per minute, but you don't actually need that high APM to play Chen.
And the shard. I think Nisha there caught a glimpse of the Kunkka.
Double BKB, 9-second BKBs on their heroes. Doom just picked up a Blink Dagger, so he can be the one initiating a fight with the War Stomp. Doom is available. Rezo is massive. On top of the network, level 15.
A hand of mine is kicking in big time. Smoking all the way across from their triangle to the enemy one. X mark, but in jumps Rezo, gets the Doom in onto the BKB Kunkka. They're fixing Warlock, so no rock.
Was that accidental dodge?
And full control of this enemy triangle now for Team Secret.
Because I think
away from them, and of course,
the cast point of return X is too long to react for that.
Team Spirit, they're off to a really good start, especially on Ursa, but yeah, I guess they're just waiting for Yatoro to buy his BKB, and then he's gonna be able to join a fight. Should use this 2-minute window that they have.
I saw the smoke break.
No
right.
There is no Zeus ulti for a minute and a half, and you can see Miposhka pinging out Roche.
Yeah, everything has been so clean from Secret, from the lane manipulation bottom, the Earthshaker making sure Rezo has a good time for his Hand of Midas timing. Top lane, like you were saying, giving Chrysalis a couple of kills here and there to make sure that his lack of CSing wasn't really
Dola doesn't have high APM heroes.
Issue.
The highest is maybe
just been moving now from objective to objective, opening the map for Team
Vipo. Don't know.
They've not made a single
Probably
mistake. It's
Meepo.
been flawless from Secret. It's not been flashy by any means.
No,
but in general, all the other heroes are quite low APM.
No real mistakes being made from Secret.
Yeah, Team Spirit, there's something they've got to do to, this rhythm of Secret. They are marching to the tune of, their drummer is banging that rhythm.
It's mostly
Team
wasted
Spirit,
APM.
Make sure.
High APM is more like StarCraft and AoE and stuff like that. When they actually do stuff with their clicks and not just right click in the same spot 100 times to get 200 APM.
Vision placed on high ground, sees rotations from Team
Yeah, you have some fucking StarCraft 1 player who is microing his SCVs to go back home, so he doesn't face the tornado so much with some bullshit.
5 heroes strong. Secret. Looks like they're gonna wrap around with.
There's nothing like that in Dota.
So that's gonna be pretty big. BKB.
Toronto, Tokyo.
Tokyo just popped the BKB.
Still though. Oh, that Echo Slam. Where the fuck did he even come from?
Thin air, Secret. Destroy Team Spirit, chasing Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, goodness gracious me.
And they're gonna scout out Ursa.
Where the fuck did the Shaker come from?
Got what he came for. He got that Aegis, he got that Shard, but at what cost? They lost all 4 heroes. I think Toronto Tokyo was afraid of Fisher, so
I don't know how he
pick
walks.
things up, so pop the BKB just in case.
they tried to defend that Roshan so strongly, but I didn't expect that long wraparound. Monkey, Doom, and the Earthshaker going through the triangle from the mid lane on the Radiant side. And a surprise jump in from Zayats with that Earthshaker. Always going to catch
fucking
you off guard
replay
the first
now?
time he does that. Team Spirit do still have the Aegis on the Ursa though, but BKB's on cooldown.
So patient on
Could be a
Secrets.
problem for them if they make their way into their own jungle. Secret are ready and waiting for them.
Very tense situation when they're just taking Ocean and you're only standing there.
Tokyo and collapse.
And they even
Coming
BK
to
beat
mid
for
as
it
a
too.
pair. Nisha is there to push out that mid wave, keep it cleared out. He gets X marked.
Really not afraid.
He just goes aggressive. Straight onto Kunkka. Nimbus out. Resolution
Oh
with the
my
Infernal Blade. They
God.
find him. Toronto Tokyo down.
Grumbling.
Crystallis, just Wukongs and BKBs.
DP's
Zoning
out,
away the
immediately
rest
gets
of them.
doomed.
Are now collapsed. Yeah, doomed up and dead. Team Spirit. They just don't have what it takes to match up against the caliber of Team Secret here at this tournament.
Could we check the hero damage? Okay, we're gonna first see this this fight because he popped the BKB and
Who has the
there's
better
no-
late game?
They
That's
had this
Secret
Centaur
easy.
Conqueror, the little one
At some
inside,
point, the
providing
Doombringer is
vision,
just
so
gonna have
they saw
BKB
all of
Refresher, and he's gonna double Doom.
Yasuo wants in now, but I think
And
with that
there's
Fissure,
nothing
he's
better
changed his
on
mind. He wants out.
Spirit's
Get
lineup.
away from them.
And on top of that,
4,000 damage.
Secret's
Well, hang on,
Initiate is
what's
just
6
better
plus 4
too.
plus 6 plus 4 plus
Like,
6?
Yeah, hero
Smoke,
damage done.
Pop,
Ursa the
Fissure is
lowest
better.
and, 4.7.
Blink Echo is better
Most of
than
that damage
anything that
came
Spirit has.
from the late
There's no
stage.
comparison. Like, what's the best Initiate on
I mean,
Spirits?
5 times 6 is
Blink
30,000, right? So
Abyssal on
they're
Ursa?
like 6K under.
Looks like
He's
shit.
one hero under, amassing the total damage that Team Spirit has done as a squad.
A Golem is awful for Initiates. You want your warrior to walk in front?
X-Mark's back after clearing bot wave.
There's a very good chance he's gonna die before.
Trying to make the best out of a bad situation right now is Yatoro. He makes the jump on Crystallis, burns all his mana, but they've got Solar Guardian.
He's alone.
Come back in on top of him.
Or
The
not.
Fissure look decent. The Hand of God and the heal. The Golem in, but they still can't
Oh
kill
god, the
Monkey
saves, but no
Now
force
the
staffs, huh?
Wrath and the Supernova.
Solo
Finally,
Echo Slam on
the
nothing.
wicked
Oh
streak
no.
ended. And Team Spirit chasing towards Zayats for the bonus kill.
This time around, no Hurricane. There is no Wild Wing Ripper available for Chen to
Yeah, Spirit's on the
get
timer
out of
this
the
game.
trouble. He still had the BKB, he had Wukong's command, but Ursa, one of the better heroes, because like the damage from the Furious Vibes does stack up, and then like even if you get the Wukong's command, even if you get a BKB, you're still gonna die to overwhelming damage from Ursa.
Yeah, you see Chen there, picking up a full staff, so now he's going to have
He's
that
the Wild Wing
additional
Ripper, yeah.
additional maneuverability to get Crystallis out of situations that we just saw. Next team fight is still going to be very difficult for Spirit, especially now all their cooldowns are not available, as we see that. Golem, Egg, Solar Guardian, not available for at least a minute. So a nice opportunity for Secret to go yet again for one of their classic smoke ganks.
And Puppy keeps using the
Spirit
shovel.
has good counter
5
initiate.
salves on him.
But counter initiate is hard to win games off.
Breaking item, but it was added to
You're just waiting for Secret to make mistakes.
Earlier, but you know, I don't steal jokes.
It's fine.
Like, what are you gonna counter initiate in late game? Fucking 2 Dooms?
Toronto
Good
Tokyo
luck.
getting closer to his
It's not
AC,
comfortable
so
play
there
at
will
all.
be some protection against the Monkey King and just tanking up the whole team.
It's doable, of course,
Thunder God's Wrath damage for Nisha.
but it's not in their favor.
Zayats up on the high ground. Got his little Fissure shard there, so we can get the free pathing.
In general, it's very annoying to play on enemy mistakes.
All over the place. Terrain means nothing to this man. Smoke up from Spirit. Kunkka, the one that's not smoked, could be the bait, could be the one to show out on the map, but this is around the timing now that Aegis does expire. There's no vision here for Secret. They don't know where Spirit are, but they're smoked themselves.
And he's going to refresh the next item.
First point of contact could
So
be
it's going to be like,
Yatoro.
what, 37 minutes maybe?
Smoke break,
Unless he
high
gets
ground wall for
kills.
Spirit, and they disengage.
Oh!
Thunder God's Wrath is there to give the vision.
Instantly the
Nimbus,
ward
they
gets
jump
pinged
into
out.
the Doom with the Torrent. Oh, we're trying to hold him back, and Miposhka's blown up.
And you want Warlock to initiate?
Team
Good luck.
Secret knew exactly like what
Insta
can
dewarded too.
happen. Their smoke broke. This is gonna get dewarded. by Nisha. He uses Thunder God's Wrath just to be able to cancel the potential Blink Daggers and also to scout things out. They have a very good chase potential. Monkey King, Doom with the Blink Dagger, now with the Shiva's Guard to provide even more vision.
And Earthshaker exceptional at that as well with the Fisher. And this map is starting to feel smaller and smaller for Spirit. They're getting hemmed back towards their base. Top lane, one of the safest places for Collapse to be right now, just pushes out one additional wave. And knowing he does have that tier 1 for people to TP to, maybe try and react if Secret were to make a move. But right now, the only platform that Spirit can launch themselves from is their own triangle. Their entire bottom jungle being swarmed by Secret heroes. Puppey stealing all the
If you're smoked and Zeus ults, it just doesn't hit. They only see you
not even
where you were
farming
smoked.
his large camp near his mid-tier 2. Knowing that the possibility of Secret being nearby is very high.
It's a good counter to Zeus ult.
Something bad is cooking potentially for him. Very nice read. Nisha on the top lane, Boots of Travel, Arcane Rune ready to join the fight.
Arcade Rune?
Yeah, he also has Quickening Charm on top of that.
Oh, he does
a bit
as well.
blessed by Gaben.
Yeah. Super good on the Zeus. Nice 11k lead though. It's been held steady. The past couple of minutes, no real acceleration coming out of Team Secret. But now they are just waiting out that Aegis. Well, they have already waited out the Aegis. Looking for that chance to get in towards the squishier supports. You know, seeing Resolution just jump straight the Warlock, get on the Phoenix, make sure that the big hefty teamfight ultis aren't there from Team Spirit.
It's hard to catch Zeus in teamfights here. It's Nisha's mistake to make. There's no player from Spirit that catches Zeus.
This is gonna be the big one. Collapse trying to farm Nullifier.
Ooh.
So he can be the one dealing with the 4 staffs, dealing with the Yule Scepter on Zeus.
Zayat trying to deward. Yatoro is going to end range, get away from the Nimbus. Puppey gets rid of the vision now though, but 40 seconds without your Earthshaker. Potential here for Spirit again to smoke, move out across the map and get a core kill. Now,
Oh,
Nisha,
balance on top.
Oh, up the top, yeah, you're right.
Well, pick it up with the X.
Ah, he gets it. That's kind of whatever.
I mean, Nisha hasn't died this game yet, right? He's 5-0-12. Monkey King 8-1-7 has only fallen once. Team Spirit really need to
Where do
get
you
some of
go?
these big
Triangle?
ticket kills. With the smoke.
Oh, here's BKB.
Resolution. He's straight up BKB Shiva's Guard.
And wait, hold up. Whose gank is this again?
They're throwing everything in with a Blink Wall Stomp. Resolution chain stuns the Ursa and the zap from the heavens. Comes down from Nisha.
This was the thing I was talking about for the mid and late game. The initiate is so bad on Team Spirit.
That's not gonna stop him from using the Doom.
Like, X-Mark is one of the best catching spells before BKBs come out. But you got, you know, BKB is gonna come out. It's just a matter of time. And then you don't have anything.
Gets the vision of Ursa, gets the BKB. And Roshan gonna respawn in 15. There is no buyback on Ursa, so this gives 30-second window for Team Secret to go in and kill it.
Yeah, and no golem dropped as well, right? We kind of we've seen when Y plays Warlock, he's not afraid to just drop the rock onto a support Bane or something. If you think a fight is going to develop and break out, you get a kill, transfer it into maybe another kill, a tower, a push, some objective. And Poshka being very timid with his usage of the chaotic offering.
Oh wow!
And now
he went for this spell thingy.
Secret want to be able to steal this one away from the Ursa lineup. He's dead still for 10 seconds.
I felt like he needed a blink on Dawnbreaker, but sure, okay.
Aghanim Scepter there, available as well, going to be dropped by the Roche.
I really need items to catch the Zeus.
Definitely give that one to Monkey King. He's out of slots, so someone else will need to pick it up.
Oh god, it's the Aghanim Scepter one. I thought it was just Shard still.
Scepter, and then he picks up the Aegis.
Yeah, the net worth lead just jumped from like 12k to 21 in like a span of a minute.
Gold that he got from it kind of skyrocketed his net worth.
Straight to the top of the board, 23,000. Incredible. He's still holding on to a lot.
I fucking hate Kisses' inventory right now. Please clear it.
Time to go sell those
Yes.
and finish off a butterfly. So that Ursa, that Kunkka, I mean Dawnbreaker, all right-clicking.
Yeah, I saw the other one too. Yeah, what the fuck are you holding on to? Jesus.
Look at this graph. Big stongs.
Up we go to the moon. very slow and steady game from Team Secret. 23k net worth lead amassed by them, though.
I don't remember the last time Team Spirit got a kill.
It's been rough, and it's only going to get rougher. Yatoro obliterated by Secret. Okay, Zayat's dead.
Okay, now
so hard to play these type of games. Like passive mid games, initiation is always king. Secret, no, not Secret. Spirit is so reliant on getting like a full-blown team fight going on, and then get all their shit off. But Secret is never gonna play into that. Oh my god, he didn't BKB it.
Resolution diving tier 3s at this point.
Oh, whatever, I guess. Just walk away. Oh, now he BKBs, alright.
Has a refresher, has a cheese in the backpack as well, so can potentially refresh
Refresher Doom
after using Doom if needed. And they're hunting.
Yeah,
that's the first Doom.
They've caught him out. Toronto Tokyo
This is fighting.
off in time before it,
backup.
but there's no one coming. There's no one coming to save the Kunkka, right? Nimbus and the E-Blade, more than enough magic nuke damage to bring him down.
Can't split push either. The catch is too good. BKB piercing catch. Then extremely good stun from Fog of War or Smoke.
Force Team Spirit to sit in their base and twiddle their thumbs.
Nisha is all over the place with his Zeus. He has Octarine Core, Quickening Charm. We're talking about TP being 30 seconds on cooldown. He even wants to get boots of travel too, so lower the cooldown even more. Level 25 gets arc lightning damage, clears the wave with just 2 lightnings.
That is a ton of damage with that E-Blade buff as well.
0 deaths on him. Like this guy has been playing some really amazing Dota in the past couple of years, and I think he reached his peak. I don't think you can play better than this.
Flawless perfection. And nothing to say on a similar level as well, especially on the Zeus, right? We've seen several games from him where he's been unkilled.
Nothing to say, got picked off like a billion times.
Yeah, the good old Ice Frog needs to go back.
Dog Zeus in that game.
The ability to disengage, jump away from your opponents as the Zeus, incredibly strong and being utilized immaculately by these players.
It's time for tier 4 neutral items. Let's see if there's going to be Spell Prism or Timeless Relic drop for Zeus. Could be both, and then he gets to choose.
Get the choice between the 2 big ones. Oh, look. Oh, they see him. Yatoro, Blink Echo, straight in onto Toronto Tokyo, sorry, as they Nimbus
it's so
kill
easy
him,
to play.
Come in.
Bonus kill.
Guardian, but
Why stop at 1 kill?
Team Spirit are crumbling in game 1. This seems like an insurmountable lead. Team Secret are not going to be giving an inch to Team Spirit right now. High ground possibilities for them.
Still a full minute left. Aghanim Scepter, this is going to be very good for sieging.
Statues onto that high ground to stop anyone from jumping in towards him. Hits away at the tower.
Why is that one not hitting? Free game, I guess. What can you do?
HP tier 3. 30 seconds, no Kunkka. 40 without the Dawnbreaker. And like you said, still 45 seconds with that Aegis on Crystallis, meaning there's a free lane of barracks for them.
They can't do anything about it. They have to let it go. Still, 40 seconds. Look at the way they're sieging. Nimbus on top of Crystallis, and he's doing all the work. Everyone else is spread out. They even smoke.
It's like goading Ursa to come in. Like, yeah, okay, there's 3 statues, there's a Nimbus. If you want to jump out Monkey King, you have to break through this terracotta army of the Monkey King. Second lane of barracks for Secret. Cancels out the Sun Ray.
Gets pushed out by a 4-staff.
Get what they came for and immediately retreat. DD Rune has spawned bottom, so maybe we'll see Secret back up, grab that, and position themselves in this Radiant Triangle to jump again. Because Echo Slam is ready in 10 seconds.
What a clean siege. It's easy to siege cleanly if you're 38k ahead.
2 items. Ninja gear.
It's very easy.
Able to position themselves better. They are not able to see him, so he wants to end this game with 0 deaths.
He just finishes off his refresher or casual. Yeah, chill.
No biggie.
It's been a long time since I've seen a game like this, Lollicos. We've had some one-sided games, but 37k lead. And you look at the net worth board with 30k Monkey King, 27 Zeus, and the Doom, who usually is the top of the net worth hero, is in 3rd place. That's how overfarmed the Monkey and the Zeus are.
For the courier. Mira wants to finish off his Shiva's guard. We'll get it. Level 18 plus a Shiva's guard. Like, Monkey does have a ton of attack speed, so he needs to be the one killing the egg, or they need to disengage. Holding on to high ground. Zayats with spider legs positioning himself, and Rezo.
There were comebacks from these non-clean sieges, but I don't think those games at 38,000 lead.
There was no trust.
38,000 is quite a lot.
So they can't dig themselves out of this hole right now. They are stuck in there.
I'd say the games usually become impossible around like 12 to 15k.
Scout, maybe expecting a smoke from Spirit. That's what we've
Like past 25 minutes and you have like a 12k lead. It's pretty fucking iffy.
Out-execute their opponents, you know, time and time again.
This is 38,000, man. 39,000.
Opportunity to do it with Abyssal Blade on Ursa, with these big teamfight ultis, of course, the combos out of Fatal Bonds, Supernova, and the Golem. But it's going to take an absolute miracle for them to get through Team Secret in their entirety.
I'm looking the way that they take this fight. I'm trying to find the solution, but the only thing I see is this massive resolution on the other side. Having double Doom, double BKB, double Shivas.
Oh, Kane Blink Doom.
He's level
It's pretty
25,
nice, right?
so extra Infernal Blade
Fast
damage.
Doom, fast Stomp.
Surprisingly, he doesn't
You
have a
cannot
shot
react to this
at
one.
this point.
Yeah. Genuinely,
Warstorm.
Straight up, blown up, he's gone for 80. Warlock.
He's made the mistake of leaving his base for more than 5 seconds.
Healing up the creep wave. And zapped
Where
down
could
by
he
the
possibly be?
He's hiding behind the single tree.
He tried. Next Roshan may respawn in 30 seconds, but it's time to try and close.
Classic mistake.
Crystallis with the double damage. Like, they popped one Doom. He didn't even use Refresher. He knows that, like,
Wow.
I'll just wait it out.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though, right? Spirit, they need to cast their spells. You know, it has to be a symphony of skills. Like, literally, they have got to really outplay, out of their minds. But if you're getting doomed on one of these combo heroes, the Warlock or the Phoenix, whoever it may be, you lose
That's a big monkey ult.
synchronization and synergy.
Oh, resolution. How are you so good?
Toronto Tokyo back up, but he's been burnt
Oh, he's so
inside
good.
the tree line. He does have buyback, but
Oh, Nisha catches him in the dive. Yeah, why not?
no escape from Team Secret's aggression. Game 1,
Why not?
42 minutes. 8 to 27 is the scoreline.
Oh, what a performance.
Incredible.
From Team Secret in game number 1. Didn't look close at all. It looked close for like first 10 minutes. When we got out of the laning stage, Ursa was pretty massive. I wanted to see a bit more aggression, a bit more moves coming out from Team Spirit, but it felt like they stopped playing Dota. They gave Team Secret all the heroes, like these are signature heroes. We're talking about Zayas, Earthshaker, Chen for Puppey, Nisha on the Zeus, Crystallis, Monkey King, and Rezo. Like, I don't think you can ask for a better lineup.
Yeah, and for the players to play it as well. You know, from our perspective and maybe from the viewers' perspective, it might look weird. Like, why are Team Spirit being so passive? Why are they waiting and delaying and things like this? But you know, there might be a call from the captain saying, "Hey, if we wait for them to come to us, that's where we stand our greatest chance at team fighting, right? Wait for them to come to high ground. That's when we wombo combo them." But it's the patience from Secret.
Exactly, and those Wild Wing Rippers, definitely. I said it, MVP for me. Puppey Chen always there. Those first couple of rotations that Team Spirit tried to make, he was always there to bail people out of the trouble.
Thank you, Vodfico, for the 19. X-Lodge, thank you for the 63. Good guy, Gregory House for the 12. Mr. Wrench, thank you for the 13. Fallen Wing, thank you for the 52. Syla the 7, thank you for the 19. And Justin Bliss, thank you for the 12, man.
I think we can head it back to Arvo and the panel. It'll take a second to get into their stations. Now, what do you reckon for game 2? Is there something Team Spirit need to think about?
They had a lot of team fight, but it never came to them actually going for these team fights. It felt like we never saw 5 heroes of Team Spirit going in, and because like especially early on, we're talking about Phoenix and also Warlock being fight ready. They got those early levels, and yeah, we need to see what answer they have for Team Secret, because this was flawless.
Yeah, over to Arvo and the panel to break it down.
Thank you, Gareth. We're here watching the highlights by Ramco, and you know, what a performance by Secret. Now, there were some doubts whether they could perform it with how to beat these team fights, but it worked out, didn't it, Seb?
Yeah, very, very strong performance by Secret. I think, I mean, I think they had a really solid draft and stuff, but I really want to highlight the mental advantage they seem to have. I can tell they're feeling good, right? They feel super confident. They go for the moves. They're reckless. Even when they were playing a little bit behind in the first, sequences of the game, I think they just felt more comfortable. And I think right now
Buildings
they kind
is
of
right
have to
too.
shape up. I'm not
At some
really
point they
feeling how
left the
they're playing yet,
base.
but I think they're playing a little bit scared, a little bit conservative, maybe too safe. To my taste, I just feel like Secret, they have an advantage, a mental advantage, and I'd like Spirit to, shake it up.
Something we can see, sorry, in this scoreboard brought to you by STC. Shaking it up, like Earthshaker, and I like that pun.
Yes.
What are some things you would like to see from the gameplay here, Aoi, from Team Spirit?
Team Spirit, for me, they played really different than what I thought they would play this game. I thought they were just going to have Toronto, Tokyo get a lot of stacks. Thought the lanes were looking good. You would have this really farm Kunkka, and every time you press X on someone, they would die. This game, I didn't see a single X plus Bolt plus any Golem or Phoenix Egg. I think maybe the players aren't too comfortable on these heroes. Like Miposhka, I don't see him play Warlock that much, to be honest. And I don't think Mira had the best Phoenix performance either. I'd like to see them play a bit more comfort heroes.
Okay.
It was hard for them to get those initiates though, because they have no good way to start the fights.
I don't know. I feel like
Man,
if they're feeling good in this game, I think the Kunkka can take over this game. But instead, he was running into he even dies to some Monkey King, and he gives Crystallis a game, right? I feel like this should never happen. He has a sort of a. It's not like he has a free lane. Zeus also has a free lane, but he was really farmed, and I just felt like he didn't get to utilize his game.
Yeah, tell me about that Kunkka performance now.
Yeah, he played very passively. I think they had really good lanes on Team Spirit, so I was kind of surprised that they didn't find way more aggressive moves on the to enter the enemy jungle, to take control over the outpost, for example. I can agree with Seb on this part. I think Team Secret was. It looked like they're way stronger mentally. They weren't pressuring. It didn't feel like they were pressured at all. They weren't panicking. While it felt like Team Spirit were really the ones that went out of their way to make moves that didn't really look that good.
Yeah, and I feel like even when Secret were in a rougher position, they felt more comfortable than when Spirit were in the dominant position, which is kind of awkward, there were moments where Spirit, they had all their spells ready, they had great lanes, as you guys mentioned, and still it kind of felt like something was carrying them, and I'm not sure what it was.
Does this go back to what you were talking about, the idea of the Team Spirit had a more quote-unquote defensive playstyle this whole tournament, or greedier playstyle perhaps, and Secret is it getting to abuse that?
At this point, I don't think it's playstyle. I mean, maybe it is, but I think I don't think it's a playstyle thing. I think they need to change that if they're gonna have any hope into doing better in game 2.
Okay. Aoi, could we be seeing perhaps, you talk about finding that more comfort, right? Could we be seeing them going back to the other draft they were playing this tournament, or do you think once again, like Sebits, need to change these specific things?
I think the biggest thing for me is I'd like to see them put Collapse on the hero where after he wins the lane, he can exert more map pressure. I feel like Dawnbreaker is sort of a hero where you're sitting by yourself, push out lanes because you have some global threat. I think a lot of Team Spirit's gameplay wants to revolve around Collapse on some hero where when he's farming the enemy jungle, they join up with one Mirror or one Miposhka and he can kill someone. This game, Dawnbreaker couldn't kill anyone alone, Toronto, Tokyo couldn't really pressure anyone alone, and it ended up with them really never joining the cores and the supports.
Nine, for you, how were you feeling in general, the pressure that Team Spirit was able to exert on the map? Do you feel like it's also insufficient?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see for game 2 that they pick, this game they had the Phoenix Warlock sub.
Sure.
And they're both very, they're backline heroes that don't go in, they don't make any plays by themselves. I would like to see that one of them is a playmaker maybe, to switch it up, I think, after this game.
Okay. Could we draw a comparison here to the other team that's been doing the Phoenix Warlock very often? It's LGD, a little bit RNG as well. Where do the differences lie between how they would execute the combo?
I mean, I don't know if they've done it together. I think the point is that having one is fine, having two is maybe overkill, and obviously Collapse is really comfortable on any hero. I think he's one of the best players out there, and maybe I never really saw a situation for him to click his ulti, and kind of feel the Dawnbreaker his impact. The moves that I can think of were Rezo moves, killing Ursa with Doom, which when you think about how the laning phase went, should probably be the opposite, right? As AUI mentioned, X into Rock, into Egg, we haven't really seen these plays from Team Spirit the entire game, and they had good tools to do so. Given their laning phase, maybe it's just because it was not the right heroes, and had they been on a Snapfire, Clockwork, the heroes that we used to see from them, maybe it would have felt more natural.
Okay. Someone who was making some pretty good moves, especially as we recovered into the mid game, you commented on that Kunkka kill, for example, by Crystallis as well. Do you feel like they could also try to stop his hero pool? He has 3 signature heroes he's known for, and you gave him one of his biggest comforts, his Monkey King.
I think you have to play for something, right?
Okay.
Like, it's just how Dota goes. I think, for me, more than stopping Crystal's hero pool, I think they need to get rid of the Zeus. Like, Secret they pick Zeus every game this tournament, they win every game this tournament, and then they get Zeus again. I think they tried their idea for Zeus. You know, you have a lot of heals, you have some global to counteract the Zeus ulti with the Warlock and the Dawnbreaker. It didn't work. You just reset, go like, guys, we tried a strat, it didn't work, let's move on. Ban the Zeus. Ban the Zeus.
And with that, we're going to go to a break. Remember, ban the Zeus. That's the name for the second game. Will they do it? We're going to have to find out as we take a small break and wait for game 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret to begin.
Thank you, Rikan, for the 4 and Weedon for the 101. I'm going to walk my dog real quick, like 5 minutes. So, BRB.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظره لو على الحلاوه عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back. We're here to witness game 2 between Team Spirit and Team Secret. We have a new panel here because we like to change things up. And Denog, what we're saying by putting you on this panel, as opposed to Aoi and Nine, is that you're equivalent to 2 pro players. How does that feel to you?
Disingenuine? Not true. I mean, they're such great Dota minds, right? And it's great that we get a chance to be able to pick their brain a little bit, but no, absolutely. I'll do my best to be able to be the best replacement I can be.
Seb, you're the survivor. How does it feel?
Feels good, feels good. I mean, I'm looking for, you know, I'm kind of hyped about getting like a fresh outlook on the game that just happened. So what did you think about it?
I think it was just, honestly, Team Secret outskilling Team Spirit. Like, they just crushed a lot of the lanes. I think the drafting was really good. Zayat's, what a great reveal as well of that Blink Dagger to completely bait out a multiple BKBs and then go in with that huge Echo Slam. Even Puppy, like, again, another game where he only dies the one time. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's even hard to really get a feel for the passive impact of Puppey, I say passive because these auras, I think they really add up. You know, you have like the extra 10%, you know, movement speed on everybody, the armor, the frost armor. I really think it does a lot in these team fights. Like everybody literally has, you know, magic resistance buff, movement speed amplification buff, armor buff, and it really adds up. With the mech, with the Hand of God, I really think that this Chen deserves to get more respect.
Yeah, and even just the Wild Wing Ripper as well, like the free force
that
stuff.
was crazy.
That saved Nisha. Like
Yes.
Nisha didn't die a single time. He would have, if not for Puppey on his Chen.
There was a Roche fight also where he saved the Shaker. I mean, so many clutch plays, and I wonder if Puppey talks about it. It's like, I got that for you, so bait it, or if he just happens to quietly always have the right creep in the right position. I mean, it's really impressive, the Chen. When I play Chen, it doesn't impact the game as much, so you gotta respect that.
Do you think he's just saying like, go in, I got you?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
And it goes back to what you were saying, right? Some teams like to play around their supports more than others, right? In the case of Spirit, if they're sacrifices, they're smoke blockers, right? That is not the case of Secret, right? Puppey does decontaminate a lot of the early game, and it's similar to how LGD plays with Y, actually, or Yi, as he likes to be called, but in a different way, because the Chen has a much different impact than the Warlock.
No, definitely, and I think, I mean, I wouldn't say that Spirit had a worse draft. I think they had a good idea, honestly, going into the game. I think they also executed the lanes pretty well, so I think they really have tools to challenge Secret, even though they kind of got stomped in that game 1. I just really feel like they need to feel themselves better somehow. I feel like Secret right now, they're playing really well. They know that they're playing really well and they're kind of acting like it. And of course, it's going to be even harder when you're playing now kind of back against the wall. When you're Spirit, you know, you can't really allow yourselves to lose a game anymore. You're just going to get knocked out. This is single elim and it's a really big stake game. But they're the TI champions after all. And they're going to, you know, I want to have high standards for them. And
of course,
high standard is you come back into this game too. I don't know what it is, you know, a silent, their coach, speech, just themselves kind of reflecting on what's going on and what they could do better. They need to come back stronger mentally. They need to go for these plays, man. They were playing way too passive that game.
I wonder if how much of it even can come down to like a single ban, right? Because they opened the draft with the Dawnbreaker and the Warlock, and then next 3 bans, Clockwork, great ban against both of those heroes, just to be able to counter out, get it onto the backlines. Death Prophet provides a lot of tempo. Snapfire, not so much, right? And maybe that's the area that you need to ban out the Puppey Chen, just because that's what's going to be giving you all of that early game impact that doesn't let these real team fight heroes get the items and the levels that they need to truly come online and be the best heroes that they can be.
Yeah, I think I would like to see respect on the Puppey Chen. Maybe a ban, maybe a way to abuse it, but definitely I would move the Chen and the Zeus to a higher priority. I obviously Dawnbreaker is then gonna be like, if I have to be honest, I feel like this Timber Saw is a wasted ban. I would change that completely. Obviously you gotta give respect to Timber, but I don't feel like the Secret's Timber is as good as the Dawns or the Chens and the Zeuses, and you're gonna have to play against something, obviously, so you're probably gonna have to play against either Zeus or Dawnbreaker or Chen, but I would like to see Spirit play against the Dawn or pick it themselves or try to counter it. I'm sure they have great ideas, good ideas against it, as they've shown already. But yeah, Zeus and Chen, move them up in the priority list.
Agree. The Zeus
perfect. Back just in time. Couldn't be better.
Favorite of Secrets and the favorite of the tournament.
Let's see. Razor ban, Moisey ban. I'm expecting a Spirit Zeus ban here. Wait, do their first pick?
It's just got so much survivability now. Is that mid lane? I mean, it was.
Oh yeah, that's the Zeus ban. Yeah, they have the first pick on Secrets.
Very, very wise that they look to get rid of it. So, will Team Secret go down the route of the Dawnbreaker, which, Seb, you were a little bit confused. They banned out the Wyvern last time, but didn't pick up the Dawn for themselves. Maybe this is the chance to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit it. I do not understand exactly the Wyvern. Not that I don't believe in it. I just don't quite grasp what teams are looking at. You know, obviously I'm not in the rooms when they talk about the draft, and there's a lot of things I can kind of, you know, guess. But the Wyvern, I did not get it yet. So to me, it's still a little bit of a question mark. Maybe we'll understand later down the road of the tournament. They go for the Dawn first pick.
Dawnbreaker
like
first pick.
Dawn Chen, and I feel
then
like
it's the Tiny, right?
Again,
yeah, Tiny Viper.
They're managed. Okay.
Immediate.
Wait a second. You know, I think this is one of the lanes that could possibly punish a Chen really hard. A Viper lane that just, you know, chain feeds on him. So maybe they are trying to bait the Chen pick, and you know, if it works, Viper and Tiny, they do not counter what Chen does in the game. I think they can abuse him in the lane, and then obviously, you know, if they kill the Chen 5 times, then now it's going to be a different game. If that doesn't work, might look rough.
Yeah. Just amping up so much of what Dawn's able to do. We see a lot of Chen's just go early on into even the Divine Favor just for that little bit of extra armor, that brawling capability. Obviously, you can change it around a little bit. The Holy Persuasion, the
Tiny's pretty good against Dawn, yeah.
effective.
She cannot
But
cast
yeah,
spells
I'm
with Tiny in the
completely
game.
agreeing on that with you,
Like
Seb. It's
just think to yourself, right?
feels like you need to dominate
Like you
the
get
scene
on
early to be able to have a
you get on
chance.
someone
I wish
on
they
Tiny
did
with
not ban this
Dawnbreaker,
Razor. I
toss
feel
her
like,
away.
You know, the Chen is
Starbreaker,
so much more
you
terrifying.
just stun,
Dawnbreaker is
Avalanche,
so
or
much more
toss.
terrifying than just a casual
And then
Razor.
if you ever get the spells off on him, past level 6, he's gonna have a bit in armor.
Against, I don't remember which
He's just
hero it was
overall very
that
good
they
against
picked
her.
Razor, but they proved that, you know, this Razor is beatable. You know, there are heroes that you could pick. You know, they did the Ench Void first phase. I mean, Yotoro probably my favorite Void player in the entire world. He's super comfortable on it, one of the best out there. But anyways, you know, they're gonna have to play against what Secret really loves to do this tournament, which is this huge laning presence in the Chen, in the Dawnbreaker, into a very, very strong, not even mid-game, honestly. It's a minute 10 kind of game where they're going to start rotating. We see the timings on the mech from Puppy. It is scary, man. He gets the mech so early.
On makes
Do you think
Viper
it's
so
one of
good.
those times where if you've got second
Lane
pick
winner,
like
I
Team Spirit had,
suppose.
that you just let 2 or 3 really broken heroes through because you're going to be able to take both of
Viper
them
is very
yourself?
good against Dawnbreaker
It's
too.
definitely a way to approach it, and I mean the second
Just like
phase
any other
bans
melee
also
hero.
is
Good
gonna
kiting.
help a lot in that regard, trying to nerf. You know, now they're banning the Bloodseeker. They're trying
Viper
to
is also
get rid of the
a
heroes
hidden
that are
building
gonna stop
destroyer.
the Chen from
It's
feeding
not
to the
something you
Viper design,
expect,
because it is really
but
a
he
super
fucking
dangerous lane
melts
for Chen
barracks
to
and
come
towers.
into. Think about Chen getting close to the Viper, Avalanche. He's just gonna die every time.
So you just want to like clear out the wave really quickly. Blood Rite, very effective tool at being able to do that.
I think you want a carry that doesn't need.
It's rare for such
play up
like this
to
type
the
of
end
hero
the
to also
opponent.
melt
The
buildings.
Bloodseeker typically would go to the creep, get the last hit, kind of heal up, get a tango, the hedges from the Chen. He wouldn't need the Chen to kind of man up to the Viper and the Tiny, which he can't.
Right.
You know, Chen cannot. He's gonna be a dead weight for a while, so you need a self-sufficient carry. Typically, I'm gonna
AA
say
destroy
really bad carry
Secret's
for that,
pick.
but if you had
It
to
would
play,
stop
you
the
know, Chen
healing.
and a Monkey
But
King
then he
against
will
that
still lose the lane.
they would
AA
get
is
really dumpster.
very dangerous
What are some
pick
options
for
then? I mean,
himself.
Monkey's out, Bloodsucker's out, right?
Because he doesn't win lanes.
But the Phantom Lancer still his other hero, but
AA's level 1 to 3 is terrible right now. He has some good combos with the Cold Feet, and that's about
I
it.
think Dawn is one of the strongest, you know, position 1 heroes. What else could it be? Magic immune heroes?
Magic
Jugger?
heroes, I mean, or it's a little awkward doing 2 ranged heroes, but something like a sniper isn't horrible. You know, you could just stay
Like
at
just
range,
think to yourself, right? Like you play the lane, you're position 5 AA, and there's a position 3 Dawnbreaker jumping you. Level 2, level 3. What the hell do you do? You lose 500 HP before you get your auto attack off.
Tiny coming through as well, but we have seen position 5 Maposhka Viper come through too. So if you go too early down that route where you go into something that is only good against this specific Viper Tiny lane, Team Spirit could just switch it up and then you're caught off guard.
There's something quite interesting with the second phase bans, you know, because Secret they're banning the Slaughter, so they're considering that the Viper could potentially be a position 5, and I think what triggers that is the Sky ban. I'm thinking, you know, why would Team Spirit ban a Skyrath? I think its team has so there was a big trend with Viper 5 recently in scrims, pubs, officials, and I think one of the best counters.
This patch is very heavy on the laning phase. Need to pick heroes at a good level 1 to 3.
Actually outtrades the Viper, right? He uses concussive shot, few right clicks, and as soon as that is done, he just backs off out of, you know, MS advantage. So this could be what's happening in the second phase. It's like, okay, they're looking at Viper 5, you know, maybe Slaughter.
That's why I don't understand the Nyx pick.
So what are some of the
Even
other
if it's good
options
against the
you're really
heroes.
seeing there? Things
It's
like,
just too rough on laning phase.
Snapfire, Hoodwink, maybe down that sort of similar route where you can just out-trade, be able to use something like the Scurry to make the extra space away from it?
The way you want to deal with this Viper 5 is you want to have kill potential, because obviously if Viper gets to right click you, it is really obnoxious and it can kind of feel helpless. At the same time, Viper is a hero, it's free food. You know, it just dies. So think of a CK snap lane, the second Viper show its face, it's just gonna die right away. So this is one way of dealing with this Viper 5. But yet again, I think this Viper is kind of meant to deal with the Chen. I mean, they must have expected the Chen to come, and to me, so far, unless they have a better reason to, you know, put it away from the offlane, I think we're looking at a collapse Viper.
Okay, interesting, because the Shaman also is another 4 that trades well with Viper, has a similar idea of Scarif Mage, that he has overwhelming damage and kill potential, right? But we'll see what Spirit is thinking about.
Keki is always an option as well, maybe.
Yep.
It's a Zayat special.
There's another aspect to these two heroes, though. They also have instant silences disabled, something like that, so maybe they're thinking about Spirits or Pucks, right? Puck is still in the pool.
The Viper
Puck.
could have also been a block pick for the Timber, I'm thinking, because
We
you know,
are
Secret,
in a
a lot
court.
of teams have banned Timber against them.
Yep.
They have first faced it a lot, and you know, maybe they had a plan of, you know, Dawn into Timber first phase, and at the second they saw the Viper, then they decided against it. There could be other reasons for it. I feel like so far no team have really showed their cards yet, so what's coming up is going to be super interesting.
Dazzle, okay.
So that might mean that it's going to be a Viper 3, a core Viper, and a Dazzle position. I mean, we
They
haven't seen
wouldn't
the
Naga
Dazzle
Siren
run
this,
anywhere
right?
else than position 5 so far, I think, in this tournament.
In Eastern
It's
Europe,
pretty
they
hard
still
against
play
Dawnbreaker in
soft
lane.
pubs, and then some officials been run both in Division 2 and some of the weaker Division 1 teams.
On what role?
On the offlane role. They
Okay.
still have a preference.
Could Huskar
Sunlight as
off it
well,
too.
who plays it
That's
plays it in
decent
Division
against
2, has been
Dawnbreaker.
running it as an offlaner as well, now in a Div 1. So there's some options. It has been a trend, like Danox says, in pubs.
Interesting.
The Hawk's been practicing it as well.
He has. He's been playing it a lot, but he's not in this game, so we'll
Yes.
see if he's able to make.
I mean, that means we don't see Dazzle Radiance, which is unfortunate for us.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Well, it's more laning presence, right? You look at the Viper, the Dazzle, I think Team Spirit, they're definitely giving the Dawns, and I mean, just Secret's playstyle so far, they always had a really strong laning phase. They did not the last game as much against Team Spirit, so definitely something Team Spirit does really well against Secret, and I think they're looking to, pull that off once again.
Okay. They've got a lot of options on Team Spirit. Like, this Tiny could be mid, you know, this Tiny could be 4, this
Yes.
Dazzle could be offlane, it could be a Viper 5, it could be a Viper 3, it could be a Dazzle 5. Like, there are lots of different avenues to go down, so I think Team Spirit are just going to be reactionary to whatever Team Spirit does.
I mean, the Jugger,
Hard Juggernaut lane.
It's a classic versus the Viper in the sense that if you're ever threatened by too many, you know, too many stacks on the Viper queue, then you just spin that off and kind of get back to a safer position. At the same time, I think it's a lane that you're just damage controlling the lane. You're not really pressuring the Viper ever.
Okay.
I think you're just, you know, Viper is just burning through your region, and it's not a good lane for Secret. It's a lane that's meant to kind of suffer.
I want to question on that point, because for example, a Lifestealer Viper matchup, if Lifestealer gets on top of the Viper with another support that has some damage, you actually do put some pressure on Viper. Can the Juggling be played that way, or does he lack that damage?
I think you
Hey.
kind of have to outplay them
Ciotto
to
mate.
get in that position. I think if the Viper Tiny is aware of what could happen,
That's an odd preemptive Shadow Demon pick.
You have this one play of Jug running
at you.
Yeah, I think it's too easy for Viper to deal with it. She's gonna pre-click the Jugger, you know, couple stacks. He's gonna be slow.
It's good with Jug, I suppose, but even then,
Jugger's gonna lose too
that's
many
quite
HP, and
preemptive
eventually
for
it's gonna turn out to be a disaster.
whatever Spirit wants to pick. What are they thinking
I'm trying
here?
to think of it, man. Like, you can just
First
use...
pick ever. No pick in the DPC either.
First pick ever.
Ever,
The
no.
DPC?
No pick in the DPC. The Shadow Demon, one of the few unpicked heroes in the DPC.
Really?
And obviously of this tournament as well. But it is a Zayat's old classic of his.
Okay. I mean, once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, of course, it's against the Bristleback. If it gets to that stage now, you can have the Brave.
Damn, he looks
You can
nervous.
Use the Disruption to make sure that the Shallow Grave isn't quite as effective. Just lay down a few of those Shadow Poison stacks, and then they immediately die afterwards. The Demonic Cleanse is kind of okay with the Ag Shard against the Viper, means you don't have to waste that Q.
It's very
but-
good.
The
Very good.
Bristleborg.
Against Dazzle 2, I don't think you even get hexed, or it's gonna be a 0.1 second hex.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about the Dazzle Shard here.
Yep.
I think Bristle into Shadow Demon, a little bit scary, a little bit. Obviously, the Shadow Demon Ags.
Why is
a
Dazzle
break,
picked
and
here?
it
I
completely
don't know.
destroys
I don't
Bristleback.
like it.
You need to get to that point, but I'm assuming.
I don't like Dazzle picks without having a heal bump
He's
chance.
gonna recognize that.
One that
and-
you can
and
control.
try to maybe prioritize his own farm a little bit more.
Or at least stacking.
And the other way to play Dazzle is if he can zone the offlaner completely by himself, but you're not zoning a Dawnbreaker.
Playing along with Rezo, it means that they're going to have a good time in lane, most likely.
Yeah.
Again, depends how the support is really going to position themselves. But yeah, if you can get a couple of free kills in lane, you're laughing.
Actually, one of the best duo to kind of maximize their early game impact, and I think they're really good at, you know, obviously they have a lot of synergy with each other, so they're really good at, hey, I'm gonna be focusing on stacking, alright, you know, let's push in the lane.
SD Dazzle is
let's play
nice
the lane in
for
a way
heal
where
bomb,
I
but
give my Shadow Demon enough
they're on
freedom
separate
to go
teams,
back to
so
stack every time, and they were one of the few players to make the Batrider offlane work that well. They were playing Earthspit Batrider, two really greedy laners, and they were getting away with it every game. Thanks to the stacking. So I think if
You have to ban Timber here, right? As Spirit, you have to ban Timber.
Of Shadow Demon, it would be Rezo and Zayak.
I'm curious though about the Bristleback pick. This is a much more common pick.
They're kind of lacking stuns on Secrets.
do they need to pick a really good last pick?
I think if you just stop
Puck
the
would
lane,
go,
it's
Puck
kind
is
of
banned.
okay, right? Like you just need to get that level 6 up, reasonable timing on the Dazzle, then you're going to have the bad Juju for the minus armor, pair that together with the Quill Spray. It's a lot of physical damage, just gets amped up further and further. So I think they're going to need to focus a little bit on stacking 2 for Team Spirit, just to make sure that they're able to, again, continue to allow this Bristleback to snowball, take a lot of those ancient stacks, because if you look on Team Secret, we're mentioning that, of course, Zayats is going to be able to build up a lot of these stacks, but they've got 2 heroes that are pretty damn great at being able to take them in both the Juggernaut and the Dawnbreaker.
I feel like right now the second phase of Team Spirit has not been addressed so well by Secret. I mean, it's kind of meant to be like that, right? Bristleback was the last pick of the second phase.
They're
But
both pretty weak on initiates right now.
Really hard
Spirit
to
being a
kill
little bit
them.
better, having
They have
Tiny.
the Shadow Demon Axe later down the road, which is going to be very efficient. But besides that,
Why they ban Puck,
They don't
man?
have a way to lock him down, so he's always going to get his back turned. You know, Chen
Should've
definitely does not
fourth-picked
deal
Puck.
with Bristle. Bristle's more of
They
a
really
Chen
should
counter.
have.
Same for the Dawnbreaker. I think they kind of ignore each other's, and the Juggernaut, sure, he has this one on his it's the same for the Dazzle. I mean, now Dazzle got more addressed with the Storm pick.
The shitty
but, you know,
Puck.
Grave has a lot of value. They have only one way to get on top of the Dazzle. It is the Storm. Storm, a hero we do not see that often. It really, you know, got fall behind after the null changes.
Do you think they're just going to conquer again? Like, I feel like this is a game where Team Spirit just need to absolutely stomp them in the laning phase, right? You need to make sure that the Shadow Demon's not going to get to that point with the Aghanim.
I don't like Zika's draft.
The Aghanim Shard, right? You mentioned before that the Viper
It
timing
lacks
is specifically
synergy.
there
I think
to
they need an
crush the
instant
lane.
stun, though. They need an instant stun.
Pangolier. That's a good Pango pick. Good stuns too.
There, if you go Blink Dagger on the Pango.
It's okay.
Yeah, I really don't like Secret's
Gen
draft.
creeps as well, the big army. So it's an alright thing. I do feel a lot more confident in Team Secret's draft, though.
They're overly reliant on Juggernaut to do damage, and Juggernaut has a bad lane.
Obviously, if the Pango has a really good game and he gets an early diffu, it can be really annoying for Storm, even kind of kill your entire tempo. But I think Storm has a pretty good laning phase against Pangolier, so it's going to come down to the support rotations. And I think that once again, the Chen and the Shadow Demon may be more efficient, more effective.
Well, let's see.
Rotating around. I'm not
Let's
quite
see.
Sure. I'm not quite sure. I think
The mid lane should be fine. Pango versus Storm. This is the farm fest. Dawnbreaker, Shell Demon.
Yes.
It should win against Dazzle Bristle.
Both heroes that rely heavily
It's
on
not clean
farms
though.
can
I think it's always
make
gonna
a lot
trade,
of
but it should still win.
Because that was the 2 counters. Swap and Storm were the 2 counters to the Pango.
And then I think the
Pango
Jug
Pango
loses his
Pango was
lane.
the thing.
Even the Chen
And
helping.
Will it work again? We'll have to see here. How is your trust level in mid Pango in general right now, Danong? Do you think
I
it's
like
still
it.
strong?
I like it a lot. I think offlane Pango just doesn't really work, but mid Pango you get a lot of those levels. You have the much lower cooldown. You're able to duck in and out of fights a lot more effectively. I think it can work.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to see as game 2 is upon us. I think the Storm is in the shot right now, and with its electrifying jump, we're gonna go to game 2 between Team Secret and Team Spirit. Take it away, Gareth McCosta.
Shell Demon the strongest level 1 support.
Game 2,
It
here we are,
depends.
Storm's hat
It can
in
be.
front of his face as we get ourselves underway. Spirit
It's
changing the tempo
situational.
right, more in your face, run at you, Dota. Secret going for a similar style to game 1 though, Lacoste.
Yeah, Team Spirit
Like
going
5-stack
for
Shadow Poison is
the
super good, of
Dazzle
course, but
combination.
it's
We're gonna
so
run
it's so
at you. They're
situational.
Focusing heavily on the laning stage. We see Tiny and Viper combo. Every single time there is a Viper pick from the offlane, you need to have some kind of a lockdown.
Those
so
are
they
not real
can't get
holograms,
away.
dude.
So usually paired up with
It's
Tusk,
augmented
Tiny,
reality.
Dawnbreaker position 4.
Post-processing.
Mid lane Pango against Storm Spirit can be sometimes difficult. Like, but I don't think you have a kill threat on a Storm. There, you're playing like melee into Storm, so Storm should have definitely an
Also,
edge
is the
in
audio
this
off
match.
again? Let's wait a little bit. Hope that
Maybe,
fixes
like,
the audio.
Still looking in how that one's gonna go. Panel touched upon the Bristleback, the break mechanic with Shadow Demon Axe. It's a lot of farm. It's gonna take a lot of time for him to get there. And we're talking about breaking Viper as well, and getting into the game. We can hear the crowd as well.
Yeah, getting sucked into the Dota 2 universe.
Oh, they didn't do the
Team
stupid thing,
Spirit being a very
the
fast
camera.
tempo draft, and Secret was so
Very good.
speedy. They'd already smoked and moved out of their fountain before I'd loaded into the game. They're so ready to get themselves across the river, get some early wards down. And Team Spirit doing a very similar job. Early ward in the Radiant Triangle.
This is something that LGD has done against OG, holding the high ground. It's being pinged out. Rezo, he knows something is up.
He's got a very good read on that. He was pinging right on top of them. Team Secret just going to hold the low ground close as their tier 1 mid lane. Expecting that wraparound play, like you say, we saw from LGD come in behind that top rune as the Dire team and backstabbing the Radiant ones.
Blocking the small camp.
Something that you were looking for in the previous game. This time does come to fruition. Rezo.
Oh, Zayak.
And say hello to Team Spirit.
Zayak.
Move on forward.
Level
Quick
1 disruption.
Not even time there for Mirror to level up. Avalanche, never mind, cast it.
It's not as bad as level 1 sleep, but
still holding on to his point.
Shadow Demon.
yeah, that's not fantastic unless you have a good combo, like Arrow.
I think it's a good response to... You have like another layer of save because you have a Dawnbreaker, you have Chen coming in with the heals, but also it's very good against grave targets. Someone gets graved,
Don't know.
and then you focus him after. Team Secret a little bit limited on stuns and control. They have Electric Vortex and Dawnbreaker stun.
Level 1 poison got giga nerfed, yeah. I'm not sure how you play the Shell Demon.
Like no real stuns.
Shell poison feels like shit, disruption feels like shit. And W is not a viable option.
Built-in magic immunity. If you feel threatened about the poison attacks, you can try to.
I still think poison is less shit.
Time on his chest. Start with the same items, headrest, but this time
Yes, 80 plus damage level 1, my finest.
Yeah, give the extra attack speed to the Jug if he's able to chase into people. Just peeking into that mid lane, Storm Spirit already heavily bullying Toronto Tokyo. Nisha 6-0, Pango trying to catch up. An additional 2 creeps arriving for the Storm though, as he should be able to hold this wave right in front of his tower. Allow the second wave to come up as well. That's really nasty for
You
the
can
Pango.
secure the range creep with the Shell poison. I mean the disruption. I didn't even do it though.
And then up at top, Rezo there on the Dawnbreaker, of course. Zayat's the Shadow Demon. Yeah, back to him. You were looking for the OD for Secret at some point in that draft, right? Shadow
Yeah,
Demon,
well,
a similar concept
as you saw, it was a complete wasted skill point. He didn't even cast anything.
Yeah, to have something
Except that one disruption in the river.
Or I believe Void Spirit was also available, because there's not enough lockdown on side of Spirit. They have Pango Roll and they have Tiny. That's about it.
Yeah. Everything else very focused on that lane.
Yeah, 4 mana.
Tempo and momentum they can try and build up around the Bristleback and his item timings. Of course, like Vanguard, Aghanim Scepter, and get Yatoro into a good place.
Nisha already picked up Water Rune in the bottle. Bangolier did the same thing.
I really think he wanted poison level 1. He's spamming it now at level 2.
Mid-air, boy. Nisha, he's been on point. Like all these small things, using Lightning Bolt to stop Phoenix from dying.
A shame.
As you said,
You gimped him a little bit level 1.
That's a sick little move there. Any one of those moves that is able to displace.
I think Spirit's Lab is still better too. But you know, this is Team Secret. I'll probably do some fucking bullshit and win.
He is graved up, but he's got poison stacks on him. Already spent his stick. So Rezo and Zayat finishing off the Bristleback.
Going in for the grave, trying to buy some extra time. A little bit surprising.
Oh, nice try. Cutting the tree and then sneaking in like that. Fucking hell. Actually, no, there was fucking Dazzle eating it himself. Still close.
Deal some damage because Dawnbreaker is in your face.
Would have been a kill too, I think.
Zayat's getting it.
Yeah, felt like they needed it as well. You know, Storm Spirit in that mid lane for Secret doing exceptionally well on the CS board. You see the other 2 cores, Dawnbreaker was having a few problems, and of course Juggernaut in that bottom lane, like the panel was saying, he kind of has to 1v2.
Does he stick on Dazzle?
The greedy Chen is going to be
I hope he
farming his
does.
neck.
I would love to see Zayats going for stack in the triangle and securing the top rune, because Pango goes in, he gets a disruption, and he's already doing really good on Nisha, and then Nisha
I would have been better than Dazzle, yeah.
Going for the bottom
But it was spanned, I think? I don't remember.
Toronto, Tokyo, we can see Toronto already struggling on the Pangolier.
It's a bit different though.
3-minute
Different functions per hero.
Yeah, has to track back into his own jungle for it. That'd be a good move.
Oh my god, don't Google Juggernaut CS.
Zayat's trying to stack up. Toronto, Tokyo, showing himself full HP.
At least they make up for it by having Puppy jungling. Puppy already has 3 whole CS. Fucking Bobo.
Cheeky little neutral creep comes in.
Tanks, I guess.
Helping out Team Secret, the 6th man. Resolution and Zayat starting to dominate this lane now. As we see a rotation coming into mid. Team Spirit want to make up for that in other areas of the map, but it's scouted out. Puppey has a Centaur Corsa scouting as Mira tried to make that move.
What the fuck is
Nisha knows
this?
that Mira is
What the
missing, and
fuck
he
is
also doesn't have a
Puppey?
smoke.
What the fuck?
He would definitely love to.
He's scouting out Tiny, I guess. But still, he sends like a little mini
Zayat's
Centaur.
on the way out.
Gonna replenish the poison touch.
Oh, you found him now.
Keeps it going. Well, just disrupt him, stack the camp again, and run himself back. These stacks, of course, are under
It's
dire
also
vision, so
shit
Team
though.
Spirit know
Doesn't really have the time to
being
scout for
built
the
up, and it could be
Tiny.
contested
His
by
Juggernaut
one
is getting spit roasted by 2 Viper cocks.
Nisha has hit level 6 in the mid lane though. Empty Bottle has Stick, delivered Tangos, an Observer Ward. So he'll be sticking around at mid lane for a while. And he's got a Sentry to deward his small camp too, because he's missed out on 5 minutes of farming that.
20 denies despair.
Just so that he can farm the small camp. Sentry's gonna expire anyway. You're gonna get it on the 6 minutes.
Oh, with things going so well top and mid, someone's got to suffer. Crystalis 14-4 with 20 denies on collapse, but they're going on top. Miposhka slammed into the ground by Rezo.
That's the only kill they can get on the top lane right now, because Yatoro.
This is not a free whistle game. There's a shot demon in the game.
So a bit difficult.
That automatically makes it not a free whistle game.
But 20 denies on Viper, Lacoste. Collapse is having a cracking game, isn't he? Really punishing the Jug.
His Viper. Jug 15 CS only. Like lane
It's very
dominator.
worrisome in the bottom lane. They might snowball off that lane.
This is a bit rough. They will need to find a way how to make Crystalis what he was in the previous game. I'm talking about like Nisha making the rotations, giving him the last hits, and yeah, kind of sacrificing his own game so that Crystalis can shine one more time.
Yeah, or even think about in the next few minutes, maybe shifting him up towards top.
It's an even game still. No
once
stomps
he
yet.
gets level 6, we'll have the Solar
I think
Guardians
Axe
enjoying fights.
SD will be a thing here, yeah. For sure, right? He's facing Viper and Bristleback. It's even nice against Pango.
He can't do it alone.
A little bit.
Needs some help from his friends.
He gotta get it.
Zayat is here, sees the Pango, shows himself Toronto Tokyo. Couple of stacks of poison, there's the third one. Zayat's able to keep tabs on him. And the Pango is going to be forced to roll here.
Oh, I thought he was going to get Gabe in there. Wait, what? Hey, hold up.
To get away.
They see me rolling, they don't care, and this stacks now belongs to.
Good call. I think would have died if he tried to go for the SD.
Decides to make a move, and here he comes.
Yeah, he's coming alone. He does have a couple of heroes backing him up, slowly moving up to this triangle. Miposhka and Mira trying to make their way across there, but now you see Nisha, Rezo joining
this
the
is
fray.
quite awkward.
Scrap in the Radiant Triangle.
Does he have mana for this? Maybe feed him some mangoes on the SD. On the, that's what I mean.
Nisha dragging Mira back. Toronto Tokyo trying to deal with a creep wave in the middle of the river as the stack does get cleared out.
I barely saw who got the stacks.
A bit going to Secret, not sure who got the most out of it.
The biggest winner of this is Collapse. Left alone, on top of net worth, has power treads finished, and
was the rest so? No, it's pretty nice then.
As his first item, just to have a little bit more mana sustain.
Curious.
Yeah, very curious. It seems like it's gonna be Orchid. He wants to be
2k
able to
net
scale.
worth carry.
So a Grand Storm Spirit, pretty good item. Because they are limited in terms of lockdown.
Makes a lot of sense for them. Nisha,
Oh.
Zayat.
I'm gonna pause again. Hopefully this has the audio.
Solar Guardian there as well. And the big target brought to his knees.
Okay. Pause the reset real quick.
Spirit destroyed. Another crisp, clean execution from Team Secret. Toronto Tokyo wants to make a meal out of this. Secret have the first course. Now the main course for Spirit. Stuck between.
What is that even on the map?
Bounced around. The crystals. Not being a great one for the Pango.
You know who placed those crystals? It was Crystalis. He's the one who placed them to protect Resolution.
Oh my god. Mute Lacoste. Petition to mute him.
Controls the terrain of the map. Spirit now with a couple of heroes down bottom. Toronto Tokyo doesn't know where he wants to be. Bit of a headless chicken moment. Do I want to go back to mid? I'm going to stuck in the river. Now we've got Dazzle, Miposhka taking experience there, while the Pango with no ulti. Still down south. And Secret bringing numbers. Another ball in. Good avalanche. Mira trying to swing it back onto Nisha, but they've got the Vortex on the Tiny. And Spirit lose yet another small engagement. 5-0 start for Team Secret. And they have swapped Crystallis up to top now, so he's going to get that safer farm, the ability to fall back into triangle and be protected by the rest of his squad. While Puppey is closing in on that mech very quickly. 400 gold away.
That's a big timing. A lot of sustain to come out from that Chen. We're talking about the healing ward
Hesitation
as well.
is defeat.
Team Spirit, they will need to break numbers. I'm not talking about like one extra hero. Potentially they need to bring like the second hero if they want to grab a kill. We already said they're very limited how they can control the Storm Spirit. One of the reasons why Collapse is trying to farm up Orchid.
It's not GG yet. Nowhere near, dudes.
Also in terms of tower damage.
This game is has no lead.
Yeah, very reliant on Bristol.
Couple hundred different at most.
Basically just charging in towards objectives. I mean, nobody has done any building damage, in fact.
Both teams have
Zeros
decent initiates.
board.
Secret's initiate is better.
Teams doing a nice job protecting their tier 1s. As we see there, Nisha building into the Witchblade. Looking for that.
Yeah, I don't like Secret's team fights. It looks like shit, really.
Refills himself and TP's out.
Witchblade for his item, Storm.
And Zayat is in just behind him. Could get ready to make a move on to Toronto, Tokyo. He'll spend a couple of spells to clear the way.
It's a good Juggernaut game. If he gets farm.
They don't have much to control Pangolier during the Rolling Thunder. By much, I mean literally nothing, so that's going to be a good thing. The only one that can try to kill him is Juggernaut during the Omni Slash, and now the Mirror Movement. Team Secret making a rotation. Gonna go for that tier 1 tower. Puppey, level 6.5, about to be level 7. Finds Trust the Shovel one more time.
I'll see how many salves he can amass. He had like 6 or 7 or something in the previous game. Mira coming into mid with
instant D-Ward from Zayat.
He knows exactly what Mira is up to. When he's just holding out on that mid lane, spamming poison. I do still have that high ground observer watching into the triangle though. So if they do build up stacks for Team Secret, Spirit could be quickly up in their face. And Yatoro already making that move. Broken by one of the neutral creeps. That's not ideal, but Team Secret not taking that opportunity to jump in towards him, and they will. Avalanche toss, roll in towards Nisha.
Damage?
But he's vortexed up Mira, and Storm Spirit zaps away from danger. Still has a bit of mana pool, and it so cleanly gets away from the initiation of Team Spirit.
And nothing has been done with these 2 Rolling Thunders. This was supposed to be their big team fight ulti, their control in the team fights. Yatoro, Hood plus Vanguard this time around, having a bit even more sustain, a bit more damage.
Oh, finally the Viper gang comes.
The Aghanim Scepter is going to be delayed, but this is a big kill. They want to delay. Collapse.
Glaive! Oh, it's close.
Range to use the Shallow Grave.
Yeah, the Wild Wing pushes him out of place. Disruption.
I believe that Grave would have ruined him if he got it off.
Spirit gets something. First kill up on the board for them. Toronto, Tokyo, and Miposhka slaying the Zayat Shadow Demon.
It was very close, yeah. His hands went up.
Delaying that Orchid, like you say, gives Nisha so much confidence to continue playing aggressively as he has been doing.
And he sees what Viper is going for, so immediately queues up BKB on a Storm Spirit. So that's going to be his next item after finishing off the Witchblade. Witchblade gives him solo pick-off potential. Like, even if they feel like they don't have enough, having Storm Spirit zip in onto the target allows just enough time for Dawnbreaker to use the Solar Guardian and connect onto the target. And Rezo, he's going for the scaling build.
Oh yeah, Echo Saber phase boots. But you see that Nisha?
Nisha all over the place.
I like the line from the fountain to the mid lane.
Well, what the fuck is this minimap?
Out across the map, refilling his bottle a few times. Beautiful graphics coming in. And a lot of room for Crystallis, right? All of this noise being made around the Ancients, mid lane, bot lane, has allowed the Juggernaut
Freest Storm game in the world. But then you're still Storm.
Torrid laning stage.
But free nonetheless.
They're making him stacks. They want him to have a good time, drops the healing ward, will farm the Ancient stack. Toronto, Tokyo, getting very close to his diffuser.
Telling you, man. Should have 4th picked that puck and just 5th picked the Shadow Demon.
Storm Spirit's mana, so they can't get out. Like, even Juggernaut has very limited mana pool, so that means that maybe he's not gonna be able to get the Omni Slash in a fight.
And these kind of slow and steady games.
It was banned 5th, which means you could have picked it 4th.
It is. They want Storm Spirit with this Orchid. Like even Juggernaut, if they can catch it. Puppey is ready with Mech and Hand of God.
Roll. Silence. There on the Jug. I should be able to kill him off. Oh, maybe not. It's pushed on.
Oh my God.
Gets the spin out, but he's killed off. Spirit.
I think they could have saved him with the Hand of God there. Initial heal 200. Maybe would have been enough for him to TP out.
And there was the potential. And off the back of that kill, Spirit straight into action on the tier 1. Team Secret not in any position here to really contest it, just allowing the tower to fall. And they will glyph because it's a freebie glyph. But a couple more hits here. One, in fact, from Collapse's Viper. And this ward coverage from Spirit, you know, that one in the triangle, of course, found the Jug kill. But also the one down in bottom jungle. They saw the rest of Secret and where they were located, which allowed that smoke gang to connect so perfectly.
ST tried to remove silence, yeah. It's very OP how that works. You just don't get silence at all.
He's about halfway towards his Aghanim Scepter. Not a hero they can particularly just go run out and kill straight off the bat.
They've been just farming up. They want this big timing on a Bristleback. Get the Aghanim Scepter, which is going to be done in 1500 gold, and then go for a smoke, get a pick off, transition then into Roche.
Stacking Ancients for himself. Get that timing a little bit faster. As Rezo holds out on the top lane.
Disrupt ult would still silence you.
Just in behind him in case
it's continuous.
Comes, but again, Observer Ward sees
but any like one-time apply buffs, they would remove all of them, including his Orchid right there.
Have been on point.
Zayat's also on point with his dewarding, right? A couple of instant sentries have come out knowing that that's the place where if there were to be an Observer Ward would undo the moves they're making.
Dyer's bottom tower is having a pretty good read on where and how Team Spirit is gonna make a move. Gotta give credit to Zayats for that.
That's been perfection. Puppey continues jungling. What's after his mech then? Go for the Locket again? Is there something else he needs?
It is Locket. Look at his little army. The Troll Priest with 15% heal amplification aura, a bit more speed coming out from the Kobold Foreman. And again, the Hurricane, a lot of value from that one.
So that heat map, you want to focus on the sort of paler, the whiter spots on it, because those are all the neutral camps where Puppey has been standing in. And you walk in between camp and camp. Decent timing on the blink there for Mira's Tiny, 17 minutes in.
Considering that he's 0, 1, and 0 means like no gold coming into his pockets from any rotations, but they did kill 2 towers, so at least something. They found a big boy Philly. Tiny will definitely hold that one. Oh no, never mind. I remember watching Toronto Tokyo stream because you one-shot the waves with Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, and he was holding the Philosopher's Stone on Pango just to get like more gold from it.
Yeah.
Because you don't farm with the right clicks. You only need mana.
Keep on scaling. Well, we saw that Juggernaut. He's only done, what is it, 266 damage to heroes this game. He needs to start picking things up, Crystalis. He'll get there eventually. No, he's now overtaken the Pango in net worth, slowly edging his way up. And this Viper, yeah, the Orchid has got them 1 kill, but in a slow game, they've invested into aggression and they need to see some kind of return on investment. Getting some more deep wards, hunting for Secret. But it really is just this beautiful dance Secret are doing. They are hiding. Yeah,
dodging
Nisha in the trees.
Trying to get a BKB on Storm
Oh.
Nisha will TP up.
Oh.
Catch me if
all
you
right.
can.
What a read. He knew exactly what's cooking. And now in the top lane, they can... I want them to prioritize Zayat's farm a little bit more than Puppey's in this game, because having that break mechanic and having charges on Demonic Purge is what's going to make the difference. Breaking Viper, breaking the Bristleback.
You know, it's a team spirit. You know, TI winners, they're no slouches, but it honestly feels like they're playing against robots. Team Secret are just so good, executing their drafts to perfection.
They have been on point, reading how Team Spirit and where they're gonna move.
Yatoro plants himself in Radiant Triangle. Secret looks like they want to combat this. 2 heroes still up top. Zayats and Rezo not super near, but they will TP, return to tier 2 mid and go for this smoke move out, as Roshan is a potential for Team Spirit to go into.
Creep dies, they know something is up. Dawnbreaker ready with ulti to join a fight.
God, how do you start this fight? Storm jump looks like shit. Jug walk in with spin looks like shit too. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he survives. Oh, voila. Oh, he jumped too much. No mana for TP.
They do get the Juggernaut though. Taken out by Collapse with a slow and the poison attack stacking up on him. No buybacks out, and Storm did die in the end. Mira, you're right, jumps back in. 3 down on Secret, and Team Spirit will claim the Aegis.
Storm died still.
Now, for 5 minutes, they will do whatever they want with the Bristleback. They will try to punish these cooldowns. We're talking about...
I hate this draft.
Dawnbreaker ulti, Chen heal. They're gonna be fight ready.
I'm not sure how you're supposed to play it.
Whatsoever.
Like, you wanna get pickoffs on Storm, but they're always together. What the hell do you do?
Straight in towards it. This is the timing. The aggression will only become stronger for Spirit.
Yeah, the Shell Demon too, it's so out of place. It's good against Bristle, but
Secret being undone, Rezo has to BKB and TP home.
it just has no synergy with anything else.
Yatoro. He's on that tier 1 tower again.
Of course the Orchid fucked him. That's why he buys it on a Viper.
Resolution's Dawnbreaker 20 minutes in, a little bit faster than average.
It wasn't a secret that they had an Orchid.
Restless has a lot of catching up to do though. Maelstrom Yashi, yeah, but he needs his Manta, he needs plenty of items.
No answer for Bristleback.
Short ready too on Dazzle.
He's way too tanky, has a full Eternal Shroud.
That's a better mid
No
pick.
break
A
mechanic,
puck.
they will need to dodge the Bristleback, try to kill the rest.
This was a
Also
puck
in that
game
fight,
all the
Dazzle
way
did
through.
get the grave off. Not
But
a
they
perfect
fourth
sync
picked that
with the
fucking
Dawnbreaker
SD for some reason, and that puck got banned.
We are looking at
They
Zion
fourth picked the
wanting
fucking
to accept
SD,
an
man.
upgraded Demonic Purge, but if he dies like this, it will be delayed. Storm trying to focus Mira's Tiny, looking for the trade out, but the grave. Miposhka saves Mira, and turning now onto Chrysalis Jug. Turn into a piggy, Omnis lashes into Yatoro, but Nisha's out of mana. Zips back closer, but still falls short. Yatoro diving. Aegis should be claimed up here.
The grave is ready.
And Mira straight back in. They pop the first
Mira, are you sure about this?
And burning through Puppy's Chen. Toronto,
grave.
Tokyo, making short work of him. They lose Mira to the dire tower hits, but Chrysalis and Rezo have no answer to Yatoro's tankiness.
And that's a fight without Collapse. Collapse has been farming on the bottom lane, trying to farm up his BKB, and they're like, yeah, Viper is missing. We just took a fight 4 versus 5, and we still lost it. But yeah, they did manage to kill the Bristleback, which is a bit surprising considering that they don't have like real answers for it. But once they respawn, so they gotta put off some pressure off their team for the next couple of minutes.
I mean, if you're diving tier 3, 20 minutes in.
I don't think OD would have been better. They would still lack proper initiate. Their draft isn't good at anything right now.
Team Spirit heading down south.
It's the rare combination of no team fight and bad initiate. Well, they have Storm. He's the only initiate. But Storm is kind of a shit hero this patch.
7 from Miposhka though is out ahead of him. Only 4 from the Shadow Demon. And Spirit ready, prepped behind Yatoro. Frontlining on the tier 2. Secret do not want to match this. They know Team Spirit far too strong, and it's only compounded there by the Viper picking up a BKB now.
Those tier 2 tower, that tier 2 tower is now gone, taking the outpost. They want to take the fight. The double damage is on Pango. That swashbuckle damage can be a bit overwhelming, and we can see the power of the Fusel Blade. Burning the mana on Storm Spirit, like even Juggernaut, not allowing him to get the mana.
Rezo. Yeah, BKB jumped to the low ground, TP out as well, nothing
Bash.
to cancel it.
Doesn't have Bash.
So Toronto Tokyo spending his ulti, but it's not that long a cooldown. He'll have it next team fight. No
Aghanim next item. He might have it before next game.
Has Basher and
There's a chance.
That's going to help out with Juggernaut trying to spin TP out. Rezo, that he already done with the 2 BKB charges. Yeah, they even popped the glyph to be able to stop Chrysalis from getting some extra CS.
Yeah, he's annoying Collapse, but he's going to TP out. Like, he's forced to TP as well. Collapse taking quite a lot of damage.
Oh, nice try there on the Tiny.
Shadow Demon alone.
Decent chance to catch him.
This is a big... They need to find a way to farm Aghanim Scepter on Shadow Demon. Unfortunately, they did not find Philosopher's Stone. This is an item that really does help out with the Shadow Demon. So we'll need to find a way. Right now, 1,400 gold only.
He's a good hero in his own right.
Secret can still come back, yeah.
Hero when he gets that
It
far.
comes down to split push.
All the good stuff.
Split the map, force them around the map, and then outnumber them. Using the better initiator they have, which is Storm. They still have way better initiator than Team Spirit does.
Lions being brought to them by Team Spirit, who are smoked up and heading into mid. Radiant scan connect on someone bottom, and a Team Secret. Are they going to get caught out by this? Zayats?
And Jug is also... It's a better late game hero than Bristleback in this scenario. Especially with SD as a support. So if they don't fall behind like 30k gold in the next 10 minutes, they could come back. Yeah, it's difficult. They're already pushing high ground maybe here? I'm not sure. Maybe just forcing them back. Next Roshan is going to be key as well. It's going to decide whether they're going to lose 2 sets of bags for free or not.
Force the glyph. Creep wave all cleared out. And Toronto Tokyo actually running himself back. Mr. Carty, a little bit delayed. Late to the party.
Like they're not far behind. 7k at 26 minutes is nothing.
From Spirit, though, we've seen plenty of mistakes.
It's like 1.5 item or so.
High ground too early. They're making sure that they are absolutely 100% ready to break the base, especially against a team like Secret with buybacks available.
2 minutes left until the respawn, and they will have 2 bashers. One on Bristleback, Nisha, zipping in, zipping out. He's gonna be out of
Oh, Nisha.
There, but the same with the disruption.
BKB is available.
Trying to buy time for it. BKB up in the vortex around. In comes the Solar Guardian as well. Keeping Nisha alive. Hiding in behind that tier 3. Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, this is not it. Oh, this is so bad.
It's a lot of ultis used. This tier
They also forced the Dawnbreaker back. She was split pushing somewhere else.
Nisha with a little bit of a
And that's a fucking game-losing mistake.
how much mana he needs.
They had a very good spread on the map just now before this happened.
Getting what he can. Well, the map getting smaller and smaller. But Team Secret, they can't push out mid. Bottom lane's dangerous too. And Team Spirit plant themselves in that.
What's the Roshan like? 1 minute.
And Juggernaut, I don't know, he's not caught up as much as I thought he would. He's still down at the bottom of the cores, isn't he? Secret, what have they done wrong here? Crystallis, he needs more room, or what's happened?
He's struggling. They cannot leave the base, especially now.
I think he was miscalculating his mana to use the old nulls.
222 last hits. Barely ahead of the pack. 0-2-0. He's not been involved in any of the team fights, and look at that difference. Pretty even in terms of neutrals and ancients, but the lane creeps, a 3 grand gap between the Bristle and the Jug.
Viper completely ruined him in the laning stage. You talked about the CS on Viper. He had like 20 or 30 denies. Nisha still finding some farm on the mid wave.
Can mirror jump him. He'll try to.
BKB it!
With the shard, we'll get the Hex.
Gets the Hex in there.
Why didn't he BKB the Avalanche?
Beautifully executed out of Team Spirit.
Oh my god!
Spirit now, and Roshan is 15 seconds away from spawning. A huge opportunity for Team Spirit now. If they can get one more bonus kill, it's absolutely a freebie.
Toronto Tokyo ready to punish any.
He wasn't tossed. He was not tossed. Not at 0.3 of the tick of the Avalanche.
On this top wave, and this might be his undoing.
Oh my god, dude. You can BKB, you fucks.
They're pushing high ground and still coming back to find the Jug. With the Avalanche toss, he's forced to spin, the roll comes in, but Crystallis has a little bit of backup from the Shadow Demon, the trouble being Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo. Oh, he dances circles around the Pango, but the bash
immediately.
Gets stunned straight up, can't TP home. Zayats and Crystallis in so much trouble. Hand of God with a bit of heal there, the save from Puppy. Buys the time for another spin to arrive. Toronto Tokyo and Yatoro with Mirror arriving. They'll find another Avalanche toss combo. Surely they'll see him. No way they can get away from this. Crystallis is found and down he goes.
It's a lot of time spent for from Team Spirit just to be able to kill him. Also, commitment. You saw Puppy using mech, using Hand of God just to keep him alive, but that also means that the rest of the team is getting the farm somewhere. I'm looking at this Shadow Demon. Like, this is the big one for me, and yeah, Nisha as well.
Oh, the split push. It's grumbling. It marks the end of the game. When the split push is starting to grumble. The Roshing, right? Yeah.
Rolling thunder. Tiny's chucking Pango around the place. And Toronto Tokyo clears up Zayat's while Yatoro has killed Roshan, grabbed the Aegis.
Well,
puts himself in.
2 racks.
Viper, so he can be the one dealing extra damage to the tower.
Does SDF axe yet? 5.5k net worth. I think he's missing like 800 or so.
They want to take the barracks. 13
He's like Windlace and Stick and Mana
it's
Boots.
very difficult with this Basher on Pango. Juggernaut can't go for this split push. Like he can't just sit in a base because eventually they're gonna lose.
He has to be KP.
Oh my god.
He thinks that he has 3 nulls.
Well, he does.
What am I looking at?
He's gonna have to buy back and fight because they've lost their mid-tier 3 and the barracks. Oh, some sloppy mistakes from Team Secret here in game 2. Team Spirit punishing them, showing that game 1 may have just been a fluke.
3 fucking times, man. 3 times.
Open the barracks. Crack this base wide open. Yatoro turns his back. Reza with a shard, and now the Omni Slash.
Yes, there he goes.
Gets gripped up, saved by Miposhka. And he does
Full commit on the fight. Doesn't look great though. Where's the Storm right now? Healing? He's healing. There's a jump on the Dazzle. Oh, does he get him? Didn't finish him. Oh, the Q miss. And he didn't have mana for W, I think.
But I don't see what Secret can do. They're being dived in their base. Team Spirit, they'll bail away with the Yatoro now. The Vortex in. The Storm Spirit tries to catch him, but he's great.
Oh, that's an important kill Nisha missed.
Oh, Collapse will die, but not before he killed off Misha. 3-man avalanche in as well. Spirit are cruising towards this victory now. It's game over.
They're gonna call it no real answer for the Bristleback. Like, they try to go for...
It's rare to see Nisha fuck up this much.
Get the Aghanim Scepter done on Shadow Demon. Never happened. Like, he also did invest his gold into Shard, which is a little bit of a delay.
Old Storm would have won that game. But this is New Storm. New Storm doesn't win games.
Team Spirit did have a strong timing going for that Aghanim Scepter on Bristle, and yeah, completely ruined Juggernaut's farm in the bottom lane. He always try to play from behind, always try to...
Why would I try to BKB the Avalanche when I know it works? We can make a bet, dude. You can check in demo mode yourself. If it works, you can pay me 10,000 euros.
Characteristic mistakes from Nisha, where he didn't do the math correctly, and yeah, gets stuck in the middle of a fight, forced to use a BKB, and in the end, Team Spirit does
Thank you,
win.
Zoyatzi for the 23. Yaya Forever, thank you with the 7. Wizard Muerto, thank you with the 6. Gonfi, thank you with the 64. Atmosphere, thank you with the 47. Libasal, thank you with the 43, man.
Saying to Secret, you want to play these long, drawn-out, pressure-filled games. We're gonna take it to you.
Magesh, thank you with the 48.
Take those things slowly. Like, they were not going for these early kills because you do have Dazzle. At one point, Tiny was 0, 1, and 0. We're talking about like 10 minutes into the game, and then he got the Blink Dagger.
Imagine if they patch it mid-tournament. Imagine.
3-man avalanche. We can play just as crisp and clean as you, because there was no franticness, right? It wasn't hectic from Spirit. It was really decisive, clean Dota. Now, a couple of kills here from Secret look like they'd give them a chance to come back into this, but when your Juggernaut is so underfarmed and Resolution not able to connect really into any of these team fights, here a moment where maybe they could have saved the Jug and fought around their triangle. But Team Spirit bringing numbers time and time
We saw
again,
the BKB
as we can head
Avalanche
over to
already
Tabo on the
in a
panel to
different
break down
game
two a little
today.
bit more.
He just did it. It's right here.
Thank you for
He did. He had time.
What a viewer.
He had time.
And we would like to thank Aramco Cores for providing us with these highlights. Game 2 goes the way of Team Spirit. As is tradition of this tournament, we either get 3 games or we get none. That's kind of the way. Team Spirit, they managed to win with a very exciting Bristleback. That's amazing, right?
QW, very
wow,
exciting.
Dino. Seb, you spoke about this, you know, the whole way you stop Bristleback as we get this scoreboard. provided you by STC. The way you stop this Bristleback is how do you prevent him from
This guy's still arguing. You got your 10k ready, bud?
Seem like they had any way
you got 10k dollars ready?
I also think they didn't have.
I hope you do.
Honestly, I feel like it was a really good Bristol game. I feel like it was also a really good Dazzle game. Sure, it got addressed a little bit by the Storm, but then, you know, that's how Dota works. The Viper destroyed the bottom lane, which brought Lenny to the Orchid, despite Secret's best effort to slow it down. As you see on the score, the Orchid pickup was really huge, because it then stopped the Storm from being able to
$10,000.
enable the Dazzle, which is...
Never mind, I was kidding.
The way they fight is they press their spells, it's single target. They're gonna Vortex somebody, Shadow Demon spells, Juggernaut, you know, Omni Slash. That's kind of all they have. They don't really have team fight, and then that's really hard to kill the Bristle or the Pango with the ulti. It gets craved, now the fight is over basically, and you just get run down.
Yeah, I mean, it feels a little bit odd, especially on that Juggernaut pick. I mean, they picked this into a known tiny Viper lane, right? Like, you did this to yourself, basically, on Team Secret. It feels a little bit odd, and another thing, Zayats, he had a good start to the game. The laning phase went pretty well, able to get that first blood, create a lot of pressure, made a bunch of stacks, but he was caught out a few too many times. He really needed to make sure.
Where's my 10k, bud?
If that's the case, then suddenly Bristleback can't run at you. Suddenly the Slaughter's coming out, the Dazzle and the Viper aren't a big deal.
I mean, I feel like the Secret lineup they needed. The problem is the reason why the Shadow Demon is also getting picked off so much, jumped on so much, is because he has no cores to kind of frontline. I felt like Secret, you know, they play these lineups where they have stable lanes and then they kind of group up together. I'm under attack. Doing so, of course.
Get 3 spells off, it changes nothing, man.
In the spin. So is Chen, but I feel like both Jugger and Chen this game they really shut down. I think it was just a drafting mistake.
Nigga, doesn't matter. Avalanche starts whenever it starts.
Because they saw the lane.
Has nothing to do with range anymore.
Into the Chen. That Secret probably just, I think it's just a mistake from Secret or Crystadis or
I'm using multiple BKB instances. Why does multiple BKB instances matter if only the first one counts for magic immunity?
I just don't see how it's
Please think. Think. Use the heads.
Very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the options then that we could have seen here?
I mean, I was talking about the sniper in the draft again, just something to stand back a little bit more, but it's not that frontliner that you were talking about.
Yeah.
I know we've hated on the hero a lot, but honestly, Troll Warlord wouldn't have been horrible this game just because you're able to dominate the lane.
You need you need a way to be aggressive on the Viper. You cannot afford the Viper to just right click you.
It's not time.
If you can't threaten the Viper, you will lose the lane to the Viper. That's just how it works. There is no such thing as tanking Viper hits on any hero. So if your go doesn't kill the Viper, I think you're in trouble.
So maybe, like I believe you suggested, putting the Dawnbreaker position might have been the way to go about doing that.
It could be. There's also tricks that you can do with lane equilibrium.
What can you do?
Push the lane and then pick their fights. It's probably too hard to break down how to counter Viper here. I would have to usually use the 10 minutes, but I'm sure they have other options. They need to put more respect on it because it was definitely Team Spirit's plan.
You could always BKB the old Avalanche, but this is the new Avalanche that has perfect chain stun.
Now we'll see what they do in
But
the first
despite
game.
having perfect chain stun, you can still BKB.
For a while. This time,
The reason why?
with it, they bait it out. Do you
Vol
think in the
forgot.
final game, they're still gonna put Chen, or maybe not Chen in the first phase?
Fucking knows.
I think the first phase, that's the issue, right?
Okay.
You have so many more opportunities to be able to address it, so maybe moving forward...
It is what it is.
Into that second phase, of course, Puppey, so versatile with what he's able to play. It's just that his Chen is a tier above, so I think he just needs to address a few more of the potential counters.
Yeah.
And I think we felt also the Dawnbreaker in the sense that, I mean, we were talking about it, Rezo played a really solid game. Honestly, I don't think he was the reason why Secret, you know, had a rough one.
No.
But
If there's a 1 frame difference between each stun, you can also phase shift off it. And guess what? You can't.
They killed the Bristle, they killed the Dazzle over and over again. Dazzle Bristle, not the weakest lane out there. So I mean, I think
Just a random ass game, dudes.
But so the point I'm trying to make is like I like the approach from Spirit to let the Dawnbreaker.
It doesn't matter if Avalanche has stun interval. It's inconsistent. Some things work, some things don't.
Or any other hero for that matter.
And he wasn't even just like taking a lot of farm away from Chrysalis, right?
You just have to know.
The safe farm after the laning stage and put Dawnbreaker in the more difficult safe lane that you get after that. And yeah, it really felt like he was still able to get a lot of that farm.
Yes.
Maybe there were a couple of times where he could have joined the team fights a little sooner, but it honestly felt like once the Shadow Demon was dead, the fights were over. And he was just like, okay, fight's lost, let's try and not lose too many other heroes, like chain feed one by one. let's get my farm and maybe I can carry the game in the next fight.
Bank absorb over the 250. That's playing at a competition with cars make you play better. It really depends on the person. Some people combo, some people thrive off it.
We saw the first draft, which seemed more like LGD, honestly.
Yep.
Do you like that as well?
Very much. I think it fits much more, and also the pace at which they played. You know, they were always taking the fights to secret, kind of fighting for the runes, invading early. We saw them contest the stacks really early. I mean, last game, I don't even know that they crossed the river in the first 20 minutes, even though they won the lanes.
Yep.
This game, they had rougher lanes, but still, you know, I think they really, I mean, they're great players. You know, they can click their spells as well as Secret can. They can take the fights as well as they can, as Secret, maybe even better, who knows. So I really want them to keep the aggression up, you know, not necessarily go all in, but really play free, basically, you know.
Yeah, and I know the Rolling Thunders weren't perfect out of Toronto, Tokyo, but his use of the diffusal was. Like, so many times he was able to catch out that Storm Spirit, make sure he had...
I know there's a lot of things that pop before certain spells do, but it's inconsistent. They are just because they are. There's no mechanical reason for it. If it was purely mechanical, Phase Shift should work exactly the same as BKB. But it does not, so what can you do? You just have to know all the spells by heart.
Last game didn't seem as much. This game with the Viper seemed to be impactful. I know he's known for these big teamfight heroes, but how has he adapted his playstyle to these lane dominators? Very typical of Amar, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he adapted really well. We've seen him play, you know, Bounty Hunter. We've seen him play Viper now several times. And every time he has a huge impact on the hero. I think his item choices also are quite unconventional. They're just really smart. You know, we've seen him do the Orchid versus Abaddon, Skitter's Abaddon, now Orchid again. I think he's doing great, and it shows in, you know, Team Spirit's results.
Yeah, and Viper is particularly great because
I don't know if it's only BKB, man. Isn't it like all the like the weirdly defensive ones? I'm not sure if we can spin off Yules from like lingering spells. I'm unsure. Like, let's say you have Ravage guy, I guess. Oh my god, why is it so loud? I don't know if you can spin off this. Like, let's say you... I guess he casts Yules himself, doesn't really matter. Like this, he Ravages.
Swiftly now.
I mistimed. It's hard doing this alone, because I have no friends. Or maybe if I do it from far. I don't fucking know if I'm even hitting. No friends, man.
Is under attack. Yes.
Oh, I can just Q it, right? I can just Q it. See if it goes off first.
The enemy
I guess not. No, it does. It does. Oh, Qing works.
Forward.
Okay, it's just queued up. That was pretty perfect, right?
As you wish.
Just spam Ravage? Man, you fucking smart.
I fight. Your middle tower is defending itself.
You can't spin off it, but you can BKB it. Oh, I thought you could. Fuck, I don't know if the shift Q is working properly or not. What if I kill the Ravages? Yeah. It's so fucking slow. What if I have 2 Ravages at the same time that alternate?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ah! I fucked up. Yeah, you can BKB this. You can spin it too. But you can't fucking phase shift it. Why the phase shift of all skills, man? Why the one I want to use the most? That was so big of it. But it would have worked anyway, I'm pretty sure.
Welcome back. We're here with the last game of this series between Team Secret and Team Spirit. And this is the decider. One team gets to go home or
why fucking phase shifts?
LGD already said
Why gotta be like
we're
this?
looking for Secret or RNG. RNG is no longer an option, so Secret it is, I guess. But can Team Spirit funnel their plans? We're gonna have to find out.
I mean,
we are in accord.
Right? Another TI-10 Grand Final rematch, or that rematch from the group stage where Team
No.
I go at will.
It's so hard doing it alone.
The enemy attacks your middle tower.
This last game, how is
exactly so.
Do you feel like that Chen is going to lose priority here for them?
Middle tower is under attack.
Can't do it. You just get fucked.
I'm not exactly sure that point is correct.
Get him every time. Like the phase goes off after then. Yeah.
Commendable notion.
So you say?
It's just fucking phase shift for some reason.
They're smart enough, obviously. You know the puppies and the resolutions. They've seen all the patches, all the ways of playing the game, and I'd like for them to, have more tools to.
And you can rage as well from lifesteal, yeah.
I proceed.
Game 1 versus game 2. You know, it was
Can't phase shift your ice path. You can't. I mean, Yules in general is it's a nerf on Puck. It's real bad. I hate the item on Puck. Hate playing against it too. Most players don't even realize it when they buy it. You can really counter Puck by just going Yules.
What they go up against, I mean, of course they're switching some heroes and whatnot, but I think
very well.
In game 2, it really felt to me that they put themselves kind of downhill. It was an uphill battle.
I venture forth.
And I don't know that they have to be in that.
As you wish.
You can BKB it, I'm pretty sure you can.
It's an honor.
You can spin, BKB and everything. That's not a problem. You can BKB any from Mules? Not sure about that. Not sure if you can BKB from Arrow.
So you say?
Yeah, definitely.
Ah! Fuck, can't click him.
I go.
That was not perfect.
I bring my blade.
Then a Chen with a jugger that is getting super pressured because all of a sudden you
Ah! Again, I did the ping instead of clicking him.
carry alone, he's dying.
I guess you can BKB it.
Compare that to, a Chen with the monkey that's having a great lane, but he gets to quietly farm his mech or to gank or to, he can one of the best supports out there.
He can definitely be. That was perfect. That was pixel perfect and he still BKB'd it.
All 3 lanes and
I fight.
kind of decide for himself, like have a,
It doesn't matter whose ulti, whose use it is.
Yes.
Every time. But if your lane is going really badly, you don't get that chance. So there's not a couple of
Fucking bitch.
Last of my kind, but first in this.
One more time. Do you try and pick up this Chen? And if so, you would think that maybe you get rid of one of these
On
huge
it.
lane dominators like the Viper in the banning phase.
Trying to arrow me in the air.
It might
Absolutely.
mean that the Marcy slips through, for example. I know you're not a huge fan
Picks
of the
yet?
Wyvern
No,
first
still
phase
not.
ban, but something needs to change if you want to make sure.
Yeah, it's just phase shift. Damn, I'm good. Fuck.
To the battle.
Absolutely.
I can't even click my own hero. Too early.
I think you have to respect your opponent.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't phase shift the perfect arrow. It's hard though. Because the timing changes on distance.
It's curious because after that Viper, you could just ban the Viper and cut it second time, but they still keep it in Marcy.
Yeah, it's really hard.
I go at will.
I quite disagree with it. It could
Ah,
be
whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no,
What kind of fucking palm is gonna leap in and use a puck and be some shit, man?
playing, and I'm just commentating on that.
Thank you, Bobo Kaka, for the tier 1 Prime Fantasy. Thank you for the sub gifts. Penguin Flies at Midnight. Thank you for the 64. Stanley, always the first payment. Shit, dude. Nah, you don't have to do anything, dude. Don't sell your kidney. It's aight. It's aight. You cool. Admitting your own fault is good enough. DP fan, thank you for the 23. Mono, thank you for the 58, man. The tiny one is really weird, though. You wouldn't expect it. Because it's a perfect chain stun in this patch. But for some reason, BKB and other BKB-like spells just like no. It literally just says no.
Very interesting, very unconventional also. I mean, I'm sure it's the first time we've seen it this tournament. What could that mean? What could that be? They're just laughing. You know, they had something planned and they seem quite. These guys are not laughing. These guys, they got some homework to do right now because you know, you don't want to miss out why this just happened.
So in this tournament, at least for Secret, right, we know Zayat is a big Doom player as well. Puppey has done the 5 Doom before in the past. We have seen Rezo Doom, of course, very popularly.
It takes priority over simultaneous actions, yeah, but why, you know?
Play any hero,
like we know it does, but why?
Yeah. So 2 from Zayat and 1 from Rezo this tournament so far.
So mostly in the offlane Doom. We'll see where this is gonna go, because it does seem like a new strategy. Was it picked up before this early, Dano?
I'll have a look.
I mean,
about other stuff.
one thing that could motivate the not really the Doom first pick, but the Chen as a 8 pick. I call it 8 because it's the
Stan's resistance doesn't work on tiny stun. Apparently, it's just a unique stun even like that.
It's a way to not expose.
I guess it's not even like a proper stun, huh? If Stan's resistance doesn't work.
And you
No idea.
Assume that Spirit they have an answer, you know, against Chen.
Thank you, the extra over the 31.
Else they would not let it through. And now Secret, they're going to be able to pick the Chen on 8, I mean after the Doom, and to protect it with their second phase bans. That could be one way. I love the Monkey pick versus the Doom for many reasons. Monkey support bullies Doom in a one-on-one situation. Monkey core obviously does the same, and Monkey can just chase the Doom around the map. If it's a Doom 5, Monkey will go there. It's going to be a Monkey 4. If it's a Doom 3, Monkey will play position 1.
Such a good Monkey pick already.
Really good
like you see a Doom. He just picked Monkey, fuck it, lane's lost. How do you lane now with Doom? +4 Doom, carry Doom, mid Doom, fuck it. Look at that, Wyvern Monkey against Doom. Good luck playing that on the offlane.
I think both of these teams are just trying to like out-mind game.
You have to fuck with the Cape Wave. It's the only way.
In a couple of roles, you can play the Wyvern in 3 different roles on their team, both supports as well as mid, and even the Doom, 3 different roles. Team Secret have been playing it on, so we've seen it a couple of times on Puppey, and of course the other 2 that we mentioned previously. So I want to see if that's the avenue that they want to go down, like try and bait out this Monkey King, which is of course a fantastic matchup against the Doom.
What went wrong for Secret? I think their draft sucked.
What does it really
It
matter?
had no synergy between their own heroes, and it didn't really counter enough of the enemy heroes. And they also picked a very underpowered hero, which is the Storm. Storm just kind of shit in this patch. It's like one of the lowest win rate heroes of the whole thing.
Or do I switch it up? And so Team Spirit, they successfully managed to not ban the Chen and have, you know, Secret
really bad numbers on Storm right now.
Getting a combo that they should be really happy with. I mean, Wyvern and Monkey, great heroes, good against Doom.
Oh look, the puck! Yeah, that's right.
And obviously embrace the
Dude, Puppey must regret that SD pick so much. He must be like, he's slamming his table like, why the fuck did I pick SD over puck that game? What the fuck is wrong with me? We needed that puck. Instead we have Nisha Storm feeding relentlessly without pause. Fucking hell.
Here's the puck pick by Secret. That's going to be their 8th. Thoughts on this hero has been a little bit forgotten in the tournament. We talked about it, Danog, right, with the prevalence of the Tiny, not as many puck picks, but we see it back here. No Tiny as well on Spirit.
Insta-ban.
Insta-ban.
Yeah. And that is the strength of this pick on first pick. Like first pick, I think the strongest part of the first
Post
pick
3 puck, doable.
You pick a hero and you get to protect it with 3 bans. So, you know, puck is already great against Wyvern and Monkey. Tiny band.
Yep.
On the counter side to that, though, with the second pick, Team Spirit will have the first pick of the next phase. Which
Man,
is what
you just
banning
pick a
to
puck,
protect right now.
and your whole draft looks good already. 2 heroes, your draft looks good. Why is that? You have silence, you have stun, you have disable, leash. You win the good lane, like what the fuck?
I hate both of these drafts. Like obviously Team Spirit, because of all the reasons that you mentioned, it's great so far. But Puck, probably one of the better heroes at dealing with the Wyvern as well. You know,
definitely.
Great way to jump on the back line, gets rid of a lot of that mobility with the Arctic Burn as long as you land the Dream Coil. the silence is just so annoying to deal with, especially once you start getting talents into it. So yeah, it's a little bit tricky to play this Wyvern this game in particular.
It's a way to... No, sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
No, it's like...
Unless you go Witchblade Yules. Oh, don't go Witchblade Yules. I did that once, never again.
But you know, it's this concept of like...
It feels so bad.
It's like, now, it's kind of bringing pieces, right? It's like, okay, you got a Doom, I got a Wyvern. Alright, you got a Wyvern, I got a Puck. So now your Wyvern is gone from the equation.
I hope it's going to be Nisha Puck. He plays a very good Puck.
You know, kind of counter each other's and make sure that my first pick Doom is still going to be potent.
Yeah, and just on your point from previously,
Tell the referee's task is here to make sure they ain't
right
cheating.
Lane,
No fucking two-timers allowed.
Ember Spirit, even though the win rate is terrible this tournament, it's great against the puck in the lane. So maybe they'll go.
And also he's there in case there's PC problems and stuff like that.
Tokyo has shown potential of playing before. Maybe they go back into the Pangolier with the ban again, just because it's again a lot of physical damage against a low armor hero in the laning stage. Could be anything.
I'm curious as well about
no, they were the best puckers. Most pucks I've seen, they're kind of average. Not impressive at all. Fucking that Chinese puck with the spider legs over Spell Prism. Never forget. My fucking eyes. Unforgettable moment in my life.
You know, the silence. Obviously very evasive hero. At the same time, Monkey is one of the few carries that has like an instant stun on puck. You can stun him from the trees. If you have follow-up, I wouldn't say it's the worst matchup for Monkey, but you know, it's definitely not a bad hero to pick puck into.
Sure.
But I don't think Monkey is... It's not a terrible Monkey game anymore. It's not like you're playing versus a bad Strider, for instance. That would be like much worse.
I've seen some people that like to deviate the Monkey King into more of a supporting role. Because then
Night Stalker in the pool.
Right? We've seen a lot of Orchid Monkey Kings, for
decent Night Stalker game too. But Night Stalker is a scary pick.
Yeah, exactly.
That game, not game. That hero has a chance to just get stomped in lane.
Hexers in the pool though, and I know
it's like these random Earth heroes and stuff. They just fuck him up completely.
Or is it too revealing of the Monkey King flex?
I don't think it's too revealing. I'm a little bit worried that as a shaman, until you get that
too early for puck. No, it's a flexible hero as well. If you feel that puck is getting too counted in the game, they could just put it position free, become a coil bot. Good enough.
So even though for that team specifically, nothing is locked yet.
I think with the Wyvern, like, you can run it mid, right? But I feel like Puck is one of the better heroes, at least, of being able to deal with you. Like, even once you got your Aghanim Scepter, as long as you land that Dream Coil and you've got some damage to be able to punish the Wyvern,
it's not bad as pos 4. It's alright.
Get burst down pretty quickly. So
maybe a bit lacking in the lane because he's low stats after all.
So if Monkey King,
but if you survive laning phase, he's alright as 4.
You deviate the Doom into maybe a 5 position, so you avoid.
He used to play pos 5 Puck on Puppy. That was when he had like 65 damage at level 1 and like 5 armor and stuff. It was the balance patch.
Really wanting to play it.
Yeah, sure.
He's one of the best, you know, pos 4 Dooms. He's played at this tournament and with great success. So he's probably like trying to convince Puppy. Sure, it could be good as a 5, but I think it's even better as a 4, you know. And down the Jakiro comes, so most likely we're gonna see the Doom, you know, play in the offlane. And the Monkey, I mean, once again, it's about, you know, re-enabling your heroes that got disabled by the enemy draft. It's like, sure, you have a Monkey versus a Doom and it can get rough, but what if Resolution is playing a Batrider or a Venomancer? Now this Monkey doesn't get to threaten the Doom as much, and now the lane turned again. So there are ways to protect the Doom pick still for Team Secret.
Just wondering, with this Jakiro,
Puck is on fire.
Even be a position
He's
4?
dying.
No, not a pos 3.
Are you sure? There's no chance? I mean, it does destroy the Monkey King completely.
It does a really good job against the Monkey King, for sure. But, well,
nice.
Maybe might be the 3 Jakiro. I mean, you were talking before, Seb, about how you use the Cold Embrace coming through to be able to protect against the Doom. But now you just lay a Macro Pyre on top of it. You lay all of your high magic over
okay, so they still go with the position 3 Doom.
I love the Ench pick, and that's exactly what I was mentioning before this draft started. It's like, I wanted Secret to, you know, kind of get away
and mid puck, yeah, to carry last pick.
Brought them here, of course. It was, you know, a lot about the heroes, but mainly about the players, and they've proved that they're playing incredibly well. You know, I'm
scary to pick Night Stalker if they want it, and if they don't pick it now, it's gonna get banned, I'm sure.
Hero, by the way, very good hero against the Monkey.
Yep.
With Farm, very good also against the Winter Wyvern. You know,
I'm not sure as last pick here, but if Secret have last pick, then Night Stalker is not a viable pick here.
As well as the Chen. And of course, you know, Wyvern counters Chen. It is true in the sense that you get a lot of creeps. it's gonna kind of turn against you, of course, because of the Winter's Curse, but Wyvern does nothing to Ench. Ench bullies Wyverns, actually, and Ench also has pure damage to go on the Embrace. It's the same kind of style. Puppey's gonna secure the lane, pressure heavily the game. But now, you know what I mean? Like, I think they really adapted well to what Team Spirit is trying to do. So
the last
really
picking the offlane.
Both teams right now.
Yeah, but even now, Team Spirit, they're going back and adapting to Team Secret. Like, they're going with the Void Spirit, you know, one of those Yule Scepter builders. So now they've got multiple ways of that instant catch for the puck.
I'd be pretty fucking happy to face a Void Spirit with puck.
The Enchantress, right? Lots of AoE damage that's going to be able to take her out.
But at the same time, I feel like
I don't know how I feel about this Void Spirit pick.
So he has to be confident about
I think you pray to God you don't fall behind as a team. Because a puck that's ahead, and you're playing Void Spirit versus puck, you're not a happy Void Spirit.
And I assume he was like, you know, what about Void Spirit? I don't care, I'll crush him. So hopefully, you know, Nisha's gonna be ready for the Void Spirit coming. This I love it when two, you know, players of that caliber both think they're right.
Yes.
It's gonna be down to Dota.
It's classic 50-50 matchups. You know, who is better, Void or Puck? Depends on who I'm playing, right? That's what mid laners
Already both said, I'll crush the Puck, I'll crush the Void Spirit.
Exactly.
So please have a fight. We're watching.
Yeah.
You know, to our greatest pleasure.
Final bans are coming.
You
here,
can
so
face Yule's.
they get rid of the Slardar. That might be
You can use Void Spirit pull, yeah. Catches puck every time.
Carry that's weak against Slardar. Melee carries here.
Crystallis heroes. What could it be? Bloodseeker is out. Monkey has been snatched away from him.
Jug is
I don't know if you can blink if it's your own Yules on Buck though.
Slardar notoriously good against the Jugger.
Unsure.
Maybe some PTSD from the last games, or maybe not. You know, you never know. What does he play? He plays Huskar.
You can phase shift blink, but you cannot phase shift after Yules from a Void Spirit Q.
It's funny to see how, you know, it does tell the story about how Team Spirit has adapted to Secret, because both
you can
Thunderbird and Trent, their most played heroes with the most success of the tournament, have been untouched.
Yep.
I'm still racking my brain here, to be honest. I have no idea what they're going to do. These
You cannot phase shift after Yules. I'm pretty sure it gets you every time.
On both sides.
No exceptions.
It's really on the back of Silent there. You know, you can see him referencing the papers, making sure that he's
able to big puck.
Just get that little edge out, because that's what it comes down to. Winner of this goes through the grand final.
Labs hero, I think I'd like to see a Night Stalker.
TA ban.
I feel like it's one of the heroes that deals really well with the puck, also with the Doom. You get a vision advantage. It's also really good against the Jakiro. I think it really helped us with Night Stalker vision. It's gonna help the Monkey have a clear game. Because the secret is gonna be about jumping.
I'm actually uncertain about this.
But all of a sudden, Dark Ascension, Night Stalker has the vision advantage. This whole team fight mid game is gonna be really tough.
That doesn't work?
Ooh, so yeah, this is the situation where you might not want to play the Night Stalker, right? It makes it harder, yes. This or the Juggernaut were like the ones that if it came out, I was like, I don't know if you can possibly do that.
Alright.
It's a great Night Stalker game, so again, this
It just
feels
doesn't
like
work.
those block picks where you don't actually have to ban the hero. Your pick on its
I thought the Void Q was like a lingering stun.
Scary lane to go against. I want to see Collapse, you know, man up and go for it anyway. It's so good for the game, but I mean,
I guess it's not.
Probably one of the hardest lanes to go against, so I don't know.
It doesn't matter if it's 0 ping or not, because you can Q commands after
I like the confidence.
Yules.
I mean, it is a great Night Stalker game, so I love the pick. I love the confidence. This is Collapse. Like, you know, they probably were doubting him. Are you sure?
Well, the guy in my chat was completely right. I guess you can just blink too then, yeah. Doesn't give a shit.
Enjoy the ride.
And he even has the ability to keep up in farm. Doesn't need to go this Midas build. You're up against an Enchantress. There's almost always going to be a creep available for you.
You can blink out, you can phase shift out of Chrono? Yeah, but that's not the point though. Yules has a different interaction when it comes to phase shift. Lingering nukes, they will hit you before you can phase shift from Yules. But apparently not this one.
I mean, there's a lot of work that Mira has to do.
Now you know.
Hold the waves, kind of put yourself in a position where you give your Night Stalker a little bit of space, and sometimes you just have to accept
the Ursa pick. What was the last pick?
And look at coming back.
Oh, I fucking knew it, man. Like you bait out the Night Stalker and you just go Ursa, and they didn't ban the Ursa in the last two picks. Oh my god, dude, it's so fucking predictable too.
He's looking at what's more important is how do
That's like the first thing I look at as a puck.
What are your thoughts here? Do you think that they have what it takes to make sure that Night Stalker work?
Sure. Let's play some Dota.
Let's play some Dota indeed, as we're getting ready for the last game. This is going to determine if Team Secret or if Team Spirit
They picked it into Ursa? Yeah, well, they really want that fucking hero. I'm sure Secret knew it too.
Or will Team Secret enchant us for their plays and take out Team Spirit? We're going to have to find out with Gareth and Lacan.
Setting up the puck counter.
And an enchanting
And then the puck
segue from
counter.
Arlo there. And you're gonna love the state of Dota 2. People picking heroes into counter picks. The drafting level of these two teams just amazing across. Are you leaning one way or the other?
This is the elimination game. I'm a big fan of Night Stalker, I gotta say. I think he can get stuff done after the laning stage. Like we're talking about Ursa, Puck, like having silence on top of these heroes is gonna be very difficult for them to just deal with it. Like we were talking about the itemization, how much they're gonna be able to get done, and I like this is a third game. Void Spirit against
They came back with a
Nisha,
stupid
scouting
fucking
things out.
Kawa. Now we missed the void again on mid.
Ward placed already.
And bottom too.
Like
This stupid fucking camera, man.
Oh yeah, destroy this Puck, and Nisha, the exact same thing the other way around. Picking that Night Stalker into an atrocious lane, but we've seen this previously, right? Where we've had some of these melee heroes against the Monkey King, actually get away with it with some lane equilibrium shifting from their position 4.
Both offlaners don't want to play the lane. Position 4s will need to drag the creep wave closer to the tower, and okay, a little bit of a pause here.
Yeah, we'll get ourselves back underway shortly. Sort out whatever issue there may be.
Mate,
But
pause my stream again.
Be a struggle, but they broke out of it, didn't they?
It was against Nigma Galaxy. It was Doom plus Earth Spirit playing against Monkey King, and they found a way. And then they completely ruined Monkey, forcing him to get Hand of Midas.
The cat says no wards here. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
If Spirit can do a similar job here.
A lot of the time, what I feel about Ursa is similar to how I feel about the Troll. Is where it looks like a good pick, but then the hero doesn't get anything done in the game. There's way too many counters, too much kiting. Yule Scepters, Habit's Halberd.
Even the Crippling Fear, if Night Stalker can get on top of him. Puppy taking tremendous amount of damage early on, but I'll be a tango eaten.
Is that 2-2? Yeah,
lane.
2-2 wounds.
And it feels like we've started seeing a shift in these warding patterns, right? We talked about the Chinese teams at LAN, PSG, LG in particular, that international play between teams. And we're seeing a lot more of these triangle wards early on.
Scout things out, potentially go for a kill.
Such an interesting dire ward, the one on triangle. They do it almost every game.
This time around, they don't have heroes that can clear the stack, so I don't think both teams are going to be stacking the triangle anyway. Maybe the big camp, but that's about it.
Oh, painful.
Crystal is playing forward with the Earth Shock. Keeping Mira away.
Is Earthshock level 1 to play here?
Champ level 1, just trying to chip away.
I get the feeling passive level 1 is better, but he's the carry player, so I'm not sure.
As well as Yatoro were playing up in the face of Zayat, who was bodyguarding the Resolution Doom. Very similar lanes on both sides. Monkey and Ursa.
Maybe to secure the range creep, not sure.
With the stacks and the damage.
Ursa did play very aggressive first wave. I don't think they won that trade battle. Collapse.
Whether that's worth the level 1 Harris or not, I'm not sure. You kind of secure the range creep too, by just harassing the Night Stalker, don't you? Like he has to back off if you stack up on him.
Give you the upper hand here and there. Looking into that mid lane.
I'm not sure.
Between Puck and Void Spirit. Currently Toronto Tokyo out in the lead 7-2.
What is that orb?
Very low on HP
huh?
and regen, right?
What is that orb?
For the bottles to come in.
Fairy Fires are available, so you know these
You're looking for
overextend. Try to see what happens if they poke like one more time, if they use another spell. I like Void Spirit matchup against
for the last hit, but
has been one of the best heroes in
no.
the last month. Yatoro.
And Puck, one of those heroes against Spirits that's always been incredibly good. Knife's edge Dota in that mid lane. Yeah, Yatoro farming under his tier 2.
Almost impossible.
Tau does too much damage.
CS.
A little rough for him, 7-3, but a little bit ahead of his counterpart, the Ursa.
Oh, good CS on the Night Stalker.
Enchantress will return to the lane with a little Wolfie.
Puppy not getting creeps? No, yes. Got the small dog.
Teaming up against that Mirror Rubik. And collapse. Look at him just placing himself in front. Force them back, while Nisha now getting the upper hand, it appears, in terms of the regen trade at the very least. CS is a couple ahead as well. Yatoro. Getting run at, not something Monkey King enjoys. He wants to be the one doing the running at, not being, as Mira getting found out by Crystalis and Puppey. The impetus, no, he stops. Stutter
Last
steps.
second, gets the magic stick off.
Wasn't that just Ursa's mistake?
15 CS.
I'm sure he could have gone one more hit in.
Doom on top of CS. Both starting with the boots of speed pretty much. And Resolution has a full wave to farm up.
Yes, beautiful stuff. We saw him in game one as well, be incredibly farmed, getting the most out of his lane.
Zayat did a very good job playing with the enemy creep equilibrium.
Not too bad anyway. It's painful for support to walk back and forth. First blood kill though, it's like a good 300 gold boost.
Yeah, 14-5 Yatoro.
Good farm on Night Stalker for now.
Between this Wyvern and Jakiro, it's apparent, isn't it? Jakiro can just shove
Oh, the Massas. The bottom Massas.
On cooldown, you're doing so much more harassment back into them as it looks like Collapse going to take a few swipes again. He does have those boots, like you mentioned, to deal with that kind of aggression, so he's able to get himself away from them. His Mira was going to grab the water rune.
Denying rune from Nisha.
Tokyo bottles the top one, so no refill for Nisha.
Big moves from Mira, securing the lane from Night Stalker, keeping back, not dying, using the stop function.
Oh.
Very powerful.
First blood.
Still gonna die though. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, he wants a suicide.
Puppey with a final touch, but a good attempt by Mira to drag the Ursa away. Puppey well positioned there.
Well, at least it's nighttime soon.
Use Void on neutral
It's a hard lane nonetheless.
So maybe they get in and get the deny, but didn't happen. Also, I put it out to Mira because he TP'd mid, refilled the bottle, also secured the rune for Void Spirit, which is pretty good. Still, Puck
It's a BKB Puck game. It's not even terrible, honestly.
So Nisha will be farming that one as well.
Time for some vengeance here.
He can probably get away with just the condom.
Tanky enough. Gets out of danger, and Crystalis trying to 1v2 collapse.
Oh god, this matchup.
He's stacking them up, but nighttime comes. The clock strikes 12, and Collapse.
1v2, 1v2 zone.
Speedy.
Or
maybe even gonna turn here with the fade bolt. Collapse
9 stick charges.
Is looking for a
Needs to
chance,
steal the
she's
keep wave.
nearby. She's already bailed on this bottom lane. Looks like it might be wave dragging, farming in between tier 1 tier 2. Collecting as much farm as he possibly can.
Puppey drags it to the small camp.
Pulls it across while Nature takes a...
The Night Stalker hasn't gotten a creep kill since like minute 2.5 or so. 3.
It's just constant harassment out of the Jakiro and the Doom. He's got phase boots up on Resolution already.
Monkey King does struggle against the attack speed, overtime damage.
Oh, surprisingly good CS on the Doom. I thought he'd struggle more in this lane.
They might start to play a bit more aggressive.
Why for Monkey King against Doom?
Dual breath will take Miposhka low.
Also, they found the best creep mana aura, mana region 2 with the Jakiro. That's going to be constant pressure. Miposhka using the healing salve on himself. Yataro's very low.
Yeah, it's a spooky place to be.
Jakiro, strong hero.
He's got one value point in the ice path.
And they see him with the ward that they already placed.
Knowing exactly where he is, while bottom, the first rotation, the DD.
Oh, look at this XP! Oh my god, he was literal 1 XP from level 6. And that would have changed the whole thing there.
Courier is being pinged out.
1 fucking XP.
Puppey knows.
Will move the Courier.
He's got a sensor tracking back. Watching Mira on the retreat. While Nisha comes top. Snaps the coil. Got it onto the 2 of them, but Monkey King safe on the canopy. Focusing the Wyvern rather.
Oh, look, he's 6 now on the Ursa. On the first keep that died.
Puppey down bottom. Toronto Tokyo stuck around, so him and Mira give chase to the Enchantress. Another little freebie there. 2-2, 7 minutes in.
Yatoro did very well, snapping that coil immediately, jumping onto the tree.
Nice rotations. It's so nice to put some emphasis on this Ursa lane. Not letting him play his little counter lane. Oh, this shit though. Oh, they're losing a tower for it at 7 minutes. 8 minutes.
Still alive.
Barely.
Maybe deny? Deny? Oh, it's close. It's very close.
The Wyvern in the trees is an easy target. Rezo unable to catch up to Miposhka. Of course, going for the
Doom has the OP mana regen aura. 2 mana regen aura.
Doom becomes ridiculous in the mid and late game. The amount of farm that you get, it's also damage output and removing one of the cores from the game.
I was like, oh, it's 25 minutes in. What's the Doom got? Oh, he's got Midas, Blink, BKB. Halfway to Refresher.
Secret winning 3 lanes despite those rotations.
Zayat looking for the monkey, nearly had him. Nisha gonna waiting rift in onto them.
Oh, it's a nice coil.
Focusing Yatoro as Resolution's arrival should clear through him. All the Monkey King.
Not sure if miss or raindrop.
The monkey to deny from Mira. Wonderfully done as they swing back and punch into
it's so
Secret.
good.
The Astral Step and a double kill for Toronto. Tokyo will collapse. He's hunted by the bear, but
Expensive miss.
it's not a spooky bear, little teddy bear.
They lost Monkey.
Yeah, it's one of the many puck nerfs that caused that miss. Koya used the mini stun. There was always enough for an orb hit, but it doesn't mini stun anymore.
Was hoping to get a rune.
It looks so decent.
9-minute rune. He's
Out-clicked.
Toronto got it.
He did indeed. Astral Step, the last one remaining. Nisha, he wants this pretty badly. Chasing forward. Doesn't jaunt to the orb. Hiding in the trees. Toronto Tokyo's going to bottle up. Nisha stuck here with no resources. Blasted down by the Splinter of Wyvern. The bound to strike and the jump back in. Nisha couldn't evade the danger in this jungle and Secret. Twice in a row now. Playing aggressively and losing out.
I'll be watching the grand finals too. Yeah.
And collapse.
Losing 2.
He's going for the 1v1.
Crystal is.
He's winning the fight.
There's no end rate for 10
yes, yes. 220 damage per hit. 9 minutes into the game. My finest creation yet. Not sure why Ursa's ult doesn't cooldown, but sure.
Top notch, I would say, and it's gonna take out this tower.
Max attack speed too from the passive, of course.
Nisha wants that top rune real bad. El Coil, the 2 supports. Mira has to hand his life over to Secret, but in comes the Void Spirit, blowing up Zayat. Nisha under the guise of invisibility.
2k gold advantage is gone just like that.
Tokyo. Crystalis arrives as well, but he has that escapability through the Astral Step.
Ursa joined the mid fight. I thought they might go
He got that armlet of the puck rotations, I think.
Moved with the Alpha Wolf.
Gave him a lot of
Maybe
space.
Alpha Wolf could have tanked Roshan. He does
And
have a more
I think they fucked around too much in the first 2 levels.
Still respecting Wyvern and also Void Spirit.
Don't think Night Stalker should be getting that much lasted in the first 3 waves or so.
Was that Monkey King buying the tome? Feels like
I think he did, because he was level 6, 10 minutes into the game.
I mean, Rubik and Wyvern already level 6, so they're all right. Give the Monkey King a little bit of a leg up to catch up to where he needs to be. Currently bottom of the cores in net worth.
Oh, those are puck rotations? I meant the Void, yeah. He went bottom and killed the Enchantress, and then Ursa was alone for a while.
Rezo
It was
loves
rough.
using this voice line.
Yeah, he does. I think he can use it sarcastically, he can use it genuinely. Those are the best lines.
I think as a puck, this is where you start sweating.
Multiple context you can use them in.
You just kind of go like, does it have blink? Does it BKB? You know, fuck.
Zayat's pinging it out. They caught a glimpse of them moving. And Puppy's going to tank it. Look where he's standing. Well, he moves away from the staircase. He wants to go
Those
farm.
creeps look juicy. That small camp extra 20 gold.
But this could mean that Nisha dies.
Oh.
He gets the face shift down, jaunts to the orb very quickly. Removes himself in the bottom lane, but he's got so many heroes chasing him. Puppy tries to heal up Nisha. The Witness Curse
Oh
comes
my
through,
god, how many spells on puck?
the puck about to die.
Yes, all of them.
Along with the rest of the Spirit, aiming towards the Enchantress of Puppy at this point. No escape available. Resolution and Zayat were kind of getting close to that fight, but not fast enough.
Maybe they could have used this long fight. This was 30+ second fight for Ursa to go inside the pit, because he is inside the triangle, and
That was a green coil.
threatened this Roshan kill.
Rubik Arcana.
Radiant.
Yeah, a bit of missynchronization there.
Did he keep the spell?
In terms of the macro play, that map control. Even if you lose that fight, if you get Aegis, it can be worthwhile. Ice Path and Macro Pyre expended by Zayat to kill Miposhka. Get rid of that Winter Wyvern. Oh, look at how aggressively Toronto Tokyo's playing. He's feeling himself. He's about 300 net worth behind the puck, but doesn't seem to matter that much. He'll get himself that Yule Scepter shortly.
It's quite even.
Fairy Trinket, going for Yule Scepter, kind of a natural build.
I think Secret lineup is a bit easier to play late game, mid and late game. But not by much.
It's also a setup for your remnants.
They have nicer stuns and stuff to start the fight with, but it's never easy against a Night Stalker.
It feels like they're being smoked at, run at, ganked at. Do they sit and wait and try and fight back, or do they make a play of their own?
They're still 3k gold ahead of Team Spirit. Waiting for
I think skipping that is fine.
Then it's a go time. Dire using a scan.
Turns are more for extended laning phases.
They catch him. The stolen coil was
Oh my
the
goodness.
The green lines show it's the Rubik's catch and kill potential from Mira. Finding Nisha and Puppey.
Night vision. Miposhka using Arctic Burn immediately. Scouts things out, and then Night Stalker also with his unobstructed
What's the
vision.
initiate for Team Spirits? They have a couple. Monkey King stun from trees is very good. And they have Void Spirit, which is also very good. And then maybe Wyvern, but that one's a bit harder because he needs blink and everything and vision beforehand. Luckily for Wyvern, he has a Night Stalker on his team. One of the best vision heroes in the whole game. So potentially 3 initiates. And maybe a 4th one if Night Stalker gets blink BKB.
The only one caught in the coil, and Nisha's jumped forward aggressively. A great curse. A kill on Mira comes out short, but you've lost your Nisha puck now. Oh, jump out of Toronto Tokyo. He's doomed.
Oh, that's a very desperate Doom.
Slipping away. The grasp of Team Secret is slippery.
Fine.
They can't get any traction. Monkey King with a Wukong to the 3-man boundless. Yatoro, he's back to the high ground. Ursa can't deal with a cold embrace, so Secret, what do? You move forward aggressively, you're going to lose resolution in a second.
That voice stop.
Tokyo dissimulates on him, collapse back in again, and down you go.
It's nighttime again.
What a team fight from Team Spirit. Not
somehow gold is still even.
Poshka coming in with a clutch Winter's Curse and then healing people up. Toronto Tokyo, not enough chase potential. They're still not done.
Chrysalis as well. They just keep on chasing the Wildwing Ripper, hurricaning him around, and another pick off for Spirit. 15-5. Sure, Secret have a mild net worth advantage, but the game
definitely doesn't feel like it. Whenever you have Doom, you need to be able to chase them down, go onto that target, and kill it. Without Puck, they don't have that hero because they're.
How come Puck looks so balanced this game?
Ursa with no Diffusal Blade, no Blade.
Player
dagger,
problem.
So he can't chase people down. Toronto Tokyo comes back into the fight, playing.
Waited out the Doom.
Yeah, playing on the 20% HP. Next rune is spawning. Let's see who gets it.
Right, really beautiful stuff. Our Team Spirit. Now the net worth lead is theirs. Diffusal Blade, the timing for Secret. They are building up and getting to a point where
I'm sure a lot of it comes down to that bottom lane.
Pickoffs, but Collapse is an ever-present threat on the map. 4 more minutes until daytime. So that's 4 minutes of panic and fear.
Did he get the shards? Oh yeah, he got it.
Get him.
Yes, let the balance begin.
Rubik has enchant stolen. Not the best Rubik game in terms of like spell stolen. You would want to go for dual breath, ice path, potentially Doom, Rezo.
Straight on him.
He's gonna drop.
Ice path misses. They're also hunting the puck. Nisha caught up. Will be able.
Was the puck coiled there?
I thought I could jump to the orb, but he's out of there. Zaya's being pummeled.
Not sure if I saw that right.
By Team Spirit and a double kill for Yatoro.
Collapse, having a perfect game.
Second time he gave away coil.
In the lane, 4 branches, going for boots. That armlet allowing him to get a solo kill on Ursa. And now with the Blink Dagger, maxing out Crippling Fear, only 2 points in Void.
And he's got the shard as well, eating and munching on the creeps, and that's basically what the Enchantress is at this point.
Night Stalker shard is not gonna use a word OP, but it's so good. Like it doesn't
not
allow
OP,
Beastmaster to play the game
yes.
that he wants to, and
Spoken like a Night Stalker player that doesn't want to get the shard nerfed. And I know like Kos is a filthy Night Stalker player.
More HP back, eating the ancient creeps.
Team Spirit have absolutely woken up here in this series. Game 1, a little bit messy. Team Secret were very crisp, but Team Spirit showing the exact same traits. Every move has been precise, deliberate. They know what target they want, and they know exactly how to execute and cast their spells to kill them. We'll see a smoke from Secret.
That's such a puppy thing too. You know the one counter to Puck is Night Stalker, and you still don't ban it because you want to counter it. And now the Night Stalker counters your life. What do you do?
They see the monkey, they cut the tree, he got off the BKB. The Fury Swipe still stacking up, but the cold embrace buys time for him, and in the back lines, Collapse is hunting, finding Nisha, the Puck is down. The stolen coil again from Miro, the Wukong's arrives, and Yatro, he might lose his life, sure, but he's going to turn around and fight with the help of the Yules, he's still alive. The Mischief bought a bit of time, and Chrysalis, one more touch. The move from Miro, not enough.
Can't see.
Chrysalis under the Glimmer Cape, he's away, no, he's not. Collapse has his number. A huge fight for Team Spirit.
I think that was the plan, yeah. I mean, I can't say for certain, of course, right? I'm not inside his head. But that preemptive Ursa pick for the Night Stalker makes me think yes.
We talked about him
Rampage!
And now he's getting a full rampage. Poshka in a good spot to be able to use the curse, buying some time with the cold embrace, but good reactions from Yatoro, getting that BKB Ursa locks onto him, 11 charges off Fury Swipe. We're probably going to see that again, and yeah, gets the Wukongs, gets a couple of dodges with the Mischief, barely dies there, like he was so close to living.
And it all starts with this, yes, Collapse has had the perfect game, but Miro's stealing coil after coil after coil. That's 4 coils or so. He's been able to get in his team fights.
Nisha, it's time to stop. Stop giving away coil. Well, actually, that might have been the previous coil still. Yeah, I think it was. He didn't even use it this fight. Oh my god.
Perfect execution from Team
Lubick normally is not a puck counter, but if you play like this, he might be.
Night Stalker untouched in
the
these
timing.
fights. And
look at where they are. Puppy. Usually he's king of the castle. He's been dethroned in his own base.
I don't know how you itemize on Puck to be able to survive against this. Yatoro still chasing. Because you're playing against Silence from
he has blanked now at least 20 minutes.
Winter's Curse that
Normally that's supposed to be like 16-17 minute timing.
And then there's gonna be Aghanim Scepter on Void Spirit in another 500 gold.
Oh, is there?
So Nisha also doesn't know what to buy, has Armlet queued up.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yes, Armlet Puck to counter the Armlet Night Stalker.
That's such a
yes.
such a great game.
We saw Spectre today with the Spirit Vessel, and now we might see Puck with Armlet.
Just give in, Nisha.
What a time to be alive.
You know you have to buy BKB. Just give in.
Anything is possible. A smoke out from Nisha and Puppy.
You know he has to.
Might be able to spot Toronto Tokyo here. Waning Rift collapses in though, and Nisha and Puppy overextending.
Oh my
greatly.
god, my eyes.
In, but he's dragged back by the telekinesis. Wukong's from
Oh,
Yatoro.
defensive Ursa ulti.
They'll hold out for now. Wanting just to pick up the pieces, it's Puppy, pummeled. He's not powerful. He's got himself a heal and a Glimmer Cape, but the 2 cores of Team Spirit, okay, they'll leave her be. Let the Bambi escape. Focus on the rest instead. Chrysalis forced away to his tier 1. They did get the Doom out, but Resolution, trapped in the middle of 3 Spirit heroes, has to BKB and run away. Good cold embrace and a great Winter's Curse. Miposhka is caught 2 of them next to each other. Ursa's gonna kill his
Everything that can go wrong. Every single thing.
Ursa being blown up. Arctic Burn to slow, and Toronto Tokyo with a beyond godlike streak.
I don't know, Team Secret, they just collapsed. If you know it.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean. This Night Stalker's massive. 13-1 and 10. Going for the Bastard next.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, not like this.
Yeah.
Oh, he fucking. Ah, bled. Oh, bled.
24/7.
Stunned now. There's not much he can do except using the voice lines. Can we check the hero damage? I want to see how much damage Ursa has dealt in this game. I think when he walked onto Monkey King, that was like half of his damage in the fight. Yeah, 5.8.
A third of Night Stalker's damage. Stolen Enchant, which thereby steals a creep from Puppy. And Roshan, unlocked by a couple of these kills, Team Spirit just waltzed straight into the pit. Nothing to stop them. Secret looking dejected. A 10k lead, 32-8. It has been a one-way street this entire game.
Nisha thinking about what's gonna happen.
Oh, what spell was that on Rubik?
uh,
Was that Koyo again? No, right?
minutes. He had Divine Rapier, Butterfly queued up at one point. Yeah, he's just trolling.
I was in chance.
He played, but
No, never mind.
right, again, one of those situations. What can you do? There are so many options, and so few of them are gonna be game-changing or fight-winning. I can't find those little edges. Team Spirit have made sure that they are a well-oiled, well-tuned machine. Every cog whirring in symphony.
Puck is the poorest core in the game.
Puppy and Nisha.
What world is this?
Mid-wave. I mean, tier 1 still standing mid and bottom
Worst
lane.
timeline.
If they can get an objective, a bit of influx of cash into their pockets, and maybe Secret can start feeling a bit more confident. Puppy's going to deny yet another rune. Regen removed. As Rezo sits in behind his tier 2 mid.
Hope Ice Fog is watching. Puck needs a buff.
Toronto and Niposhka straight on to Puppy. Fine. Simple, quick and easy. Oh, it's
not
quick,
that easy.
and
Hold the
it's not
locket
easy.
plus the Glimmer Cape. Using
the edge.
everything. I feel like they're just going to ignore Puppy in the fights. Go for the rest. Crystallis needs to finish off his BKB. He's so far away from it.
Desperation.
I think Nisha played bad this game, yeah. And he got countered. He gave away Koyo. It's not easy though. There's a lot of pressure playing against Nightstalker as a puck.
Nightstalker Monkey leaps and bounds ahead.
Nightstalker's level 20, 25 minutes into the game. His damage output is insane.
It doesn't help that Nightstalker really got a good game somehow, when he's supposed to have a shit game.
They find him. He jumps away. Moving on to Mira. Rezo,
Oh,
BKB.
Doom the Monkey maybe? Oh, okay, no. I thought there was a decent chance to fight if they doomed the Monkey before he got ulti out.
Down the Jakiro. Zayas didn't last very long. Munches up a creep.
Nah, maybe not.
Two Yule Scepters against
There's
Ursa
still like wyvern and stuff behind.
I don't think Ursa gets to play this game. He had 25 minutes. It's not gonna get any easier for him.
We're gonna have to start rethinking how we
Oh
talk about
no,
Dota 2.
he got
Position 1,
predicted.
2, 3. You know, the carry from the off lane is becoming so much more prominent now.
Didn't he insta void? Where's he holding it?
Solo kill.
Yeah, just kill Crystallis.
No, he's holding
easy
it.
as you like.
Oh, it's Basher anyway, doesn't matter.
Daedalus would have survived there.
So
Did he just not bash in a billion hits?
Go for the rebrand.
The fuck?
Nightstalker all over the place. Like, I don't think you can ask for a better game. Seb mentioned it on a panel. Looks like a godly Nightstalker game, and Collapse shows why.
Yeah, boy, was he right. Dire Ward spots Puppy.
I didn't miss the pun. I just refuse to acknowledge them.
Poke at him, you can prod. If you kill him, fine, but don't want to expend too much trying to take down the Enchantress.
Puppy trying to pull himself with the Hurricane. Too much damage.
Beyond godlike on him as well.
We had a lot of these similar games today, Gary, where after 10-15 minutes you feel like how the game's gonna end, and it's all about pickoffs, getting that lead, getting even more lead, controlling Roshan, getting Aegis. Aegis gonna expire every minute.
Knowing that your opponents are gonna have to do desperate split pushing, trying to defend their base, Jakiro inside the Wukongs. Cleared through by Mira and Yatoro. But you know that Team Secret, like you said, they've got a split push, they've got a puck, they're going to be hiding in trees, looking for that wave clear elsewhere on the map. So we could start to see the Tinker Wards. Nightstalker moving around with his vision. Get the catch on some of these sneakier heroes. Rapier's queued up again for Nisha. We'll see if he gets there.
Collapse hunting in a position this time around, not going to find anything.
Still a good attempt. If you get that one kill, you could turn it into something bigger. Bottom tier 2 could be cracked wide open. But the Radiant Ward, I think, spotted him incoming. He cuts the wave.
Is he still
500
winnable?
damage with Armaton during Dark Ascension.
20 odd minutes in.
It's hard, dude.
Top lane taken over by Secret though. They are getting a little more.
Usually the way to come back from
last minute or two.
well anything is by split pushing. Like you split them up and then you hopefully catch them somewhere else. But it's pretty fucking hard to split push against this. A Night Stalker with Basher and Blink.
Yeah, one of the
you're not splitting shit, man. You're splitting your asshole.
He's having fun. You can tell.
Upgrade the Witchblade.
You can, yeah.
I don't think it was a draft problem this game. I think it was a play problem at bottom lane.
If not an hour.
That's time he doesn't have. Wukong's catch on. Chrysalis.
And some micro mistakes that gave away some core spells to Rubik.
No one to hit into him, so just a remnant drag back from Toronto, Tokyo. Another pick into a potential for high ground push, but no, it's patient again from Spirit, just calmly waiting.
Yeah, like this is usually how you come back to the game. And you cut these waves and stuff like that, and then someone TPs up to defend, then you go back and you try to fight. Or you kill the guy who's trying to defend against the dudes who are cutting waves.
Not that much tower
Doesn't look like Team Spirit gives a shit though, like they're just hitting.
Needs to man up and go for the tower.
Stand on top of the staircase. Tier 3 will be taken down. Collapse helps him out. Brings in that bonus damage. Secret. Did you let this just fall? I'm going to TP back and start the defense. Range barracks stand at 37 health.
I think it's a bit silly to give them the only puck count in the game.
That's true.
Yeah.
Come back for round 2.
But Puppy does this very often. Like even when some heals are absolute meta, first pick, first ban every game, you'll let them food to counter them. And it works out when it works out. And then sometimes you get this.
This is their big chance. Miposhka scouted. They know he's there. Gets Lincoln's put on him though.
Very risky.
All about holding hands together and keeping an eye on everybody from the team. Even position 5. He's the one holding gem. 5 sentry wards as well. Team Secret does have 1 observer ward. Scouting things out near the outpost, and that's about it.
Yeah, sneaky ward there. It's more than just the buddy system, isn't it? It's Team Spirit, a great read, knowing that Secret, one of their last chances there during daytime, is a 5-man smoke to connect into a team fight, so they stays 5 together. Knowing no one is showing on the map, no one's split pushing. Don't give up any areas of that map over to Secret.
And there is no game-winning play here for Secrets. They are waiting for Team Spirit to make a mistake. The game is out of their hands.
Quick little hop, skip, and a jump from Toronto, Tokyo to clear mid-wave.
Yatoro will finish off Bloodthorn, so another layer of silence for Puck. Also great synergy with Wyvern's Curse. If they use it close to anyone, you know the target is.
Like all Team Spirit has to do is wait out the next Roshan, contain the map, nighttime, start taking over Triangle again. Easy peasy game. Nothing more to it.
If they realize Spirit are all planted up top lane.
Miposhka, 8 sentry wards and a gem. This might be a bit too much.
He's prepping for the end of the world. He's got that warehouse stocked up with tinned food. He's in a warding battle with Poppy and Zaya, so don't blame him.
Whoa, walking uphill like that. What?
Resolution. Collapse. Turns day to night. Zayat's being hunted now as well by the 2 of them. Toronto, Tokyo straight towards the Jakiro. And one by one they die again.
There is a return for Toronto, Tokyo. Has a full BKB going into Lincoln's. Nisha.
Oh, nice bait. Oh, nice bait with the orb. You see what I mean with the split push and the catch? That fucking catch is scary as shit.
Secret is wanting to try.
If he didn't make that little bait play, he was just dead there.
Grasping at straws a little bit. But I do have the potential.
He showed up on the wave for like what? 2 seconds? Insta double TP and you're looking for him in the trees.
I don't think it can be the Night Stalker. You're going to aim towards your Void Spirits and your Wyverns. Stop those teamfight chaos creators from doing their job.
Roshan is up in 10 seconds. Team Spirit will definitely go in, take it.
I played Dota 1.
Ascension for 60 seconds.
I'm dog player in Dota 1 though.
Until that's back online. Secret needs to do something about it. They cannot allow Spirit to pick up both Aegis and the Shard.
That's the signal of the end there, if they let them get that. And 1 minute 40 until night. Spirit in no rush. They can bide their time. They know they are so far ahead now. They're basically playing Secret's game against them. We saw this.
I didn't use the keys, item hotkeys. I clicked them like a fucking peasant. And sometimes numpad.
For Secret, so this is the move that they need to make, but they are already scouted.
Immediately spotted in the pit. Crystal is still trying to go for this. I'll roll himself out there with the Earth Shock.
Very low on mana. Has
absolute peasant behavior.
It's gonna be nighttime in a minute. 38 seconds on Dark Ascension duration, so in 20 seconds, full nighttime for another 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, seems like it's go time. 5-man smoke.
Here we go,
Collapse. Pops the ulti, looking for the target, jumps straight onto Rezo, Abyssal Blade, but he forced out the BKB.
He's just dying for BKB because Night Stalker is doing 300 damage per hit. Collapse, time to switch targets. Yep, that's right. The fuck are you hitting an Ench for?
And Collapse, he's 1v3ing. He's got the silence on Rezo. He's just pummeling him to the ground. Yatro will join in as well, hunting the Doom down. Miposhka and Toronto focusing the puck. Nisha in trouble. He's done for too.
And they call
it's game over.
Game over.
With an absolute hammering of Team Secret.
It felt like this game was over for over 20 minutes. They could not do anything. Collapse on a Night Stalker. I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen better Night Stalker performance.
Ever.
Maybe ever. Yeah, I'm not even lying. I'm not trying to hype this one up, but he was all over the place. He made
Like Ghost is completely right. That Night Stalker was completely off the charts.
Splendid, tremendous. Arbo's going to have to get a thesaurus to try and figure out another word to explain.
Yeah, absolutely. They will need to find some new words to try
Ridiculous performance.
Figure out how to call Collapse, because not just in this game, but like the whole tournament, he's been overperforming.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, from group stage, right, Team Spirit, the only team to have Secret's number, to take a game off them, and here proving that they are still worthy of the TI champion status. And this tournament, the top 3 teams, top 3 at TI last time, weren't they?
That is correct.
Yeah, repeating things.
That means some of these teams are pretty stable. They know how to stay on top, but this also means
that wasn't finals, no. Grand finals is coming now.
They are going home with $425,000, which is pretty good money.
Yeah, $500,000, and now we've got LGD up against Team Spirit, playing for $1.5 million in the grand final. And that's going to be a great one, isn't it? We've seen this patient play. The drafting style of both of these teams has been spot on.
Who do I think will win? I think Spirits. They look better than LGD.
You know, this is a BO3. If it was a BO5, I think we would see a lot more experimentation. We still might see, because both of these teams, they have variety of the heroes that they can play. As already said a couple of times, especially for PSG LGD, that they can turn the switch and just play something completely different in Game 2, in Game 3, if necessary. They've been on point throughout this tournament as well. So two gigantic teams, TI10
They didn't ban Night Stalker because they thought they could counter it.
They're all learning from each other.
They were gonna counter the Night Stalker.
We can pass it over to KP.
Remember, Team Spirit, the one, the only is Toronto, Tokyo. That's the support we need. All right, first of all, congratulations on the win, bud. I've got to ask about the hair situation. We've seen your teammate do this before. Is this an experimentation before the major? You know, if this works, if you win this event, are you going bald for the major?
Yeah, I changed the hair, as you see. I had my barber in Moscow, the city I live, then I had to move to Belgrade, so I don't have the guy who will deal with my hair, you know. And I didn't do anything with my hair for a long time, and then I think, why not? I was bald once in my life before, and I liked it, and why not? Yeah.
اللاعب عندنا تورونتو طوكيو من فريق تيم سبيريت بعد فوز كان جدا قوي معنا في المسرح. السؤال الاول اللي كنا نبي نساله اياه انه هو حلق شعره صفر بسبه خسارتهم في الميجر الماضي، وهو كانوا السؤال متركز على انه هل حلاقتك هذه هي الشيء الاساسي اللي بيخليك تفوز الجيم ولا لا، لانه مجرد ما حلق شعره قدر انه يفوز المباريات كلها، لكن كان الجواب متركز على انه حلاقته الشعره كانت مجرد ان الحلاق حقه ما كان موجود، وقال خليني اجرب شيء جديد ليش لا.
And you know, also before I come here, I check the weather, and it's like plus 50. And I think I will not be alive with this. I will
Oh,
not
Jesus.
go through it with long hair. So yeah, it's helping though.
سبب ثاني الحلاقة الشعر، يقول اني شيكت على الجو في السعوديه، والجو درجه الحراره دائما تكون فوق ال50، فقلت انه ما راح اقدر اعيش وانا شعري طويل، فخلني احلقه مره واحده.
But if you do win the Riyadh Masters and it looks like a lucky charm, do you go bald like Yotoro did to win the major?
Maybe. But my next goal is super long hair. I start from now. Maybe I can go bald again because it doesn't matter. So yeah.
السؤال كان هل فوزك في رياض ماسترز لو قدرتوا انكم تاخذون الكاس هل بيخليك انك تحلق شعرك صفر مره ثانيه؟ لكن الجواب كان انه ممكن يكون هو السبب اللي يخليني اكمل على شعري زي كذا، ممكن ايضا اطوله مره ثانيه، بس عادي ما عندي مشكله احلقه صفر باي وقت.
Now, talk to me a little bit about your opponents here. Team Secret, they came in, last second switch up with Zayat, Resolution joining in as a stand-in as well. Did they catch you off guard a little bit, or did having two CIS bros on the other side feel something you were too familiar with?
Personally, I was really confident that we will win them.
Shit!
I think it's anyway, it's TI, you know. We beat Kaka, then we beat Secret, we lose first game, and now it's LGD.
يقول اللاعب انه بالعكس حتى التغييرات اللي صارت مع دخول زاياكس او حتى ريزولوشن من فريق سيكرت ما عنده مشكله انه يقدر يتعامل معهم، هو اللاعب جدا واثق هو مع الفريق انهم يقدرون يفوزون المباراه هذه، لكن النهائي بيكون تي اي تشامبيونز، يعني خلصنا من فريق سيكرت والان نبي نقدر اننا برضو نواجه فريق الجي دي ونقدر نفوز عليهم.
Okay, so we have got the rematch ahead of us. LGD versus Team Spirit. Oh, the goosebumps, the grand finals of TI. Are we getting a repeat of what happened last time?
Sadly, it's not best of 5. So, honestly, I wanted OG to win because LGD anyway is so strong team in my opinion. So I wanted OG to win because for me OG is easier than LGD. So, but we will see. We will see anyway. I think it's as I said, it's like TI. We will see.
نهائي التي اي الماضي كان ما بين فريق ال جي دي وفريق سبيريت، والان بيصير عندنا ريماتش للجراند فاينل، لكن هالمره بيكون بيست اوف 3. اللاعب كان السؤال له انه هل تقدرون انكم تفوزون عليهم في الريماتش هذا، لكن جوابه كان انه انا كنت افضل الفريق او جي هم اللي تاهلون من نصف النهائي مو فريق الجي دي، لان فريق الجي دي ادائهم احسن ونشوفهم انه فريق جدا قوي، لكن برضه راح نحاول ان نفوز عليهم.
All right, and just to round this out, we had Mira on the stage yesterday. He was talking to us a little bit about the confidence in the team, how you guys are feeling right now. He said he feels like you're playing some of the best Dota you've played in a while. How does the Dota you're playing right now compare to that TI form?
I cannot say. Before TI, we had a really good scrims. We was crushing everybody, but now before this tournament, we was not in the best mood. We lost a few games in CIS. But I feel like we progressed really good this tournament, and now we are in a really good mood, I think.
في البطولة الميجر الماضية أدائهم ما كان كويس مرة، لكن السكريمات حقتهم كانت مرة متميزة. في بداية البطولة هذه أيضا بالجروب ستيج ما كان أدائهم ممتاز، بس قدروا أنهم يحسنون أدائهم، وبالعكس الآن هم مرة كونفيدنت وأدائهم متحسن زي ما قال ميرور أيضا في مقابلته بالأمس.
Well, you've definitely been delivering some amazing Dota on this stage, and we look forward to seeing what you can do in the grand finals. Thank you for the interview. Good luck up against LGD, and we'll catch up with you later.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, that's going to be all from us here. Let's head across the desk to break down this fantastic series.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور. الان راح ناخذ فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم بعد الفاصل على طول في تحليل المباراه هذه، وايضا راح نجهز للجراند فاينل، فخلوكم معنا.
Oh, that was a nice interview. Except for the hair part, I thought it was kind of random and unnecessary, but whatever, I guess. Thank you, Finals Us, for the 40. Where most game stomps. It's just how competitive games are. The better players get, the less mistakes are being made. Small leads become big leads. Comebacks are very rare. MH7735, thank you for the 65. Why watch team and not in-game? In-game doesn't have the in-between stuff. And it's also delayed. Fucking news, thank you for the 73. Osa, thank you for the free. Whiskey, thank you for the free. Good thing they have extra monitors in the back in case Poppy SD picks or would still be waiting for next draft. Yes. Yes. Winner is 1.5 million, I believe, USD. Big money for this tournament. It's less than TI. Last TI was like what, 21 million or something? Huge. Was it 40 million? Holy shit. Yeah, crazy stuff. I never knew Dota was big in the Middle East. I didn't think... I didn't even realize there were Middle Eastern pro players until like Miracle started playing or so?
We're back after this wonderful series. Team Spirit takes it to 1, and they'll be going to the grand final. And on top of taking, you know, or well, actually eliminating in this case Team Secret, they also had some spicy words in that interview as a usual Team Spirit fashion, didn't they, Dano?
What do you think about that, Sip?
I think it's making me itch to sit back down, you know. Last warning before I do.
The old man wants to come back and play a little bit more?
Nah, I mean, it doesn't sound like music to my ear, but I think when you're on the winning side, you're allowed to say whatever you want, and they played such a good game. They're in the grand finals against LGD, just like they were in TI finals. So I think it's only fair. I mean, they showcased, you know, amazing Dota. I mean, especially Collapse. I am still stunned by the performance. I thought I was trying to emphasize on how good of a Night Stalker it was going to be, and that they were for sure thinking about it. I thought it was a really hard lane to execute, but they did it masterfully. I mean, what happened later is just, I don't know, Collapse just filing.
You had to get out of that laning stage.
I wonder if there was Collapse playing on the lane, or Poppy and Crystallis
It was incredible.
fucking up.
How? What were the small things that happened that Collapse did so well to deal with this lane?
I mean, I want to say Crystallis maybe got outclassed a bit. I do feel like Collapse is one of the best offlaners out there. I mean, if I had to name two
Maybe
offlaners,
both? Yeah, maybe both.
And Faith Beyond, and they're both in the finals. I think both of them are amazing. I mean, Collapse, everybody. You know, from offlane, it's not that easy to. Nah. I can't. I can't take
this
it, guys.
guy.
Well.
Sorry, name from the offlane.
It's fair enough.
We were watching in the green room, just looking at the match, and you know, obviously we had what the official observers were watching, but I was looking at individually that matchup and all the aggroing going on between them. And like you said, Collapse, such a great individual laner. And I know you were talking to me about how there's these lesser known aggro mechanics that a lot of these players tend to do, and I feel like that went a big way towards setting him apart from a really rough lane. Night Stalker against Ursa is not easy.
And usually I think offlane players are not the most flashy ones, right? They get the least. I mean, even if you think about TI, everybody was talking about Collapse. I mean, it's like you can't not notice this guy. He has so much impact on every game, and there's so much he does, from the lanes, the rotations, the scaling. He popped off last game. It was really impressive.
What do you think of that armlet pickup on Night Stalker?
It was very good. I think it's a build that has been popularized by Saberlight. It's the armlet and shard combination. Obviously, Night Stalker doesn't really have a way to sustain the armlet, HP loss. But then when you have the shard build, all of a sudden it is great. You do get away with the armlet, which enhances your first timings. You're super scary. Suddenly you solo kill an Ursa during silence. You kill Pucks, and then you get the shard to kind of back it up. The fact that the shard was pushed to the 15 minutes timing, had a big impact on that. So, I mean, I love the build. I think it's a really good build, and Collapse showed how strong it can be.
Of course he's fanboy in Collapse.
Collapse was one of the, there we go, we see his
I think Collapse is the best player on Spirits.
Collapse was known for creating the armlet Mars build, right? TI, that was his creation, or the one he popularized it at the very least. And we saw that build kind of fall out of favor because now it was too slow, the meta became quite fast, and now we're slowly creeping back up to that point again. Like, how does that happen? Were there many big changes that allow the meta to be slower now, to allow teams like LGD and Team Spirit to play this defensive way, or is it just teams figuring out a more efficient way of doing it?
As for the armlet, I think it's a bit Night Stalker specific. It really has a lot to do with the shard, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why. So then you have a big mid-game power spike that justifies a little bit more.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Denog, what do you think of the rest of the team? Because I know Collapse always kind of the center of this team, of course, but Yadaro go back to his full form, avoiding ganks as per usual. Toronto Tokyo seems to be on top again.
Yeah, he didn't die a single time, Toronto Tokyo. Like, he popped off again. It's another one of these matchups where we were saying they would have been asking him in the draft phase, like, what do you actually really not want to play against? And clearly it was Nisha saying, you know what, I can deal with this Void Spirit. Apparently not. Toronto Tokyo just had another fantastic game, was able to get a lot of that lockdown going with the Yule Scepter, of course, into the Aghanim Scepter. So it's just a lot of great control that they had for the puck. And even the top lane, like, Yadaro didn't have the easiest time. I was a little bit surprised that the Doom plus the Jakiro were able to do as much as they were to stop him out. But I really felt like, again, Collapse, Toronto Tokyo, they played so well that they made space to enable him to come back into the game.
I think you have a really good point. We've seen these pucks being picked early and have immense impact over the game. If you think about Team Spirit's lineup, every hero on Team Spirit has a way to threaten the puck. The Night Stalker, the Winter Wyvern Curse. It's a really strong tool to deal with puck. It's a setup that puck can't really evade. The range is pretty high. Instant lift from Rubik. Then obviously you have the Boundless Strike, instant stun from the Monkey King, and the Yules on the Void Spirit. So the 5 heroes. So when you play as Nisha, you're playing this puck. There's 5 heroes you have to worry about. As opposed as having this one Rasta that you need to kill, and it's pretty straightforward. You have Blink Witchblade, you solo kill him. I think they did a really great job at addressing the puck.
But they still picked the puck into many of these heroes, right?
I mean, the puck was picked quite early.
Oh, puck, right, it was the
It was Wyvern Monkey, and then they came up with 3 heroes that, and I think it was the right way to go about it.
Yep.
Honestly, I feel like Secret did a great job at drafting, but so did Team Spirit, and to me it says something about why these teams are still, are the kind of last man standing, because I think they're the best drafting teams, or they have developed into becoming the best drafting teams of the tournament.
This was an outplay. This wasn't an outdraft, in my opinion. There were very even drafts that could have really gone either way.
How do you learn these concepts? As you were the drafter for OG as well, and also coached beforehand, like, do these concepts come with experience? Is there anyone that you've talked to that helped you with draft theory, quote unquote, or what's the idea behind that?
Yeah, I mean, I think you learn them over the years, I would say. For instance, Team Spirit, they might be looked at being a young team, but they have a coach, you know, Silent, former teammate on my, that he's been around forever. And maybe he doesn't get as much credit because he's not as known, and he's more of a quiet kind of person, but he is extremely smart about the game, and he's seen so much that he would find the answers. Obviously, it also comes from the players, but you need to emphasize a lot on drafting. Drafting has huge impact, especially when you get players of that caliber. All 10 players in that game can execute. You know, there's no such thing as, oh, this guy is a little bit worse than the others. That's done. So it's going to come down to the draft, the understanding of it, the strategy, and it has a massive impact. And I think that's also the beauty of Dota. The game is so complex that you have to give this a lot of attention, an immense amount of attention.
As we see these highlights brought to you by Aramco, I want to follow this up. Danok, do you feel like drafting in general has become more refined as an art over the years?
I think so. I think a lot of teams aren't really letting those big gotcha picks be as much of a factor anymore. I think there's a lot of knowledge about Dota. Whenever I'm casting, for example, I always go down a checklist of like, do they have this? Do they have multiple avenues to be able to do this?
Winter does that too.
Yeah, so they've, like, if one hero is locked down, do you have a secondary out? That's the way I go about it, but I know a lot of teams just draft against each other. Don't actually play the games, they just draft against each other, and then of course they've got that great level of understanding that they're going to be able to say, okay, we won this draft because of X, Y, and Z. So not only does it get you into the mindset of, okay, how are we going to outwit our opponents, but also, like, what is actually good about this draft?
21-13.
The most effective it can be.
As we see the scoreboard brought to you by STC.
2-9 puck. Oh, despair.
About, tournaments, right? We used to have a tournament meta. The meta would set in a specific tournament to be different from the meta that was up until now.
1-8 Ursa, 1-8 Doom, 2-9 puck.
Single best of threes. Like, teams are so versatile and they're so diverse that they're actually adapting to each other within the same series.
No, definitely. It is. It's a real thing, and it happens 100%. And I think that what's been also shown is that there's been a little bit of a switch, maybe more emphasis, and it kind of always happens in these big tournaments, like more emphasis being put on the overall synergy of the lineup and how it deals with the opposing lineup, as opposed to kind of using things such as the laning phase or a mid matchup, because now you end up with players that are so aware of, you know, the teams that, you know, the heroes they're going to go up against, and ways to kind of damage control what could be an unfavorable situation, that it doesn't do the job anymore. You need to understand that, I mean, you play versus Spirit, you play versus Secret, you play versus LGD, there's no such thing as stumping them in 10 minutes, you know? They will find a way to have a stable game, and then you're going to have to worry about what happens next. How do we get into the mid game? And I feel like, you know, LGD, they've done that. Team Spirit, they've done that. They don't have these lineups that are all in kind of lineups. And Secret have tried to adapt to that as they went to the game 2 and then the game 3 unsuccessfully. And, you know, as Danok said, I quite much agree. I don't think it was a drafting issue. I think it was more of an execution issue in game 3 especially. I mean, that bottom lane, it should not have went that poorly for Secret.
Yeah, I think Rezo did a great job in the top lane as well. We saw on the scoreboard, he did end up like 1 kill, 8 deaths, sure, but he did his job. He bullied the Monkey King out of the lane. He was creating a ton of space, and then of course you have that potential to be able to go in onto someone like Toronto Tokyo, use the Doom to try and kill him, but it just never got to that stage. It was honestly the bottom lane and even mid. I feel like Toronto Tokyo outplayed Misha as well.
That's actually an opportunity for me to get a message across. You know, MMR is just a number, KDA is also just a number, and I really want to emphasize on that. I mean, I'll give you an example. You're losing a game, somebody's actually trying to win, you know, he's gonna go in and fight, buy back and fight, that's 2 death, and then you have the Shadow Amulet player on the other side of the map. He's not dying, he's having a flawless KDA. You know, it might sound like a joke, but sometimes, you know, having, you know, dying a lot means you're trying a lot. Right. Whereas, you know, playing a very safe game, being like, oh, I lost a tower, a second tower, they got rushed. Well, you're not dying. You have a positive KDA, but you're literally griefing the game. So the KDA, when you have a really high KDA, obviously it means you had a really great game, high impact. The opposite is not true.
Yeah. Okay. I like that point. I mean, famously, you knew players like, was it I'm dying to create space, right? Pilot Die was known for that.
Every carry player called out.
One of the best fives back in the day, you know? He would go 112 every single game, didn't matter.
It really means nothing. Yeah. Like, I really want to emphasize on that. Like, literally nothing. And I think to maybe add a little bit on also Secret and their run, because of course, yeah, they're knocked out, and you know it's bitter and everything. But at the same time, I think given the circumstances, they had an incredible showing and an incredible run.
Yeah.
Top 4, you have to be happy about that at any kind of lane.
Of course. Let's remember the run a little bit. We have brackets here to remind our viewers of short memory loss what happened the previous days. Here we go. So if you can see,
Seb is fantastic on the panel.
Secret, along with OG, were the
always
two
has
teams
been.
that made it directly through from the group stages into the semifinals, and they've both been knocked out. So you know, that extra warm-up game, who knows?
Now
that
this
actually
team
helped out.
slightly louder.
PSG, Nigma Galaxy, Roll, Never Give Up, and Team Spirit were the 4 teams that made it through from group stages to the first stage, and Team Spirit and LGD won both matchups that they've played in. So they're coming in hot. They have momentum. That is always a factor. I always remember when I talked to the when the whole DPC format debacle was starting, and like how teams were getting directly to the playoffs of the major, right? And I talked to a couple of teams that got there, Thunder Awaken, for example, one of them, and they all told me, I actually wish I didn't get into playoffs directly. They all wanted to play group stages because they thought that was much better for them. They thought that actually improved their Dota. Do you resonate with that sentiment, Seb?
Definitely. I mean, I think skipping group stage is as in like having a format where some teams are going to skip the group stage. I'm not a fan of it. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I hate it. You know? I think it's really bad for teams because then they don't get the experience of like playing against all these teams. You know, kind of learning is just taken away from them. It's like you know, having somebody warm up for a game and then the others are just like locked in a dark room. They don't get to see anything. They don't get to warm up. It's actually unfair. You know, in that case, all the teams here got to play the group stage. They got to play, you know, 8 games, which is a lot. There was 1 series left for the teams that dominated their groups. I don't know that it had that much impact, especially knowing that actually all the teams used that day to have practice games, scrims between teams that were already knocked out and that, you know, knew that
are still really solid teams as well.
So that is actually, it's not official games. If anything, it's even better because they get to try a lot of strategies, you know, experiment a little bit more instead of being put under the spotlight in a single elim bracket where you can't really maybe play around as much.
So it only shows the strength of PSG, LGD, and Team Spirit then, doesn't it, Danog?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they didn't get as long of a break. They had to just keep their nose to the grindstone and just keep pushing on through. Again, it's just the power of those great minds. Of course, Silent, like you said, underrepresented and underappreciated by a lot of people. And of course, Xiao Wei, he isn't underappreciated. Everyone knows how good of a coach he can be. But
that's why I mention him so much, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, it's going to come down to maybe it's that battle of wits rather than the execution, because both of these teams, they can just play at such a high level in the grand final.
Hopefully TrueSight can shed some light on what Silent does backstage, you know, what his impact. I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, and maybe then it would change the Western perception or just general Dota perception of who he is. I don't think there's a wrong perception. I think people just don't know him.
Exactly. I mean, it just comes because there's so many Dota youngins these days. You know, they come in TI7, TI8. They miss the days where Silent was considered one of the best carries that you've seen. Like his days with Roxkiss when he came by and he was actually...
He was incredible.
He was incredible, right? But it's always good to remind people not just what these coaches do, not what these people play and how well they are, but what they're playing for as well. Which is why we have... Oh, okay, we have an actual trophy shot. That was amazing. I thought we were going to pan out. This is the trophy they're playing for.
The
and
fuck
yes,
kind of trophy is this?
It might look similar to the AR trophy, but this is the real one, and we've all touched it. So, sorry, production. We've all touched it, and it is actually a real metal trophy. It feels really nice.
It's heavy.
It's heavy. We were kind of concerned about some players
the
being
fuck
able to
is
carry
this?
But don't worry, we have Xiao8 and Silent will be the ones to lift it up.
It might even be heavier than the Aegis. It's that heavy.
Oh wow!
It is serious business.
Okay, oh that's only you can say that.
I can say it twice too.
Oh, was one heavier than the other?
No, they're the same.
They're the same. Okay.
Did you hear that, Toronto Tokyo? You can only say it once. Anyway, this trophy is what they're going to be playing for, and it's going to be a really, really exciting matchup. So let's talk about it a little bit, right, as we get ready for that and get ready for, of course, the players walking out on stage and everything. Danog, what do you think? So LGD has been the adaptable, the versatile team, right? They've found literally 5 strategies, I think, in this tournament. Team Spirit, they've stuck to their guns a little bit more, right? And their comfort is a bit stronger. What do you think LGD will try to do against Team Spirit to break their strategy?
Anything that they can do to disrupt Team Spirit's strong lanes, I think is going to go a long way to giving LGD the edge. I think, honestly, both teams are so good at teamfight that there's such little differences that are going to be able to make the changes there. It might be on the back of Maposhka getting a clear ward off that's not identified. It might be on the back of, you know, someone like XingQ just popping off in a team fight, you know, catching 3 heroes like he consistently does on heroes like his Tiny, as Earth Spirit. So it really could go either way. I can't make a prediction. I think it's going to be another series like the rest of the playoffs that goes the full 3 games.
I hope so. And we always want more Dota. Seb, do you think that Team Spirit, they've tried a little bit, right, to experiment with Secret, and they went for this, honestly, LGD draft. That's what it looked like to us. Do you feel like they're going to go back to they're going to stick to their guns this time? They're not going to try out different strategies as much against LGD?
Yeah, I mean, the difference between now and TI, I feel like at TI, Team Spirit, they were in the driving seat. They were the team that figured the meta the best. I feel LGD, they had some really strong strategies, but I think Team Spirit, they were super confident about what they were doing. You know, they had these Marses, these Magnuses, tried, you know, it revolved a lot around what Collapse plays, and they were super comfortable with it. And LGD, they had to really kind of scratch their heads on how do we get them out of that comfort zone, and they did not manage to do so. I feel like here it might actually be a little bit of the opposite. I feel like Team Spirit at the beginning of the tournament, they were maybe even a little bit confused, and now they're starting to pick up some steam, understanding what works for them better, and it shows. But you know, for instance, in game 1, it was a big flop. Like, you could tell that this was a draft they really did not know how to execute or were really uncomfortable with, because they had a stable early game. You know, it was on them to kind of execute. Whereas I feel like LGD, that doesn't happen with them anymore throughout this tournament. They seem to me, I think LGD will be in the driving seat, you know, throwing stuff at Team Spirit, and I'm just looking at, you know, how well can Team Spirit match up against that.
Okay, well, we're going to have to see. The next series is upon us. We're going to take a rather large break, right? As you guys know, they're in the driving seat. We're going to press the brakes.
Large break.
Come back with the next series of the day.
Zero, 0, 0, 0. 20 minutes. Ay, ay, ay. That's a pretty large break. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, that's a game I'm looking forward to. I'm gonna play No Man's Sky tomorrow. Watch Dan's gaming play it a bit. Looked fun. Lots and lots of updates since I played it. Don't really feel like playing Dota. The queues are too long. I've had it for like waiting 40 to 90 minutes for a game. I'll do like one hunt, I guess. Fuck it. Game stream. 2 games in stream at the same time. Thank you, Mexico, for the 17. No Man's Sky is both co-op and solo, but I'm gonna play it solo. Look for some cool mods and stuff too. 17 minutes and then the game starts. I can probably get like 1 or 2 hunts in. No co-op with the boys. No. My friends don't really play survival crafting games all that much. And when they do, it's very rushed. I just wanna chill, you know. Oh, Hana can't play No Man's Sky. Motion sickness. Thank you, Omega Omnifox with 53. Slap Gaming with the 250 bits. What be a killer in video horror society? It's Dead by Daylight kind of game, but it's kill or be killed. No, killed or... No, it's be killed or kill. Could look at that game. I'm sure Mahmoud is looking for those type of games all the time. He loves that shit. Oh, you wanna play Ohana? You can try, if the motion sickness doesn't get you. But you have Sekiro to finish. There are very kind Sekiro bosses waiting for you. Yeah, they're all very kind. She killed the first boss. Not bad at all. Oh, whoa, whoa. I'm going the wrong way. That tail is distracting. You don't like how it spins?
Over there. Watch out!
Too early. Oh, where's my dive? That's just plain unlucky. Oh, bit him right in the dick.
Thanks, buddy.
Motherfucker. What the fuck? Oh, no, 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 no! Oh! Oh, blood. He fell asleep so fast. Oh! Oh, what the fuck? No! Oh, fuck. And then he fucks off, really? It's weird that attack is missing. I think it's because he's too small. Oh no, overcharge. Believe! It's too small. No! I still hit him. I tried to parry. Oh, bullet. It's getting away. Is his HP shown? Yeah, it's right there. His HP is always right there. Oh! Oh! No, 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 no. No backdash.
Sorry, pal.
7 minutes. I can finish one more hunt. Only 180. That's the OP part about strong arm. You can just 180. Yeah, no cares. No cares at all. There's no parrying in World, no. Any tips to get better with Greatsword? Nope. You just gotta grind it out, man. I mean, I'm not even that good with Greatswords. Make melee for the 11.
Success!
7 minutes. Show my weapon usage stats? I don't know where. Let's see. I guess it's Hunter card or something? Guild cards? Hunter info? Don't know. I guess it's this. Oh, yeah, here. You can strong arm 180 on controller as well. You just have to do the direction input. It's camera sensitive as well, so be wary of it. And a 67 master rank Raffian kill? Jesus Christ. Yeah, Raffian is such a abused monster in every Monster Hunter game. Waiting for the finals, yeah. It's 5 minutes or so. I fucking love abusing Raffian. It's gonna be like a 1 hour long talk show anyway before the game starts. I fucking missed. No! Oh! Oh, blood. Oh, not this attack. Oh, not this. Oh, I messed up my input. Oh, blood. Thank you, sir. What? Oh no. Oh. Oh, everything ruined when that fucking crab showed up, man. That fucking crab. Oh no. Oh no. If I die, I die. If I die, I die! No, he was about to fireball. No, he was about to fucking tail whip. I got so cocked by that crab. Small as Raffian. The crab ruined my time. It would have been like a 2-minute kill. Ah, I got nice. 2 nice hunted. OP fish. Kuleyaku. He's unarmed. Let's see what the pre-show is. Maybe it's something interesting. Oh, Jim. If it's my boy Black, I'm watching every second. Oh! The Meld Gamba. It's gonna be good.
Sure to find a bargain today.
Hello and welcome to the grand final. It's best of 3, but it's still a grand final here for this tournament, and we're going to be watching
close.
the best teams duke it out one last time.
Okay,
but
fuck this.
It's important for everyone to understand how we got to this moment. So let's do a little bit of remembering. Follow me in the moment to the past. You know, let's do the TV shows, the blue, 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 and you know, when the screen like fades away, and let's remember the groups a little bit to see how this whole thing started. Once
Right
we
now.
get that on the screen.
On the screen.
It's going to happen any
It's
second
happening.
now. There we go.
Yay!
Yeah, there we go. All right. Group A and Group B. This is how it all started. 2 teams are going to be eliminated from this. From Group A, we lost TSM FTX and Team Liquid. From Team B, we lost Tundra Esports and D-Boosters. OG and Team Secret, they both went directly to the semi-finals. Now, let's look at the brackets and how they advanced.
Quite a big difference between groups A and B as well, like in terms of the cutoff there. The ones that advanced clearly deserved to, and it goes to show, right? We got these best of 3s that went the distance every single time.
Exactly. As Enigma Galaxy lost in the first round against PSG LGD, but they did win 1 game, much like Danog said. All the best of 3s won the distance. RNG lost to Team Spirit, and then Team Spirit and LGD advanced over to beat Secret and OG respectively. Now they're in the grand final. They're gonna face each other off. It is the TI rematch. These are it's actually true, right? It's not the same orgs. It's actually the same teams, including the same coaches. It's super exciting. It's only a best of 3 format though, but it's gonna be 3 great games of Dota, and that's why we have this panel to analyze it. As now we can go and see who they are. Because, you know, a very important rule in Dota is you always need more panelists than matches. And that's why we brought 4 people on this very panel. We have, okay, we're going to go with it. We have Seek and Strike, Dota, Danog, and Seb. You cannot see them, but they are here. Make your voices heard so they know you're here, Seek. Howdy. Danog?
Bonjour.
I'm trying to imitate what you did. I thought it was really good. was it accurate?
Yeah.
That was.
You need to make the noise again so that they cut away from the graphic and show us.
Oh,
I mean, I just did it in French, so that's why you probably.
Oh, see that? It worked.
It was in French.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Seb, for bringing us back from that hellscape.
Omelette du fromage, absolutely.
Yes, Danog, yes. Anyway, we have a match in front of us, guys. Richie, is my first time seeing you on panel today, so I want to ask you first. Hello.
I couldn't avoid it, unfortunately. They're like, you have to go see Avalanche.
Yeah,
oh, man.
We have to do at least one of these together.
That's
Anyway,
true.
What are your thoughts on this final match? Who are you favoring coming into this encounter?
It's hard to say, right? Because if you follow the storyline of the tournament, well, first of all, this is a Group B grand final. We should say that, right? Which means that the teams did face off not only those TI-10 grand finals, but also for LGD's first match. And it wasn't particularly close. LGD completely wiped the floor with Spirit. You know, it was 2 pretty big stomps, but you follow Spirit throughout the rest of their group stage. They were the only team to take a game off of Secret up until the playoffs here, and they've been looking pretty good as well as the tournament's progressed.
Yeah, tell me the progression, Danog. How have they increased the team?
Team Spirit?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it seems like they're really versatile, right? I just had a quick look over the entire tournament, just see, are you going down that one road like it seemed Team Secret were doing? You know, we saw so much Doom, we saw so much Dawnbreaker, we saw so much Chen. You know, these styles of heroes that are still very, very similar. They don't play a lot of the same heroes, and I view that as a positive, but Seb, you were telling me that it did seem like they hadn't, even at this stage of the tournament, hadn't completely focused on, like, what is their playstyle.
Yeah, because I don't think they're a team that's necessarily known as, you know, wanting to kind of be super versatile and looking at all the heroes at the same time, whereas LGD has always been that team, right? Back to Wings Gaming too, where LGD, it's classic LGD, you know, opening with Ange Void one game and then the second game, all of a sudden they're playing a Doom, and like that's classic. But Team Spirit, if you think of TI for instance, they have these go-to heroes, and it's kind of always been like that for them. So that's why I feel like this tournament, the versatility is more of a testament of them trying to figure out what works best rather than, you know, their true identity of how they like to approach a Dota game.
So
I think they've been
reactive a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've been doing a pretty good job of that, to be honest. I mean, you take a look at Collapse, he's played, I think, 14 or 13 games total, and he's only played the same hero twice this tournament. He's played a brand new hero every single time. But for as good as he looked on the Night Stalker in just the last game we saw, that was the first time he touched it in the entire week.
Who was the hero he repeated, do you know?
Viper, yeah.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Someone figured out a little bit about the Viper, but do you feel like these heroes shared an identity though, Richie? Do you think anything in common that they had?
I don't
or
really.
Anyone actually.
Yeah, I didn't really think so. I mean, you take a look, he played a Queen of Pain, he played a Centaur, he played a Darkseer, you know, it kind of just seems like they've given him. I mean, the only thing in common is that they've always been in the offlane. He hasn't won, you know, on the Dawnbreaker.
Just showing the trophy 4 times in the back.
He tried to play the offlane Bloodseeker, you know, so
it's
a
ugly.
bit of everything for him, to be completely honest.
I remember, Seb, back in the day when offlane Bloodseeker was much more of a thing, you were like, look, this hero just dominates most of the lane. You know, it's very easy to be able to secure your farm, and it really does feel like that's what Team Spirit have been focusing around, is pick Collapse's hero in response to what the enemy carry is, because we've seen the Bounty Hunter come out with really good effect from him. We've seen the Slardar, we've seen Razors, Kunkers, Dawnbreaker, Viper, like these heroes that are going to win the lane for you. Obviously that last game that we watched with the Night Stalker wasn't the case. It was in a disadvantageous matchup, but he just played it so damn well that it didn't even matter.
And I feel like against the team that we just saw on the screen, you know, like this LGD team, I think it's going to be less effective. I think you're going to have to respect the fact that they will abuse you, drafting-wise. I think they did it really well against OG. I felt like, you know, to my... this is hard for me to say, to admit, but I do think that they outdrafted OG pretty heavily 3 games in a row, even the game that they lost. And they showed that, you know, we understand how to break you, how to break your strategy, and we know how to use it. And I think Team Spirit, and I mean, I say if, but I actually think they're going to be able to go away from that to being too one-dimensional, you know, try to abuse LGD's laning phase. I think they're going to respect LGD. They have a lot of experience playing against them, and they will look at the bigger picture also.
I want to ask a question to everyone. We obviously had, you mentioned the OG series. They ended up picking Amar, that position 3 Husker. Xingqiu said, look, we haven't played against it. We didn't know how to play against it, and that's why we went a Spectre with the Spirit Vessel. Only the 22nd time it's ever been done, by the way, and the first time on this patch, and obviously it didn't work out too well. Hopefully
I don't think we're going to see that one again.
I think the last time was Mizu in the SEA region that was doing it. But yeah, do you think Team Spirit can look to bring out something like that perhaps they're not expecting? Like, is there anything that comes to mind for you guys?
I think, like, for me, LGD, right, we saw a bunch of their drafts even in playoffs here, and one thing we were constantly saying is that they have not been drafting the strongest lanes in order to kind of secure space for Ame and then play the mid game into the late game. That's always kind of been, I don't know so much their style, but at least the drafts that they've been presenting here. With Collapse, you know, trying out different heroes, you know, perhaps it is for that very reason. Maybe that's going to be where they find success the second rematch here versus LGD, trying to apply pressure there when LGD have appeared to be weakest, which is going to be in the lanes.
If I could answer you, host Dan Olga, I'd like to answer that question too. I'm going to join the analysts here a little bit closer. So when you talk about Team Spirit, what you're seeing here, you know, and you talk about their identity, and you compare it to, say, Outsiders, right, for example, from the same region, they're more of a classic EU team. Like the classic team, when you look at Collapse, I remember when Richie and I were casting him on Cascade. Teams.
Oh, yeah.
He was known for the big team fight heroes. That was his strength. That was, I know, that's a fun. He was known for the big team fight heroes. He was known for the classic EU plays, right? He was known for, honestly, just doing the 5-on-5 constantly, which is what EU is known for. So maybe that's not their style, like Seb is saying. Like, they're not supposed to surprise you. They're supposed to outplay you. And that's kind of what we saw at TI, didn't we, Seb? Like, they just played really well.
Yeah, everybody knew they were going to be looking at Magnuses, at the Voids, you know, the Tide Hunters.
The Sand King, they didn't even have to pick the Sand King, and it's one of his best heroes.
Iomars, you know, every game, you know, in a lot of games, and everybody knew what was coming, but they just did it too well. They were too comfortable with it, and I really think this is their comfort zone. This is what they like. They have no problem, you know, winning a tournament with a pool of 3 heroes for all players, and it doesn't mean that these players can only play 3 heroes. We've seen Collapse here, you know, maybe he had a limited amount of heroes at TI and he won TI with that, and now all of a sudden he's playing 14 heroes in 14 different games. It's not it's not a bad thing to use what works for you. It's called being smart, being intelligent.
Yeah, and really was enabled at TI because of Yatura. He was famously someone that just played a different hero basically every single game at TI. It's just such a wide range, so versatile. So the fact that you've been able to maintain that, again, he has been very adaptable with whatever position one he plays, plus add Collapse to the mix. It's a pretty dangerous thing to be able to come up against.
I do have a question for Seb particularly, because I know that EU was probably the first region that I knew about that were asking hero spammers for tips on how to play certain heroes. I know Collapse famously talked about Arise, and now he taught him Magnus.
Arise, Magnus.
Arise was playing before Magnus had the horn toss, right? So that was actually hard. Have other regions started to do that as well? Like, do people talk to any region that you've talked to, they do this?
For sure. I think it's funny how like every TI kind of brings its own morale to the Dota world. You had, for instance, CDEC, and then people would start looking at younger talents, unknown players, and respect them, not only the big names. Then you had, I don't know, I can name, Alliance. Then you looked at teams kind of bringing, really breaking down the style and the strategy to the little details and how that can be impactful. Maybe you had, us in TI8 with the mentality aspect, or people started valuing that more than the younger talents. And I feel like, the hero spam kind of, the experts about a hero, they used to be a little bit downlooked, but there's always a fine limit between kind of hating on someone, like, he's too good, I'm just gonna say he's a hero spammer, but there's a real value to knowing your hero in and out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even if you look at how teams have been drafting against, for example, OG, it's always been a lot of respect bans. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I would have to assume most teams here when they played against OG, probably at least if they didn't ban the Timber, at least the Razor, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of the Razor, that's what a lot of teams have been doing against LGD as well, isn't that right?
Yeah. Another hero spammer that was well known, if we're looking back in the past, the A6 move, for example, is Timbersaw.
Yeah.
He was lethal, right? He also changed something else about the meta.
I should have gone for another hunt.
That if you bring your parents to TI, you become much stronger. They cheer like crazy for you, much like the audience will cheer like crazy for these teams coming out this very second.
It is finally time. 5 days of Dota 2 action have been leading up to this. 2 teams remain, 1 best of 3. At the end of this, 1 team will be crowned champions and walk away with $1.5 million here in Riyadh. But to get to that, we need our teams. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you, to the stage, a legacy that is so large and so long in the Chinese Dota 2 scene. They are the representation from the East, the top dragon from over on the other side. It is the one, it is the only PSG LGD.
Woo! Final boss music. Sound issue again. Hope this fixes it.
PSG وصلوا لما المسرح، لكن زي ما احنا عارفين خصمهم ابدا ما يستهان فيه، ولا ننسى ايضا انه الكومباكس اللي سووه من الجروب ستيج الى ما وصلوا للبلاي اوفز كان جدا جدا مميز، ولا ننسى ايضا انه في اخر مره تواجهوا فيها قدروا انهم يفوزون عليهم وال جي دي كان هو الخسران، لكن هل يقدرون يكررونها مره ثانيه ولا لا؟ خلونا نشوف. اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا بتي اي 2021 الوينرز فريق تيم سبيريت.
How come they get the dope music and LGD gets the final boss music? Where the fuck are they? No, it's different music.
The stage is set. The wall has been dropped. East versus West. And this match, what a beauty. The last time we witnessed this in an elimination
East
situation,
versus East.
we crowned a champion. And yet, once again, here in Riyadh, in an elimination series, we will crown a champion. Let's head across the desk as we get ready for PSG LGD versus Team Spirit.
في آخر مرة شاهدنا فريق PSG ضد فريق LGD وقدروا انهم يواجهون فريق سبيريت. بالأخير عرفنا مين اللي منهم يكون البطل، ومرة ثانية عندنا في رياض ماسترز راح نشهد الريماتش حقهم best of 3 والفائز منهم على طول راح ياخذ الكأس وياخذ معاه $1,500,000.
I'm sure French players they will call LGD French now until they lose, then they're Chinese again.
رياض ماسترز مع الاستوديو التحليلي ونبدا المباراه على طول.
So nice to see the audience this hyped up. You know, they all stood up from their seats, and getting a gamer stand up from his seats a big deal here, as they both want to witness these TI Grand finalists. What an exciting match to see. And Poshka also graciously allowing, you know, you said as a support, you have to let whoever get out of the way, you let them pass. They seem in high spirits.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? I think Spirit definitely, it's kind of nice that they get to face LGD to start the tournament, and now to end the tournament, they get to close out the games versus them. I think they were very much looking forward to like that
PSG
rematch,
is
right?
from France, dude.
I mean, I think every single
It's
pro player
Paris
is going to go into every
Saint-Germain.
game thinking we're the best team, we're going to win. But after being dismantled like that 2 games in a row, I'm sure they're eager for another go at LGD.
Curious for another side thing as well from a pro player perspective, Seb. What is your personal preference? Do you rather have these be the last one to play and thus come in a little bit more warmed up into this grand final, or do you rather be the team that played earlier and could watch your opponents play?
I think I'd rather be the team that played earlier and watch your opponent, but at the same time, then the fatigue can come in.
Yeah.
I think it really depends. The fact that it's a best of 3 might also matter a little bit, because usually, you know, on the last day, for the lower bracket team, you have a best of 3.
I always find that if you come off
that
games,
can just be too much.
Right.
You have such a big advantage of being warmed up.
In that case, that might differ a little bit, but
instead of, you know, like LGD just chilling for like how many hours it was.
Some teams have a good time, you know, like they like to analyze, they like to take their time, think about it. Some just like to be kind of in the heat of the moment. So it just really depends on the team's identity, I would say.
Yeah, and obviously both of these teams have been in this situation before. Again, this is the TI-10 Grand Final rematch. And Seb, I know it's something that you've talked about in the past, where playing online, playing in this DPC, where you can, you know, spend a week prepping for another team to face. You know, it's a very different.
I felt the same when I played Bododa. It's very annoying to wait and not do anything for like 5 hours.
How do you think these teams have
but just going like 10 games in a row, fuck it, man, bring it.
In such a short span of time.
No, I mean, it must have had a big impact, and I think it's also a reason why these teams are here, right? Like if you're gonna be in TI finals, it means you're a team that can get really smart at adapting. You know, at adapting when it comes to your own things, but also at understanding the opponent and the opposition and just the metagame of the tournament and kind of picking what's the best.
They can probably
and,
play in those hours. It depends per tournament.
These are the teams that we have here now. We have teams that are incredibly smart at, putting distance with. I'm sure they completely forgot about the DPC. No, the whole meta only revolves about this tournament now. You know,
that's
what
a lot of notes.
Teams done, what worked, what didn't.
And there's a beauty to it, right? Like the wake up, think about Dota as it's happening, you know, go to bed, think about what's happened during the day, living in the present, right? As opposed to having to live 6 weeks in the future. This is what the Dota grew up on. And we're seeing that feeling yet again here on this grand stage. I'm sure that Silent and Xiaoba are really excited about this because this is how they grew up with Dota.
Yeah, I mean, like as soon as LGD landed, right, we caught them in the lobby when we were coming here for day 1. They had the first day off as they were the last team to arrive, and they were just like immediately in pubs, right? Yes. Like it's that mentality when you get to land. DPC, who, right? Like it doesn't matter. It's all about here. It's all about this best of 3 series.
And it takes very different skills for teams to perform here instead of DPC. Obviously, then here there's the pressure, there's the audience, you know, like the maybe the higher stakes. Of course, DPC points are important.
Oh, here we go.
To kind of make up for it. Here, there's no room for mistakes. Everything's gonna happen over 4 or 5 days.
It better be Black and B-Cop casting finals.
Clashing with each other, clashing ideas.
Better be.
You gotta be well aware of what's
Haven't heard him all day.
You gotta be paying attention so that you can perform in that very crucial moment of the game, which is the drafting phase that just started.
Exactly. Even just the minor things, right? Like, yeah, sure, teams go on boot camp, so they're able to play around each other together, but sometimes people have.
Oh, you tweeted? Nice, good stuff.
Home. Very, very different on LAN. You know, it's it's a new
It's
set.
Black and
Some
B
people are
Cop.
able to adapt better than others. So
A very good
let's
combo.
see if that plays a part in this one. Now, I just want to highlight as we begin this draft. The matches that were played previously, where in 29-minute on average, LGD were able to steamroll through Team Spirit, and that was where we saw that Arme Lone Druid come for the first time in 2 years.
And the second time.
Yeah, he played it back-to-back alongside the Razor, so this time around, Razor, it is
Puck ban, first
during
phase.
the bang
That's right.
phase, this time by LGD, because Team Spirit have the first pick and they still value it as a very strong hero, but who knows what could come out, some of these more unique gotcha picks.
Yeah, and LGD is certainly showing some adjustment. Usually teams end up banging
Watch
the
the
Razor
first
against
pick.
them right in their first series.
What do you do?
It was the Razor's
Dawnbreaker?
first pick. The second time around when LGD had second pick, they still even first picked it on their turn. So showing that they're going to be adjusting a couple of things here as they look to open up the draft.
And Marcy's not banned this time. It actually gets to come on through. So it doesn't have the pairing together with the Razor, of course, one of the stronger laners. But again, it's so versatile, right? We've even seen in separate regions, some people play at a position 3 role. You know, you're able to be that more brawling style. You can really take advantage of your sidekick and become a core that actually just rips apart someone else rather than being
Marcy's always picked because
position
they
4,
always
position
OP
5.
as shit.
You can itemize for it, but you know, if it's actually a core and you're able to get
It
that
is
initial farm, you're in a really good spot.
one of the
Yeah, I'm still questioning this Razor ban.
one of the best
but
skill
we'll see how
sets
it
for
develops
laning
throughout
phase
the
in the whole
series.
game.
I feel like both teams have like nicer, more deadlier, you know, tools to use than a Razor. At the end of the day, the Marcy comes up. I mean, you think of the, so you had the Puck versus Tiny kind of thing happening, where if Tiny's banned, you know, it's one of the better heroes, that at least one of the favorite heroes for teams to pick up against the Puck. So Team Spirit respecting the nothing to say Puck and understanding that this might be a way to protect it. It could have been, you know, Wyvern into Puck.
That
if
is a
was not
scary
banned. So Team
ass
Spirit are gonna remove
opening.
that. We see the Wyvern
Pangolier Wyvern.
has been
It
one
does
of
show the
biggest
mid
heroes
though.
of the tournament, at least in the playoffs. You know, in the group stage maybe it was hard.
I always
to
find
kinda
it
see the trend, but
so.
in the playoffs, it's been
I'm
really
not sure
clear.
if it's
It's been,
stupid
yeah,
or
one of the,
brave
you know,
to
highest
show your
priority
first
I do wanna
show your
talk
mid in the
about
first
this,
2 picks.
Wyvern. Just even the style for PSG LGD, right? They are all.
But
in
I
on the
suppose
team fight.
Pango
That
doesn't
is
really
their
lose
style.
lanes.
Like that is the way that they play Dota. But Team Spirit, when they've been able to pick up this Marcy, it's always been on mirror. It's always been in that position 4 role. If this is indeed another collapse,
It doesn't have to be
Viper
with
coming
Pango, but
through,
it's almost
such a strong
guaranteed.
lane, right? And in my opinion, the way to be able to beat this Marcy,
Almost
lane,
100%.
you got to pick a stun. You got to get something that's able to take advantage of her when she tries to use, you know, the dispose, the rebound, put herself in that more vulnerable position where she thinks she can get
Viper?
away with that extra movement speed, when in fact it's exactly the opposite. You can turn around and look to punish her.
Let me derail this though, because we got a Pango, and we haven't seen a Pango.
Ban the
give us
Naga
this high
Siren.
priority. Is this back to
Ban
what
the Naga
you were
Siren,
saying,
do
where
it.
You're trying to get a massive flex perhaps and not reveal anything?
Don't
or
be
is there actually
OG.
some value to the Pango that we haven't seen from other teams?
I mean, it is a flex in the sense that XinQ plays Pango, Faithian plays Pango. Of course, it's less played in other roles than mid because of the changes, but probably still viable if it's a really good Pango game. It synergizes pretty well with Wyvern, you know, a lot of team fight, a lot of early game presence.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, the Puck is out, the Tiny is out, the Ember has not been working, the Zeus is out. So if you think, you know, what mid laners are people gonna, you know, are these players gonna put like rate high in priority, there's gonna be the second phase in which a lot of mid laners could also be taken out. So this could have been a reason. I think, you know, most of the mid laners that have been dominant in this tournament are now either banned or about to be banned.
Okay.
Could explain why they were like, this Pango, it's too high value, we gotta pick it now.
Okay. But now if we move on to the Viper Danog in the very beginning, or Rich if you want to, the very beginning, we talked about Viper being flexed between, you know, offlane and 5. We've seen it mostly in the offlane, but it's usually because teams cover for that potential 5 Viper. Would this be a threat that LGD needs to concern themselves with?
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, I think anytime you have such a strong lane, such as the Marcy Viper lane, you'd like to try and shoehorn Team Spirit into something a little bit weaker, right? I think that is going to be a big threat, especially when they can just open up and sort of blind pick this into a Wyvern who, to be honest, isn't going to really do too much here. You can continue to stack the poison attacks, right? You can be super efficient with it, and there's not a lot the Winter Wyverns will be able to do. Now, I do want to say that I believe that both times LGD have picked the Pango, it's 4-0 to say this tournament. They picked it twice and won with it twice against Nigma and Tundra.
SingSing also loves to play the Wyvern though, right? It's not locked into that position 5 role. I wonder if they're going to go for any kind of BKB piercing. Disable on Team Spirit, Marcy, Viper both don't have a way to deal with a Pango right now. So something like a Death Prophet that's still able to do some magic damage into, you know, things like the Cold Embrace. You've got the BKB, Exorcism's going to be able to deal with the Pangolier a little bit. Bane, we've seen have varying levels of success. Beastmaster, if this Viper just wants to switch to being a position 5 instead, they've got options.
I I mean, right now Team Spirit is putting a lot of emphasis on this Viper. They're trying to protect the Viper 5 by banning the Prophet, the Viper 3 by banning the Jogger. I'll be honest, I think it's a mistake against LGD. I think you need to kind of assume that they will figure out. You cannot corner them into a bad lane against Viper. They have a million ways to answer it. They will find the right way. You know, I remember even Ame playing TB, going jungle early. Like that was a long time ago. But there's a lot of kind of flashbacks that run in my head. But they will deal with this Viper one way or another. I'd rather have Team Spirit kind of focus more on the bigger picture, how the game is gonna develop. You know, how we're gonna match LGD's aggression or their scaling potential or the way we're gonna fight into them. I don't think you can just pick the one Viper and be like, well,
it's a lot of time for a ban.
You know, Jogger Prophet ban and they're done. I don't think
must be considering the Naga Silent ban or countering it.
You know, switch a little bit the dynamic of the draft. I feel like this Viper has been well protected and it probably is enough by now.
I know it's going to be a little bit less of a factor if it indeed is going to be a Jinku Pangolier. I still feel like the Pango is best played in that mid role. It hasn't been banned out yet, but the Bloodseeker has been receiving a higher priority of bans this tournament. Obviously, you just need a couple of items and then you're just so strong, right? Maelstrom, BKB, you can immediately join in on the team fights, completely nullifies the Pango's influence, and it even gives you the option to put that Viper into a position 5 role and just dominate the lane.
The other problem with this Viper pick is that they're not going to be able to flex it, you know, forever. As a PSG, sorry, second pick.
Oh,
so eventually Team
Spirit ban.
To reveal where the Viper is going.
And there's the Bloodseeker ban from LGD to make sure that this core Pango probably, now especially because they show that
Enchanters.
it's gonna be a Wyvern
Maybe not Naga then.
Duo, by the looks of things. They want to have that be priority. Spirit can still look, if they would like to, go for the Grimstroke. I'll give that hero a nod because I feel like as an off-lane Viper, right, when you are putting this much ban priority into protecting it, making sure it can win its lane, he does struggle after the laning stage to sometimes get and feel his impact. At least if you can double the Viper strike, make it so that you can hit that second target.
Black is casting
It's a little bit scary against an Ench.
Still panel for now.
One of the better counters against Grim because of the Inkswell mechanic. You need a Juggernaut to kind of, you know, deal with it. Else it's kind of a really hard lane for Grimstroke to go into. One thing to say about the Ench, even though, you know, it's counterintuitive, of course, Viper kind of deals with the Ench because of the break mechanic, but during the laning phase, Ench is probably one of the deadliest heroes for Viper to lane against. Especially if the carry has some sort of aggression potential. Like the creep, the enchant, the impetus, it's too much for Viper to deal with. Marcy's not going to be able to help the Viper, so here you see with this Ench pick, like PSG LGD, they're dealing with the Viper. They understand that this is, for now, the only threat that Team Spirit is throwing at them. And yeah, they're looking to try to abuse that. And obviously the Sky pick now is going to balance that a little bit more. One of the better heroes to play against Ench in the early game and probably to help the Viper.
It's a 5 Marcy then.
We see the Ember pick as well. We talked about this as a good pick.
Lone Druids.
Currently 1 in 7 the Ember. Is there renewed faith in it? Toronto Tokyo, has he tried yet, Denog, in this tournament?
I think he might have played it once in this tournament. Were they the team that actually beat Deep Boosters with the
rare Lone Druid pick?
No, that was LGD. That was nothing to say.
Okay, well then, no. It hasn't had too much success at all throughout this tournament coming through. So yeah, hasn't been picked up. But it is a hero that, again, he had great success with at TI. So clearly they're thinking that, you know, maybe this Pango's going to be mid. Maybe they need some damage that you don't care about. Things like the Untouchable can still slight into the Rolling Thunder. But, I mean, what pace that they're setting up
Why
here.
is Lone Druid good here?
The Lone Druid plus Enchantress lane. It's so deadly.
I don't even know if it's good here.
The Viper, you need to get on top of him, and you need to try and bully him very effectively.
Hard to say.
Is this going to be like now a 5
Lone Druid is such a
Marcy's going to need to be there to just
specialist hero.
To be able to get away.
I think the Marcy needs to help the Viper somehow because Viper's going to struggle a lot against Lone Druid on the lane unless Marcy can get on top on the Lone Druid. I think Marcy one of the better heroes in the early game against the Lone Druid. You always get on top of him, close the gap with the bear. You know, you have to worry about the harass, the entangle. I wonder if Lone Druid players would, you know, think about getting an early point in Savage Roar, which is going to be super effective. You know, after Marcy W, you just roar him away. Now suddenly the matchup turns. It's
like in last ban.
So maybe they don't do that. And then I could be worried about the Lone Druid's life on that lane.
Yeah, I'm worried about the Lone Druid's timings here, especially with the Pangolier. I think I'm worried for Team Spirit. How are they going to look to deal with this, especially because right now, none of these 4 heroes...
They ban the Naga side themselves.
Pango and I don't know, like Basher,
yeah, makes sense.
Even with an Aegis on this Lone Druid, and they come pushing high ground. No one from Spirit wants to be frontlining that, right? You look at these bans, and I think LGD have taken out a couple of good options, right? The Naga Siren for cutting waves, as well as just having
Jesus,
the illusions.
6 seconds left for the last pick.
And the Bristle, who would have been nice as well.
Luna.
Frontline,
such a good like carry. Bandit.
It's a Luna, okay. Well, I was just really thinking of what are the heroes.
It's one of the higher DPS heroes against the Lone Druid Bear.
To the Pango
Always
lead,
having a
right?
target
We're
to
assuming
bounce.
It's going to be a Pango mid. You just want to be able to stand and fight against it. Bloodseeker good at doing that, of course.
It's
with
nice
Rocket
damage
Launch.
against Wyvern E as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty good Darkseer game for sure. I mean, you might be able to flex this one a
But LGD gets to choose the matchup against Luna, and that's pretty fucking scary.
That'll be very interesting, especially because Wyvern is one of the better heroes at killing the Viper from afar. Also very effective against the Luna. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, this last pick.
Not sure what I'd pick to dominate a Luna lane
They
though.
have a very scary early game lineup that can, you know, pace on LGDs. I feel like this last pick could salvage it though. I would say that LGD right now.
And it kind of needs to be a stun as well.
But Team Spirit's heroes, they can be really fast.
I was about to say, like, I'm just thinking of the good Luna matchups outside
Oh,
that.
not really a lane winner, but
I mean, the AoE dispel is
that's a
gonna be
very
really
interesting teamfight
effective, not
hero.
just for the Ancient Seal defensively, but also gets rid of the Flame Guard, gets rid of a lot of these Marcy buffs as well.
3
Wyvern
of me.
poison attacks, it's pretty damn solid, and they've got ways to be able to enable it, right? You just toss out the Cinder Brew, plenty of ways to deal that magic damage from afar with, we're assuming the Winter Wyvern
It's
in the
not
position 4 roll.
comfortable pick against Luna.
These fights where eventually the Luna is going to need to, at some
If it
stage,
ever
1v5
gets to
with
mid
them
and
or
late
adding some
game,
chip damage
those
and a little bit of
buildings
control.
die
You
fast
get
against
1
Luna.
or even 2, or
Even
dare
like
I
post
say,
laning
with
phase, it dies
Refresher
pretty
4
fast.
lifts up onto the Luna, and I really do think Spirit are going to have some
And they have
damage
decent
in these
lockdown
fights.
as well. Between Skyref and whatever Skyref combo, whether it's Marcy or Ember.
With damage, but Spirit can play this quickly.
It doesn't feel comfortable.
To win this early game set for them to take away this game.
I feel like Spirit, they have a timing, which is, you know, the early game.
LGD's timing post laning phase is very powerful.
Ember chains, LGD heroes are gonna die to these spells. I think the second they stop dying to these spells, through items, through better formation, I think they take the game. I would like to think they have a superior draft.
Okay. Well, will Team Spirit spellcasting be good enough? We're gonna have to find out with our 2 casters for this game, Beakup and Black.
Oh, that's a nice suit he's wearing.
I can't hear them either.
Grand final.
Holy fuck, that's a good looking suit. What?
Final. It is the grand final, and here we are. I think they can, you know, they hear us. We're ready to go. We're ready to get into this one. It's a TI-10 rematch. Indeed. There a little bit, but looking pretty exciting. Should be really exciting. And what are you looking at here? What's the thing that sticks at you most when you're looking at both these drafts?
Well, you know me, I told you about the Lone Druid already previously, I think a day or 2 ago, so I'm going to have to side with the PSG draft just because their pushing power could be very overwhelming early on, and I just believe Lone Druid at this very moment in this patch is pretty busted, and I've also seen Armor play it a lot in pub games, and he has been playing it.
Can't hear. All that's pretty high though, it's almost maxed out.
Bring a lot of stock in that, but of course Team Spirit, they have a lot of team fight as well, a lot of burst damage, a lot of magic burst especially, so if they're not too careful on LGD, they can easily get overrun in the early game.
Yeah, so how safe do they have to be? Because something we've noticed in the Chinese DPC is supports that heal, and they've got 2 of them. They've got both the Winter Wyvern as well as the Enchantress. Supports that heal, keep the lane pretty good. Maybe you see one of these.
I don't think there's talent invites yet for TI. I hope he's in though.
They don't want to pick up that
I really do. He's just so good at what he does. What the fuck is this camera? What the shit?
Region, just because of the Spirit Bond, I think it's called, where you just get healed every time the bear attacks something.
Right.
So yeah, it's gonna be, the laning phase should be not simple for LGD, but they can definitely come out on top.
It's interesting to see why he's gone straight Bracer. You've got just the Ironwood branches here for the Lone Druid, and then of course on the bear you've got the Quelling Blade and the Blightstone. There, he calls the bear Setsu.
Yeah.
All right.
A name familiar to all the China fans.
Oh no. If they kill him here, he won't have the bear for the first wave.
No, Setsu for sure. So.
Oh, that's a pretty big kill.
Good job here. Maybe he
hey, fucking show the map.
If this bear does a good enough job.
Show the heroes. Oh no, he won't have a bear for the first wave.
Looking like it's gonna be Ame in so much trouble. First
that is some shit.
Maybe he won't get hired, and while the bear not doing his job at the moment, Mira gets first blood for Spirit.
Lone Druid is not a hero for level 1 last hitting. It's like 46 damage per hit or something. It's complete dog shit. It's not 2 minutes, it's like 40 seconds, so it's 1 wave. Or maybe, is he trying to block the wave?
But yeah, Lone Druid, you're definitely pretty dependent on winning a lane early and then snowballing through that.
And also,
otherwise your bear won't
he won't be able to
tanking enough in
resummon
mid-game.
for that heal.
But against Viper, it should be a pretty easy.
So he has to be very careful with the bear in the next, like what, 4 keep waves or so?
Too much more aggression onto him in the bot lane.
He still got the bear in the first wave. It's fine.
We see a lot of teams get aggressive level 2 the second it hits. Obviously, Marcy's one of those characters that once you've got the rebound and the dispose, you're going to make that jump and play aggressive. Is there someone else around the map that's going to be as aggressive
Not too bad.
as we see Marcy's be with that level 2?
I mean, Skyruff is also an insane hero at level 2.
Right.
And obviously we have the Skyruff Luna lane. It's a lot of burst damage coming out in the top lane. If SingSing and Faith Beyond are not too careful, they can definitely get easily overwhelmed by that. Looking at their region real quick, they did bring a fair amount of tangos into the lane and probably some healing stuff later on as well. Armin's dead again.
No, dude, no.
He's going to be without the bear for 75 seconds in this lane. 2 deaths before the 2-minute mark.
Not like this.
Spirit, it's like they never left Romania.
Yeah, that is not supposed to happen on Lone Druid. It's basically the worst case scenario. You die first blood, so resummon your bear, you die again, your laning phase is pretty much done already. So
I'm sure this off lane for Team Spirit is like the main reason they're winning any games at all.
Careful, it will snowball to Faith Beyond.
They're fucking stupid good.
They've got the Arcane Bolt again if need be. Sitting here at 130 health. SingSing still just level 1 and now finally hits that level 2. This mid lane is something we haven't talked about just yet. It's nothing to say on the Pangolier. Certainly a hero that he has shown prowess on. He loves going around with the Rolling Thunder as well as the Blink Dagger. We've seen defusals on Pangolier. How is a matchup like that supposed to go between these 2 heroes?
That range creep
is supposed to be like a soft counter to
Why, why is he fucking beefing with the range creep steal?
So it should just be a 5-5
What the fuck, Ench?
As I said it though, he has to be careful. You don't want to give up any unnecessary kills. But yeah, like level 6 Ember, basically you can never kill him with the Rolling Thunder. The Searing Chains stop you from swashbuckling or moving with the shield crash, and you can't ulti either.
Right.
So Toronto Tokyo is definitely having a matchup advantage in that one. How's Ame looking? 7 CS only?
Yeah, Ame not exactly doing great. They've got the Arctic Burn onto the Skywrath Mage. Maposhka running away. Faith Beyond, he does have that Thunderclap available with these right clicks going in. Maposhka is low, but now the turnaround.
I'm surprised he didn't go or prevent him on the bear. Oh, not bear, the Lone Druid. Not the Lone Druid, the fuck is he? Panda bear.
For LGD, and they're still looking over at Maposhka.
Oh, nice kill.
It's SingSing who gets the kill with the Splinter Blast. And across the map, they even the score. It's still a 1K lead for Team Spirit. But LGD starting to
hey, they got a Marcy kill
back in this laning phase.
Now, it sounds like they did like a favorable trade on the bot lane, but they actually killed the bear. Which...
Oh, the bear died again? Oh, no.
A ton of experience. So even though the Marcy died,
oh,
the bear actually
no. That fucking actual Lone Druid. He's role-playing.
Another, like, no bear for 1 minute.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see how it goes with the bear going down so frequently.
Yeah, look at the top lane. They're running out of region. The spam ability of Skyruff and Luna is just a little bit too high. And even Skyruff, like, he's not really known for his right-click damage, but level 2 Luna Blessing, he's hitting for like about 72 damage per hit. It's no joke.
No joke right now. A lot of consumable gold being spent.
Why in trouble?
Why? Between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to get away with this Enchantress, but there's the rebound.
And if you ever wondered why they have to first pick Marcy so much, this is why. You get out of position, even like 1 step, your life is over. Your whole life's over.
Way out, and so is Faith Beyond. Splinter Blast again. Yatoro needs to be careful about his positioning.
Yeah, they're playing on the edge, and usually when you're playing on the edge, the long-range nukers are the ones that will come out ahead, which in this case are Team Spirit, so you have to be super careful.
Maposhka's ready with Mangoes. He's got the mana regen. Oh, Faith Beyond!
He's dead.
Oh, dear. Maposhka's got him, and SingSing might just be next on the list. He's trying to get a kill here onto the Luna. The right-click damage isn't going to be enough, and it's a double kill for Maposhka, and he is just charging. So is the rest of Team Spirit. It's 5-2, and they feel pretty great right now. 2K lead. Look at this. Damage dealt for the Skywrath is quite high.
Maposhka killed himself.
Now he's going to be back full health mana once he respawns.
He dealt 1,000 damage per minute, actually. That is kind of insane, if you think about it.
Hey!
Hey!
The Cinder Brew as well as the Thunderclap. Faith Beyond able to get at least one back, and Toronto Tokyo goes down over
Come
Maze.
back.
Nothing to say is there with the help of SingSing to finish off this Ember. So it's a battle of back and forth so far. Well, why he's back into the grave and collapsed.
No, look at bottom, look at bottom. He's still going.
Let's be careful with the bear.
Oh, no entangle. No, not again. Not alone druid again. Oh, it's a new hero. Alone druid.
300 gold going to this Marcy.
And another 1 minute without the bear. I feel like I've been saying this like every minute.
It's been 5 minutes, and it feels like 5 minutes without the bear. 600 gold has been picked up. 1 kill there for Collapse and 1 kill there for Mira. So, I mean, that's a big injection of gold early on in the game that can make this lane way easier for the side of Team Spirit.
It's very interesting to see Ama's skill, but usually we just skill 1 level in a Savage Roar, so you can help each other. Like the bear can help you, and you can help the bear. But chose to go for the greedy skill build, and so far it's not paying off Yatoro again.
Yeah, he'll throw out the Lucent Beam. They've got the silence from that Ancient Seal on the
That's one ballsy ass knife. Did they just assume Ember had no TP? Oh, Ember TP'd mid, right? Yeah, Ember died and TP'd mid. Oh my god, what a well-timed gank. Perfect.
Especially with the fact that Ame is struggling.
There's no TP on Toronto Tokyo right now. Oh, he just takes him out so
Hello?
Yeah.
It's a lot of
Hello? Mibushka?
On the run without mana, but again, he does have the mangoes to work with. You've got Ame, who's making a charge mid, so
how did he kill him?
He's giving up on bottom.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot he can do. I mean, he's not super far behind when you compare him to the Luna, so that's still okay.
Oh, there it is. Another kill there for LGD. They're keeping it even.
Skillfully missing all the kills. Perfect.
They go up by 1, then give up 1.
Yeah.
The kills are coming back and forth. And it's 14 kills in 7 minutes.
It's a lot of kills.
Something Chinese Dota only farms, but apparently both these teams, when they collide, they kill.
I also love how both of these teams evolved.
Oh, come on.
Top.
Chinese teams haven't been farm heavy since Wings Gaming.
Maybe not, careful.
That's just half a decade ago, man.
They see him, of course, come across with a swashbuckle. Toronto Tokyo hasn't shown himself. Faith Beyond does have the primal split if he wants to make a go at this. They go to the shield crash. They've got the Ancient Seal. YN behind him trying to help out. A Remnant away and nothing to say will survive, leaving them without words to fill in the gaps here for Team Spirit.
Again, he has the true form though.
Oh, yo.
Collapse with that kill on his InQ. Nothing to say, getting low.
Oh my god.
Rolling Thunder. He'll try to get on him, but the slide is in. Toronto Tokyo clears out the Pangolier.
And why is next?
That is such an outplay.
But that's not going to work.
Oh, rainbow split. Put up the other guy. Yeah, fuck it. Stun again in 2 seconds. Boom on the forehead. Oh, put up the guy for another stun. Oh no! Why didn't he put him up? Was it cooldown? Oh, he just gets him anyway. No cares. But he needs help though. He's 1v4.
Here comes the bear. Ame hitting on a Toronto Tokyo.
Finding some backup. Oh, one hood. Get lucky.
Will be tanked by that
Gaben didn't buy fucking battle pass.
They were going to do so without taking aggro, was healing that creep, and well, they don't get Toronto Tokyo, but the idea was still there, right?
Yeah. Now I might have a chance to really address what I wanted to talk about before. Both of these teams at the beginning of this tournament were pretty passive, very farm oriented. Now both of them are super aggressive. They realized how important lanes are. And they're playing.
Oh my god, where the fuck did the chains go? That was a kill. RNG chains. Oh, sometimes you win, Gaben. Sometimes you lose, Gaben.
And by LGD, Mibushka shows up with Collapse, but these heroes may have rotated a little bit too late.
There's 5 mid.
They've also popped the Unleash, and that's not really going to do anything for Mira.
Yeah, for the basic dispel, of course, to get rid of the slows of himself. But yeah,
those chains were totally a kill. Sky was ready with all his spells.
Thinking about rolling
Marcy?
This should be an easy kill for the bear. Ame's got 1, but Poshka's next on the list, and they're checking it twice. Nothing to say.
This is something
the second, and it's 12 to 10 now
I always think about when it comes to Dota. Should the carry join fights or not? And in so many teams, you get so many different answers. And I truly think the carry should join every single fight there is. And these guys are. Fucking lone druid, 10 minutes in, joining 5-man fights.
What is he really going to do in the mid game? They have to keep this up. He's 4-0 right now, which is nice, but he will have to start making more space for the Luna because he's really.
I always believe that carry should join every single fight possible.
Going to accomplish that, right?
playing 4 versus $5 just doesn't make any sense.
They got a couple of kills over bottom. They killed Ame a couple times. Like, Collapse certainly felt like he was going to have this snowball game. Now, not to say he's not having a good game, because he's obviously at the top of the net worth.
Yeah.
But does he have to do more, or is it just the rest of the team that, as you can tell by the net worth chart, is maybe failing?
Every fight.
The problem is with Viper, you can't
Everyone that you can join.
Oh
Even AM.
They get this kill into the Luna. It's gonna feel
Just like a blink in and ulti on some target.
Trying to steal
It changes everything.
Well, they can't do so. They've got Faith Beyond going in for more and dominating for this Brewmaster.
Oh, nice lone duet pick off. But he should have realized this was happening. Because they didn't find anyone but Luna at the bottom side of the map. He should have realized they were coming top.
He's trying to roll, but there's the disposal unleashed. They've got the ulti coming out from Collapse. Nothing to say, needs to be careful as a Toronto Tokyo Embers coming in. Collapse getting low. Does he have the help from Toronto Tokyo? No, he's focusing his attention on the XinQ at the moment. And now Collapse trying to roll away.
Oh wow,
They've got the damage
that's a big kill. That fucking Viper kill.
They've got themselves two. Toronto Tokyo doesn't
Biggest one in the game, right? Yeah, it was the biggest kill in the game.
He'll slight once again, but it's still not it.
Yeah, and Shield keeping him alive as well.
He wants it. He wants to go for somebody. He's staying close. Toronto Tokyo, how long are you willing to stay?
He has a safety remnant out, so he should be fine at a moment's notice. He's taking a lot of damage. They're going to be a bit careful.
There, he uses it.
There's also a funny thing. He didn't skill Impetus, but if he had and you
big
throw it
count.
before he activates Remnant,
It's full.
400 pure damage in his face.
No, it's not full. Some Ricky players.
Level in Impetus early, or are you okay with the 0-3-3-1?
I think this is a lot better considering the laning phase went very poorly for Armin. So this is like a better adjustment.
Okay.
Right, just to put on the pressure on the map and be able to help your teammates.
Do you think the initial idea was to go to Impetus?
Probably. You wanted to win a lane for sure, yeah.
There's that Diffusal Blade we talked about for Pangolier. He's going into the Yule Scepter next. And now that is a very quick Diffusal Blade.
My god, look at Lone Duet net worth. He's top 3 still, despite that early game. Imagine if it didn't
He's going for the Yule Scepter
get fucked so much. From the first spot and then the first 3 bears that died. Jesus. He'd be 7k net worth by now, I think.
How about Faith Beyond? Needs about 2 more components for his axe. So it's going to be pretty fast as well. And Armor is suddenly not so underfarmed anymore, but Yatoro really is.
Yeah, he is fallen quite behind. He's behind Faith Beyond, and actually, the one catching him at the moment is Y. 1,500 gold for a support is a lot.
Lone Duet early or late hero? He's both. Lone Duet is a nice all-rounder for the whole game.
He has to be very careful. And again,
He's weaker than traditional late game carries, however.
He's kind of a space taker himself.
He's a weird carry. He's like a mix between tank and carry and building push. Like he's very different from traditional carries.
Going to become useless, so it's a hard balancing game.
Speaking of farm, Yatoro, he's taking the stacks in the triangle. They'll go for the Rolling Thunder, and nothing to say coming over. Collapse
that's
is on the run. He's got some help from a
very iffy Pangolier ult. I don't think I like it that much, but if they get this fast Viper kill, alright, they can't touch him. Teamfight too good. Panda really secures the early game teamfights. So far, Luna has been completely useless, huh? And he's still the least farmed core. What? Not joining fights, and he's the poorest.
Yeah. Also spinning up the Ancient Creep for good measure. Always a fun time to spin for like half a minute.
That looks fun.
It would actually be really annoying though. If Luna was trying to farm the camp right now, you wouldn't be able to access it, of course. So. Oh, getting a little efficiency plays in.
Where's Luna playing right now? What call is that?
Okay, nice.
Just wondering if they were camping the remnant.
The door killer always bottom.
The tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
We've seen that in the past. Ghost was a victim of that.
Psycho's Mask of Madness Luna.
He actually went back for Midas on the Lone Druid, I just noticed. Very uncommon item on him nowadays, but if you're behind this far, makes perfect sense. Now he's top of the net worth.
Yeah, he picked it up first, and it was kind of not like the best timing, but it wasn't that bad overall.
Yeah.
And it's helped him come back. He's going for the
Desolator
Desolator.
Bear.
I mean,
soon.
When we were talking about our game plan for the show match, you were saying I'm just going to go 100 and end the game in 19 minutes. So, you know, it's 15 minutes now, but do you think in the next 4 minutes, Deso, he can run it down?
Nah,
I don't know how they make the Ench work. I don't understand it.
XinQ.
Nice curse, though.
It's on the
If he gets
two.
rooted, he's in
Toronto,
trouble.
Tokyo. He's got to be careful.
Where's the roots?
Gaben, please. Gaben, please. That was 7 or 8 hits.
But they aren't going to chase for anything more. It was just Ame and XinQ for the moment. Nothing to say has shown up. And maybe if they go further in the lane, he'll go. But they do have a nice obs that should keep him safe.
No curse to set up this time, though. I can't believe there wasn't a root. Hit him like 10 times. Stupid Angie. XinQ, fly away, my friend.
Rolling Thunder, they don't have a
blink.
They do have the defusal. If they want to use it to slow him down, that's going to be
I would
used
have
on
stopped there at the Q.
Trying to get the kill.
Oh, I really think you should stop there at the Q.
Toronto Tokyo focusing his attention on XinQ to try and get a kill.
If he burns mana, he can't remnant maybe. Oh, he just has stick.
Shield crash.
He has pussy remnant, right? Yeah, he does.
Again, he'll remnant away, and with 17 health, they'll survive. On
Orchid
the bottom
Viper, I
lane.
think?
They're going to go for the Brewmaster. They've got the silence, but
Yeah,
they don't
Orchid
have the
Viper.
damage.
He could ulti down Brewmaster and set up for his team.
It's the killing of Baposhka. He's on a killing spree. It's fights across the map that only end up in one kill.
They're looking for 5 Bjorn again, too. They have the Orchid.
Jump on.
Oh no! That's a dead Viper maybe if he spins him up.
Onto the tier 2 tower collapse.
Come on, send in the Storm Panda, dude.
Rebound at 5.
There we go, finally. It's a bit slow.
3. I don't know if
he doesn't find him now. He was way too slow in the Storm Panda. Misplay.
And it's Faith
What a
Beyond,
misplay
who
by
is
Panda.
unstoppable.
Yeah,
And they've got
definitely
the
grand
Deso
final
now.
worthy performance there from him.
Yeah.
Like, he knew exactly they were trying to kill him again. As soon as he sees the rebound initiation, bam. Cast that ult before the dispose could ever come off. And they're just outplaying them right now around the map. Now, early game was very Spirit favored, but LGD really turned it around.
So you can take a look at the heat map here. More towards top, from mid to top. He's really not shown up.
Yeah, I didn't look for Viper. It's a mistake.
That's the same for Yatoro,
You definitely go for Viper there.
More lit up across, but
yeah, more lit up across, but now it's just occupying the bottom.
Yeah.
Which is what you always want to do as a carry eventually. Which is kind of weird because Viper is also there. That's kind of what I spoke about, the overlapping. Because Viper is not a hero that can take the dangerous lanes. He will just die. It's like a fake offlaner in that sense.
3 heroes moving up. Why? The leader.
Well, this game is not over.
Oh,
Luna late game here is very dangerous. They do have decent counters for it.
And Roshan.
Ench is actually decent too against Luna.
You just tank with the main
Outranges her and gets good
heals
pre
up
damage hits in. But yeah, Wyvern of course is one of the more dangerous ones.
Looking for a fight, but Luna is so weak. Like, Luna cannot fight right now. There's no chance. There's a DDO as well, of course, as it is tradition.
It's got such a fast Roche for 18 minutes into the game.
You get DD. Everybody knows it. Hands up. Praise the Lord.
Why in a good spot to break?
Not the carry matchup. Well, Lone Dude is way stronger than Luna early mid game, early and mid game. But a late game full slot battle, I don't think there's a contest.
The axe on Brewmaster
Luna wins that hands down.
Desolator on the Lone Druid.
Assuming they're alone, of course, which won't be the case either.
Really hard. And that's what we spoke about. If they're not ready to defend this soon, they'll just get overrun. One good team fight is all it takes with a Lone Druid, and you lose your base.
There's a good timing here to get a couple tier 2s out. And next Roche, that's the game deciding Rex pushing Roche. Or like the Rex pushing Aegis.
He is Setsu. It is Setsu.
So yeah, like the 25-minute-ish BKB timing needs to come out for Luna. Or they're gonna struggle.
Completely busted, by the way.
Yeah.
Entire team gets 20% movement speed.
Bonus attack.
50 attack
60.
speed.
Jeez.
Yeah. See little net worth as well. It's all the way up until minute 10.
Oh my
Spirit
god,
was
it's
leading.
fucking 6 of him already.
Now it's all LGD ever since then. Just look at the tower damage with the
Wait,
Desolator.
is it 8 of him
20
or
per hit.
6 still?
He got one shot and then the glyph.
Demolish is a great ability.
Can they really even rotate for this? Okay.
They can.
Tower yeah, it's gone. It's already gone.
That's a Lone Druid special. Like, if you leave a building,
Oh
undefended,
god.
it's just gone.
That's
what I mean.
See
Now,
this
if
outpost
there's a cooldown,
advantage?
you lose one team fight,
Like
you're
this
extra.
outpost advantage, that's almost a free Roshan for when it spawns again.
The second it got touched.
It was.
I don't think they can X off this
They have
this
double
one,
Bruce
but
as well, don't forget that.
but
Like,
yeah,
the team fight
doesn't
presence
look
right now
great.
is massive. They're finding Miposhka here again.
And with an Aegis in their hands, they really should feel like it's their timing, right? But what do Spirit do? We've been focusing a lot on what LGD's been doing.
First
right,
hit root,
what
fuck
they've
it.
been doing now as they chase Miposhka,
Oh,
but
didn't even
they
get
won't
him.
find him. But if you're Spirit, you've got Yatoro in a spot where he is close to top of the net worth. He's recovered well. Actually, the whole team, considering where they were in terms of Faith Beyond, they've all recovered well.
What mental stability on this Don't Do It player.
That is the big question.
I'm pretty sure most pop players would have broken items if they lost the beer like 4 times in 5 minutes.
And Luna will like be taking over the strongest on the map position. But that's gonna be quite a while. Because Lone Druid is gonna get into his Basher eventually.
Oh, the audio
and
again.
his damage output against the BKB targets is gonna be insane. And it's not like the old Lone Druid, right? Now you scale with levels, like your damage and health scales with levels. So you do scale much better into the late game.
So, 4-man smoke with Yatoro showing himself over mid. He's clearing up the creep wave. The rest of the team behind him ready to go. We'll see if they can find anything at the moment.
Mind you, there's no bear right now, but it's
gonna be tough because nothing to say is over to the side, but they've got themselves at the disposal as well as the Mystic Flare. They go to
That's one way to come back into the game, by throwing it away.
As this Enchantress is trying to run with the pig pole, but Y goes down. Mira, he did his job. He got the kill. They've got the Searing Chains. It's out onto the bear, which is going to fall. So there's gold there for Yatoro and a good victory for Spirit that keeps this game close, and it allows them to kind of get a breath of fresh air.
You can't throw team fights like this with its Lone Druid lineup.
So it was just a disposed duration.
Like this Luna, if she gets her BKB up, does she have BKB? Ember has BKB for sure. I don't know about Luna.
So that, and the Mystic Flare was dropped.
Yeah.
She's pretty hard to kill.
Nothing to say. Who's trying to hide in the trees and find his opening? He's gotten Yules. He's going Blink next. Do you like that? Like Yules?
Yeah, she has BKB.
Because Blink obviously it gives you a little bit better initiation. You can Rolling Thunder from further away.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, maybe he gets away with if Y's frontlining, Rolling Thunder, Blink in.
Yeah. No, I like it just because Yules is so valued in this game. There's so many things to dispel. There's no sense, but you have to
Very
be
scary
very
game for
careful when
LGD.
you're around the high ground.
They get to
You
make
probably
like
don't
one more
want the tank to
mistake,
go
and then the
first.
game falls out of control.
Spots Mira, but Mira's got a Blink.
And even without the mistake, it's a fairly competitive
There's
game.
also a gem
Next
on this
Ocean is
guy,
going to
so
be...
they just want to retake their control of their side of the map.
It's going to be key.
Farm up. As we spoke about, Luna will become the strongest hero on the map eventually.
Yeah.
If they can hold on.
As that BKB has Mask of Madness.
Going into the
BKB
shard build
was not
next.
used, so still 9 seconds, and going into the Chrysalis, then the Shard.
Yeah. That's really the new evolved playstyle of Luna, right? You build all these items just to make your shard Lucid Beam stronger. Get into the crit, get into the Skadi. And just keep spamming beam on a super low cooldown. 3 seconds cooldown, in fact.
The Skywrath picking up that Aether Lens, so he's going to be able to do more from afar.
Yeah. We have yet to really see the Lone Druid participate in any fight. Like, we haven't seen the bear get on top of a hero yet and start shredding them.
Yeah, it just died in the last fight.
They've done a very good job on Team Spirit to really sort of not allow them for that to happen.
Looks like this Aegis is turning into a farming Aegis. It's going to expire in 4 seconds anyway.
SingQ's looking to get a good curse on potentially.
Potentially has that opportunity. The
I hate these kind of Pango ults.
And they're going to rebound, try and jump.
It looks so bad.
The two supports are in trouble.
Arctic Burn and
Oh.
Toronto Tokyo, he's staying.
Oh no.
Searing Chains onto the bear. They'll look over. Mira, ooh, nothing to say. He's the one who's in trouble, taking a lot of damage.
Yep.
Lucid Beam, there's the kill.
Maybe it's okay
And they're gonna
though.
go in for more. They've got the BKBB pop by Toronto Tokyo. They'll
Luna's
jump
flying
low
up.
with Mira.
Oh, he has
Up
to
in the
cancel
air,
his own ult here.
Cyclone is Yatoro.
Ulti
Bear
again.
getting away, but he's got the remnants
Very
to
good.
try and leave.
Oh, that curse!
Onto the Viper. It's locked down.
Spin up the Luna, kill the rest. Nice, perfect.
They've got themselves to dispose onto the bear as well as the Mystic Flare.
No, he put down the Luna.
They get the Kona collapse. The Eclipse is dropped
Luna
down,
get
but
destroyed.
the Stones aren't
Well, it's fine.
hurting enough. They've got
The fucking
kill
bear
on
shreks
Yatoro.
her.
Beyond with a double kill, and now they look over Toronto
Oh my
Tokyo.
god.
He's slowed up, stunned off, killed off, triple kill.
Why is Lone Druid damage so high?
LGD come out the victors on that one. It was real
My
close.
goodness.
It looked like
Look at that.
Spirit
What
had
the fuck is
opportunity,
this?
but
Hello?
CQ in with a beautiful Winter's Curse, and it's followed up by the rest
Where'd
of
the
LGD.
tower go?
Yeah, super well played by SingQ. Faith Bian also, impeccable micro. But this is also the reason why Lone Druid is so strong. They focused everything on the Lone Druid. He's sitting there at 3.5k health, 50% magic resistance. You cannot kill this guy.
No.
Every time the bear swipes at someone, he heals by 150.
What a good Brewmaster play there. It's perfect.
Back into the game, and now
It was all him.
down
That was all
6K.
Brewmaster,
Really
the whole
gonna
fight.
look at this fight. They already got nothing to say at this
Made it
point,
so
but
easy
he's
for
not
Wyvern
the
and Lone
big
Druid to play.
boss of this LGD lineup. You've got Toronto Tokyo kind of off by himself. Like, what
He
goes
baited
wrong?
them all with the low HP Panda.
Oh, and obviously the curse is massive.
And then just played
After
that
the curse,
perfectly
look, they
macro-wise.
throw
Look at that.
everything they
Fucking
have
Luna in
onto
the
Lone
air.
Druid.
Fuck her,
He
man.
doesn't care. He
That's
drops
4
half
seconds, no
health,
Luna.
gets the golden praise.
Nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Eclipse?
And
It
after
did
that,
nothing.
like, what do? You blew the entire load on a hero you didn't even bring down to half. You have nothing left in the tank. Easy.
Oh, the curse was good, but only because the Brewmaster set it up so perfectly. You don't get those kind of curses by looking for them.
Don't let the stats deceive you guys.
It's an ensemble cast.
They have to be set up.
A single player game.
Yeah, you might be 9-1-8, 5 beyond, but your teammates are good too. Okay?
The Pango ulti was an embarrassment.
Got 10 assists there for XinQ. He's only died 3 times.
I don't know why he did like that.
Yeah.
He's got the Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, and Arcane Boots. He's real farmed at the moment. He's again, like it's a big difference. It's 3,000 between the Ember and the Winter Wyvern, but that is too close.
I think the idea is that they just want to start the fight. Like the ultis don't have to be perfect. They understand they're stronger in the fight. As long as it starts, they'll come out ahead. But he definitely went too far in with the Pango. You don't die for that like that.
Which is really your farm accelerator, but they felt so pressured after that initial good early game that he resorted back to fast BKB, but the team fights aren't really going their way. Lone Druid already has a bash that we spoke about, so his BKB isn't even that strong anymore. And you saw what happened to Luna. She got shredded by that bear.
Yeah.
On the BKB.
Even with all the items that you've got here for Yatoro, he's now got that shard. He's going Scotty. He's trying to farm up. He's 3k behind Ame, and Ame is going into the AC.
There's no way you don't think enemy's gonna turn there. You're chasing 2 supports. You know all 3 cores are just looking. They're just watching from barely out of range.
It's disgusting how long he survived in that fight. It felt like everything was just tickling him.
I think he's trying to bait them with his shard and everything. I assume he has the shard, because it's a real fucking good shard.
LGD, they're set up to try and control this. The question is, are Spirit willing and confident enough to contest? Again, it's very hard to contest this, and you've almost got Brewmaster with both charges ready on the Primal Split.
This is LGD's for the taking. There's not much you can do about it. You can't really fight.
Oh, this ocean is so important. Oh, they're here.
They're going to try. Toronto Tokyo comes in with a
too late already,
Searing Chains. Mystic Flare is down. They've got the Enchantress.
Oh, the Edge barely, just barely died. He tried to steal the Aegis with the Sleight of Fist. Oh, Bash! Whoosh! Oh, you can't do BKB anymore, I think. I'm not sure.
Winter's Curse. They've got the control. Do they have the kill with the Rolling Thunder? They certainly do.
My goodness.
Ame taking out the Ember, who is continuing to struggle. And LGD, they claim their prize.
Yeah, I think they nerfed the loot for BKB some time back.
Like you said,
still though.
When you lose fights like this, it's not a big blowout, but you do have it.
This is the base fretting Aegis. Oh, but they go for pickoffs?
Ame by himself, blink away. They still need to run. They've got the rebound.
They know there's a ward up there though. There's going to be sentry immediately, except they don't have sentries. Man. Support players nowadays. I'm going to invest in 50 goals in the sentry wards.
I buy too many sentries. I was playing Zeus yesterday and still buying them. They'll go after XinQ. They've got
nice kill. Was that Luna ult? Yeah, that's Luna ult for that.
Damage,
a little bit overkill.
They just dropped the Eclipse for that.
It has to be TP out. Bash, bash, bash! Oh, you need high level battle pass, my man. That would have been a game-winning bash. That's double X if he bashes.
Yeah. You might have heard my
double X or buyback.
He didn't get a bash because
whichever.
I know exactly if I was TPing there, I would have gotten bashed.
Right.
Every time.
By the way, Brewmaster picking up that shard, Faith Beyond. Now we'll have that 4th Spirit.
That is amazing. The shard is actually really underrated. Disarm, slow, just an additional panel that deals damage as well. He has an Aeon Disc also ready to be completed, so they can't burst him down at all.
Collapse is
Variable split.
They have a double silence thanks to the Orchid.
Oh, dude, he's close to Refresher. Does he have shard? Oh no, it's gonna be 16 of him.
From LGD, and Spirits certainly feel the pressure, the aura, the miasma coming from LGD as they continue to put it on and be across the river going after these heroes. And they have found Mira, but the blink away. Quick fingers for the Marcy.
It's all fucking bullshit.
Rebound to movement speed.
Bullshit ass balance running at them. Primal split.
There's a remnant in the trees. Maybe if they go too deep.
Oh, fuck it. Just all day for support. Who cares?
Now, so that's not great. Maposhka certainly did already.
Oh, midwave is not pushed out, is it? No, midwave is not pushed out.
Oh, Mira got it.
There's an opening here to push.
Now he's in trouble.
Tower HP?
Trying to take the bear, but that back to form is Faith Beyond. Winter's Curse, now he locks up Collapse. They still send out these couriers, and mid-tower is looking like it's going to drop, and it falls. These two heroes that are
what is this? Ortiz Luna? Oh, yeah, he's back in base now. Yep, Rex gone in 15 seconds. Tower plus Rex.
Remember when we complained about tiny building damage? Well, that is even more ridiculous.
It's kind of gross.
He has the AC, he has the Desolator. Those buildings are melting. You lose one team point, the game is over at this point, actually.
Silence again, Lucent Beam onto the bear. All seen on your screen. And they're going to go. They're going to try and take this tower. There needs to be a response. You need to expect a response. The response is to get the bear. That's 300 gold for the Luna. They go to the Primal Split. They've got the Swashbuckle. There's the disarm and the stun. It's out onto the Luna.
Spin up the Luna. Oh, he didn't do it. I think it's fine. Get the fuck out. Reset. Full reset. Maybe sacrifice support. Fuck it. Not even.
And they've taken the tier 3 in the melee racks.
Still got the Aegis too, but it's going to time out in 2 minutes.
Yeah. They didn't even care. They didn't really want to fight them. They just kind of held them back while Lone Druid is doing his job, killing the Rex really fast. Now they're 2 sides down. What did they lose? Nothing. 1 bear cooldown. That's it.
Yeah, it's going to be on cooldown for 70 more seconds. Winter's Curse is back up in 5, and it does feel like with another minute on this Aegis, LGD have the availability to go again. I guess the question is if they will, but Spirit might just take
Oi. Now
the good news is
that the smoke? Yeah, it's a smoke gank.
A lot of room to grow. That's the good news. The bad news is the game might end before.
Rest in peace, thank you. Or they want something bigger.
Smoking in straight away.
All the way around, they're trying to.
There's still an Aegis though on the bear, on the Lone Druid.
About 35 more seconds, so if they can get the
30 seconds
right,
Aegis.
Take a fight on this side of the river and push some of these buildings down.
They know it's really obvious though, the smoke, right? Like LGD are really good at this game. They see top lanes pushed in. There's no way that they're not smoked. And there's no objective. No Roshan or nothing, so they can just wait.
Yeah, Roche not up for another 3 minutes.
He has an Aeon Disc as well. Keep
Oh, he fought enemies who were near. It was the Ember Slider Fist that popped his smoke.
On their team.
He doesn't know.
Toronto, Tokyo. Remnant. And there it is.
Cool. Oh, gets his mana burnt though. Yeah, that's back to base for you, buddy.
So, Yatoro, he's going for the Scotty. He's got enough for the point booster. He's trying to get this item finished probably before their potential last stand. Is that good enough? Like, what
does he have refresher yet?
What are they relying on? Are there any items that
is it time for 16 of him?
They're lacking damage right now. And they're also lacking buildings.
Lone Druid building damage. Yes! 4 seconds to kill a tower.
They focus buildings.
Yes.
Just keep you back with the Bruce split. We have seen this so many times in China DPC where teams just abuse this, right? They split, not to fight, but to keep you back. You tornado one guy up, suddenly it's 4v5, you can't really initiate, while the carry is actually just destroying your buildings.
We've talked about the CDC
he has it.
game plan of using the
he has condom too, just in case.
Well.
Yeah, luckily they don't have too many left, so it's easy to defend now, just one side.
Kinda scary to keep the condom like that though. Burst is high on Spirits.
They had a game where Brewmaster basically ratted out the entire team.
For like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Quite a sight to watch, and well, the sight right now is set on finishing this game for LGD. They're gonna try and make
just
a go
suicide
on
interacts? No way, dude. You
too
contain
far,
them here until
too
next
far from
Roshan,
home.
and then you go.
Jump in and well, immediately take
time.
out.
Or they just fucking go anyway. 16 of them. Fuck it. Oh, they got the blue panda.
Over to the side is collapsed.
Okay, yeah, fuck it, dude. Fuck it.
The Rolling Thunder, they get the Kona Mirror, they look for the Eclipse, but the damage, it's just not there. Toronto Tokyo with the BKB, they've got themselves the Cold Embrace, it's out into Y. She's healing up, it's certainly going to be the entire base that is gone. And what can you do if you're the side of Team Spirit? 34 minutes into the game, you're up against Mega Creeps, and you are fighting on your heels. For Yatoro, well, the Cat's fighting on all 4 heels. They're trying to make it happen, but they just
Wait, what?
can't.
Did he just...
There's the refresher,
Did he just
the
insta-cancel split? Not sure if I saw that right.
Onto Yatoro.
They can't even defend.
LGD, they're making them watch as they take their base. Spirit, they need to fight, but they can't. They're not allowed to. The Ancient is exposed. The throne is going to go down. LGD looking like they're going to get themselves game 1. Mirror drops again for 75
they're all alive to just lose it.
They just cannot defend.
Oh god.
LGD will take
Show Luna halo damage this game. I think it's pathetic. It's probably like less than 5k.
That was
5 to 7k.
Something from LGD. A push. Maybe not for the ages, because really Spirit, all they could do was spectate that one.
Yeah, it was. Honestly, after the early game, I was very worried for Arme especially. Lost 2 bears, got first blooded. the bear just kept dying over and over and over again, but the skirmishing of LGD was
What a clean win.
almost perfect. Like minute
They
10,
were kind of
just
wonky
5
at some
heroes in the mid
points.
lane.
Yeah.
They take fight
Had
after
some
fight
random
after fight,
deaths.
bring it back into
Looked
the-
pretty scary.
a really good
But then he
mid
just stopped
game,
fucking
and
around and
score
won.
alone to it.
Simply
This
win.
guy snowball, your base is gone.
Yeah, and they never really had an ability to stop them once they showed up as 5. It was so dominant from the
Ammo
side of
recovered.
LG,
Whoa, yeah,
28 to
dudes.
18.
Nerves of steel.
Win in 35 minutes.
It's not normal to
I mean, this is
remain
where it
this
looks
calm
good
after
for
losing
Spirit.
5 beers
They were
in
winning
5
the lane,
minutes.
They were doing well, shutting down Ame. Faith Beyond had a bunch of kills where he kind of recovered. That was a great move for Nothing to Say to make sure that they slowed down the opposite carry, right? And they did. They did a great job of shutting down Luna, and Yaturo's game got very difficult, especially once LGD got together as 5. So
I love that
we're gonna
Brewmaster
throw
pick.
it over to the analyst desk. They can break it down more for
So
you
good.
guys. Take it away.
As we witness these highlights brought to you by Aramco, we reminisce about the game we just witnessed and where LGD just, I mean, what a team. What a team. Losing 3 bears, I believe, right? In the early gaming
in 6
stage.
minutes.
In 6 minutes. And still recovering and having incredible impact on Ame. A performance for the other 4 bears on Faith Beyond.
Man,
I mean,
do I have to go in-game?
it was the bear draft, but
Let's
it
see.
actually worked so well for them. Sing their praises a little bit, Richie, please.
Yeah, I mean, right, I was coming out of the
Where do you check
draft panel
tournaments?
kind of really hyping up Collapse. I thought this lane was going to be able to kind of destroy the game a little bit, and from there, you know, maybe the Luna finds armor. That's step 1, right? And he certainly managed to accomplish that.
Yeah.
But,
Watch now.
And really,
Oh,
I
it's
mean,
here.
my goodness, bear on cooldown for a minute while Ame has to walk back to lane is like disastrous. Like I could not imagine.
I
a worse start for LGD,
I like
but they
how the Dota
persist,
2 post
and, they
circuits, you
managed
see like
to
all
show
these
us a
prize
great game. As
pools.
you can see Ame with 5 sticks.
And
to
then you
Yeah,
go to
we have,
professional, there's like fucking $5 million there, holy
by
shit.
FCC, but yeah, Ame managed to recover despite
Oh,
a bad
Jesus.
start. And usually Lone Druids rely on the lane a lot, don't they, Seb? Like you're supposed to win it and then snowball from there.
Yeah, but no, I mean, I think all things considered, there's a lot of things.
Luna
to
halo
do well
damage.
that game. As you mentioned,
8K.
You know, the laning phase, the early moves.
Oh, what the fuck?
Also skirmishes that when they're
Look at the building damage.
Kind of outplay and whatnot.
Fucking
And really, you know, fast
24K
thinking.
building damage here.
As far as I'm concerned, I think the
Oh,
drafting is much
Jesus.
superior from LGD. I feel like they have a much better game understanding of how the heroes are gonna skate into the game, interact, how the fights are gonna happen, and I think that game really demonstrated it. I felt really worried about Spirit when the draft ended, and I think it's also been the theme of the playoffs for me so far. I think LGD,
Yeah.
they picked up a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of,
only all the
great
buildings, no
ideas on
biggie.
how the game should be played, what they can use. Whereas Spirit, to me, there's been highs and there's been lows, and I think that game was one of the lows.
Okay.
This is the 3rd time that they've been beaten by a Lone Druid coming through here, Team Spirit, so maybe need to consider banning it up. But for me, they didn't really change much based on even the China DPC. This is the exact same way that LGD have been playing for quite some time. They just build into the team fight, and they make
does that
themselves
24?
very hard to kill.
34.
So even though Team Spirit did a
Sure,
great
whatever.
job in the laning stage. They got a bunch of kills, especially in Ame's lane. They made sure to shut him down. It got to that point where you have 5 heroes that just have survivability mechanisms to them. Obviously, the Rolling Thunder, Lone Druid, very tanky, Brewmaster, he's going to be splitting. Like
It's only a
across the
BO3,
board.
yeah.
They just had a ton of survivability. So what I want to see
A shame,
from Team
really,
Spirit in the
but what
next
can you
draft
do?
is some
It
of
is
that
what it is.
percentage-based damage that's going to take away a lot of that survivability. Pick the Wyvern for yourselves. Pick Phoenix. I feel like they're 2 heroes that Team Spirit already plays super effectively, and I think they can make it work.
We previously talked about the first pick Viper being a little bit figured out for OG, for example, another team that was doing it a lot. Do you feel like Team Spirit needs to shy away from that as well?
I don't want them first phasing it. I think it's something that you can do away with. It's not really something that LGD are going to snap up in exchange, right? They don't value it as high of a priority because it lacks those things that I was talking about, right? You are relatively easier to kill. You are kind of one-dimensional, and that's not how they play. They play a style where it's like, well, we can, if things don't go well in plan A, plan B, plan C, we'll make something work.
I mean, I give them a lot of credit for the Viper pick because I thought it was a Chen answer. I'm starting to second guess if it was or not, even though it worked that well, because they did the same against LGD. LGD don't touch Chen. And definitely this Viper hero, I don't think it deserves that high of a priority against a team that's willing to counter it. And I'm hoping that that game, got them to understand that, because I think they need to shy away from it. Unless they're willing to flex it, which they didn't last game, and they revealed that also quite early during the draft. I want to also question the Marcy. I don't know if it's a I'm yet to feel the power of Marcy first pick. You know, there are other heroes. It is clear. It's super strong. You know, the Wyvern, the Tinies. We've seen the impact. I don't think I've seen a single game where I'm like, well, I mean, they had Marcy. What can they do? You know, it's actually maybe even the opposite. It's a bit underwhelming.
I'd like to just, in general, not see maybe the collapse hero defined super early on. That has been a strength, right, of the Team Spirit drafting is how many different heroes he's played, right? I'm sure, like Xiaobao, he's got lots of strategies in mind. You know, he's a brilliant drafter, no doubt, but it must be difficult when you're heading into an off lane or when you're trying to pick Ame his safe lane where you literally have no idea what these guys are going to play. I mean, Spirit have picked OD at this tournament, right? So I think it's something that, yeah, you should look to actually maybe not define the lane so early on and play to your strengths here. He's been playing a lot of different heroes. I think you don't want to have to lock him down super early.
Yeah, there are times where you're on, right? You have on days. Collapse is on today. Like, even in that losing game, he put together a pretty decent performance. Yeah, for sure. So you just got to let the man.
I thought the Marcy Viper was pretty nice that game.
Like you were saying, Richie, give him a
it was like the main lane that really, you know, clapped butt cheeks.
It's like being on with the Night Stalker, you know, linking in BKBs, farming, outplaying,
getting the rampage.
With the Viper.
Yeah.
You know, no disrespect to Viper players, but I think, you know, the...
A little bit of disrespect.
I mean
it was pretty rough after the laning phase, yeah.
I mean, you think of Miracle, you want to give him AM, you want to give him Ember, you think of Collapse, you want to give
But
them
was that
Viper,
really
you know,
their
like,
fault, though? Other lanes were shit. Luna was completely useless. They were 4v5 forever.
It's like, fly faster, what else?
It does go back to something you
I thought it was more of a carry pick problem.
Pick, right, Seb, which you suggested actually in the draft. You said specifically, it's a terrible lane for Night Stalker, but a great game. And that was Team Spirit not concentrating on just the lanes, but on how everything comes together, which is what you've been asking them to do against LGD.
Yeah, and but yeah, again, you know, I think like they did a lot of damage in the laning phase. You mentioned the Laundred. I mean, how bad did it get? I think it's probably as bad as it gets in any kind of Dota game.
Yeah.
But then it didn't matter. I mean, they had a Brewmaster problem. I think they had a Wyvern problem. They had a Laundred problem. They had so many problems that they did not address, did not respect enough. They need to understand that LGD is going to strategize, and they need to strategize too.
Yep. Well, we'll see if they are capable of strategizing, and maybe we stop seeing the Viper for Collapse, but we will be seeing one more break as we come back with Game 2 between LGD and Team Spirit. Stay tuned.
Right. Thank you, Sudo, for the Prime, Herchinator for the 20, Oren, thank you for the 45, Monaco Malex for the 57, and Glazed Donuts, thank you for the 22, man. Would Ursa be better? Not sure. Not sure at all. It's hard to look for heroes that look good against Brewmaster. Because that hero just kind of wins the game if it ever gets to that point. Where you have like, what, 15k advantage and Aegis and good tower push. It's so hard to look for a better hero. Hey, Luna is good against Brewmaster. Kill the pandas anyway. It's like one of the better ones in the whole game. Juggernaut was banned. Yeah, it's when you just Cycloner, of course you can't do shit. But that's also a very bad situation to be in to begin with. Like a different carry, maybe Brewmaster would have never farmed that much. But yeah, they're all like what if scenarios and it's hard to say. Brewmaster is weird like that. You really have to kill him before he splits another 3 fucking times. And then he also like randomly falls off super hard in late game. Like late game Brewmaster against Luna, those Brewlings, they die in seconds. Can't play. This was not an easy game for LGD, even if it looked like one. At some point, They won like 1k ahead. I think that point, like one more mistake, they could have just lost. Like one more death on the core, you get a Roshan off it, and it just snowballs like crazy for his Spirit instead. And then you see a useless Brewmaster who can't do anything. Panda just dying in 2 seconds. Arc wouldn't be a good pick? Not sure. Brewmaster, Skyref against Arc Warden. You might get dying really hard.
Welcome back for the second time. Hopefully we get a third. Well, we're gonna have to see because Team Spirit still needs to win this second game if they want to force a third one. And as we talk about them, we talked a lot about LGD, what they did well, but not always our
That game was a lot
losses
closer than it looked.
does a loss mean that a team played poorly, right? In this case, I would like to highlight some of the great Team Spirit plays. So Richie, I know you were a big fan of Toronto Tokyo as well on top of Collapse.
I was, yeah. I mean, I spoke highly of the offlane and how that was the dream start, right, basically for Team Spirit that game. But I also really liked the way that Toronto Tokyo itemized over in the mid lane. Obviously Orb of Corrosion, but then he switched it up from the more usual Maelstrom build, and instead went for the Kaya and Sanj, right? That allowed him to be a little bit more of the tanky frontliner, especially with BKB. He was just diving these backliners. Regrettably for him, though, it just didn't really feel like he had enough. And again, the control out from SingSing versus him, especially with those curses, just kind of applied too much pressure, and he eventually was forced into committing a few mistakes.
Yeah. At the end of the day, we thought when you
damn, he's sweating.
And Puck gained prevalence, we thought Ember was kind of phased out because Void Spirit's much better at dealing with Puck.
Can't be that warm there, can it?
Just feels like the weakest spirit in general.
I mean, that's another Ember loss, right?
Yeah.
It's been pretty good games today.
I was not even gonna ask.
Last game was fantastic as well.
I like the hero in general, but
it was competitive all the way until like what, 30 minutes or so?
You're not a big fan of, not the one you're thinking about. It's the Marcy, Seb.
Yeah.
I know you've talked a lot about how you would like to see a greedier Marcy.
Yes.
Do you feel like that's what's missing from the hero that makes it seem less impactful?
Yes, or core Marcy. I mean, I feel like from a Dota perspective, when you don't use the ulti as much, you know, the ulti has a dispel. The ulti is it's actually a pretty complex ulti. Like it has a lot of layers to the spell. It's just when you play support, you don't use it. Same for the sidekick. You don't use the sidekick on yourself. And I mean, you know, sometimes you play these pubs and you play with kind of low rank players that don't
Why
really
do people still
care
pick
what role
Ember?
they're playing, and they're just like the hero. And these
Unsure.
Marches, they go for
I'm
face
not
boost,
fond of the hero
BKB,
this
Blasher,
patch.
they
I think he got
wanna scale,
over-nerfed.
it works. I mean, of course, sometimes it looks a bit sketchy how they get there on the way. You know, they grief a little bit the game, but once they get there, you're like, oh well, he just sort of killed the core, because that's what the hero's designed for. And I feel like, of course, you do get the dispose value and the ether lens, but I think you could be looking at doing it differently. And I've seen ZinQ, for instance, do it differently in some of the games, and it works. I'm convinced that it would work. At least, if it's not the case, I don't see the value of Marcy being a first pick compared to what a Wyvern brings in the game, a Tiny brings in the game.
Yeah,
At least I'm not a fan.
I mean,
Ember was not buffed. He got hit pretty hard by nerfs.
That role that you were talking about, and it really feels like
Cast point nerfs, damage nerfs, range
exactly
nerfs,
that
Radius
provides
nerf
this
too.
game. I mean, look at what you were up against.
No,
The
they
Pango,
fucking butchered him.
Dispose, Rebound, not really going to do anything. Panda, sorry, Brewmaster, Wyvern, the Enchantress, and the Lone Druid. It doesn't really respond to any of that, but if you went a little bit more into the aggressive style, maybe it would mean that Toronto Tokyo had to go a Desolator as well. You've got a lot of heroes that can be enabled by that heavy damage, by, you know, the sidekick not only benefiting someone like a Luna who just wants to stand and fight, but also yourself. You know, maybe you can burst someone down before you have the time to react with a Primal Split or a Winter's Curse or something like that.
Yeah, you have the Luna aura too, you know, you get the extra physical damage, you're gonna hit like a shock. For all I know, you might blink in, burst the Pango, full HP. You know, you're gonna have some sort of impact. And yeah, I just feel like, at least for now, it has not convinced me compared to other heroes. And I'm not saying it's a bad hero by any means, it's a bad way to play the hero. That's not the message here. Message here, maybe some other heroes are more impactful.
And we're just seeing him on the screen right now. Faith Beyond played an amazing game on that Brewmaster. He was phenomenal. Just died the one time, and he just did by far the most damage. He did by far the most control. He was lucky enough to be able to grab that Fey Grenade, so he always had a way to proc the Cinder Brew, but he didn't even have to assemble his Aeon Disc that he had ready for a good 10 minutes or so. Like, he was just balling
I think
out
there
of
is Spirit so has bonus damage to buildings, yeah.
I think he's
Does
really
it?
putting himself
I'm not
up
sure.
as being a potential MVP of the entire tournament.
And that's one thing to say about these big tournaments, and you know, the players that are gonna kind of shine in the money time. You know, winning big tournaments is about.
Oh, thank you guys, Asdi, for the 10 sub gifts, man.
From zero to hero.
Wood 5, thank you for the
started with
67.
Visage,
Thank
know,
you both very much.
net worth, absolutely zero impact, maybe, you know, not jet lag, not awake, to now, you know, a potential candidate for the best player of the tournament. And it says a lot about the ability of these experienced players to pick up the steam, you know, kind of rise up to the challenge.
Yeah. I wouldn't quite count out Spirit, you know? I think like we still have, I mean, every single game this playoffs has gone to Game 3. We have a new draft already up, and I don't think Toronto Tokyo is going to be quite clamoring for that Ember Spirit hero a second time.
Probably not.
I really think this game looks different if he's got a hero that he can just apply lots of pressure on and force some mistakes here towards LGD.
Razor's getting kicked away from the banning phase, make it happen. We're that close from not having Razor nor Marcy in the first phase bans, and that's gonna make me happy. I feel it's gonna.
When's the Marcy coming? Is it coming now?
No. Without the Razor, they don't value it.
Tiny rolling in.
So I mean, one of the big changes was the Wyvern making it through the first banning phase. So yeah, definitely one of the hero that has maybe the biggest kind of, you know, improvement in terms of, you know, in priority. All the teams are not looking at it as being one of the best, maybe the best hero of the tournament besides, I don't know, maybe the Tiny is up there and the Zeus.
And of course you've got the Mira's been playing a fantastic Tiny today, but even with these two bans, you know, these were the two heroes that I specifically said Team Spirit should pick these heroes because it's going to make it a lot easier to take out these beefy heroes that are very hard to kill. So the fact that they're gone means that
there's the Marcy
guy.
You fucking
to open into that just gone back to the exact same thing, and
it did do well last game, but I always have a bad feeling about picking the same heroes from a game you've already lost.
It was the first two picks, right? It was a great start for them last game.
I suppose it did a show of confidence.
I think, of course, eventually LGD
in their own ability and strats.
Identify the weaknesses with this Viper. I think Black at some stage, he was saying like, you just can't put this hero in the dead lane. You know, he just dies, right? There are weaknesses in the hero, so Spirit might still be able to draft around these weaknesses and still get a great game. But of course, that MP is going to be a problem.
It's a good point, and they can maybe also kind of adapt and flex the Viper. You know, as you mentioned, you know, not lock it as early in the draft as you were saying to kind of keep Collapse Hero pull open. I would like to see a Dazzle ban. I think it's going to be quite important here. I think it's quite good against these heroes. Super synergizes really well with the lineup that LGD has. They've done it several times now. I mean, let's see. You know, I think this Prophet is kind of scary. It's one of the better heroes against Viper for several amount of reasons. Bullies him in the lane, kills him easily in the game. You know, physical damage. Yeah, Faith Beyond have had incredible games on this Prophet so far.
Can you even flex the Viper anymore? I feel like as a position 5 into a Nature's Prophet, it's not the easiest time.
Marcy always was off after laning stage.
I mean, if you're
that's why I hate the heroes concept. I hate all the heroes that are just laning phase monsters and nothing else
I agree,
after.
But this is the timeline that we're in Spirit. They can't be thinking like that anymore, right?
Or they can.
Move forward,
well,
right?
For a game 3, they can.
Okay, sure.
For a game 3, they might be able to.
And maybe they go back to it again because they'll have to win this game to be able to get to that point. Maybe they get the secret sauce that's needed to be able to get away with the win. But finally, the Lone Druid gets banned away. Armin won't be playing it for a 4th time against Team Spirit. So
Silent just couldn't bear to see that.
Oh, absolutely not. We were talking about how many bears there could potentially be in that game. We had the Lone Druid, we had the Brewmaster, and everything else in between. But well, LGD, they still can look to open with something that's able to kite around and be able to pick up a few stuns, you know, get right on top of this lineup. Mobility feels like it's at the premium for LGD right now, just to be able to get away from this Marcy lineup, as well as punish if the Viper finds his way out of position.
I think Spirit, they really
that respect Lone Druid ban.
I think they have put themselves game 1 in a
sometimes you ban heroes because they're meta, and sometimes you ban heroes because a player exists.
Because Viper and Marcy are two heroes that are really underwhelming at team fights. And I think when you play against LGD, you have to respect the fact that eventually, down the road, it's going to get to that point in the game. And you need a way to, match the team fight they're going to bring, the objective-taking potentials and whatnot. So I'm really looking at a heavy team fight second phase from Spirit.
I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of mid laner, for example, like a Kunkka, who just like hits a powerful 6 and he brings like just a fantastic spell for the game. Something that Toronto Tokyo can just get a good start on. I don't think he was particularly comfortable too much in the last game, especially with how well SingSing was playing.
And even if it is the offlane Viper as well, having the Kunkka there with the run buff is going to be able to provide him with a lot of the extra potential to just stand there and fight, right? So it's enabling not only the game for your team, but even just individually for someone
Thank
like
you also for the 10.
So good psychic synergy, right? If you combine that with a Tidebringer as well. Marcy actually has more liberty to get in, as you said, with the Ghost Ship. Maybe we see Marcy being a bit greedier. I would always love that, right? +4 Marcy can get one good core item.
Yeah, and I like the point you bring up on that, Seb. I think like we saw Moon Meander playing a much greedier Marcy these games with the Midas, right? And that game ended up getting really interesting because of the amount of impact he was able to get, the faster Blink Dagger, and then unfortunately TSM, you know, we're losing that game.
It sucks being a spec ban, dude.
It really only takes that one hero and a couple, you know, pros to start.
Fucking teammates should step up. They can't respect ban 5 heroes.
They're doing the kind of the what's it called, the very conservative drafting.
It's team's fault.
What we do on second pick, you know, kind of pick heroes that are gonna be stable, good for the game. You know, Jakiro position 5 against Prophet position 3, good against the Treant, and make sure that you can now get to the nicer part of the draft for second pick. You know, the last 2 picks where you get to see a lot and counter pick.
Pango again.
They go for the Pango again on LGD.
It's so nice to pick Pango. It's similar to like picking a Lina mid. It just kind of does fine mid no matter what. Don't have to be scared of any weird matchups.
Bloodseeker is still in this time around, so this is something they could be looking at. I mean, it's also going to depend a lot on what LGD picks next. They're going to get to see both Team Spirit.
It's a very comfortable mid pick.
Bloodseeker themselves, right? Not the worst lane against the Viper Marcy.
It can be.
Oh, you bad Naga Siren here.
Very instrumental to this LGD line.
Or pick.
A lot of synergy with the other
but I don't think it's that fantastic of a pick.
Get their hands on that. And now Spirit
they must see it coming, right?
They want to address the team fight once again from LGD. Pangolier Dazzle. It's a lot of team fight.
And Dazzle is pretty strong against Bloodseeker, so that also stops that a little bit. Like if you get ruptured as Pango, just roll away, shallow grave, and you're fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Now that might be a little bit problematic. Now you really need to link from Spirit to like get onto these backlines and pressure the Dazzle. I mean, I think you put a support of the.
If they only didn't reveal it, yeah. They use it against OG. But I think now it's gonna get banned out. Or counter picks with the last 2 picks here.
Or the lane, sure, yeah. Right,
but then again, they haven't actually picked the Naga yet, right? So it might not end up being a counter pick.
But again, Marcy, I think generally does struggle once lanes end to really be impactful with the builds that we see on her these days.
Oh, that's pretty good against Naga.
And the Ember once again against the Pango. I mean, maybe
how do you counter Naga? I don't fucking know, dude.
You know, it's one of the
game sucks.
Can get on top of the Dazzle also.
Can't counter Naga. Game fucking sucks.
Time, I feel like Dazzle is really good against Ember. He gets to kind of negate the poke damage completely with the sustain.
Was that intentional? Slightly better with the Ember Spirit?
It was not, but I'm happy I did it.
Very, very good. I'm wondering, like we saw things like the Naga Siren, if it's able to get through for LGD to just have such a dominant lane together with the Dazzle. You know, it would be really good at locking down.
Oh, what a good Ember pick. It kind of like, it makes both PO and Naga Siren such a hard pick.
If that is the avenue that LGD chooses.
You can't just expect to have these heroes and not be countered.
Obviously realizing that the percentage damage with the Aghanim shot, plus the ability to stop the Rolling Thunder in its tracks is pretty effective. So, yeah, liking this so far from LGD. Their draft is continuing to impress for me.
I agree with your point, Naga. This seems like a pretty free Naga lane, honestly, with a Dazzle, and the game also.
No, that is not a free Naga lane. Even though it's decent, it's still very dangerous.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
For LGD. The lane might be a little bit rough, but it's honestly not that bad. I think Alk is one of the heroes that actually have a lot of kill potential on the Viper. He just goes on the Viper with the Dazzle. The Prophet can even TP in. It hurts his game a little bit, but it's going to help the Alk get to a faster 6. It's actually worth it. And worst case, plan B, Alk just goes jungle. Viper is not a hero that takes the tower quickly. I think it will be a great pick for LGD. It synergizes really well with their heroes. The Acid Spray, Pango loves it, Prophet loves it, Dazzle loves it.
I think it's a good pick here. Like that is a kill lane that Spirit have drafted. They show us with against the Lone Druid, but this time, of course, they've got the Dazzle. Like Dazzle has to be the target in this lane before you can even consider making a move really onto the Elk. So he does have lots of space and lots of protection. That'd be particularly brutal,
isn't shit.
LGD have
They're completely fine.
This really strong mid-game timing. This tournament specifically versus Spirit that they just have not been able to withstand.
One of the better heroes at using Grave also. You know, great Grave an Alchemist with the regen. You know, he gets back online, back in the fight.
Oh, especially now with the heal amp on the Grave, right? Now it's actually kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's an amazing combo for sure.
I'm just thinking like what style of position 1 they actually want to go. Obviously we've mentioned a few of these heroes, the Naga and the Alchemist, as options, but I kind of feel like Faith Beyond is maybe wanting to play a little bit greedier with his style. Like, I want a position one that's able to start a lot of these team fights, because the Nature's Prophet's going to want to be that +1. I don't think you could be that hero that like leads into a team fight, right? It really needs to be on the back of the Tiny once he gets that Blink Dagger plus the Pango.
Yeah, I see that, but I think that, you know, Prophet, Alk, they kind of complement each other, because when Alk is weak, Prophet is strong. He's level 6. You know, he's probably one of the strongest heroes on the map right now, you know, level 4 Treants, level 6. And then when Prophet wants a little bit of quiet time, hopefully he bought the time for Alk to get the Radiance, get the Blink, or get the BKB. It can come really early. You know, if you dominate the early game, minute 15, you can have the Radiance BKB, or minute 20 maximum.
A lifestealer ban.
More quiet time to kind of shove the lanes. I think
doesn't it feel like they're welcoming the Naga Siren?
That Ember can become good against Naga.
Like, come at us, bro. Pick it.
So
pick your Naga Siren.
Riskier, in my opinion. I think it works wonders with their lineup, but just maybe a tiny bit.
Alchemist.
The Alchemist. Yeah.
I think it's the perfect pick, and I'm pretty sure that Spirit forgot about it completely.
I gotta be honest, guys. I'm a little bit terrified. LGD have beaten
a bit scary lane.
3 times now.
Alchemist against
35 minutes.
Marcy Viper. You know, that's it's not happy.
They are comfortable playing tempo versus Spirit. Spirit have been really unable to delay it.
But Alchemist is one of the heroes that comes back really fast, especially with a couple stacks.
I don't know. I'm trying to think, how do you fix this? To me, this is as bad as the Night Stalker last pick before. I think it's really bad for Spirit. So I'm trying to think how can they fix it. I'm sure there must be something. I don't want a one-sided game. I'm not saying it's gonna be. Draft is something and execution is something else. They have great heroes, you know, because I say that, but the Marcy Viper, they can...
It doesn't matter with a good Aghanim. It's completely whatever.
I've not seen as much.
Interesting.
You don't play for the Aghanim. Sven!
Has
New hero!
Burst damage for the Alk. He covers a couple of bases,
He kills the Alk.
It's kind of nice against Furion. It's good for killing treants.
Against all this minus armor, right?
Very true.
Yeah, especially with the shard, becomes undispellable with your team.
It will help. It will help the Viper also survive through the fights, which is also very important to dish out the damage.
That was a rare big smile on Ame's face as well, though.
He's not convinced.
He feels very, very confident.
Being a potent Sven player himself, maybe not a good sign. But yeah, we want an even game, and we're gonna get an even game.
I think 2-0.
Sure.
Yep. No, yeah, says it. You know, that's how it works, guys. Are you guys siding with the Sven? You guys think it's enough? What does the Sven need actually to get online? If you're Team Spirit, that's the question.
He needs the team to be able to enable him when he doesn't have that god strength, because it still feels like you're really useless. Early on, you need to use it to farm.
This game comes down to the bottom lane. If they can get away with the Alchemist.
I really feel like you do have somewhat of the
because it's gonna be this moment in the game, right? Like 15 minutes in, and Sven can't really fight because there's no items. Alk can't fight, so they're both farming, but Alk just kind of farms like 3 times faster.
Once again, they have drafted a hard-to-kill lineup on LGD.
Well, we can say it more times, but it's not gonna change. You know, hope we've storm hammered the point home. That is gonna be.
Hell, that's assuming they don't get crushed bottom on the Alchemist.
Execute this. Will they be able to force a game 3? We'll find out with Beak Up and Black.
Thank you very much, Avo and the panel. Yeah, can Team Spirit Storm hammer their way through the hopes of LGD taking the 2-0 series in this one? We'll have to find out. This is a tough lineup to go up against if you're the side of Team Spirit. Black, I gotta know. Are you confident in a Sven? Are you confident in what this draft brings for Team Spirit? Or is it too much from LGD?
I gotta side with the panel this time around.
Okay.
Where LGD's lineup looks really solid. I think the only weak point they might have.
Black should buy a white suit.
Nature's Prophet needs some sort of farm.
And then keep the red shirt.
Like, they're really very reliant on Pangolier to make the early game work for them. If Spirit can overrun them in that early game, maybe they have a chance in the mid-late game, you know, but I'm not the biggest fan of Sven. The Warcry is nice, as the panel spoke about, with the shard. It's undispellable. It's basically like an AC walking around passively. It's very strong, don't get me wrong, especially against a physical damage lineup like this, but will it be enough?
Do I enjoy fashion? Of course.
We'll
we're all fashion enjoyers.
We saw, obviously, the Viper in the last game. As Team Spirit, they had a 3K lead to start
Nothing
it off.
like,
everything
a
was
good
going
suit on a man.
For them. Then LGD pretty much said, no, we're fighting as 5 now. You guys have to catch up. It was, what, 7 minutes into the game, 7-7. LGD had heroes, 5 heroes over mid, and they were just ready to go. So it's a wonder here if it might even just go the same way as game number 1.
Yeah. Now, the only difference here is that their 5-man isn't nearly as strong as it was in the last game. Not until Alchemist gets fat, at least. Which will take a while, you know, like good timings on the Radiance are usually like...
I have 1 suit too, yeah.
And I dare say, if he does get a Radiance at minute 10 or 11, this game
fucking waste of money.
Difficult. So they need to shut down the Alchemist as much as possible, while making sure they don't lose too many towers to this Nature's Prophet as well.
Yeah, can they do it? They've got Collapse back on the Viper. We saw Collapse was able to take advantage of the weakness there in that lane when he was able to get Ame a couple times. They got that gold from the Bear, which kind of did give them a bigger lead. That 300 gold that they were getting from the Bear multiple times, so they won't really have that available. They could still get these kills, but it won't be as much gold, of course, if they don't get the Bear, right?
Yeah.
It's a rebound in by Mira. You got
3
an unstable
runes.
concoction, nothing really doing, and it ends up being 3 bounty runes for the side of Team Spirit and 1 for LGD.
So a small little lead in the early game already. Always nice.
First blood's always nice too, if you were able to get that. I know how that feels.
But 1 bounty advantage is basically like 3 creep kills per hero.
Okay.
Not a small thing. In this early game, especially when the lanes
Oh
are
my
so
god,
important.
Tiny actually loses that. No, he still won that. Tiny wins the trade against Jakiro.
How the lanes are gonna go.
What a fucking
what
hero.
lane is the hardest for each team?
And he
I would
spends
say
like
securing the Alchemist top
a
is
third of the
easy.
mana for it
You
too.
have the Dazzler with the sustain, but we already saw Marcy and Viper last game. Like Lone Druid is one of the best laners, and they completely crushed him.
So does that mean you stay a little bit more conservative up in top for Ame and Y, and wait for those levels where maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable with the Dazzle behind you?
You need Acid Spray. Once you have Acid Spray plus Poison Touch, it's a lot of trade potential. You also always have
Is
to
he clean level 1? No, it's done.
in and help you. So eventually this lane is going to get really hard for Team Spirit, but at the very beginning, Y is being aggressed on.
It's going to be tough. Is where
Too bad it's W level 1.
that, and Y is probably agreeing with you right now as he gets chased by Mira all the way behind the tower. He does have 5 tangos to work with.
This is the scary lane.
So he's A-okay for now. He's also
Hawk
got
might
that
never recover if they stomp the lane well enough.
Pops us out.
I'm not crazy, right? There was keyboard sounds in that voice line.
Yeah, not us. For anybody that thinks it might be.
Yeah. So top lane is, in theory, a very nice combination, right? Acid Spray, -4 armor. Then you have the physical damage of Poison Touch plus Shadow Wave. So there is a lot of combo potential, but not super easy to pull off.
Oh, nice Poison
You have to
Touch
be very
here.
careful when you're Mira here. The longer this Poison Touch stays on top of you, the more damage you obviously take.
I like how he didn't even try to deny zone. Or I mean kill the other one. I swear so many players, they just go back and try. Even when they're 1 hit behind.
Yeah, mid lane, same matchup as last game. Should be very, very even again. And then we'll see the same thing again. People rotating, who gets better rotations. We'll create a better team for him, a better environment for his team, right?
Same matchup over mid.
Yep. I want to see
Tango 15 CS?
a little bit though. Like that early BKB last game didn't really work out at all.
Okay.
For the Maelstrom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that 15 out of 16? Or 15 out of 20?
I even thought about potentially
Not
like
sure.
a fast vessel. Oh, why? You're in trouble.
Super good either way.
Yeah, this right-click damage certainly hurts, and
No,
they're
that's
gonna
3D
pick right
nice.
away that they
It's
have
20
the
then.
board, but it's not going to matter. It's first blood for Collapse. So back-to-back games here for Team Spirit in which they claim that first blood.
Yeah.
And the lanes looking pretty solid at the moment. The only one who's really struggling is kind of the Ember.
Oh, this lane.
Unstable concoction.
Amen's dead too, I
Ame, he's got to run. They've got the heal, but they don't
Oh,
have the help.
nice counter kill still.
Trade in which
Oh,
Y
that
gets the
fucking
kill.
burst. Jesus, it's
Not
the
the worst thing in
damage.
the world for him to get, but you do not
This
want
one's
Ame
splat.
dying. Like you
1
said,
second.
if LGD are able to get that open space for the Alchemist, get to that 11-minute radiance, they're going to feel like they're in a good spot. But every kill on Ame is one that slows him down pretty immensely.
Yeah, now look, they're expected to lose their top lane in LGD. It's all about surviving, getting the levels up on Alchemist so you can start jungling comfortably. And you are probably expecting a death for 2 on this Alchemist. This lane is incredibly difficult.
And we've seen this story before, right? Viper gets ahead, he takes top of the net worth, and then all of a sudden, if you don't snowball continually, he kind of slows down and shuts off.
Oh, that sound delay.
We've even seen last game.
And never fixes it. Wait, it feels like a little bit, I think.
So be a bit careful.
Avalanche out.
Koshka, you're just dead.
Oh,
he's gone
what is this?
Xingqiu.
Such an awful death.
Just like that.
On with the tiny of Xingqiu. Are able to secure that kill and even it up at 2. Again,
Jeez.
it feels like we're following the same storyline. Spirit gets a couple kills, they go back the other way for LGD. Shield Crash trying to survive,
It's a
nothing
big
to say, but
fire.
the Sleight of Fist is there.
Solo kills in mid lane should not happen. Nice play by Toronto Tokyo.
Malay fans? Any in chat? What now?
Ame, shallow grave, but I don't think that's really going to make it any less deep. He'll step and be 6 foot under.
Yeah, this lane is really incredibly strong. You got 2 poison stacks on you, you get thrown back, you're dead. Nothing you can do.
I have no idea what the fuck he was doing there.
He will be able to make a massive difference top though. He can TP.
Looked like a wire transfer, honestly.
Lots of damage can come out. Same enough with the Sabre. Once he's 6, he can easily rotate top. Viper is a very immobile hero. Easy to hit the wrong thunder on.
Spirit again. Top lane.
Oh, they're getting second kill in this lane now. Oh, that should not be happening. No, you cannot be going only slightly ahead in the Alchemist lane. You gotta stomp the Alch lane. With those heroes, you have to stomp.
Obviously, Y getting a little bit of a boost in that experience thanks to the kill that he got on Mira earlier after Ame died.
Yeah, but Ame is feeling pretty uncomfortable up here. So his timings will be delayed quite significantly. And I think last time LGD played Alchemist, something similar happened.
Yeah.
Right, Ame couldn't really find his foothold in the game.
How much is his Alchemist? 24 CS. He's doing good.
Yeah.
That's a good result for that lane.
The game goes for him, especially if they keep messing with him in his jungle as well.
He's got the 2-1-1. He's got one of the Greebles green. He's trying to farm his way back. Boots, Bracer, so far for him.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Not
attack.
really peaking at the top of the network the way collapses once again. Back-to-back games on this Viper.
Again.
Mira on the run, trying to chase down Y.
Oh, miscommunication.
Tower, but doesn't grab the
I think that was Collapse's mistake. That was a kill.
Okay.
Yeah, slight miscommunication. Viper went back. Mira wanted to go in.
Stormhammer, dual breath.
Goodbye, me
They've got 3 heroes here with the help of Nothing to Say. They'll take out the Jakiro, and it's again LGD showing off that group up mentality to get more of these kills. That was the same thing that Nothing to Say did in the last game, except he went top. Yeah. Came over, got a couple of kills, and his game started to boost out.
And for Ame now, it's all jungling.
My god, the Alchemist is top 2 net worth. Against a Viper Marcy lane.
A little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. But
That is so wrong.
They want it. They've got the avalanche.
Oh! He made the mistake of playing next to walls! Oh, why did he play next to walls?
The Tiny is able to get a kill on the Toronto Tokyo. A little bit of revenge for this Pangolier.
I've seen it so many times where people are like, yeah, I've a little bit of a lead on you. Why? Here's a TP available, but
yeah, Shallow Grave too, as long as now maybe TP,
nice
but it's probably too late. Shallow Grave will wear off. He's got the heal, but it won't matter. Collapse now dominating as well. This Viper has 4 of the 5 kills for the side of Team Spirit.
That gives a lot of space to Alchemist though. He's happily farming away in the jungle.
Maposhka's come top to try and secure the tower.
Oh,
tower is being pressured by the
Alchemist is
so
kind of getting surrounded.
All around, Spirit
No?
is doing the right thing, but
They see him. There's a ward.
is in the favor of LGD. Can they outplay enough?
What was this map hack? He backs off early.
Invading the jungle, that's very nice. But again, Alchemist, after the bot tower is down, he will just migrate there, make them
the ward too.
Right.
You give Ame 4 or 5 minutes, he's gonna have his Radiance.
So is the onus on Team Spirit to make the moves and aggress on Ame whenever they see him?
Yeah, but it's not easy, right? With the split push of Prophet, the global presence, you have the Pangolier for team fights as well. It's a difficult task.
Wow, look at the
Right now, Nothing to Say.
defensive ward already by LGD.
Not terribly far away from it.
They went for the cliff ward 8 minutes into the game. That's rare.
Okay. He's in third for his cores. Searing Chains, as well as the dual breath. They've got the
toss
heal,
away the
Doom
Ember.
Shot Grave.
Whoa, what?
Not needed at the moment. They're going to come over with the Rolling Thunder and make something happen on the side of LGD by getting a kill on Amira.
Good save on Marcy, good save.
It's just one so far, but it doesn't look like Spirit's going to get anything back for their troubles. They brought a lot of heroes here, but LGD still come out ahead. And again,
Yeah,
it's
well,
opening up
Marcy
more
peeks.
and more space for Ame, who, like you said, he's bot.
Kind of looks like last game, right? Where LGD
I like
was
the defensive
fighting
ward
at
too.
4 or 5 the entire time.
Because you know they're gonna constantly hunt Alchemist, and that's a good spot to
But
look
yeah,
for
the
him.
3 cores of LGD are very well farmed. 1k lead ahead.
They're not finding the Radiant Ward though.
You have an Alchemist, but still, the profit
Sneaky.
are also very
He
far.
put 2 Sandys as well. Didn't find it.
So the net worth is going to be deceiving with the more and more space that LGD gets, as it will be a lot on the Alchemist.
This is the part of the game I dislike.
All on the Alchemist, and right now that's
It's when you have both Alchemist and Sven farming.
where the other two cores get nothing.
I just feel like
Faith Beyond plays
you auto lose the game if you go for this matchup. You go for this farm trade. Oh, nice kill.
He is going to survive with the shallow grave for now. He'll try to TP away.
Oh my god! I thought it was an ult! But it was a stupid taunt animation or whatever.
Turns it, they'll look over. They've got the rebound into these heroes. They get the kill out of here. They look over at Faith Beyond. They've got themselves the Ice Path on it too. They take out Faith Beyond
Still
as well.
good kills coming out.
Dual breath, the damage is out on a tiny, but not enough. Toronto Tokyo, though, thinking about chasing and getting this +1, and the slight just isn't the killing blow.
Yeah, good fight overall, though, by Spirit, keeping up the pressure, and all the skirmishes while Sven is farming benefit them a lot. Did nothing to say kill what just eluded him. That would have been a massive one to pick up. Because he's closing in on his diffuser blade. Once that's up,
Radiance
all of the
item.
heroes are so mana reliant. One swashbuckle can literally just ruin your team fight.
Who's spending so much time in the fountain? There's a fucking orange spot.
Too far?
Who's AFK?
Yeah, just bought 600 gold. And remember, a farming war will always be won by Alchemist.
Right.
He doesn't have max level greed yet, so it's not.
Oh yeah, maybe it's profit. Waiting for a spot on
He's getting those
TV.
levels up.
Certainly getting there. He's getting close to that sacred relic. And we'll see how quickly he's into the Radiance. You would have liked it here at the 11-minute mark, but
he got shut down in the left lane.
Yeah, the top lane wasn't exactly easy or smooth sailing for him.
Yeah. Now they're just diving to get the mid tower. They need to
Oh,
open up the map.
nice mid tower kill. There's an opening that still stacks. There's like a triple engine stack. Oh, that's another kill.
He ran to the back end.
Wait! No! Fuck! What the fuck?
I thought he got out.
I think everybody thought he got out.
Yeah.
Everybody has a price. How much was he?
Which is a rare thing to happen.
And I mean, that is very rare for Toronto Tokyo, but certainly something that could end up being maybe a little bit tilting.
Well, Alchemist farming the enemy jungle very aggressively, but he knows his team is just around the corner. Relic completed now, onto the Radiance.
Yeah, on to finishing it all up.
They're picking out the Alchemist position.
Oh boy.
Tokyo, they're gonna go rebound. They're on the run. If they could go for Y first, maybe they catch up to Ame.
There's a walk down, you fuck! Die for him!
Dispose all onto Y. He'll shallow grave by his time.
Alchemist did it, farming in the next green.
LGD just yet. They do have 2 heroes in the vicinity, but not moving in.
I dare say he could have actually TP'd. They all used their stuns already. Like, if he TP'd there would have been some mental damage right there.
Yeah.
4 heroes to kill a Dazzle, and he just TP's out.
Back-to-back mental damage could have been devastating. Look at this stack.
Oh yeah, after that stack, the Radiance is pretty much done. Also gets the Troll Camp, which Summers did 3 nice
Oh wow,
skeletons
he's
to
farming
go off.
Ancients without the relic.
But Alchemist even
I
more
mean,
so.
the Radiance. Huh.
Let's watch the gold skyrocket.
Yeah, it still hurts like shit though.
If you're a Spirit fan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm just saying naturally, if he takes this camp, it's gonna do its thing, right?
That's the Radiance pretty much done at this point. Yep, here we go. And probably just into the BKB Blink Dagger next. Once that's up, it's going to be incredibly hard to shut him down.
So not that 11-minute Radiance you were hoping for, but it does come out for about 13.
Still very
I hate this farm trade.
Still about a half minute.
It feels so game losing.
Faster than normal. 80 matches. So a lot of Alk being played. And there's the Hurricane Pike finished off for Collapse. That's pretty quick, 1.5 minutes quicker than the average as well. Looking to go in and have the Rolling Thunder. They'll go after Mira, but he'll rebound away.
Slowed a lot though.
Mira on the run. Viper Strike through onto nothing to say.
Get that invis, Jesus.
He's got to be careful, and so does ZingQ. They've got the Stormhammer, Avalanche on a 4, as well as the Swashbuckle landing on these heroes. They've got the Sprout, they have the control. They look over Toronto, Tokyo the rebound once again. Nothing to say, he doesn't have the Rolling Thunder.
Stanky.
He already went in with the shield crash, but he's got the save from Y with the Shallow Grave. Swashbuckle getting Toronto, Tokyo very low. They've got the Sprout with
so brave.
which is actually the Hurricane Pike to get away.
Alchemist is here
Unstable
too.
Concoction, the Stormhammer out on Ame, but they've got the disarm onto the Sven. They're looking maybe to get the Remnant back into the fight, but there's Faith Beyond behind them all.
Oh my god.
GG.
GG. That's it. That's the game right there.
He's only going to survive for a little bit longer as they are in on this Jakiro, and it's a triple kill for Ame.
Worst case scenario. He just picked up his Radiance. They take a fight straight after. 4-0 trade. Well, not really trade. 4-0 fight, rather. Get the mid-tower. The map gets opened up even more. And you're already playing against the clock.
Right.
This is worst case
No way to come back, no.
And this grand final
At
might
this
be
point
one
of the game,
history, like, ever.
It's out of their hands already.
So you're saying we should extend it to a BO7?
It's all LGD's mistakes to make now. Free game.
But then again, LGD destroyed Spirit in this tournament in particular. Like, if LGD wins this, it's 4-0.
Yeah.
And 4-0, in which all of the games so far at least have been very one-sided.
Ame, 11,000
He's so rich.
net worth.
He's so rich. This is the Alchemist factor, right?
This is
Suddenly,
exactly how I
BKB,
imagine
we
it.
spoke
Like you just
about,
have
like,
this
Raiden
timing where you're both farming.
30-40.
Sven's farming, Alk's farming, but Alk just farms faster and then you
Really
lose.
can be record
It's so
numbers
pop-like.
and given the right opportunity.
might catch him down here, though.
8,000 net worth lead. They're going to try and go.
He's getting greedy.
Does have Dazzle, though, over to the side. So with Y there, he should be fine. But now Y's the one spot.
Tank my gank, you fucking support.
Just try to grave himself and run.
Fucking die for me, you dog.
But it does allow Ame to get out.
Yeah, which is really the important part. Alchemist is fine. He now has his BKB.
Ah,
With
Jesus.
that BKB, he is pretty much unkillable. They don't have any sort of instant stun, and he's way better than...
Oh, throw warlord spawns. Or
average?
What was the average? Is he way
I
above
thought
the
chieftain,
average?
whatever it
He
is.
was
Oh.
well above it at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, his early game wasn't perfect, but despite that, he still found so much farm on the map. Nice text also from his team. 3 minutes faster on the BKB than average as well.
That is...
He's a big boy.
Oh, yeah. The thing here to note, too, and, you know, it's another game with Toronto, Tokyo struggling in terms of net worth.
Yeah, yeah. What item was he going for this time? He has the Maelstrom at least, so it's not all over, but... Yeah. The windows are closing. There's also BKB on Prophet already. I don't actually know how Spirit fights anymore.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He'll go to the shard. He'll up his pushing.
High ground
prowess,
defense
and,
seems okay.
well, right now, LG,
My man,
they're over
high ground
in
defense
top
is
lane,
not a thing.
and they'll secure
If you
themselves
play
the
for high ground
2-1.
defense, you're looking at 60k gold advantage at 50
Even if
minutes.
you ever get the Alchemist to
And you
be in
lose
depth,
every Roshan.
He's gonna get like an 80% heal amp from the Dazzle, and he's gonna heal like 200 health per second. Which is also gonna be ridiculous.
Dire's middle tower is under
The drafts of LGD in these playoffs have been insane. They lost one game to Nick.
He has fucking BKB. He picked up Relic 4 minutes ago. He has BKB and almost kill us now.
Into LGD.
4 minutes ago.
All you can do is split push, which is the worst case scenario against Alchemist, because he's just gonna outscale you so much faster than you can.
And now there's going to be an Aegis.
Yeah.
Like, Yatsuro's doing his job. He's going into the enemy triangle, trying to farm everywhere he can. Of course, every time there's a Roche, there's a double damage to take.
Now.
And they bottled it on. Nothing to say. They'll pick up the Aegis on Ame, and he is continuing to roll here. 8,000 net worth lead for the side of LGD.
Yeah. So it's the correct thing to do for Yatoro, of course, but in this entire series, he has mostly been farming the enemy ancients and the enemy jungle, because that's the safest space on the map, which is not good news for you.
No, not at all.
bottom tower is under attack.
Not at all. And, well, Ame's doing the same thing. He's over in their triangle, so...
Yeah, he's going to be pulling the next
I
wave
can
as well.
do better, apparently, is the way that these teams are playing.
Is under attack.
3-man smoke. Obviously, they don't need Faith Beyond. He can TP into the fight a little bit later. Maposhka's been very greedy. He's been sitting here for a long time.
I know he's dead.
And now he is so dead.
Yeah. They're just waiting for the AC on Alchemist to really...
Oh my god. Oh,
start putting
Jesus.
up the tower pressure. Oh, Yatoro, he has his
Oh no!
so
Oh my god!
be
How
able to
close!
jump too easily.
This is.
wanted to go for that.
Perhaps. He's pretty tanky himself. He also has Sync Q back up. Who doesn't
Fucking
have a
hell.
He's 100 gold away. Once that's up, there's even more initiation potential.
Ame up top.
Ooh. That was a close one. Indeed.
Still gonna hit the
Probably wouldn't
forehead.
have been enough for the kill, but a scare bomb.
So he's got the Hyperstone for the AC. And Faith Beyond. BKB used, okay. And
BKB Sven.
Was it just a test BKB or TP2? Or to TP out?
I was looking at Ame.
Sounds like a test BKB then. Yeah, Alchemist pretty much into his Assault Cuirass already. 200 gold away from it. How do you stop him if you can't go into the enemy jungle?
You said you lose the farming game.
Yeah.
If you're Team Spirit. Obviously, you're
It's
gonna be
easy
down
to
in network,
counter
but
Alchemist.
is there a
This jungle is worth.
start to break
Works every time.
the walls down?
Hey, thank you. How much?
They will have massive timings on LGD, right? But if Spirit can deflect them 2 or 3 times, their late game is not half bad themselves. Alchemist will get outscaled. It's just, how often can they deflect them? Because right now, LGD's timing is almost impossible to stop, I'd say.
Right.
This AC on the Alchemist plus Acid Spray is just a casual -12 on wherever he's fighting.
He's pushing into the mid-tier 2. And
Well,
that is
how much left on
4.5
Vegas?
minutes
2.5
faster than the
minutes.
patch average on Alchemist, the AC.
Yep.
Like I
Well,
said,
they do
breaking
have good
records
high ground
continue
defense.
to grow. And it almost feels like at times OGD's just kind of ignoring
Jakiro Viper,
Team
not
Spirit
bad, not
because they
bad.
know that
Ember
they're
2.
scaling better.
Yeah, they don't even
have
bother.
nothing to worry about until
A bit lackluster on the hero catches here
Once that's up,
by
that's when
LGD.
they might be scared to lose some fights.
They've been looking and looking, but not really getting anything.
Ame and Yatoro, you can see the solid lines being this game, the checkered
What's
lines
Barfa doing
being
right now?
the average for the patch, and that is such a split for Ame. You know,
Oh,
Yatoro,
there we go.
He's ahead
A
of the
catch attempt up.
He's not having a horrible game, but when you get compared to the Alchemist, it's not going to look good. And maybe I might have jinxed him. He goes into the BKB. He's on the run. He'll throw the Storm Hammer, go to the Godstrike, trying to fight back, going after Faith Beyond, doing the damage. And
You know, I was thinking he should really BKB TP.
But now they've got why. They have XingQ, the supports.
Worth?
Finish off the carry
It's worth more gold, but
and it ends up being a
it's
trade
also
that,
kind of your
yeah, you
carry
get a kill out of
dying.
it, but it's probably not to value.
He did the best that he could out of the situation, right? But yeah, you definitely don't want to be losing your spend like that. He is itemizing into pure damage, which I think is the right call, because his Alchemist is getting ridiculously tanky.
Right.
But who in that team is going to address the Dazzle? That's the real question.
How do they jump the Dazzle?
Exactly. If you can't address him, he's going to get the Grave off, and we spoke about the heal amplification. Right? He's going to heal like 1,000 health in that Grave.
He'll probably finish off this 4-staff, maybe pick himself up that shard that is so devastating from the
He
Dazzle.
could have TP'd out, yeah. He simply chose to fight. Maybe his idea was that he could have killed and gotten out at the same time.
If he ever
It was close too.
Recall, by the way, that's almost a
I think
perfect
his
grave. It's like
his
half a
BKB
second
was
down.
almost long enough to TP out there.
Pretty disgusting.
Half a second, very balanced and very available to break through, of course. So what did Ame just get there? He's got the basher.
He does have to play a bit risky. Playing safe is not going to win the game here.
He is in trouble, and he is gone.
Oh, we'll find some decent catches.
RC may be strong in the anime, but at this moment right now in this game, not looking too strong, not looking comparable.
Aegis runs out in 10 seconds. Maybe they can catch him off guard, but Tiny's already there.
Yeah, Avalanche toss all the way back. They'll go to the BKB here. Got the single concoction charging up.
Oh, Vegas
They'll
gone.
lose the Aegis, but now Yatoro's in. He's trying to make
can't
something
fight
happen, but they've
Alchemist.
got the bashes coming through on the spin. He's in so much trouble, but there's the Storm Hammer as well as the Ice Path. They get the kill on the collapse. They'll look for the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to go the other way. They've
How
got
did
the
how they get so
Push
gave in there in that spot? How do you even get stuck on a single piece of wall?
Sprouts on 2, but they get out of it.
This is
Nothing to
fucking
say, he's still
bullshit.
committing with the Rolling Thunder. He's into the base, but now trying to leave. He's been disposed while Maposhka drops. There's nothing to follow up the damage, though, or the lockdown from Team Spirit.
They're going high ground again. They don't really have the greatest defense. All they have is a slide of
No,
fist
they
in
have good
10 seconds.
defense, but the defenders are dead.
So fast.
It's the fucking Viper Jakiro. They're both dead.
Go in, they jump. They've got the Avalanche toss again. And Mira looking like he'll fall once more. Dead for 35 seconds. LGD are just bending Spirit to their will.
I thought I was going to say bending them over.
LGD in this series thus far.
So
And they go
vulgar.
looking for a quick finish. ZQ again. He just wants to get these kills. The BKB's been popped. They've got the site, but he's looking for the remnant back. He's not looking to charge in. He's looking to retreat out. The macro pyres drop down as well as the ice.
Ah, all kill.
Who no longer has
JK, he's regenerating 1000 HP per second.
Dazzle ready to go. Dazzle is on it. Y is behind him. Shallow grave always when he needs it.
Wow, they're really trying to force the issue by going for the throne there instead of the second set of frags. But yeah, you can just feel the confidence. Arma's in front. He doesn't really care at all what happens, but he's always going to be the Desert Grave, as you said. Initiations of SingSing have been perfect. I mean, they're doing a 5-man smoke while all the lanes are being pushed in. That's desperation right there. We love our desperation smokes, right? Sometimes they work. Most of the time they don't. Let's see who's going to break it. Maybe Faith Bjorn is the unlucky one.
Radiant are scanning.
But they know. They just
break in.
Yeah, they just completely passed it on their side.
They can sit far enough back. They've got Ame continuing to farm while all this is going on. And I believe he's got the full Abyssal finished off. Deso picked up for Faith Beyond. The net worth lead continues to grow here for LGD. And Spirit are looking for a portal, for a tunnel away onto the other side where the grass is greener. And trying to find better pastures in this game, but it is feeling impossible.
Yeah. There's also now a Desolator on the Nature's Prophet, further amping up that minus armor, that physical damage. Honestly, these drafts of LGD are just nasty. Everything always comes together so nicely.
Lucky Invis? You call that a lucky Invis? I saw that potential throw there. Fucker walking in just hoping they don't have sentries. He's kind of like edging on the max range of sentries if he was trying.
Not at all, but Faith Beyond, he's TPing forward. He is really reaching, looking for
There's
something.
no reason for that play.
Q is placing down the vision. They've got the sentries in. Avalanche as well as the toss is going to be on the Sven. Yatoro on the run. Pops the BKB. They have the dispose. They go to the God Strength. ZQ in trouble, but the Shallow Grave is there once again. Yatoro, he's got to make the commitment. He's got to figure out whether or not
He's
he
just
wants to
delaying
go
that death
or
for
leave.
years.
ZQ burning down, gets killed
Still
off.
though, Orc is not hitting.
Back on the Tiny. They'll look over at Ame. Ame standing his ground, going for the
Orc is not hitting anything. He's in a shit spot too.
They've stunned him up.
Is BKB still? Oh my god.
Ame on the run with the unstable concoction charging, but he's got that BKB. So
They can play chill too. Roshan is coming up.
Yeah,
It's a pretty dangerous time to die even.
Which is always a good trade. But yeah, they've weathered the storm for now. The next Roshan is just around the corner though. Can they stop him from taking it? Probably not, because they have like minus 17 armor.
Be a way back in if Spirit could.
They just have no BKBs or no God Strength. We all know what Sven is without God Strength. Not much.
Really tough.
Are they looking to go for Sven again, perhaps? No.
Spirit have a win condition? No.
For now. And we know LGD
Not by themselves anyway. They need LG to fuck up. Some bullshit like, I don't know, tossing an Orc in the fountain or some bullshit.
But the Shallow Grave is there. The damage, he's got to figure out where can he commit, right?
Look at Roche go down. That's so much physical damage.
No double damage.
Oh yeah, they have the lucky shot too, of course. Even more minus armor.
They're wrapping all the way in.
Too late.
Oh, maybe Dazzle pick off?
Once again.
No.
And now Spirit need to think, are we going to commit for this one? They've got the BKB already popped on Collapse. Do they come in from behind? They need to
Is that like a proper timing?
Faith Beyond, who's in the pit.
No.
He's not sure what he wants to do. Faith
The
Beyond
second
is just
half
going
off.
to TP out from the pit. They'll look over. There's nothing to say. He's going to pop the BKB. They'll go after the Viper. They'll get the kill on a Collapse.
Oh god.
And it's hesitancy.
Look where his team is.
Coming in from
It's
Team
Roshan
Spirit,
dead yet, guys.
unsure what they wanted to do once that Aegis was picked up.
Yeah, they're in an incredibly tough position. It's basically elimination game for them. And they're so far behind. What's the solution you can really find? It's just Armor hitting the tower with treants. You have to initiate an Armor, but he has an Aegis, he has a Dazzle. You have to wrap around behind, which they're trying to do right now with the smoke. If they can kill the Dazzle, there's hope. But look, he's very well sandwiched into the left.
Oh my god, that was one Q. That was one. That's a Brigand's Blade on Pango? Because that damage was bullshit. Can't kill Dazzle. He can't kill a Dazzle.
Spirit's dreams are melting as LGDs are growing. They'll go for Mira once again. They get the kill on a
All the buybacks.
He's got buyback on this Jakiro, but they're on their last legs.
Nothing to say, trying his best. 14 spirits.
They'll also glyph up their base. 3 seconds on the unstable concoction, looking for somebody to throw it onto, but it will stun himself. Yatoro sprouted up. and he's not able to engage. XinQ going in with the Avalanche after the blink. He's trying to get his hands onto the Sven as well as toss him up. They've got the Sleight of Fist as well as the Searing Chains coming out from Toronto, Tokyo. But this base is going down. They've only got the mid-setter axe holding them from Mega Creeps, and LGD, they really don't need to fully commit. They are so far ahead that they can do whatever they please in this game.
They can wait for the Alk ult. They don't have to. They have a dispel with the Berserker potion. They're just going in. Armistice is BKB as well. Nothing to be worried about at all.
Yeah, Ice Path damage out on the Ame, but again, he's got that Aegis. He won't even need to use it in the moment they go to the shallow grave. Ice Path is there, toss up into the air, and they will
He makes Dazzle look so OP. Usually, I find that Dazzle such a fucking shit hero. He makes it look so good.
On the run, a Remnant away. XinQ taking some damage, but the Rolling Thunder comes out onto the Ember. They'll toss him up into the air. They get the kill on Toronto, Tokyo for 90 seconds, and it's really just last hopes, last-ditch efforts here for Team Spirit. They'll move forward once again. They've got the Avalanche. Collapse is going to be disarmed, and all they can do is watch. LGD is taking their base. They've got the Hex once again, and Ame goes in on the Collapse. The Hurricane Pike is
Who's
going to get him
MVP this
away,
series? I'm sure it's the safe lane of LGD. I don't know how they got away with it. It was Viper Marcy. It's like one of the hardest lanes in the whole game. And they almost got out of the head somehow.
The fastest grand final we've ever had, to be honest. What, like 30, 50 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Rhino, for the 4. Soupy for the 12. Yura, thank you for the 32. Thank you all for watching, guys. And also marks the end of my stream.
This game only 30 minutes. I believe the last one, 34. It's an hour victory in the grand finals for LGD.
It's pretty late for me.
A little bit of revenge here over Team
I'll skip the
Spirit.
ceremony and stuff.
Again,
thank you all for watching, guys.
No chance
I wish all of you a nice evening.
Outdrafted, outplayed,
Good night. Bye-bye.
Just everything. LGD is such a scary team when I get everything online.
Yeah, and